Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4 terabytes Chapter 116. Let's have a real man's fight. Doma put away an iron fan and stood motionless. He could easily block Kanae's attack with just one hand. In an instant, heaven and earth were divided into two. On one side are blue ice crystals emitting a cold breath, and on the other side are pink petals flying all over the sky. It inserted its free hand into its temple, stirred it for a while, and then said with a look of sudden enlightenment, "I know, you two are a couple." As soon as the voice fell, it quickly waved its dual fans, and the blood demon art. Freezing cloud was activated. The ice crystals spread out like mist, and in an instant completely surrounded Kanae. At this moment, a long sword that seemed to be burning with fire cut through the void like a meteor. With a whoosh, it whizzed past Doma's ears, bringing up a gust of hot wind. At the same time, the knife in Kanae's hand also stabbed out quickly, and collided violently with the hot long knife in the air. In an instant, sparks flew, the sound of metal collision was deafening, and the pink Nichiren blades turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the second method of opening the Nichiren blade, rubbing the two Nichiren blades violently together. Kanae stood on tiptoe with the long sword across her body. She performed the flower-breathing first form circular wind chime flower dance like a ballerina. The scorching blade brought up a gust of high-temperature wind, instantly melting the frozen clouds. She then jumped up with the knife that had been inserted into the ground in advance, and activated flower-breathing type 5 fruitless peony. Gorgeous and elegant pink blades surrounded Doma from all directions like wind and rain, and Doma was amazed by this sword skill that was like dancing. An impulse arose in its heart. She's also beautiful, I really want to eat her, she's absolutely delicious. However, the violent blade wind blew off its leader's hat and left countless knife marks on its body. The heart-wrenching burning sensation made every cell in Doma's body tremble. Doma, who had always been emotionless, felt a strange feeling in his heart. He didn't know that it was Muzan's fear of Yoriichi Sugikuni. Every ghost has the blood of Muzan in its body. Muzan is the ancestor of ghosts, so the fear of the red knife is engraved in the bones of every ghost. Strangely, it mistook this feeling for heartbeat. It opened its arms and hugged Kanae at a speed that she couldn't even react to. Seeing that she couldn't dodge, Kanae prepared to use the final form of flower breathing, the red eyes of the other side. To be honest, she learned this move from her sister. As an older sister, she was genuinely happy about the new sword type Kanao developed based on her creator. He never expected that the sword moves developed by his sister would save his life. But before she could use her sword skills, a tall figure appeared in Kanae's field of vision, followed by Shia's extremely angry curse. Advertisement, stay away from her. You be ***************** D. I saw that Shimi's body was surrounded by dark green blade wind, and he turned into a blender. He chopped off Doma's arms with just 2 vertical chops. As the most talented user of wind breathing in the past 100 years, wrapping the wind blades generated by the breathing method around his hands and feet and using it as a physical technique is just a basic operation for Shimizu. Even the most talented Kamiyama asked him for advice on this point. The moment Doma's arms flew out, Shimizu's hands reached under Kanae's armpits. He swung them hard into the distance, and she flew out. He landed steadily and picked up the Nichiren blades he had just thrown out. Cough cough cough. Before he could stand firmly, he started coughing violently. The 3000 life-saving tricks had worked, but his self-healing ability was definitely not as good as that of the real Kamiyama. Not caring about himself at all, Shia asked with concern, "Megumi, are you okay?" "I will absolutely kill that B***************** D. It's okay." Kanae held on to Shimi with eyes full of heartache. He himself was obviously seriously injured, yet he was still trying his best to save her. She felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife, and her eyes instantly turned red. On the other hand, Doma's arms had long since recovered. Looking at the two people who were dependent on each other for life and death, it realized that it must hate that man very much. He seemed to be called a love rival. "I see, I should be jealous, Shia, Kanae." They totally couldn't understand what Doma was saying. Are all the upper ranks crazy? Doma acted seriously as soon as he said it. He didn't give the two men any time to react. He arrived in the blink of an eye and swung at Sean fiercely. In an instant, 2 miniature ice crystal domas stood between the two of them. Blood demon art. Crystallization of the child is activated. Through this blood magic, Doma can create a small iceman who can fight independently, and the small iceman can use the same blood magic as himself. Originally, he didn't need to use this blood demon technique to deal with these two people, but now he thinks he should fight Shia one-on-one. Crystal Miko quickly pushed Kanae aside, and feeling that the number was not enough, Doma created 2 more. Advertisement: the 4 crystal princesses surrounded Kanae tightly, while the original ghost focused on dealing with Shimizu. Doma first distanced himself from him, then suddenly pointed at Shia and said seriously, "Hey, you San, let's have a real man's duel." Then he pointed at Shanae and said, "Only the winner can marry her." It spoke the lines in its mind very stiffly. These words were learned from observing humans 30 years ago. At that time, Doma had no idea what stupid things those 2 humans were doing. So it killed the 2 men and ate the beautiful girl. "Ill. You are a fool, aren't you?" Shia spat with disgust, clenched the knife in his hand and rushed towards the other party. However, every time he moved now, he would feel a piercing pain in his lungs. but he didn't care as long as he could kill the lunatic in front of him. In an instant, swords flashed and fans were waved in the abandoned village, and a more intense battle began. As time went by, the dilapidated houses collapsed one after another and turned into ruins. Dust flew in the air, giving people a feeling of the end of the world. Shimi becomes more and more courageous as the battle goes on, because the medicine that saved your life has taken full effect. Entrance to Cloud Town. Kamiyama finally arrived here, and he had no idea what was happening outside the town. Logically, after the battle, Shimi and Weijia should go to the Wisteria house to rest. He ran quickly on the street and soon found the Wisteria house. "Hello, I am the dojo of the Demon Slayer Corps, may I ask?" After knocking on the door, Kamiyama introduced himself, but before he finished, a little girl opened the door. "Big brother, it's you and big sister." When Washong saw who was coming, she realized that she had recognized the wrong person and apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, I thought it was brother Shia and sister Kanae who came back." The brothers and sisters in black said they would come back here. Kamiyama was confused. Didn't the lower moon die? Why didn't Shimi and Huji come to rest? Chapter 117 Temperature enough to melt the ice. Damn it, that B**************** D Doma is here after all. Kamiyama suddenly felt something was wrong, and his tone was hurried, which scared Washong. Where did they go? Take me. No, 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 where are they? Tell me. He calmed down instantly and his tone became much softer. Brother and sister went to the abandoned village outside the town to chase monsters, Washong said weakly. She lowered her head, somewhat afraid to look at Kamiyama. Where is the abandoned village? Point me in a direction, your brother and sister are in danger. Hearing this, Washong immediately raised her head, pointed to the north with an anxious look on her face, and spoke much faster. Go north and you will see a road. Go straight along the road and the village is at the end of the road. As she spoke, she shook her head violently. Although she was very scared, she still looked determined. I'll lead the way for you. If you can't find it, you'll be in trouble. As soon as she finished speaking, Kamiyama immediately picked her up. After a moment, the two stopped at the northern intersection. She put down the flower fragrance and said softly, "Thank you, I'll go save them." Before she could open her eyes, Kamiyama disappeared, leaving only a few words of advice. Go back quickly, don't follow me, abandoned village. This place is not even related to the word village. After all, everything in front of us makes it hard to imagine that there was once a village here. There is not a single intact building on this land. There are broken walls and ruins everywhere. The remaining houses have long been razed to the ground, and the ground is covered with dust and rubble. On top of the devastated ruins, Shimi, whose entire body seemed to be soaked in blood, lay quietly in a pit that was more than 1 meter deep. Broken ice and blood-stained ice cones were scattered all around the pit, emitting a suffocating bloody smell. The moonlight shone through the clouds, casting mottled light and shadows. Advertisement: he fought upper rank 2 alone for more than 2 hours, and even so, Doma still couldn't kill him. It stood there calmly above the pit, with only half of its left arm left and steam coming out of the cut. This was the after effect of being hit by the red knife. Even a ghost of its size could not recover instantly. You were going to die. Doma still had that hypocritical smile on his face, or rather, this smile had never disappeared since it saw the two of them. Shimizu spat out a mouthful of blood foam, supported his body with the knife, and stood up tremblingly. When he thought about the boasting he had made to Obana and the others in the past, he didn't expect that the upper ranks were so ridiculously strong. Regardless of his strength, this guy's smile is so disgusting that it makes people want to vomit just by looking at it. A man and a ghost looked at each other, one with endless disdain and anger on his face, and the other with the most fake smile in the world. About 20 meters away from the big pit, 8 crystal princesses surrounded Kanae. Although the clone could use all of Doma's blood demon arts, Doma's order was not to kill her. The 4 crystal princesses at the beginning could not stop her at all. Of course, 8 crystal balls are not its limit, and it has not even used its strongest technique. But after all, these 2 humans are still very strong, at least the strongest pillars it has seen in the past few hundred years. Not to mention nearly 3 hours. If it were the pillars I met in the past, they wouldn't even be able to last 10 minutes. Let him go, and I'll let you eat him. Kanae yelled at Doma and put the Nichiren blades against her neck. Just as she guessed, all the ice men stopped moving the moment she stopped the blades. As a result, Doma immediately lost interest in Shimizu. It leapt up in one step, and at the same time a crystal prince fell into the pit and started fighting with Shimizu. In fact, it doesn't have so many requirements for ordinary food, but it is different for high-quality food. It likes to eat alive. It snapped its fingers, and the 8 crystal beads shattered into sparkling snowflakes all over the sky. Doma crossed his right arm across his chest, bowed slightly, and said with a smile, "My beautiful lady, I promise you, beautiful lady, of course you can be willful. Can you tell me your name?" There was no choice now, otherwise Shanae would never tell anyone. She frowned and said coldly, "Kochou Kanae." Oh. Doma's rainbow eyes sparkled and he immediately clapped his hands. What a beautiful name, just like you. Let him go. The blazing red knife was already against the skin, making a sizzling sound, and the thin blood evaporated before it could even flow out. Advertisement, as you wish. Doma snapped his fingers again, and the crystal in the pit shattered, and Shimi fell to the ground exhausted. Even so, he looked up at the night sky, roared with his head raised, then turned over with difficulty, holding the knife in one hand and holding the wall of the pit with the other, and climbed up little by little. An intermittent bloodstain appeared on the wall of the pit, which was more than 1 meter deep. When Shimi crawled to the ground, he saw his beloved girl holding a knife to her neck in exchange for her right to live. At this moment, he realized his own weakness. At this moment, his murderous intent towards Doma reached its peak. At this moment, he longed for power. Boom boom boom. Thunderous drumbeats suddenly burst out in Shimi's chest, as if trying to break through the restraints of his chest. This was the sound of his heartbeat, strong and powerful. His heartbeat was getting faster and faster. At this moment, his heart was like a burning flame, pumping hot blood to all parts of his body. In the blink of an eye, a dark green windmill pattern appeared on the right side of his face. All the ice crystals attached to Shimi's body melted and evaporated, including those inside his body. The stripes are activated, and the temperature that is enough to melt the ice is also Doma's nemesis. He tore off the pill on his wrist and swallowed it, and a surge of dark green fighting spirit burst out from his body again. This power made the ground beneath him tremble. Tong. Mo. Give. Me. Die. Shimi uttered 5 words one by one, and with a loud bang, he instantly stood up and jumped into the air, and then chopped down with an overwhelming force. Breathing of Wind 9th form Y2O Tiantai wind was activated, and countless extremely sharp blade winds swirled around Shimi at a high speed, forming an 8-meter high hurricane in the blink of an eye. The fiery red blade was so dazzling in the center of the hurricane. At the same time, Kanae resonated with it. She bit off the pill on her wrist and swallowed it without hesitation. In an instant, her heartbeat accelerated, her body temperature soared, and pink plum blossom patterns covered her left face and spread to her white swan neck. Their eyes met in the air, as if time had stopped. Their eyes were full of affection and attachment, and their 2 hearts were closely connected at this moment. This was the most sincere love in the world, which was far beyond the falsehood of Doma. Shima and Kanae both activated their markings, and what followed was a life and death battle. Chapter 118 caught up violent hurricanes and lush red plum blossoms covered one layer after another, and the sharp petals were blown up by the wind. For a moment, the sky and the earth changed color, and only the fiery red blade was shining brightly. Doma stood in the turbulent blade wind with a smile on his face, not showing the slightest panic. Of course, he didn't know what panic felt like. With a light snap of his fingers, the blood demon art, crystal control was activated, and 12 shiny little icemen formed a circle around it. 12 pairs of ice fans waved at the same time, and countless brilliant ice blue lights intertwined in the air. The cold air spread, causing a thick layer of white frost to form on the ground. The air temperature dropped sharply, and only the 2 red swords continued to evaporate ice crystals and white mist. The crystal princes activated the remaining 6 blood demon arts respectively, and countless ice crystals burst into brilliant light in an instant, like bright stars falling to the earth. The ice crystals spread out at an extremely fast speed, forming a bright world. This is the true strength of 12 Kazuki's second seat. Although Doma is extremely annoying and has mental problems, the strength of the second seat is unquestionable. This world seemed to be covered by a sudden heavy snowfall, and snowflakes transformed from ice crystals fluttered down. The 2 people who have activated the markings are able to resist for a while with their extremely high body temperatures, but this ability that consumes a lot of physical strength is not suitable for a protracted battle. In the heavy snow, blade wind and blood demon magic intertwined to form a spectacular picture. Finally, Doma moved. At this moment, its arm had completely returned to normal, but the burning sensation had not yet faded. It locked onto Shimi, and its figure instantly disappeared from the spot. There was a loud bang, and a vacuum zone without ice crystals appeared in the center of the ice and snow world. All of Kanae's attacks were blocked by Crystal Princess. 9 of the 12 icemen were shattered. She herself was also exhausted as physical strength was not her strong point. In the vacuum zone, the ground collapsed and Doma's hand pierced through Shia's chest. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise this blow would have been fatal, because the opponent's original target was the heart. Of course, the opponent did not gain any advantage. The red knife slashed from Doma's left shoulder to his chest, and hot blood kept rising from the hideous wound. Shia was unwilling to accept this and cursed himself in his heart. Damn it! If he hadn't dodged that fatal blow, the knife would have definitely stabbed Doma's neck. He frowned and had to admit that he hesitated because he didn't want to make Kanae sad, and he didn't want her future to be without him. This is love. Love is selfish and reluctant, but it is also selfless. The combination of contradictions may be love. At the moment, neither Shimi nor Doma can escape immediately. After all, the red sword is a very troublesome thing for ghosts. Advertisement, May, you have to run now, run. Shimizu had a ferocious expression on his face and roared at the top of his lungs that it was an indisputable fact that he could not kill the second upper moon. Kanae shook her head frantically, her throat was blocked by her crying. She wanted to do something, but her strength was rapidly draining away and she could hardly move. After a moment of struggle, she was relieved. In her pink eyes, only Shimi's figure remained. Her pale lips opened and closed, and a resolute oath resounded through the sky. We don't ask to live together, but we ask to die together. You won't be alone. As soon as she finished speaking, an extremely gentle smile bloomed on Kanae's face. That smile was like the warm sunshine in spring, which actually made Shimizu feel relaxed. The usually grumpy boy showed the softest smile of his life on his face. At this moment, he was not afraid of life or death. Knowing you is enough for my life. Kanae, I love you, see you in the next life. Doma's hand knife fell with Shimi's last words, and at this critical moment, another hot red knife intervened in the battle. There was no blood gushing out, no death, only Doma and Kamiyama teasing each other in a frivolous manner with a calm face. Don't die, if you want to love, do it in this life. Thanks to you two for holding on, otherwise I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. As he said that, Kamiyama jumped to Kanae holding Shia in his arms, and lifted her up with one hand away from the ice field. The two men collapsed, and the marks on their faces faded a lot. He hurriedly gave Shimi a shot to repair the big hole in his chest to save his life. Kanae hugged Shia in her arms and kept repeating his name. Doma expressionlessly pulled out the red knife that was stuck in his chest, threw it away casually, and then turned around with a smile. It could clearly feel that this red-haired man was not on the same level as those two people. The hideous blade on its chest was slowly wriggling. Even the red sword could only slow down the powerful evil ghost's recovery speed, but could not completely suppress it. You are strong. Doma uttered 3 words lightly. It was not an approval, nor a compliment, but just a statement of the facts. Advertisement. As soon as it finished speaking, it inserted its index finger into its temple, stirred it for a while, and then continued. Tendo Kamiyama. Yes. Kamiyama nodded. Doma's smile was disgusting and he really wanted to vomit. Hey, didn't anyone tell you that your smile is fake? Forget it, you don't even know how to laugh. God knows who you learned that from. Doma suddenly took out a small mirror, looked at Kamiyama in confusion, and said. How can this be fake? It has been like this for hundreds of years. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Also, it's rude to interrupt someone else's fight. Hearing this, Kamiyama rolled his eyes at Doma and said unhappily, I'm a gangster, it's none of your business. The next second, the knife in his hand turned red, but the markings had not yet been activated. He needed to test how much fighting power Doma had left. After all, the stripes consume too much energy and are not suitable for long-term combat. If you open the stripes, it means you must kill, otherwise you won't open it. Kamiyama is not like swordsmen like Shimizu who have never opened the markings. He can already control it independently. Breathing of Dao Thunder form Qilin is activated, thousands of lightning strikes. Ziyat he gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands, and arcs of red-gold electricity gushed out from under his feet, crackling like a volcanic eruption. The electric arc expanded rapidly in the air, wrapping his entire body in an instant. The Thunder Kirin's egg-sized eyes locked onto Doma fiercely. Sensing the dangerous aura, it chose to retreat without hesitation. Its body moved backwards as fast as lightning, putting some distance between itself and Kamiyama. At the same time, 16 crystal princes were like shields, one after another, all lined up in Kamiyama's path. That's right, 12 is not Doma's limit, it will always use the most appropriate force to deal with the enemy. But when facing Kamiyama, it had to call upon all of its crystal princes to buy itself time to recover from its wounds. It still had the confidence that it could kill Kamiyama, and if not, it could still escape. Doma's main feature is its flexible tactics. Chapter 119 Water Lily Bodhisattva vs Golden Crow. The night is as dark as ink, and endless darkness covers the earth. However, under this dark night sky, an amazing scene suddenly appeared. A beam of brilliant red-gold lightning tore through the blackness like a burning flame. Wherever the Qilin passed, there was a clanging sound. The 16 crystal emperors were like a layer of thin paper that collapsed at the slightest touch. The thunder was like a horse galloping freely in the wilderness, neighing between heaven and earth. The ice crystals freezing the alveoli had no chance of touching Kamiyama, he was unstoppable. He had a heartfelt hatred for Doma, even though it happened in a time and space where he didn't exist, and it killed Shinobu in that time and space. When the thunder reached its peak, Doma had nowhere to hide. The wound that ran across half of his chest had not yet fully healed. Even so, a calm smile was still on his face. Just when the red knife was about to touch his neck, Crystal Princess suddenly appeared and blocked the fatal blow. With a crisp, ding, sound, the red knife and the iron fan collided with each other. The huge impact force generated by the two spread out in all directions like layers of airwaves and ripples. The powerful force caused all the debris of the surrounding houses to fly everywhere. A piece of open space with a radius of more than 10 meters was cleared out, the ground became sunken, and spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly. Doma smiled, his tone as calm as water, and said, "You are very strong, but you can't kill me at this level." Kamiyama curled his lips in disdain and asked, "Really?" In an instant, brilliant silver light rose from the ground like a volcanic eruption, and the breathing of Dao, the form of earth, and the full moon were activated with full force. A huge bright moon appeared behind him, emitting dazzling light, competing with the moon in the sky, making the moon in the sky pale in comparison. In an instant, cracks appeared on the iron fan in Doma's hand. It did not move because the power of the endless moonlight was like a mountain pressing down on it. After a brief stalemate, the iron fan shattered, and a hot breath rushed towards it. Seeing that the Nichiren blades were about to penetrate its neck, it swung another iron fan with its backhand, and a cold blade passed by, and its head fell off. Doma caught the head and took many steps back. It was a fool. It was impossible for it to take it easy in front of Kamiyama. If he was driving the striped car just now, Doma would be in hell now. Doma regards everything as unimportant. That's Doma's personality. He doesn't care about anyone or anything, so Muzan hates him. Advertisement: because this creature is not afraid of death, Muzan has no way to threaten it. Kamiyama stared at Doma intently and sneered, You don't think you can beat me without using your full strength, do you? What a shame, if I hadn't met Kochou Shinobu, you might have succeeded. As for now. Before he finished speaking, he gave a thumbs up, now you're a little brother. Kamiyama was absolutely right. Kochou Shinobu really wanted to kill him. Unlike Hyakume, who was a fool who loved to cultivate his character, the pressure of death pushed him to grow. This is the path that every swordsman must go through, either become stronger or die. After a short half-time break, Doma has to get serious. After all, it hasn't achieved its original goal for the day. It's going to eat Shanae. Day by day, even eating has become so troublesome. At the moment when the wound healed, Doma's pair of rainbow-colored eyes suddenly burst into a dazzling light. At the same time, the iron fan in his hand was turned into countless tiny powders under the impact of this powerful force, floating in the air like snowflakes. Blood Demon Art Mist Ice Water Lily Bodhisattva is activated. Its technique is based on ice and blood. This move is the ultimate in ice. It is an ice giant formed by consuming 70% of its blood. Before even a breath of time had passed, an ice bodhisattva appeared from behind it. It was a giant iceman that was more than 10 meters tall, standing between heaven and earth like an uncrossable iceberg. The crystal-clear ice was gleaming with cold light, and a murderous aura was surging like a tide. Doma was located on the chest of the water lily bodhisattva, with the corner of his mouth raised. In the blink of an eye, the water lily bodhisattva teleported to the top of Kamiyama's head, and the huge hand knife came with a storm of ice crystals. In an instant, the light disappeared from Kamiyama's world, and the area within a 10-meter radius centered on the water lily bodhisattva was filled with thick ice crystals. Real. Shimi, who had just regained consciousness, roared and staggered to his feet. Even if he died, it couldn't be a real death. In the white world of ice and snow, a dragon-shaped pattern rose up, and the external moonlight shrank, sticking to the skin like a cicada's wing. Advertisement at the same time, a layer of orange-red do-chi suddenly ignited on the surface of the silver do-chi, and hot breath kept spewing out from its mouth and nose. Kamiyama was like an internal combustion engine driven to the extreme. In just a moment, his fighting spirit had been compressed 50 times. Just as the hand knife was about to fall, the 50-second compression ended, and the red knife had turned incandescent, with only 3 red lines sandwiched between the back of the knife and the blade. This is the last sword form of breathing of Dao, heaven form, Golden Crow. The Golden Crow is the sun, and there is nothing else except the faint orange-red color that wraps around the moonlight. With just a slight lift of the knife, the arm of the water lily bodhisattva melted away, turning into pieces several centimeters square, which were peeled off bit by bit. The collapse was like a chain reaction, spreading up the arm little by little. Kamiyama held the knife in one hand, seemingly walking towards Doma step by step, but in fact, all that could be seen with the naked eye were afterimages. Doma didn't even see him clearly before he walked out of the ice and snow world. At this moment, the technique that specifically controlled its breathing became ineffective, so its strength was naturally greatly reduced. He leapt up like a phantom and stabbed the water lily's chest with a knife. The white Nichiren blades that seemed to disappear pierced into the ice and pointed directly at Doma's neck. Shimizu and Kanae, who were watching the fight from a distance, were stunned. Their eyes widened, their mouths slightly open, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. They didn't know what happened in the ice storm, but they saw Kamiyama floating up. The scene before their eyes reminded them of the sunrise every day when the sun rises from the horizon and the sky and the earth are covered in a white haze. Kamiyama was surrounded by a layer of faint light that was almost transparent but still visible, which gave them an illusion. Standing on the chest of the ice giant is not a person, but a sun. The sun is the nemesis of evil spirits. This is the Golden Crow, the ultimate breathing of Dao. Of course, this move consumes far more energy than the other 7 sword styles. With Kamiyama's current strength, he can only hold on for 3 minutes. If Doma is not killed at this time, it will be difficult to escape. However, the Nichiren blades had already pierced into the ice, but Doma was still standing there in a daze. The fear of sunlight was engraved in its cells, and facing the sudden appearance of sunlight, it was unable to move. Unable to face the sun directly, this is the sadness of ghosts. No matter how powerful they are, it is useless. Chapter 120. The same extreme state. There was dead silence under the night sky. The huge water lily Buddha fell to the ground with a loud bang. The scorching heat melted a small hole in its chest, and Kamiyama stepped on the hole. The Nichiren blades had already penetrated 1/3 of Doma's neck. At this moment, it came to its senses. In an instant, the ice behind it exploded with a bang, and a crystal dragon blocked the blade. It quickly retreated. Before it landed on the ground, it placed one hand on the water lily bodhisattva, and a powerful suction force instantly twisted the ice giant that was more than 10 meters tall. An endless vortex appeared on Doma's palm. As the suction increased, the ice giant began to deform. Its originally hard body gradually became soft, like kneaded dough. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kamiyama drew his sword and distanced himself. After just a few breaths, the water lily bodhisattva was completely absorbed. It was originally made of blood, and Doma recovered it in order to gain the strength to fight Kamiyama again. The crystal clear blue ice crystals pierced through the flesh like sharp daggers and adhered tightly to the surface of the skin. At the neck, the huge gap that Kamiyama had cut earlier was now filled with these blue ice crystals. Doma put on a layer of blood blue ice crystal armor. This was the new blood vampire technique he had comprehended just when he was on the verge of death. Extreme cold water lily blood armor. This blood magic allows it to merge with the water lily bodhisattva, but the cost is that the body will stop producing blood for a period of time. It was able to climb all the way from upper 6 to upper 2 through a bloody battle of position substitution. Its talent and adaptability to Muzan's demon blood could not possibly be bad. At this moment, Doma was like a heavily armored cavalryman, wrapped tightly from head to toe. Interesting. Kamiyama said calmly that if Doma was not killed now, it would be more difficult in the future. Fortunately, this guy did not have any firm beliefs, otherwise it would be disastrous if he broke through the boundaries of ghosts. You still couldn't kill me. Doma smiled, stared at Kamiyama intently, and repeated in a flat tone what he had said a few minutes ago. Yes, it is that confident. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words fell, Kamiyama disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Advertisement, however, the next moment, a dazzling red lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, roaring with endless might. This lightning was like a wild beast, pouncing on it with its fangs and claws bared. Wherever the lightning passed, the earth was instantly torn apart, and a deep ravine appeared like a hideous wound. Doma comprehended new blood demon arts on the battlefield, but Jinwu was not weak. When it came to its senses, the incandescent Nichiren blades with 3 bloodlines were close to its neck again. Before it could react, Kamiyama's afterimage froze in front of it, but his real body had disappeared. A deep blue abyss suddenly appeared under its feet, and it seemed that something was swimming in the abyss. It was a giant dragon with wings on its back, and its cold gaze was fixed on it, just like a god in the sky looking down at a poor creature on the ground, full of contempt and disdain. The breath of Dao, the shape of marsh, Yinglong. Kamiyama himself suddenly appeared above Doma's head, with the breathing of Dao, fire form, and Suzaku activated. Under the dual blessing of the full moon and the golden crow, he was able to flexibly switch sword skills and change to his normal form. In fact, there was a vacuum period of a few tenths of a second each time he switched. Instantly, a ball of blazing fire suddenly burst out from behind him, instantly forming a pair of huge wings. As the wings spread out, the surrounding air seemed to be ignited, making crackling sounds. Doma was still using blood magic to block the shadow in front of him and didn't notice the killing move above his head at all. Just as it was about to be beheaded, 6 pairs of clasped hands made of ice jumped out from its head. With a loud clang, the water lily bodhisattva bounced Kamiyama away, and Doma's blood was consumed by 10%. This is the price of becoming one with the water lily bodhisattva. Every attack consumes blood. If the blood is used up, Doma will need at least a year to eat humans to recover. The essence of the water lily blood armor is the same as that of the golden crow. Both greatly amplify the body in a short period of time, but the body will enter a weak period after the effect ends. The strangest thing is that Doma himself doesn't know why he has mastered this kind of blood vampire magic. The instinct of survival belongs to his body, and the nonsense belongs to his soul. To it, flesh is flesh and soul is soul, just like the mouth and feet of a husky. When they looked up, the man and the ghost looked at each other. Both of them were equally calm and unhurried. Without giving the opponent a chance to breathe, Kamiyama's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands and swung it hard, using the water form. Walking dragon move. Advertisement. In an instant, the compressed fighting spirit began to boil violently like boiling water, emitting bursts of low roaring sounds. As Kamiyama swung the sword, a brilliant blue light burst out from the sword, forming a huge dragon. The dragon stretched out its body, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards Doma with unstoppable momentum. At the same time, the 16 crystal princes revolved around Doma like the barrels of a Gatling gun, consuming 50% of his blood. Its blood magic was all directed at the dragon, and the scene looked extremely spectacular from a distance. A dragon came from the sky carrying water from a great river. An ice giant rose from the ground with a blizzard. At the junction of water and snow, the world is divided into two. This fierce confrontation lasted for 30 seconds. With the explosion, Kamiyama was blown away by the powerful force, and a stream of bright red blood spurted out of his mouth. Doma was like a giant nail, embedded in the ground, with only his head exposed. Kamiyama was like a kite with a broken string. It drew an arc in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. It plowed the land for more than 20 meters before stopping. You still can't kill me, but I still have 40% of my blood that can be mobilized. 2 blood blue arms emerged from the ground, and it said with a smile. Supporting himself with his hands on the ground, Doma pulled himself out. Compared with the beginning, his body had obviously shrunk a lot, and his skin was tightly attached to his bones, with wrinkles all over. Turning its head to look behind it, it suddenly didn't want to play anymore. There was only one goal left in its mind, which was to eat Kanae. If I don't eat, maybe my life would be meaningless. Doma turned into a blood blue phantom, flashed by, and appeared in front of Kanae the next moment. A hideous crack runs from the neck to the stomach. A real foodie would always swallow the food whole, otherwise it would take a long time to eat it bite by bite. Doma knew that this way of eating was not very decent, but he couldn't wait any longer, so he could only apologize to Shanae with a smile. Beautiful Miss Kanae, if there is an afterlife, I will definitely eat you elegantly. Chapter 121. The Drunkard's Thin Blood, a False Victory. At this time, Kanae's markings had completely faded, and she was in an extremely weak state, without even the strength to dodge. Doma, split into 2 halves, looked like a zombie, and seemed to have decided to eat her, but without caring about herself, Kanae pushed Shia in her arms aside. At this critical moment, a pair of strong hands grabbed her arms, She felt a pulling force, and before she could open her arms to refuse, Shia switched positions with her. They both wanted to keep each other alive. Suddenly, a knife pierced Doma's heart, which gave the two enough time to dodge, but Shia got angry and didn't care about anything else. He roared, veins bulged all over his body, and he swung the knife. In an instant, rich dark green fighting spirit swept in like a surging tide, and in the blink of an eye it dyed half of the sky dark green. At the same time, the wound on his chest that had stopped bleeding burst open again, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Doma took the opportunity to quickly absorb the large amount of blood, like a greedy insect. The crack on its chest healed quickly, and with a crisp sound, the knife in Shimizu's hand broke, and Kamiyama immediately pulled out the Nichiren blades. He dodged to the side and past Doma, picked up Shia and pulled up Kanae, quickly creating some distance. I have recovered 10%. As expected of a rare blood, Doma's wrinkles on his skin disappeared a lot. He looked at the three figures in the distance, his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a weird smile, and said confidently, "You can't kill me now." Kamiyama carefully put Kanae down. The bloodstained Shia tightly grasped his shoulders, leaving a trail of blood marks. He leaned into his ear and said proudly, "That idiot dared to drink my blood, he must pay with his life." Shimizu's blood is like strong liquor to ghosts. Even if it can't make Doma drunk, it can at least slightly affect its movements. In a battle of this level, any slight change would cost lives. Hearing this, Kamiyama's mouth curled up. In terms of fighting enthusiasm, he was far inferior to Shia. He asked in a low voice, "Can you still move? Let's kill that B********* D together?" Shia fell backwards holding the half-broken Nichiren blades, pretending to be exhausted, but his fanatical scarlet eyes told it all. When he thought about being able to kill Doma with his own hands, he had to squeeze out all his strength even if it meant he had to force it. The moment he fell to the ground, Kamiyama's face broke into a wanton smile, as if everything was under his control. Advertisement then, he quickly turned around and looked at Doma with a firm and sharp gaze. Then, he launched an attack without hesitation, rushing towards Doma with amazing speed and strength. The knife in his hand flashed a dazzling red gold light, and thunder rumbled. Kanae used her last bit of consciousness to give the remaining half of the 3,000 to save your life to Shia. In this battle, he injected 3 potions by himself, completely pushing his body's limits. What is the limit of being on the verge of death? As long as the belief in killing all the evil spirits in the world remains, there is no limit. Doma clasped his hands towards the void and stretched them forward. Then, countless blood-red ice crystals wrapped around his arms and began to spin like dancing flames. These ice crystals flashed with strange light, as if they were made of blood, emitting a frightening aura. As Doma moved, 2 ice crystal folding fans gradually condensed. At this moment, Kamiyama came right in front of him, the sword and the fan collided, thunder and lightning flashed, and a blizzard raged. However, Doma's speed was obviously a little slower, and even Doma itself did not notice it. The scorching Nichiren blades passed the blood fan and chopped straight for its neck. The only pity is that the water lily blood armor seemed to have automatic defense turned on. It did not need Doma's control and automatically summoned the water lily Bodhisattva's hand to block. Boom boom boom. Kamiyama's heartbeat was like the sound of a bell, getting faster and faster. Every beat seemed to urge him to speed up. The Golden Crow's time limit was about to expire. If the battle could not be ended quickly, the consequences would be disastrous. He took a deep breath, concentrated his mind, mobilized all his strength, and the hot blood flowed through his heart to his entire body. At this moment, Kamiyama had only one belief in his heart. Kill Doma, and G kill Doma. He tightly grasped the Nichiren blades in his hand, and the thin layer of moonlight close to his body melted. At the same time, the outermost fighting spirit was compressed again and again. Jinwu's fighting spirit was compressed for the 55th time, and it was completely materialized and attached to the surface of his body. His movements became more agile and his attacks became more sharp. At this moment, Kamiyama truly turned into a blazing sun, immune to the cold. Doma was gradually unable to bear it. Even so, he still had the heart to complain. "You're going to die, then let's fight to the death." Advertisement. "I'll die." No, the corners of its mouth stretched to a grin, proving that no matter how hard the human in front of it pressed on, it just couldn't die. "As long as you kill him, you can eat Kanae." Doma put his hands together, consumed the remaining 49% of his blood, and activated the blood demon art. Mist Ice. Water Lily Bodhisattva. There is no need to wait at all. The Water Lily Bodhisattva, which is more than 10 meters tall, will appear when you clap your hands. Countless streams of ice crystal mist shining with cold light swept in like a blizzard, and the huge hand knife fell like a meteor from the sky, cutting through the void, and the air was torn apart wherever it passed, making a shrill scream. But Doma was not in the body of the Water Lily Bodhisattva. It was hiding behind it, and its body had shrunk to the thickness of a bamboo pole. It was now just skin and bones. It was like a shadowy poisonous snake, spitting out its tongue in the dark, ready to attack Kamiyama at any time. After the fierce collision, the Water Lily Bodhisattva shattered into pieces and turned into tiny ice crystals flashing all over the sky. On the other hand, Kamiyama lowered his head, the Golden Crow fighting spirit on his body completely dimmed, and he almost turned into a bloody man. Ha 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 ha. Doma pretended to laugh, remembering that this was the way it was supposed to be at this moment, because it had won. "You still can't kill me. It leaned forward, its withered hands tightly grasping a blood-red folding fan. Just as it was about to take a step, it staggered like a drunkard. Because it had just completely digested the thin blood it absorbed from Shimizu, and was ready to take advantage of the situation to kill Kamiyama and Shimizu, the two people who were in the way. Before it could steady itself, two figures were reflected in its rainbow eyes. One was Kamiyama, whose golden crow fighting spirit was rekindled, and the other was Shia, who was ejected. The two had been waiting for this moment, the moment when Doma thought he had won, the moment when Doma relaxed. All three of them were laughing. However, Kamiyama and Shia had the brightest smiles on their faces, laughing unscrupulously. The smile on Doma's face was fake, and the victory was also fake. Chapter 122. Joining forces to kill the fighting spirit in Kamiyama's body was boiling like a volcano, as if it was hot magma gushing out from the depths of hell. He took a step forward, and the ground beneath his feet trembled, making a low roar. The next moment, the body turned into an incandescent meteor, streaking through the dark night sky with dazzling light. It was as fast as lightning and crossed a long distance in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a dazzling trail. Wherever he passed, a powerful energy wave filled the air. At this moment, he gave it his all. As the blazing blade approached, Doma instantly drained all his blood. The two ice crystal blood fans mysteriously ignited with chilling blue flames. Its body shrank again, but its face still had that hypocritical smile and that self-confidence that came from nowhere. As the blood burned, the blue flames jumped and danced on the ice crystal blood fan. It was more like an icy breath from the depths of hell, which made people feel creepy. That's right, it broke through again and activated the blood demon technique, cold and dry ice flame. But it no longer had a chance. The mistake just now was too big. Along with the white incandescent meteor of Kamiyama, there was also a dark green one. Shimi's body was surrounded by a layer of dark green blade wind-like armor. He held a half-broken sword in his hand, the blade flashed with cold light, and the corner of his mouth was hung with the most ostentatious smile. Ha 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 ha, B*****************. D. Go to hell. Kamiyama's sword flashed, and the blade wind wrapped in heat waves extinguished the ice blue flame, and Doma's dry arm flew out. At the same time, Shimi's knife had already cut into the left side of its neck. The water lily blood armor without blood supply was like paper and shattered at the touch. Kamiyama quickly reversed the blade, and the incandescent long blade slashed fiercely into Doma's body from the right. Two Nichiren blades crossed and swept across the night sky. The world in Doma's eyes turned upside down, and its skinny body fell down with the wind. Shimi's broken sword fell out of his hand and he fainted immediately. He had done his best so that he could brag to those guys in the future that the one he beheaded was upper rank too. Looking at Kamiyama, the effect of the golden crow ended, and he felt an irresistible fatigue surging into his heart, as if every cell in his body was shrouded in heavy fatigue. He slumped on the ground with only the knife in his hand. Doma's disappearing head was at his feet. The guy was still laughing. Did I lose? If it is going to die, it remembers that it should be afraid, but what is it afraid of? It doesn't know. Sad fellow, go to hell, Kamiyama said weakly. He tremblingly took out a syringe from his arms, and stabbed the needle into Doma's body. The mechanism was activated, and only 1/3 of the blood in the syringe was drawn out. Advertisement: both Doma's head and body gradually turned into ashes. Upper Moon too went to hell. Watching Doma completely disappear from this world, the heavy weight in his heart finally fell to the ground. The sky finally cleared up, the dark clouds gradually dissipated, and the bright moon hung high in the night sky, emitting a soft light. The moonlight gently caressed the three people of Kamiyama, as if it was the gentle hand of Mother Nature, making people feel at ease. There were rapid footsteps coming from the distant horizon. It was the team member in black uniform. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The real master is there, a stretcher. Medical team, Master Fengju is seriously injured. Someone come quickly. Master Waju is here, medical team. Yin's rescue was proceeding smoothly, and Kamiyama hurriedly stopped the injection of Yin that was about to save Shia's life, and said seriously. Don't give him the life-saving 3000. He's already received 3 injections. He needs to rest, and recuperate. His voice became quieter, and finally he fell into a deep sleep. 3 days later, Yun Town, Teng's house. After the war, Kamiyama had a rare free time and strolled leisurely in the yard. He recovered the fastest, followed by Kanae. Only Shimoya was still in a coma, but his life was not in danger. Crossing the courtyard, Kanae came towards him carrying a basin of warm water. He greeted her with a smile, Sister Wei. Kanae nodded and said with a smile, Shin, I'm going to take care of Shimizu. Go to the front yard for a while. There's a surprise. She gave him a mysterious smile and walked away. Kamiyama. Without giving it much thought, he walked quickly through the corridor and headed straight for the vestibule. Having rested enough, he planned to leave tomorrow. Currently the only one that has not been found is the Kamado one, and I don't know if I can catch up. As he was thinking, he walked quickly through the corridor. When he looked up, a pair of bright purple eyes came into his sight. At this moment, Kamiyama felt as if he were bathed in spring breeze. He immediately trotted over. After all, to meet someone you like you have to run. Advertisement Shinobu opened his arms, smiled with curved eyebrows, and said, Long time no see, our great hero. The news that the 3 men beheaded Upper Moon 2 spread like wildfire in the headquarters, and morale was at an all-time high. People say that the evil spirits can be put to an end in this generation. Kamiyama turned his head and said in a mean way, "Why don't you give me a reward? Kiss me." Shinobu pinched his cheek and whispered, "Someone is watching us, please restrain yourself." "Other people? Which other person?" Kamiyama looked around with a puzzled look on his face, and soon locked his sight on the top of the courtyard wall. Obana glared at him with disdain. "Poisonous. Poisonous tongue. Good for nothing. Long time no see." Xiao Banei curled her lips and responded. If she had known this mission, she would have come with this guy. Now she missed the chance to kill the upper rank again. God is so unfair. Why can this foodie meet the upper ranks? It's so unfair. So he decided to follow Fan Tong for the time being, so that the chance of killing the upper rank would be greatly increased. "You two can chat, I'm going to see my sister." Kochou Shinobu rushed to the corridor without looking back. He was so happy that he could finally see his sister whom he had been thinking about all the time. "Sister, I'm here, did you miss me?" Kamiyama crossed his arms and said to the little Banei on the wall, "Poisonous tongue, are you born in the year of the monkey? You climb the wall every day." Xiao Banei rolled his eyes at him and threw a letter casually like a hidden weapon. He was too lazy to argue with this guy and added, "A letter from my lord. Who could believe that a letter made of paper could make a sound of breaking through the air? It shows how powerful the force is." Kamiyama continued casually and asked, "And then? You just want to deliver a letter? Can the crows do that, too?" Xiao Banei jumped down and said firmly, "I have been following you for a while recently. I want to cut down the upper string. Also, the Lord said that in the future, 3 pillars will be required to investigate suspected 12 Kazuki places at the same time, and there will be no need for anyone to stay at the headquarters. Yubayashiki Kagaya did this out of consideration for the safety of the pillars. After all, it is impossible for Kamiyama to be nearby by coincidence every time. 3 pillars can at least guarantee survival." He didn't want anyone to be sacrificed before the final battle with Muzan. Chapter 123, 12 Kazuki gathers in Infinite City. Infinite City. In this underground world, red corridors and skybridges run through it like rivers of blood. Wooden walls, windows, and doors are intertwined to form a huge maze that is dazzling. Every inch of the building exudes a strange atmosphere. Some are lying sideways, some are upside down, and some are tilted. Together, they make up this twisted and gloomy underground world. Here, space seems to have lost its meaning and everything seems so chaotic. Passing through the layers of buildings, you can see a woman holding a pipa kneeling on a small suspended platform. The woman has gray skin, long black hair, bangs on both sides of her face, and her hair just covers her eyes. Nakim, Muzan's attendant, is also the operator of this magnificent dungeon. It used the plectrum to draw across the thin strings, and the ethereal and deadly sound echoed in the dungeon. Suddenly, a door opened and Kokushibu walked out silently. It just glanced at Nakim and disappeared into the darkness. The sound of the pipa continued to flow, and another door floating in the air opened. A burly man fell from the sky and landed steadily on a platform dozens of meters below his feet. Akaza slowly stood up and looked at Nakim, its golden eyes gleaming with brilliance, and asked, "Why did you summon me?" "You better be okay." There was fresh blood at the corner of its mouth, and it was obviously in a bad mood because its feeding was interrupted. "My lord has given orders." Nakim's cold voice sounded. Akaza wiped the blood and said no more. Another burst of pipa sound was heard, and the window next to it opened, and a white porcelain pot rolled out. Perhaps sensing a familiar scent, the creature in the pot greeted it. "Lord Akaza, long time no see." "Yeah," Akaza nodded as a sign of agreement. Just as he finished speaking, the crisp sound of high heels hitting wood was heard from a platform not far from the two ghosts. Daki, with her curvy figure and beautiful face, slowly walked out of the shadows. As her beautiful eyes swept over, she saw that she was leaning on the stair railing with her arms. Her majestic chest was squeezed into a big rift, all white. Advertisement as a kid in the eyes of the scumbag boss, Daki is an extremely favored one. Naturally, other ghosts are too lazy to bother with a little brat. After the appearance of Upper Six, the infinite castle fell into silence. After a while, Gyoko, who had been hiding in the pot, spoke up, "Ms. Nakim, why are Lord Doma and Hantengu not here? Could it be that Lord wants to favor me alone?" When Gyoko thought of Muzan's heroic figure, he felt extremely happy and trembled all over. "They're both dead." Nakim's words contained no emotion. She didn't care about any ghosts except Muzan. As soon as these words were spoken, the white porcelain pot first vibrated wildly, and then a lot of water gushed out like a fountain, and Gyoko came out in surprise. It can be said to be the ghost with the strangest appearance. His whole body was as white as if it had been scraped with putty. There was a mouth with 2 green lips where the eyes should be, and the eyes were on the forehead and mouth respectively. It has 5 purple fins on its bald head, 2 small hands on each side of its head, and 5 small hands on each side of its body. How could this happen? He died, just like that. Mr. Doma was very strong. Gyoko's baby hands were waving wildly all over his body. He had a good personal relationship with Doma, who had even given him a pot he had made himself. At this time, Akaza, who had been silent the whole time, raised his lips and said without hesitation, "Being beheaded is just because he is too weak. That guy who only knows how to bully the weak deserves to die. Of course, it just wants Doma to die. It has no other meaning, it just simply hates him." Daki, who was standing on the stairs nearby, covered his mouth in shock. After not seeing each other for 100 years, 2 of his colleagues just died. Does that mean that he will be promoted? Akaza was much stronger than him. Gyoko didn't dare to refute him and could only lower his head sadly. At this moment, a red platform several meters square floated by on both sides of the platform where the two ghosts were. On the left platform are Enmu, the lower moon 1, and Lei, the lower moon 5, and on the right platform are Mukago, the lower moon 4, and Rokuro, the lower moon 2. Advertisement except for Tired, who was favored by Muzan, and Enmu, who was mentally ill. The other two were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe. After all, that was an upper rank that could kill them with ease. Of course, Mukago and Rokuro's fear seemed a bit unnecessary. After all, no upper rank even looked at them, so who would care about an ant on the roadside? However, the 12 Kazuki appearing together in the Infinite City has never happened in the past few hundred years. All the demons looked at Nikim at the same time. Although they had not sensed Muzan's presence, the upper ranks all knew that this was what Lord Muzan meant. Suddenly, a completely different spatial fluctuation came from the opposite direction of Nikim. All of a sudden, 12 Kazuki turned their heads to look. At this moment, there were a few crisp, crackling sounds, and the void began to shatter, as if a mirror was broken, and the cracks spread rapidly. Then, the space debris peeled off like a thin layer of paper, revealing the darkness hidden inside. Suddenly, a huge force surged out from the crack, and the weak lower string was directly embedded in the wooden board. Akaza, Gyoko and Daki half knelt down towards the space crack, and even Kokoshibu who was hiding in the dark showed up. A large pool of dark purple substance like silt gushed out from the void. The silt slid down and gradually condensed into a series of dark purple steps. The stairs connected to a larger red platform, which was not on the same level as 12 Kazuki and was more than 1 meter higher. Nikim also knelt down, and a guy covered in purple paint and cracks appeared next to him. It was none other than Jikusora, or the current upper rank 4. It prostrated itself on the ground, its tone extremely flattering, more like a dog than a dog, and shouted with joy. "Welcome our king, the great ancestor, Lord Muzan." Lazy Void is like an old eunuch beside the emperor. Even such a cool thing as the appearance of Void was proposed by it. Just as it finished speaking, suddenly, a cold voice came from the void. This voice was like an oracle coming from the sky, containing endless might and power. Every word was like a sharp sword, piercing through the void and stabbing into every ghost's heart. A delicate little foot in wooden clogs stepped out of the door of the void. With a click, circles of invisible ripples spread out with a heart-pounding force. The internal meeting of the company where the scumbag boss is looking for the blue spider lily has officially begun. Chapter 124 Hunting Order Muzan, wearing a black women's kimono, stepped out from the crack in the void. Her figure was like a cold moon, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Her skin was as white and flawless as snow, her soft black hair fell on her slender shoulders like a waterfall, and her face was delicate and beautiful, as if it was a work of art carefully carved by God. Muzan has studied every aspect of women's clothing thoroughly, but beneath the beautiful appearance lies the dirtiest soul in the world. As her eyes swept over, the air around her seemed to solidify, and an invisible pressure enveloped the dungeon. She is like a king ruling the world, exuding unparalleled dominance and majesty. With every step, the dark purple stairs trembled slightly, and it spoke word by word. "You bunch of losers, you can't find the blue spider lily, and now even the upper ranks have been killed by the Demon Slayer Corps. What use do I have for you?" Its words were like sharp knives, stabbing into the hearts of the ghosts. Rokuro complained in his mind, "The upper rank is dead, what does it have to do with me, the lower rank?" Muzan noticed this idea the moment it was born, and said coldly, "Rokuro, stand up." Hearing this, its heart skipped a beat and it stood up tremblingly. Every pore in its body told of fear. Could it be that its inner thoughts were exposed? "My lord, I deserve to die." Just as he finished his words, a giant snake of flesh and blood with spiral teeth scurried out from behind Muzan. The other ghosts didn't even dare to look up, and Rokuro was swallowed up before he could react. There was only a pool of blood where he stood. Muzan said calmly, "If you deserve to die, then go die. There is no point in keeping you trash. The lower moon changes every year, and I've never seen you kill a single pillar, so I decided to abolish the lower moon's position. Because of Kamiyama, this process was brought forward. After all, it will be abolished sooner or later, or maybe the boss had this idea a long time ago. The reason why the lower moon still exists is probably because of the existence of Lei. It was so similar to the former Muzan that Muzan became extremely fond of it and was even tolerant enough to allow it to form a group with other ghosts. When this order came out, Mukago was frightened and cursed Rokuro in her heart as a fool. Just when she was stunned, Muzan called her name. "Mukago, do you have any other comments?" Without any hesitation, Mukago turned and ran. She ran at the fastest speed in her life, so fast that it created a sonic boom. But when it came to its senses, it found that only its own body was running in the distance. After running for a while, it fell down and fell into the endless infinite city. Advertisement Muzan threw Mukago's head away like garbage. In less than a few minutes, it had killed 2 lower moons. The title of Demon Pillar was not earned for nothing. After dealing with the 2 useless guys, it turned its head and looked at Lei, its tone obviously much lighter, and asked, "You seem to have become stronger again. Your excellency is wise." Lei kowtowed, expressing his gratitude to Muzan from the bottom of his heart. He was paralyzed in bed before, and it was Muzan who gave him freedom. "No, it's not strong enough." Muzan shook his head, and saw a very thin whip piercing into Lei's neck, and then a large amount of ghost blood poured into Lei's body. As the ghost blood poured in, Lei first coughed violently, then fell to the ground holding his chest. He convulsed wildly as if he had epilepsy, his pale skin turned red, and a large area of his skin was ulcerated. Send him away. Muzan glanced at Nikim, and the sound of a lute rang out, and the red platform under Lei's body split in two. After he fell in, the platform snapped shut. Life or death is up to fate. Now that the upper rank position is vacant, Muzan plans to fill it. Waste is waste, but if there were no such waste, it would have to do many things by itself, which would be very troublesome. After all this trouble, the only lower moon left at the scene was Enmu, a mentally twisted pervert. Its face flushed, like a girl in love, and its heartbeat quickened. It's my turn now, ha ha ha, it's finally my turn, how will I die? How will I die? Eat me, crush me, behead me. In an instant, it imagined countless ways of dying and was shaking with excitement. It only regretted that it could not split itself into two and try each way of dying. Muzan took a step forward and stood in front of Enmu in the blink of an eye. It grabbed the other's neck and lifted him up, asking, "Aren't you afraid of me? My dear Lord Muzan, I love you. It is my lifelong wish to die in your hands. Come on, kill me with your most cruel means, please. I adore you so much." Muzan frowned. Why did he turn it into a ghost in the first place? This guy is definitely mentally ill, but he has good awareness. Advertisement: since you want to die, I will punish you so that you don't have to die. It extended its index finger and stabbed it into Enmu's temple, then stared at some of the ghost blood. The moment the ghost blood entered its body, Enmu let out a comfortable hum. It was in extreme pain now, but the more pain it felt, the happier it was. After all, this was Lord Muzan's love. Lord Muzan, I love you, you are the most perfect in the world, ah. Hearing this, Muzan frowned again. Nikim understood immediately and immediately opened a space to send Enmu away. After dealing with the lower string, it's time to deal with the upper string. The trashy boss first walked towards Akaza, and it actually valued it very much and was loyal enough, which was what Muzan appreciated. Akaza, look up. Yes, sir. Compared to the perversion and panic of the lower moon, Akaza seemed extremely calm, and it raised its head obediently. Doma is dead, you should take his place, but I'm not as strong as that guy, and I'm afraid of disappointing your trust. Akaza was extremely ashamed. It was true that it hated Doma, but it had to admit that it was indeed not as strong as Doma. Don't question my decision. Muzan's fingers lightly passed through the air, and Akaza's head rolled down, and the 3 in its right eye turned into 2. Then, an image came into its mind. It was a young man with a crimson high ponytail. If you meet him, kill him without mercy. Muzan said this to all the upper ranks, and that person was Tendo Kamiyama. Muzan didn't care that he killed a few upper ranks, it just hated his appearance, which was very similar to that guy, so he deserved to die. Go find the blue spider lily, go kill the pillar, get out of here. As soon as he finished speaking, Nikim sent all the upper rank celestial beings out of the infinite castle. At the same time, transmission means that the images in the mind are transmitted to the eyes of every living ghost. And his cold words echoed in every ghost's mind. If you see this human, kill him at all costs. Muzan does not often use this ability to contact all ghosts at the same time. This is the first time it uses it, and the first move is to issue a hunting order for Kamiyama. Now only the upper third and upper fourth positions are empty because Muzan doesn't want to set them up for the time being and it doesn't care at all. Doma and Hantengu died, but Hyakume and Jiku were added as replacements, so the combat power of the upper ranks has not been reduced. Chapter 125 Kenroji Mitsuri in summer, the willow branches are lush and verdant, like a green ocean. When the breeze blows, the willow branches sway gently. There sat a young girl under the willow tree, with a pair of large, sparkling light green eyes, a mole under each eye, and 3 long cherry pink braids casually draped over her majestic chest. The girl's name is Kenroji Mitsuri, and today is her 25th blind date. Mitsuri is so cute, so what is it that makes so many boys stay away from her? The strange hair color, the appetite comparable to that of 3 sumo wrestlers, or the delicate figure that can uproot a weeping willow tree? Yes, all of these. In this day and age, men will not look for a woman who is stronger than themselves. She puffed up her lips and began to tell herself seriously, Kenroji Mitsuri, you must not eat too much and you must act weak. That's it, come on. The midsummer sun is hot and dazzling, casting mottled light and shadows through the gaps between the willow branches. The cicadas' chirping sounds rise and fall like a grand concert, accompanied by the sound of the gurgling stream. Together they play a beautiful symphony. Such a beautiful scene, coupled with a lovely and charming young girl, it is no exaggeration to say that she is absolutely stunning. Soon, a sturdy boy who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old appeared on the horizon. When Emily Lee met the other person's gaze, she immediately became nervous. While she was stunned, the boy had already walked closer. Hello. I'm Fujiwara Hiroshi, who was introduced by Aunt Kyoko. The boy bowed deeply and spoke politely. Seeing this, Mitsuri bowed hurriedly, her face flushed, and she said in a panic, Hello, I'm Kenroji Mitsuri. When they stood up, their heads bumped into each other in panic. Unexpectedly, Fujiwara was knocked to the ground and staggered, while Mitsuri was as steady as a mountain, not moving at all. This is naturally not her fault. After all, her physique is different from that of ordinary people. Her muscle density is 8 times that of ordinary humans. Especially when she is nervous, her muscles contract and her defense is greatly enhanced. This collision reminded him of a legend circulating in the blind date circle in the next town. I heard that there is a girl with strange hair color who eats a whole bowl of rice for every meal and has super strength. She can kill a cow with one punch. Fujiwara looked at Mitsuri with suspicion. Since they were introduced by a relative, he didn't take it seriously at first, but now he had to think about it seriously. He asked as if he was torturing a prisoner, "Are you from Chishui town?" Mitsuri blinked her big watery eyes and poked her hands innocently. At this moment, she looked like a dog that had done something wrong. I'm from there." As soon as he finished speaking, Fujiwara turned and ran without even looking back. Advertisement. "Well, I'm sorry, my sow has given birth. Let's talk about the blind date next time." M.I. Lee. She watched helplessly as yet another boy was scared away by her, but she never expected that everyone in the next town would know about it. Well, M.I. Lee's eyes were moist and sparkling with tears, like crystal clear gems. Her eyes revealed a kind of helplessness and sadness. She sighed and said, "I can't get married in this life. What should I do?" While lamenting, she punched the willow tree next to her, and her punch went through the bull-thick trunk. The girl's fist only turned red. After the blind date failed, Mitsuri decided to take a walk along the stream and start planning her next blind date. "You must dye your hair, control your appetite, and pretend to be delicate. Don't forget this next time." "Kanroji Mitsuri, you can do it, come on." After a while of self-comfort, a lively and cheerful smile returned to her face and she hummed a little tune unconsciously. After a while, Mitsuri, with a big heart, forgot about the unpleasantness just now and started playing with water happily. She put her feet into the cool stream, kicked the water gently, and looked at the splashing water. A happy smile appeared on her face. The white feet swim freely in the water like nimble little fish, as if they have merged into one with the stream. At the same time, 3 boys wearing haori walked across the stream. It was the trio of Kamiyama, Obanai, and Kyojiro who had just finished investigating the suspected sighting of 12 Kazuki. "You idiot, why is your ability to attract ghosts not working?" Bane looked at Kamiyama suspiciously, her tone full of disappointment. "Forget about 12 Kazuki, there's not even a ghost." "Hello. What's that expression on your face? What can I do if I don't meet you?" Kamiyama spread his hands helplessly and said, "Maybe you were born to be immune to evil spirits. It would be great if there were no ghosts. This way no one would get hurt," the eldest brother added with a smile. He was still like a little son, always thinking about others. "Brother is still a good person." Shin hugged Kyojiro and said with a smile. "Huh? What do you mean, I'm not a good person?" Xiao Bane said unhappily. "I can't kill the ghost, I want to fight you in a one-on-one duel." "Pick it up, noob. I'll give you a hand." "No need." Xiao Bane frowned and was about to draw his sword on the spot. Kyojiro put one arm around Kamiyama and the other around Obanai, acting as a peacemaker. Advertisement. Alright. Just practice fighting each other as usual, both of you should stop when it's enough. We're just ahead in town, I'll treat you to dinner. For my brother's sake, I won't teach you a lesson, you good for nothing. You should thank Big Brother for saving you." Snort. The two of them snorted at the same time and turned their heads away. There was a stream next to Kamiyama, and he accidentally saw the girl playing in the water. Huh? Thinking he had recognized the wrong person, he rubbed his eyes and opened them again. It was still the girl playing in the water. Kanroji Mitsuri. Oh my god, what else could this be except fate? He can even meet this kind of person. Could it be that the sharp-tongued guy is lucky in love? When he was confused, he glanced at Xiao Bane and happened to meet the other person's gaze. "What are you looking at me for?" With his brain working rapidly, Kamiyama thought of a perfect encounter between the two of them. He pointed to the stream beside him and said anxiously. "Venomous tongue, no, there's a girl over there trying to commit suicide. She's already standing in the middle of the stream." Obanai. Just as he finished speaking, Kamiyama faked a fall and knocked down his big brother. "For the sake of my brother's happiness, I'm sorry, brother." Once the two men fell, there was no longer any barrier between the small banana house and the stream. As Kamiyama said, a lovely girl was standing in the middle of the rushing stream. Seeing both of them fall down, it was too late to say anything, but how could they just watch a life disappear? Xiao Bane took a big step over the two of them and rushed into the stream at the fastest speed, shouting. "Girl, don't seek death." Chapter 126. Can you be my blind date? Seeking death. Where is there anyone who wants to die? Mitsuri, who was slacking off, had doubts in her eyes. It seemed that there was no one else here except herself. It happened that Xiao Bane had already stepped into the river. Hearing the splashing sound of water, Mitsuri immediately realized that although the stream was not very deep, it could still drown people if someone was determined to commit suicide. She turned around hurriedly, her movements a little flustered, and coincidentally, their eyes met at this moment. The surrounding streams seemed to have stopped flowing, and everything was so quiet and peaceful. There was surprise in Xiao Bane's eyes. He felt as if he had been electrocuted. His whole body was numb and his heartbeat accelerated. Hair as bright as cherry blossoms, clear and lively eyes, thin pink lips. How can there be such a lovely girl in this world? I confirmed through eye contact that I was in love. Mitsuri tilted her head, because the person in front of her didn't look like someone seeking death at all. At this moment, Kamiyama, who was lying on the river bank, picked up a stone on the roadside and threw it out. He learned this technique from Yoriichi, the gorgeous hidden weapon technique. Xiao Banei was still immersed in the rare spring, and did not notice the hidden weapon rushing towards her. The stone hit his knee, his legs went limp, and he fell uncontrollably towards Mitsuri. Hey hey hey, she screamed when the strange man fell over so suddenly, and her muscles contracted as she became nervous. But what happened next was beyond her expectations. Instead of being pushed away by her, the strange man pushed her down. From a distance, Obanai was supporting his hands in the stream, and the delicate and petite Mitsuri was pressed under him. The postures of the two were extremely ambiguous. Xiao Banei's face was flushed red, like a ripe apple, as if it had been burned by flames. The blush spread to the ears and neck. Even the bandages and dysprosium balls could not block it completely. It's over, now I'm a gangster. You damn good for nothing, how dare you cheat me? Although Mitsuri's face was also red, her thoughts were different. There was only one sentence in her mind. This man is better than me, so awesome. After being stunned for a moment, Xiao Banei hurriedly stood up and pulled Mitsuri up. Before the other party could speak, he went up to her and bowed 90 degrees, saying apologetically, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. If you feel your innocence is damaged, you can kill me. Advertisement. As he said this, he handed over the knife. No, 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 don't die. Dying is too scary. Please don't do this. Emily Lee covered her face with her hands in fear, feeling a little overwhelmed. How could she just come up and ask someone to kill her? Kamiyama, who was sitting on the river bank, sighed and looked like he had lost all hope in life. Well, I can't carry him. I really can't carry him. This guy is even more stupid than Shimi. Who the hell is going to come up and give a knife to a girl? Kyojiro on the side had a lot of question marks in his head. He just saw that Jen was assisting Xiao Banei. Could it be that he liked that girl? Maybe they knew each other before, but Xiao Banei was too timid and didn't dare to say it. Right. That must be it. The eldest brother succeeded in automatically imagining it. He waved his hand towards the distance and started shouting, Xiao Banei, do you like me? Hearing this, Xiao Banei turned his head in confusion and asked, Brother, what are you doing? It's hard for me to live my life if you treat me like this. Mitsuri at the side blushed so much that water seemed to drip out of her face. How could anyone like a girl with super strength like her? Seeing that his elder brother was about to speak again, Kamiyama quickly covered his mouth and whispered a few words in his ear before letting go. The eldest brother took a deep breath and shouted, Girl, this is all a misunderstanding. My brother thought you were upset, but then the boy's legs went weak and what happened just now happened. As an apology, let my brother treat you to a big meal, otherwise he will definitely feel bad. Since being sharp-tongued isn't enough, we still have the strongest, most socially savvy, and most enthusiastic super mouthpiece, Big Brother. Hearing this, Mitsuri became visibly disappointed. It turned out to be just a misunderstanding. Xiao Banei was keenly aware of this. He thought that the girl was dissatisfied with the proposal just now, and said seriously, My previous proposal still stands, Miss Ruoruo. Stop. Mitsuri quickly waved her hands to refuse. Please take the knife back. Your friend has already explained that it was a misunderstanding. If you really feel bad about it, can you? Emily Lee was hesitant and couldn't say it out loud. After all, it was too embarrassing to say such words to a stranger. I say, can we come to the shore and talk? Don't stay in the water, both of you. Advertisement. Kamiyama didn't know what to say, but his sudden interruption gave the two of them a break. The two men hurriedly walked up to the river bank, both looking as if they had lost their souls. The moment they stepped onto the riverbank, Xiao Banei asked solemnly, Girl, what's the matter? I will definitely help you. Just consider it as an apology for the offense. Seeing Xiao Banei's sincere eyes, Mitsuri knew she couldn't be hypocritical anymore. She took a deep breath and said with a red face. To be honest, today is my 26th failed blind date. If I go home like this again, my parents will definitely be laughed at by the people in the town. With excitement and nervousness, Mitsuri began to breathe heavily. Xiao Banei was extremely contemptuous of the 26 men. They didn't even look down on such a lovely girl. What a bunch of fools. So, could you please pretend to be my blind date? Just help me deal with my family. Grateful. After saying that, Mitsuri bowed with her eyes closed, waiting for Obanai's answer. Upon hearing this, a surge of blood rushed to the top of Xiao Banei's head, and his brain almost shut down. Kamiyama on the side touched his chin and said, This is a good development. After all, a sweet love usually begins with an unexpected encounter. This encounter right now is quite good. The fact that these two people can meet today is enough to show their fate. Kamiyama and Kyojiro quickly walked behind Obanai, who was about to fall, and held her up with one hand each, smiling and saying, Girl, my brother is an introvert, and he agreed. Yes. He always keeps his word. He will apologize to you if he says so. It's fine even if you ask him to really treat you as a blind date. This isn't. Not a good idea. After all, the gentleman hasn't spoken yet. Mitsuri poked her finger guiltily, a little afraid to look at Xiao Banei. He immediately said, I agree. I will help you with this. Thanks, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Kanroji Mitsuri. Please take care of me. What a beautiful name, just like you. Xiao Banei praised sincerely. My name is Iguro Obanai. Mitsuri at this moment. No musical note. He is praising me. He. Chapter 127 If the heart is true, the love is true. You two can chat. My brother and I have something to do. I'll leave first, bye. Kamiyama dragged his elder brother away in a hurry, and now it was up to Obanai herself. Hearing someone praising someone is as explosive as seeing Muzan basking in the sun. It is so rare. I guess there is a chance, at least it can leave a good impression on the girl. Mr. Iguro, I'll take you home, is that really okay? Mitsuri lowered her head and asked shyly, a girl like me will affect your reputation, right? What she said was not without reason. After all the men in the surrounding area would run away when they saw her, so Xiao Banei's behavior surprised her a little. Obanai. An airy summation, backquote, affect my reputation? I have a bad reputation to begin with. I am just a descendant of a family of sinners. It won't affect you, but I might affect you. Huh? Mitsuri covered her mouth in disbelief. How could a man as powerful as Mr. Iguro be a bad guy? But why do you carry a knife? Is it a samurai? No, use it to kill demons. Wakaka, aren't ghosts just legends? Not really. Xiao Banei shook his head, then took out a wisteria sachet from his bosom. This is for you. Ghosts hate wisteria flowers, so I suggest you plant one at home. Mitsuri took the sachet seriously like a top first-grade student, her light green eyes sparkling with admiration. She didn't expect that Mr. Iguro was actually a hero who protected others. The two wet people walked towards the town, talking and laughing. Xiao Banei said more today than he had said in the past year combined. Mitsuri is the kind of curious baby who chatters a lot and always has endless questions to ask. Xiao Banei, who always hates chatting, doesn't find it offensive at all. He didn't know why, but he felt particularly relaxed and comfortable being with Miss Ganlu Temple. The two of them walked on the street of Chishui town, and people passing by all had surprised expressions. They didn't expect that the eldest son of the Ganlu Temple family would be liked by a man. It was simply unbelievable. In an empty corner, a pair of eyes were quietly staring at the two of them. It was the eldest brother. Why are you following me? What are you really thinking? But Xiaobane is talking a lot today, which is unlike him. Normally, he ignores strangers. Advertisement, hey, I'm back, bro. Kamiyama came back with bags of things, including snacks and fabrics. Really, what are you doing? Brother, the man can't go to meet the girl's parents empty-handed, so he has to act like a decent person. Oh. After hearing Jen's explanation, Kyojiro suddenly realized that he really couldn't go empty-handed. I'll go call him over. You're really thoughtful. Stop. Kamiyama called out to his older brother, help me get some. I bought too much. Even though the eldest brother took a lot, he still had a lot of things in his hands. It didn't look like a meeting gift at all, it was basically a betrothal gift. Kamiyama also racked his brains for the happiness of his good brother. He remembered that Mitsuri had younger brothers and sisters, so he bought some snacks. The fabric was bought for Mitsuri's mother, and as for her father, he bought some expensive wine. The two of them came in front of Obana and Mitsuri openly and stuffed a lot of things into their hands in front of their good brother's shocked gazes. What are you two doing? Oh, Kamiyama patted his brother on the shoulder and said seriously, how can you meet your parents empty-handed for the first time? You better know better. See, the head of the house? Xiao Banei repeated word by word, glancing at Mitsuri in panic, I'm just helping. Kamiyama. Not, you deserve to be single forever. He pulled Xiao Banei aside, and Kyojiro began to deceive. No, explain, Ms. Kanroji, as the saying goes, you have to act out your whole act. It's hard to convince people that you brought a man of unknown origin home like this. Listen to me. After being personally guided by Feiyu Love Master Junjen, the eldest brother now has his own way of speaking. The cute and innocent Mitsuri was studying very seriously. She had disappointed her parents so many times, and she must make them happy this time. At the same time, another master of deception was also carrying out ideological education work. Xiao Banei stared at Kamiyama with disdain and asked unhappily, did you hold your fart in? Oh my god. How could you think so much of me, brother? It breaks my heart. Looking at Kamiyama's pitiful appearance, Obana wanted to draw his sword, but this guy predicted it for him. Advertisement, don't draw your sword yet, just listen to me. Obanai. If you have to fart, do it now. You like her. The scientific name for this is love at first sight. It's just a misunderstanding. After all, I hurt someone, so I have to apologize, regardless of whether I like it or not. Xiao Banei turned her head away proudly and could not speak clearly. Oh, you are just greedy for her body, Kamiyama said with a cold expression. You're talking bullshit, he retorted immediately, his face flushed red. That's because I like you. If you like it, then just like it. You're a man. There's nothing wrong with not admitting it. Kamiyama crossed his arms and spoke in a firm tone. Xiao Banei was not the kind of person who would waste time. After all, what Fantong said was right, so she simply admitted openly, I do like her, but I have never seen her. This is not being a hooligan, but a pervert. Kamiyama did not speak, but pointed at his brother's left chest, was silent for a while, and said, it depends on your heart. If you really want to win her over, you must treat her well for the rest of your life and never leave her. If the heart is true, the love is true. Buying these things is to make a good impression on other people's families. As for the outcome, perhaps the answer was given the moment we met. After saying that, Kamiyama pushed the matter back to his good brother. he could only help up to this point. Xiao Banei secretly glanced at Mitsuri in the distance. How could such a lively and lovely girl like a guy like herself who had the blood of a sinner? He subconsciously looked at the bandage on his face again. Would she like herself being disfigured? Forget it, since I've encountered this, I might as well help out first. What he didn't notice was that Mitsuri was also secretly looking in that direction. She completely believed that Mr. Iguro was the hero who fought off the monster in the dark, because no normal person would have that much strength. However, would a hero who protects others like a girl like me who has strange hair color, can eat and has superpowers? But there was one thing she was sure of, and that was that Mr. He looked at her with a pure gaze, unlike those who had laughed at her since she was a child. In this way, the two of them went to meet their parents with the same mood. Chapter 128 I entrust my daughter to you. Obana and Mitsuri stood at the door of Kanroji's house, the former looking uneasy and not at all like the snake pillar that was chasing after demons and chopping them. Especially after Kamiyama said that to him, he felt even more unsure. What if the other person's parents didn't like him? It's fake, just fake, relax, Iguro Obanai. He began to prepare himself mentally, and caught a glimpse of Kamiyama and Kyojuro out of the corner of his eye. The two held up a banner that read, "Brother, come on." Seeing this, he smiled slightly and whispered. These two are boring guys. Although I said this, I felt much more at ease in my heart. If the heart is true, the love is true. Mr. Iguro, are you feeling unwell? Mitsuri asked, waving her hands in front of him, her eyes full of anxiety. No. Xiao Banei came back to her senses and shook her head quickly. I'm fine. That's good. Mitsuri smiled, turned around and pushed open the door. In the clean and tidy courtyard, a woman was drying clothes. Several little ones were running around the clothesline. The woman kindly said, "Run slowly and watch your step." "Mom, I'm back." Seeing her mother, Emily felt a pang in her heart. After all, she had disappointed her again this time. In that era, a girl of her age who couldn't find a husband would be laughed at. Millie's mother paused for a moment, then turned around with a smile on her face and said softly, "Millie is back. What would you like to eat tonight?" The mother didn't care how her daughter's blind date went. She just smiled and asked her what she wanted to eat. Before Mitsuri could answer, a little kid stumbled past his sister and ran straight towards Xiao Banei. He stared at Xiao Banei with his clear eyes for a long time. "Big Pot, are you my sister?" This is what the little kid often heard from his older brothers and sisters, that the first man the eldest sister brought home must be her brother-in-law. Obanai. Hollow diamond, under normal circumstances, he would probably say angrily, "Where did you come from, little brat? Get away." But before leaving, Kamiyama repeatedly reminded them to be gentle, especially to the children, and not to be harsh with their words. He rubbed the little kid's head, gave him a bag of snacks, and then nodded. Advertisement. The child didn't understand anything else. He thought that having snacks was his brother-in-law's thing, and said with a smile, "Thank you, sister." Seeing that there was something delicious, all the other little kids gathered around. Little Banei had never been so popular in her life, especially with so many kids. "Hello, brother-in-law, 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 how did you fall in love with my sister?" Brother-in-law, Xiao Banei was at a loss for a moment and just distributed snacks. "You guys, don't be so rude." Mitsuri hurriedly stood between the little kids and Xiao Banei, saying angrily. Under the pressure of their elder sister, the little ones became more depressed until Xiao Banei spoke again. Emily, I bought it for them anyway, it's okay." "Great. Long live my brother-in-law is the best." The little kids started to make a fuss and used all the few words of praise they had in their heads. "Okay, but you have to say thank you properly." In fact, both of them are very panicked now. After all, they're acting. After sending the little kid away, Xiao Banei walked up to Mitsuri's mother. After all, this was the person who would most likely expose the two of them. He first presented a large number of gifts, and then said in a somewhat dull tone, Hello, my name is Iguro Obanai. My family is in business. My father is Iguro Kamiyama, my mother." The more Banei talked, the more he felt something was wrong. That B*********** D Kamiyama had screwed me. Emily's mother was stunned when she saw the piles of gifts in front of her. The cheapest piece of cloth among them was equivalent to their family's monthly income. Isn't this too expensive? No, Xiao Banei waved her hands hastily and explained, "It's only natural for you and uncle to raise such a good daughter like Mitsuri." Mitsuri on the side blushed instantly and didn't dare to look at Xiao Banei. She actually didn't know the price of these gifts and thought they were just ordinary things. After hearing what my mother said, it's not just a meeting gift, it's almost like a betrothal gift. After a brief greeting, Millie's mother hurried out to buy groceries, saying that she would treat everyone well. After all this busy work, it was time for dinner. The entire Ganlu Temple family and Xiao Banei sat at the same table, and each side looked uneasy. The Ganlu Temple couple knew from the gift that this child was not from an ordinary family. How could their daughter be able to marry such a man? Advertisement. What if I get bullied at my husband's house? Xiao Banei was worried that the secret might be exposed, and the current situation seemed to indicate that the secret had been exposed. It's over. Now that a strange man has appeared in their family, their daughter will be even more unable to get married. In a hurry, he knelt directly in front of the couple, using the highest etiquette of getting on all fours. He had to act out the whole thing, but what he said was the truth. "I really like Emily. I swear to be good to her for the rest of my life, otherwise I will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Ah, Mitsuri stood up in shock like a cat with its fur standing on end. Her face was as red as a freshly cooked crab. Mr. Iguro must have overacted. Mi Lee's father was a steady man. He helped Xiao Banei up and said earnestly. Child, let me be honest with you. My daughter has a big problem. I don't want her to be someone she isn't for the rest of her life. I don't care. Xiao Banei was probably a little too excited and her face turned red. Child, listen to me first. Mitsuri's father held Banai's shoulders and said sincerely, first of all, my daughter's hair color used to be black, but she ate too much sakuramochi and it turned into this. Can you accept that she has an amazing appetite? She eats 3 small bowls of rice for 1 meal. This kind of appetite is considered a monster in the eyes of ordinary people, but for Xiao Banei, is that all? The glutton next to me can eat a whole jar of rice in 1 meal. This is not a problem at all. We can afford it, and it's not surprising. My friend eats 10 times or even more than Mitsuri in 1 meal. Millie's father was quite shocked when he saw that the child did not seem to be lying. Is there anyone in the world who can eat more than his own daughter? This child is really knowledgeable. By the way, my little girl is incredibly strong. Can you accept that your partner is stronger than you? Without even a second thought, Xiao Banei said, she can't be better than me. What's wrong with being stronger? It can even be stronger than the upper string. This is normal, okay. People like Waju can cut through huge rocks, so they are naturally very strong, but they are very nice people. This time, Millie's father couldn't be bothered by this. Could it be that this guy just likes his own daughter? You really don't care about that. Not only do I not care, I think Mitsuri is amazing. As soon as he finished speaking, Mitsuri's father shouted, okay, then held Xiao Banei's hand tightly and said seriously. In that case, I'll leave my daughter to you. Chapter 129. Not scary at all, and super handsome. Obanai. An airy summation. Backquote. Masari. Omega. Mitsuri felt that her father was getting more and more outrageous. What was he saying? I entrust my daughter to you. She had just met Mr. Iguro for the first time, and she even asked him to act as a blind date. This is simply unreliable. When Mitsuri thought about how rich Mr. Iguro was, she felt uneasy. She wondered if he was already married. Isn't that what rich people usually do? By the way, kid, the things you gave are too valuable. It's okay, it's a gift for meeting you. Xiao Banei was also extremely shocked by what Mitsuri's father said. He felt that he was not worthy of a father entrusting his daughter to. Then I'll treat it as a betrothal gift. When will you two get married? Before the old man could finish, Mitsuri pounced on him like a kitten, held his mouth, and said shyly, Dad, don't say anything more. This is my first time here. You'll scare me to death. In this way, Obanai and the Kenroji family had a meal. Since her father had given clear instructions, Mitsuri ate without any worries. At first she was very cautious and always looked at Xiao Bane secretly. After a few glances, she found that Xiao Bane's eyes were different from those of others. When others see how much you eat, some will be surprised, some will look down on you, and some will even insult you. But there was only calmness in his eyes, without the slightest emotional fluctuation, as if having a big appetite was a very normal thing. Mitsuri was very happy. This was the first time in her life that she felt so relaxed while eating in front of outsiders. After dinner, Mitsuri took Xiao Banei for a walk in the fields outside the town. The two walked side by side, the moonlight like clear spring water pouring down from the distant sky, covering them like a veil. As the breeze blows, the air is filled with the fresh scent of earth and grass, making people feel extremely comfortable. The wind blew across Mitsuri's cheek, gently ruffling her hair. The cherry-colored hair accidentally brushed past Xiao Banei's nose, and a faint milky scent flowed in. He glanced sideways. There was a slight blush on her cheeks and she was smiling so happily. Mitsuri suddenly quickened her pace, ran to Xiao Banei, bowed 90 degrees, and said solemnly. Advertisement, Mr. Ahei, if my father has caused you trouble, I hope you don't mind it. He is just very excited to see that I haven't brought home a boyfriend for so many years. The corners of Xiao Banei's mouth under the bandage raised. Mitsuri was so cute. His tone was so gentle that even he himself didn't notice it. It's okay, I'm glad I can help you. Hearing that the other person didn't care, Mitsuri breathed a sigh of relief and returned to her carefree state. At the same time, not far from the two of them, a pair of scarlet eyes opened silently. The evil ghost stared greedily at the backs of the two men, thinking that this ghost hunter was full of flaws and he could have another meal today. Mr. Iguro, why are you using a bandage? Before Mitsuri could finish, Obanai sensed a cold killing intent and he pushed the man away, instead quickly drawing his sword and slashing at his side. A crisp clang sound echoed across the fields, and then a dazzling spark bloomed like fireworks, instantly lighting up the darkness. With the help of her peripheral vision, Mitsuri saw the appearance of the monster in front of her. It was a monster with a pale body and arms similar to Mantis claws. Her pupils suddenly shrank as she realized that Mr. Ahei was not joking. This was probably a ghost, a man-eating monster. Mitsuri, run! Xiao Banei yelled, instantly bringing her back to reality, but she found that she couldn't move, as if her body was frozen. When she looked down, she saw two black arms grabbing her legs. The biting chill penetrated into her bones and she screamed in fear. Too frightened, Mitsuri hugged one of the arms with her slender little hands. Her body's self-protection mechanism was activated, and she showed the evil ghost what it means to tear a ghost apart with bare hands. As black blood spurted out, the evil ghost was stunned. Is he still human? Sister, are you the ghost or am I the ghost? After a very brief shock, the evil ghost controlled the other black hand to grab Mitsuri. At this critical moment, Xiao Banei's figure flashed by and picked up Mitsuri. But unfortunately, the evil ghost tore off his bandages, exposing Xiao Banei's face. A hideous scar ran across Xiao Banei's mouth, which was torn by the snake demon. The moment she saw this scene, Mitsuri felt a surge of guilt in her heart. She was stupid enough to ask what was going on with the bandage. Wasn't it just rubbing salt into Mr. Iguro's wound? Xiao Banei didn't care about exposing his ruined face in front of the person he liked. He put Mitsuri down, turned around and swung out Snake's breathing type 3 nest shroud. I saw the pure white fighting spirit like a shining light, instantly condensing into a giant white snake. Advertisement. The big snake suddenly rushed towards the evil ghost, wrapped it tightly with its strong body, and bit down, accompanied by a flash of sword light. When the evil ghost came to his senses, Xiao Banei had already sheathed his sword. He looked surprised and said slowly. You are actually a pillar, how, damn it. He didn't even bother to mock her, he just ran towards Mitsuri and subconsciously covered his chin with his arms, feeling a sense of inferiority rising. Miri, are you okay? She was stunned for a moment, then cried and hugged Xiao Banei. Mr. Iguro, it turns out the ghosts are not just legends. They're so scary, woo woo woo. So you're so awesome, woo. If it weren't for you, I would have been eaten by a ghost, woo. Xiao Banei was stunned for a moment, then he gently patted his hand in midair and comforted her softly. It's okay, it's okay. After she finished her crying, Mitsuri stepped back a few steps, and then repeated the scene of her apology at the beginning, saying loudly. Mr. Iguro, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked you about the bandages. You must have been hurt in the past. I must have reminded you of sad things. I'm sorry. After hearing this, Xiao Banei was stunned, like a statue, confused. Isn't she afraid of my appearance? Don't you think I'm scary like this? He asked almost subconsciously. Mitsuri quickly stood up, and then imitated the movements of Obanai to slay the demon, her light green eyes full of admiration, and she smiled and said. Scary? Not scary at all, and super handsome? Mr. Iguro just did that. And then whoosh whoosh whoosh, and then ping, the ghost was dead. It's like a god descending to earth, so awesome. Mitsuri couldn't help but give a thumbs up. There was no trace of impurities in her eyes, and she even wanted to learn the move that Mr. Iguro had just used. Xiao Banei's eyes were red. If Kamiyama was the one who cracked the ice in his heart, then Mitsuri was the one who melted the ice completely, he murmured. Thank you. Chapter 130. Examiner. On the second day, Mitsuri was saying goodbye to her family with her bag on her back. She planned to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Perhaps that was the place that truly suited her. Otherwise, why would God give me a physique different from that of ordinary people? I definitely didn't join just to learn cool moves. Kamiyama and the other two stood not far away, waiting quietly. He suddenly said, it's not scary at all, and it's super handsome. Oh my, little Banei ni is so awesome. Hearing this, the eldest brother on the side burst into laughter, and Xiao Banei stood between the two of them with a sullen face and drew his sword without hesitation. FK. Kamiyama dodged it easily and then cursed, you're really good at chopping. You deserve to die sometimes. Xiao Banei's mouth twitched constantly, and he retracted the knife after a cold snort. After the joke, Kamiyama calmly asked, can you bear to watch her do such a dangerous thing? I tried to persuade her, but it was no use. Obana shook his head helplessly. If possible, he didn't want Mitsuri to join the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, there was still a possibility of death when slaying demons. Kyojiro patted his shoulder, with a warm smile on his face, and said, then you just protect him. I will. What are you talking about? Mitsuri appeared behind the three of them at some point, scaring Xiao Banei. If she heard what was said just now, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Xiao Banei just said. Kamiyama started to speak in a nasty way, but the other person didn't even give him a chance to speak. He held his neck with one hand and covered his mouth with the other. Mitsuri looked at Kyojiro with a confused look on her face, and asked, Master, are Mr. Iguro and Mr. Tendo usually like this? Because Mitsuri has a cheerful personality, Obana recommended her to learn the breathing of flame. Coincidentally, the current flame pillar was at the scene, and upon learning of her special physique, Kyojiro adopted her as his stepson. They've always been like this, just get used to it. Chishui Town is about a day's journey from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Kamiyama had just arrived home when he was called over by his lord. The two sat face to face in the reception room. After a few simple greetings, Kagaya got down to business. Advertisement, really, I'll leave this year's final selection up to you. Yeah, without thinking too much, he nodded. Don't you want to ask why? Kagaya smiled. After taking a sip of green tea, he teased, because I am the strongest worker in the Demon Slayer Corps, and you are the super black-hearted boss. Ha ha ha. Kagaya laughed first, and then added, before we start, I need you to catch a few more ghosts. There are currently 20 ghosts on Fujiki Mountain, and all of them have only eaten 1 or 2 people and have no blood ghost arts. Tokito and his 2 kids have already completed 23 tasks, so you, the master, will have to work overtime. The smile on Kagaya's face never stopped. The Demon Slayer Corps had experienced shortage of manpower and insufficient combat power, but this was the first time they had an overload of genius. You will have a day off tomorrow. This year's final selection will begin in early autumn. You can use this time to catch ghosts. As for the difficulty, it's up to you to decide. Okay. Kamiyama stretched and nodded lazily. Now he had another reason to beat up those two brats when he got home. They were just giving his master work. As summer goes and autumn comes, the scenery of Tengshi Mountain remains the same. The blooming wisteria flowers spread from the foot of the mountain all the way to the middle of the mountain, like an endless purple ocean, with ripples forming when the breeze blows. The early morning sunlight shines through the swaying branches, casting mottled shadows. Kamiyama crushes the shadows with one foot, holding behind him a ghost tied like a dumpling with wisteria branches. Because his two talented disciples are here, he has been catching ghosts recently. Including the one behind him, there are a total of 32 ghosts, 3 of which can perform blood ghost magic. The demon behind him is still moving. Except for the upper ranks, there is no demon that has seen Kamiyama who is not afraid of him. Suddenly, a familiar floral fragrance passed over my nose. It was the scent of wisteria mixed with the flavor of traditional Huxia medicine, a scent that could not be concealed by the wisteria flowers all over the mountains. Kamiyama stopped walking, and before he could speak, a cute jumping figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Ren Chang smiled with his eyebrows curved like a crescent moon, and the corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a pair of cute little canine teeth, looking very playful, and said, "Surprised? Unexpected? Hee hee. Are you an examiner too?" Kamiyama raised his hand and rubbed Shinobu's little head, asking softly. Yes. The other party nodded obediently. The Lord said that you were too tired alone. Hearing this, Kamiyama saluted the boss in his heart. He must have done it on purpose. He is worthy of being my good boss. Advertisement just like that, the two of them climbed up to the entrance halfway up the mountain, just like usual. Kamiyama stood under the first red torii and couldn't help but smile. The last time he came here was a few years ago, but now it seems like it was just yesterday. Shinobu, I'm going to put this ghost in. You wait here for me. Okay. He nodded and carried the ghost through the torii gate. Because it was daytime, they had to find a cave to release it. After a while, in front of a cave, there was a man and a ghost, one outside and one inside. The scarlet eyes stared at Kamiyama, filled with endless hatred. Tiandao Kamiyama, why don't you kill me? You are insulting me, how despicable. It was obvious that the ghost in front of him didn't want to lose his freedom, and he hated Kamiyama so much. Why do you know my name? Kamiyama suddenly became interested. He put one hand on the hilt of the knife, and in an instant, almost tangible murderous aura covered him. Under such overbearing pressure, the ghost was forced to kneel down. With a ferocious face, it roared, "You have been hunted down by the adults. All ghosts are hunting you down." The ghost was so overwhelmed with anger that he spoke without thinking and revealed the information directly. Kamiyama touched his chin. No wonder the ghosts he met recently were so brave. It turned out that Muzan, that little jerk, was responsible. He smiled at the ghost in front of him and said with a smile, "By the way, if you want to seek revenge on me, go after the two kelp-headed, green-eyed people." Ghost. Underscore. He paused for a moment and continued, "They're my two disciples. I taught them myself. You can't kill me anyway, so why not take it out on my disciples? If they died, I would feel worse than death. Oh, that hurts." After hearing this, even the ghosts were stunned. Although they were not human, this guy must have a hole in his brain. How could he betray his own people like this? After explaining everything that needed to be explained, Kamiyama walked towards the middle of the mountain without looking back. He actually hoped that this guy could put some pressure on the two guys. After all, they were having it too easy. Sometimes, being too smooth is not a good thing. Chapter 131 Your master told me. Two boys who looked similar walked onto the platform. Compared to the panic and fear of the others, the twins had different expressions. One has an invincible temperament, while the other looks approachable but a little shy. There are not many people participating in the final selection this time, only 10. The setting sun sank into the distant mountains. The sky was filled with red clouds, and Kamiyama and Shinobu stood on the left and right under the torii gate at the starting point. Hello everyone, I am the examiner for this exam, the dojo, Tendo Kamiyama. Insect Pillar, Kochou Shinobu. After briefly introducing himself, Kochou Shinobu explained the selection rules to the newcomers. I survived 7 days in the mountains, that's all. After the introduction, the two of them made way with smiles on their faces and said in unison. The selection has begun. I wish you all good luck in martial arts. Following the examiner's order, Yuichiro took the lead and rushed straight through the first torii. If you look carefully, you can see a milky white mist around him. Master, I can do what you can do. His confident voice reached Kamiyama's ears, and the deed was naturally Kamiyama's glorious deeds of slaughtering all the evil spirits in the mountains. In fact, Kamiyama never mentioned this matter. He didn't want to put too much pressure on his two apprentices, especially Ichiro. As descendants of Kokushibu, the brothers' talents are unquestionable, second only to Kamiyama who has a special physique, and Ichiro, the older brother, is even stronger. This kid is very arrogant and has never experienced the beings of society. Sometimes being too arrogant can lead to failure, but fortunately Muichiro is calm and steady, so with him around, Kamiyama doesn't have to worry about the lives of the two being in danger. The swordsmen rushed through the torii one by one. Muichiro was the last one. He stopped in front of the two and greeted them politely. "Hello, master and master's wife." Then he assured, "I will definitely not let my brother do anything wrong, you two can rest assured." After saying that, he quickly ran into the Torii gate to chase after Ichiro. Kochou Shinobu turned to look at the road that was gradually being swallowed by the shadows, and said with some concern, "The master is too strong, which puts a lot of pressure on the apprentice. In the past few years, these two children have heard people admiring you every day." Kamiyama hugged Shinobu, a confident smile on his face, and said in a deep and powerful voice, "They are my apprentices, no problem. The two brothers complement each other, so there is no big problem." Advertisement. He turned his head, approached Shinobu in a sly way, and said with a smile, "Everyone is gone, give me a kiss." Shinobu Kochou. She kicked Kamiyama away and said seriously, "You are so unruly, we are working." In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. As night fell, 8 of the 10 swordsmen who participated in the selection hid themselves, and only the Tokito brothers were still active outside. At this moment, Ichiro was chasing a ghost on the hillside, and Muichiro followed closely behind him with a hint of worry in his eyes. "Brother, take a break. You haven't slept all day. Also, the Nichiren blades need maintenance." "I don't need it," Yuzhilang replied, and then sped up. However, the demon he was chasing had blood demon technique. Although it could not defeat Yuzhilang, it could still escape. Muichiro had already figured out that the ghost was deliberately trying to lead his brother to a place, which was most likely a trap. Soon, the ghost ran into a forest. Although it could have used the dense branches and leaves to escape, it still kept a safe distance from Yuichiro. Yuzhilang took a deep breath, and activated the mist-breathing land-type Instant Lotus. He swung his sword quickly, and 2 lotus flowers formed by light blue mist appeared in front of him and in the distance respectively. A path made of mist formed between the 2 lotus flowers, and Yuzhilang reached the position of the second flower from the first flower almost instantly. The position of the second flower is the position of the ghost, and it can clearly feel the murderous intent coming from behind. Damn, is this guy still human? Or are they worthy of being the disciples of that D Tendo Kamiyama, all perverts? Yuichiro would not give it a chance to regret, and swung out the first form, horizontal mist slash, successfully beheading it. "Ha ha ha, little brat, I'm from the Tendo Kamiyama Victims Alliance, die." The flying head of the evil ghost laughed crazily. Muichiro guessed correctly that it was the bait. In an instant, countless dark vines came from all directions. They quickly gathered together like a black tide, growing and spreading at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, these vines intertwined into a huge and tight sphere, more than 2 meters high. This sphere made of vines was like a solid fortress, trapping Ichiro inside. Yuzhilang also reacted quickly and cut at one point with his sword, but the severed vines healed quickly. He moved his sword faster and faster, but unfortunately there were too many vines. In addition, he had not rested for a day and his physical strength was not up to par, otherwise this cage would not have been able to hold him. Advertisement, "Don't waste your energy, kid, you're dead." A ghost walked out from the darkness. It was the one that Kamiyama had finally imprisoned in Fujikiyama. Gradually, more and more ghosts walked out of the darkness, and there were a total of 15 ghosts. In 3 days, the Vine Ghost found 16 ghosts. They had one thing in common: they were all captured by Kamiyama. Regardless of the threat of violence or the resentment towards Kamiyama, an alliance of 16 demons was formed, including the 3 demons with blood demon arts, but one of them had already died under Ichiro's sword. Their goal is clear, which is to kill Kamiyama's apprentice. "You little brat, aren't you arrogant? Isn't your master Tendo Kamiyama? Come out and chop me up." The Vine Ghost finally stood up, but it did not dare to be careless at all. It mocked while trying its best to maintain the cage. Yuichiro. "Huh? Why does this guy know Lao Deng's name? Hello. How do you know I'm his apprentice?" Hearing this, the Vine Ghost burst into laughter. It looked at the poor creature and said, "Idiot, your master told me that. Otherwise, how would we know who to seek revenge on?" Yuichiro. Not. Is it true that Lao Deng would cheat his apprentice like this? Stop talking nonsense to him, kill him quickly, I'm going to cut him into pieces. The ghost with 4 arms next to the Vine Ghost spoke. It was the other one who possessed blood ghost magic. "I'll tighten the cage, and everyone come at me together. There are 15 of us, and we can't crush even one brat." As soon as it finished speaking, the 4 Tioni blood demon art, multiplication art was activated, and its body instantly expanded to twice its size. Its huge body, 4 meters tall, blocked out the sky and the sun. "Hee. What's the harm in besieging you? I'm not afraid of you." Yuzhilang sneered and held his sword in front of him. Chapter 132 Brothers of one mind are stronger than iron. 4 Tioni jumped up. His tall and strong figure was like a moving mountain, smashing down with a heavy sense of oppression. Among all the ghosts in Tengshi Mountain, it is the strongest. The thorny vine cage was already close to Yuichiro's skin, and he didn't even have room to swing his knife. Even in such a desperate situation, his face still had that unique pride. He took a deep breath, and just as he was about to take action, Muichiro, covered in green plant juice, rushed out. After he lost track of her, he cut a path for himself with his knife. "Stay away from my brother." He clenched the Nichiren blades tightly, activated the cloud-breathing Type 3 cloud spray, and instantly turned around. In an instant, white clouds of cloud crashed down like waves. Under the sharp blade, All the ghosts were forced to retreat. He took the opportunity to turn around and slashed the vine cage with his knife, leaving a big hole. Before the hole could heal, Yuichiro inside jumped up with the knife. The gap widened again, and he dodged to the side and ran out. After coming out, he reached out and rubbed his brother's head. He looked around fiercely and spoke in a much softer tone. Muichiru, thank you for your hard work. As soon as the words fell, only a pale blue human-shaped misty outline remained beside Muichiru, and mist breathing type 8 mist hidden was activated. By the time the vine ghost came to its senses, its world had been turned upside down. Yoriichi kicked it away, and its steps became weak. This move consumed too much energy, and he began to gasp for breath. However, Kirigakure can greatly enhance Ichiro's various functions, which is somewhat similar to Kamiyama's earth form, and is enough to deal with these unruly ghosts. The guy with 4 hands is up to you. A pale blue mist passed by Muichiru, and Ichiro's voice reached his ears. Hearing this, a smile immediately appeared on Muichiru's face, and a layer of white fighting spirit appeared around him. One blue, one white, passing each other in opposite directions. 1, 2, 3. Yu Yilong is like the Yama who takes lives. Wherever the green mist passes, the evil ghosts will die. Watching the ghosts around him die one after another, the remaining ones ran away. Don't run, surround him. The 4 Tioni held down the ghost's head and prepared to escape, throwing it at Yuzilong like a ball. Just as it was about to make the next move, a white knife flashed. The foamy fighting spirit fell like snowflakes, and in the blink of an eye, 2 of the 4 arms were gone. Muichiru walked around behind Tioni C and said in a childish voice, "Take care of yourself first." Hateful. You little brat, why are you so arrogant? Advertisement. The 4 Tioni turned around and pounded down with both fists. In front of its 4-meter height, Yujiro was as small as an ant. However, the coldness on his face made the 4 Tioni feel uneasy. You know, Muichiru is in full condition now. Kasumi's breathing fourth form horizontal slash is activated. In an instant, a flaming cloud spread out along a straight line. At the same time, Muichiru himself appeared like a ghost on the other side of the 4 Tioni. A thin line of blood appeared on the neck of the 4 Tioni. Bright red blood slowly flowed out, dyeing the surrounding air red. Its eyes were widened to the limit, full of shock and disbelief, as if it had been beheaded. So strong. Before he could finish his words, his head rolled down, and his body, which was as big as a hill, quickly shrank and turned into ashes bit by bit. On the other hand, on Yuzilong's side, there were disintegrating corpses lying all around him. He had beheaded 10 of the 13 ghosts, and the other 3 took the opportunity to escape. Don't even think about running away, you weaklings. He picked up the knife and was about to chase after him, but Muichiru grabbed his brother and said worriedly, "Brother, you really need to rest. Master once said, don't chase after a desperate enemy. You have already proved that you are very strong. There are still 4 days left in the trial, which is enough time for you to kill the demon. Don't be so radical. Each of us has our own path. Why should we blindly follow the master's footsteps? Brother, you are you and I am me." His brother's words instantly brought Yuzilong back to reality. He realized that he had fallen into a trap. If these ghosts were not too weak, he would be the one to die. Am I too radical? I see. Number more chasing? Although Yuzilong was unwilling, his brother's words made sense. Hearing this, Wu looked relieved. As soon as he let go, Yuichiro fainted due to exhaustion. He is still too young, even younger than Kamiyama and others when they participated in the final selection. It is already very strong to be able to achieve this level. Kamiyama originally planned to let the pair of apprentices participate in the final selection after another 2 or 3 years, but he really couldn't persuade Yuichiro. Advertisement. Yuichiro is arrogant and jumpy, while Muichiru is easygoing and steady. The 2 brothers complement each other, and this is what makes him, as a master, most relieved. When brothers work together, they can cut through metal. After all, the change in the timeline means that unlike in the plot, Yuichiro does not need to rely on belittling his brother to achieve the purpose of protecting him. Time flies, and the 7-day final selection is over. At daybreak, the dusty Tokito brothers were the first to rush out of the torii. I'm glad you're back. Kamiyama looked relieved. He found that the temperaments of the 2 men had changed a little, especially Ichiro, who was not so impatient anymore. Come. He opened his arms and said with a smile, Master will give you a loving hug. The cute little Muichiru rushed directly into Kamiyama's arms, while Yuichiro suppressed the urge to draw his sword and chop him. After all, he was his master. He stood aside with his arms folded, and said unhappily, You be asterisk d loud dang. You actually let the ghost set a trap for me. Kamiyama let go of the second disciple and walked towards the eldest disciple step by step. It seemed that those guys really made him grow up, he said seriously. The most important thing in swordsmanship is not talent, but character. I am testing you. You, a traitor, have no idea how much effort my master has put into this. Yuichiro. So what? This is the reason why you, a B asterisk d, are pitting your apprentice against me. Having such a master, Yuzilong felt helpless, but he chose to accept his fate. At this moment, the rest of the swordsmen walked out of the torii one after another, no more, no less, 10 in total. In the later stages of the selection process, Yuichiro no longer blindly chases after demons but chooses to unite everyone to search for and kill the demons together. Boss, thank you so much this time. Yes, yes, boss, you are super strong. Boss, some of the 8 new swordsmen surrounded Ichiro, while others stood beside Muichiru. Anyway, they all called him, boss, in a friendly manner. Yu Yilong turned his head away proudly and said venomously, don't yell, I don't have a younger brother as weak as you. In fact, I really enjoy this feeling. Muichiru scratched his head embarrassedly and said, well, we are all comrades in arms. There is no such thing as the boss or the second. Chapter 133 Winter is coming. The biting wind was beating against the gate of the dilapidated temple. In the cold moonlight, through the half-open door, one could see a ghost gnawing at something. A loud bang interrupted the meal. The evil ghost turned around in anger and was about to start yelling, but before it could open its mouth, a bright knife light flashed across. Heaven's way, just as it was about to shout out the person's name, the blade pierced its mouth. Kamiyama smiled bitterly and said helplessly, it seems that being too famous is not a good thing. Glancing at the poor man behind him, he observed 3 seconds of silence. A moment later, a new grave was added outside the temple. Sitting on the steps, Kamiyama ate his dry food, ignoring the bloody smell that filled the temple. Gradually, a few snowflakes fell. After swallowing his dry food and exhaling white breath, he murmured, it's snowing. After finishing his meal with a bloody smell, Kamiyama prepared to leave. He had a question in mind. That is, there has been no news about 12 Kazuki for more than half a year, and the demon that was beheaded recently was only close to the strength of a lower moon. The lower moon seems to be completely extinct. I guess that Boss Shah has used the power of the demon pillar ahead of time to abolish the lower moon. This will increase the workload of the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, some demons can still reach the level of lower moon, but without numbers in their eyes, it will lead to misunderstanding. Damn shit boss. B*******************. D. If you feel unhappy, just scold Muzan. Kamiyama shook his head and could only take things one step at a time. After all, 2 upper ranks had been killed, so the pressure on the Demon Slayer Corps would be less. He hadn't taken a few steps away from the ruined temple when 2 crows flew down from the sky, landing on either side of Kamiyama's shoulders. One of them was a holy sword. Its high and cold voice rang out, there's news about the Kamado family. Hearing this, Kamiyama was in a good mood and he quickly removed the small note from the saber's feet. Makoto, I have found some clues about the Kamado family that you asked me to investigate as the descendant of the sun breathing. The address is. Very good. Unable to conceal his excitement, he quickly took out a pen and paper to write back. The letter was tied to the foot of another crow, and it immediately set off with the reply. Advertisement. Kamiyama felt relieved. After all, it had been so long that he had forgotten where the Tanjiro family lived. He only remembered that they were charcoal sellers. Searching for someone in the entire country based solely on his surname and the fact that he sells charcoal is like looking for a needle in a haystack. In fact, the plan to find the Kamado family started 2 years ago. The Yubayashiki family spent a lot of manpower, material resources and financial resources to finally get the information of this family out of the vast crowd. Kamiyama just hopes to catch up and is ready to face Muzan head-on. The holy blade spread its wings and flew high. It had already conducted detailed reconnaissance and remembered the route. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, falling like goose feathers, gradually covering Kamiyama's figure. Finally, the heavy snow even covered the sky and the earth, making everything blurred and the world seemed to have stopped. There was only a vast expanse of white, and everything was blurry. The snow curtain gradually became thinner, the white color faded away, and the world became clear again. The moonlight fell on the thick snow, and the light reflected from the snow illuminated the entire yard. This is a remote courtyard. A man in a white suit is sitting under the eaves wiping the blood from his hands. Behind it was a mess. The once warm family of 4 fell in a pool of blood. The biting wind rushed into the hall, howling. It tastes terrible. Muzan threw away his handkerchief in disgust and commented coldly. When he looked up, the door of the courtyard was pushed open and then closed by someone, and a deep purple afterimage moved horizontally in the snow in front of Muzan. My lord, I found a human who is related to the breathing of the sun. Kokushibu half knelt in front of Muzan. Even though the other party had repeatedly emphasized that this was not necessary, as a warrior from the Warring States period, he strictly abided by the rules of hierarchy. Ever since he was traumatized by Yoriichi Sugikoku, over the past few hundred years, in addition to the main mission of finding the blue spider lily, the trash boss has also been tasked with killing everyone related to Yoriichi and all the descendants of the sun breathing. The only ones who knew about this were it and Kokushibu. After a long pause, Muzan spoke up and said, I'll go this time. I haven't stretched my muscles for a long time. Yes. Kokushibu bowed his head and answered respectfully. Muzan learned the exact location from Kokushibu through the power of ghost blood. Advertisement, haven't you met Kamiyama recently? It suddenly asked, with murderous intent quietly emerging in its eyes. No, sir, otherwise I would have killed him. The same thing won't happen twice. When Kokushibu mentioned Kamiyama, he imagined his dear brother with an annoying crimson hair color. That lunatic Beimei must be looking for Kamiyama too. That idiot only wants to help him grow up and will even protect him. Don't let that madman know. After all, it is the knife that killed Kamiyama. No one is sharper than it. This is why Muzan kept the 100 eyes. No matter how rebellious it was, it still wanted to kill Kamiyama, but the upright means were too stupid. Just go. Muzan waved his hand, and Kokushibu disappeared in the blink of an eye like the falling snow. Muzan stood up gracefully and walked towards the door calmly. A faint voice sounded. "Lekong, those unpalatable things are for you." Just as he finished speaking, an ecstatic voice came from underground, and a ghost with a morbid expression emerged from the dark purple quagmire. The difference from last time was that there were numbers in its eyes. The waxing moon is empty and lazy. There is a reason why it can become stronger in such a short period of time. After all, it has been following Boss Xie and picking up the leftovers. You know, if it weren't for the thin blood, Boss Xie wouldn't eat it all. Realizing that Muzan's breath had completely disappeared, Lekong picked up the blood-stained handkerchief on the ground and sniffed it like a dog. Ah, it smells like an adult. It smells so good. Facts have proved that if the strength is not too strong, the more perverted the ghost is, the more likely it is to get Muzan's favor. The super big bootlicker Ikuong is the pervert, even more perverted than Enmu. The moonlight passed over this remote courtyard, through the ruined temple and new grave in the wind and snow, and finally penetrated the earth. It is like a silver dividing line that cuts the space apart. Above the dividing line, the snow was so heavy that it swallowed up the world, but the crimson ponytail fluttered in the wind, and the pair of bright golden eyes sparkled so brightly that even the wind and snow could not cover its brilliance. Below the dividing line, the snow stopped and the world became clear. White ghost shadows hid in the darkness, and no matter how the blood-red pupils glowed, they could never see the light. It's winter now, and they're all heading towards the same destination. Protection and murderous intent are intertwined in the same snow. Chapter 134 Kamado Tanjiro Anyang Town. After the winter snow, the charcoal seller's spring comes. There were not many people on the streets. People were staying at home, enjoying the warmth brought by the charcoal fire. A young man carrying a charcoal basket on his back walked slowly and steadily through the deserted streets. The boy's hair was dark red, like a burning flame, and his eyes were also bright red, like two bright rubies, extremely clear. There is a deep scar on his left forehead, which was left by accidental burns from charcoal fire when he was a child. It has also become one of his unique symbols. It was none other than the successor of Sun's breathing, Kamado Tanjiro. Because of his helpfulness and honest character, he was extremely popular in the town, so every time he went down the mountain, the charcoal would be sold out in less than an hour. "Tanjiro, are you going home? Come here, I made the cake myself, take it and try it." "Xiao Tan, come and play when you have time." People who see Tanjiro always greet him warmly, and those who have helped him will give him some things. After all, his father passed away not long ago, and the responsibility of supporting the family fell on him, the eldest son. "I can't take your things." Tanjiro hurriedly returned the pastries. He would never allow himself to owe others favors or money. He was very stubborn in this regard. The old lady who delivered the cakes knew the child's character very well, and said seriously, "Tanjiro, you helped me sweep the snow a week ago. You said you can't owe others a favor." The old lady's question stumped Tanjiro, and he had no choice but to accept the gift. "Thank you." Tanjiro bowed 90 degrees to express his gratitude and was about to go home, but the old lady called him again. "Tanjiro, be careful on the road. I heard that a stranger is trying to find out about you in the town. I guess he's not a good person." Hearing this, Tanjiro's face was full of question marks. He didn't remember anyone his family had a feud with, so why would someone want to know about him? Although he felt it was strange, he still wrote it down. The Kamado family lives on a mountainside not far from the town. After all, they need to chop wood to make charcoal. He was walking on the path home as usual, and before he knew it, it was dark. The accumulated snow reflected the moonlight, so the road was clearly visible. Of course, Tanjiro had walked this road for more than 10 years and it was impossible for him to get lost even with his eyes closed. It was already very late at night and everything was pitch black, with only the moonlight shining faintly through the clouds. Advertisement in this bare and desolate forest, the cries of owls could be heard from time to time, and the familiar road became a little eerie and scary. The cold night wind was like a sharp knife, ruthlessly cutting across Tanjiro's face, making him shiver. He exhaled gently and watched the hot breath quickly dissipate in the air. For some reason, he felt an indescribable feeling of depression in his heart. "Awoo!" Suddenly, a wolf howl broke the eerie silence, and a faint smell of blood drifted into the nose. Tanjiro has a unique and keen sense of smell. He can distinguish people's emotions through smell, and can also distinguish between humans and ghosts. He couldn't help but quicken his pace, but his mind was filled with wild thoughts. Could it be that someone had encountered a pack of wolves in the middle of the night? That would be dangerous. If I just walk away like this, it would be no different from watching someone die without helping. After a mental struggle, Tanjiro picked up the axe at his waist, hid the backpack, and walked towards the direction of the smell of blood. The snow made a crunching sound as his feet stepped on it. Tanjiro could already see the fire and the smell of blood was getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, he smelled another smell. The smell is like the afternoon sun, warm with a hint of heat. Then he saw a scene he would never forget. A young boy was lying on a big rock, surrounded by a dozen wild wolves, and next to him was a wild boar lying in a pool of blood. When he saw the boy's face clearly, he instantly had the illusion that he had met his long-lost cousin. Because that person also had dark red hair, and even had the sun earrings that were passed down from his family hanging on his ears. Tanjiro. Sigma, degree hollow up pointing triangle degree. Father never mentioned any distant relatives? At this moment, Tanjiro immediately thought of what his grandmother in the town had said, that someone had been inquiring about his family's news recently. This solved the case. It might be that my long-lost cousin had something unexpected happen to his family, so he came to live with me. Without time to think, he shouted, "Run, I'll help you lead those wolves away." Tanjiro's roar immediately attracted the wolves' attention. He could climb trees and was very familiar with the nearby terrain. He was confident that he could survive the wolves' pursuit. Kamiyama slowly opened his eyes, stretched, and looked at Tanjiro standing not far away with a confused look on his face. Oh my god, advertisement, this must have been a dream, right? At this point, Kamiyama has to complain. He just wanted to find out the news about Tanjiro's family, but the people in the town treated him like a thief. Not only did they not see him, they couldn't even stay in a hotel. As a result, he had no choice but to live in the wild, and he used his domineering aura to tame more than a dozen small pets. As for the wild boar, it was a gift from the small pets to him. Run! Tanjiro, who was unaware of the situation, was still shouting. He seriously suspected that the man was injured, otherwise why didn't he run away? When the wolves saw the stranger, they immediately became alert and all bared their teeth at Tanjiro. So, what happened next shocked Tanjiro's worldview. The young man just waved his hand, and the wolves made way for him like obedient dogs. Hello. You must have misunderstood. These big dogs are my little brothers for now. Tanjiro's expression was tense, because he didn't see anything at all, but the stranger had appeared beside him and put his hand on his shoulder without him knowing when. He twitched his nose slightly, feeling even more panicked, because there was a strong metallic smell on this man, and he quickly came to a conclusion. This man has a knife and can subdue a pack of wolves. He is very strong, even as strong as my father. Tanjiro saw it with his own eyes. A dozen days before his death, his terminally ill father beheaded a bear that lived near his home with a blunt axe. Young man, what do you want to talk to me about? Didn't the people in the town tell you that a stranger has been asking about your family recently? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Kamiyama played a little joke on the other party, wanting to test the boy's reaction. Tanjiro's breathing became heavy, because the smell of this person had changed, from warm sunshine to a strong murderous aura, which at least showed that he had killed. He didn't dare to think further and tried to keep himself calm. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. He had smelled the scent of a murderer before, but this person had definitely never killed anyone. So what is he fighting? Tanjiro couldn't understand for a moment. Chapter 135. Staying. You won't kill me. Tanjiro said seriously that people can lie, whether it is out of selfishness or white lies, but smell cannot deceive people. Are you so sure that I'm not a bad person? Well, you guessed it right. Kamiyama smiled and patted Tanjiro's shoulder. You can think of me as a traveler. Those wolves are my little brothers that I have tamed, and those wild boars are their way of showing their respect to me as their boss. Tanjiro. Recruiting wolves as younger brothers, this sentence sounds weird. Then why don't you go to town? It's very dangerous in the wild. The misunderstanding was resolved and Tanjiro put away his axe. He knew that the man in front of him was very strong, but he still couldn't help but remind him. Kamiyama's mouth twitched. It's all because you are so popular. I have been blacklisted by the whole town. Well, let me explain. I'm the one who came to inquire about your family's news, so I can't stay at the hotel. He knew that Tanjiro had an amazing sense of smell, so there was no point in lying, so he just told the truth. So it's you? Excuse me, are you a distant relative of mine? Tanjiro was a little surprised at first, and then asked the question he had at the beginning. What he cared about most was Kamiyama's earrings, because that was a token of the Kamado family that had been passed down for hundreds of years. No, Kamiyama flatly refused, and then introduced himself. I'm Tendo Kamiyama. Seeing this, the good boy Tanjiro bowed slightly and said politely. I shout out, Kamado Tanjiro, I also have the earrings you're wearing, so please don't mind what I just said. Kamiyama glanced at it. He had forgotten about this. This is mainly to discuss the boss. After all, the hairstyle is the same. I saw it in a book, so I made it. That's why I asked about your family. This doubt just gave him an excuse, and it wasn't a lie, because he really read it from a book. It's just a comic book that doesn't exist in this world. Tanjiro shrugged his nose, confirming that the other party was not lying, but he was very curious why his family heirloom earrings appeared in the book. Advertisement. By the way, Mr. Tiandao, since you can't stay at the hotel, come to my house. Tanjiro glanced at the sky and said, it might snow. It's too cold in the wild. Also, I'll take you to town tomorrow to explain everything to everyone, so you can have fun in town. I have to say, Tanjiro is not called Little Angel for nothing. He is really nice and considerate. Okay. Kamiyama's purpose of this trip was to protect the Kamado family. He walked to the side, picked up the wild boar, and said, I can't stay here for free. This will be my room fee. After saying that, he turned his head to look at the wolves. A strong aura swept over and the wolves left. Tanjiro on the side widened his eyes in shock. Just a glance was enough to scatter the wolves. How powerful was Mr. Tiandao? Want to learn? Kamiyama came to Tanjiro at some point and asked. Forget it, I still have to take care of my family. Tanjiro scratched the back of his head and said naively. He added, Mr. Tiandao, you don't have to pay for the room if you stay here, and if you sell this wild boar in town, you can get a lot of money. It's okay. I don't like owing favors to others. After hearing Kamiyama's explanation, Tanjiro understood, but he felt that this situation was somewhat familiar. Don't people all dislike owing favors to others? There is a small wooden house halfway up the mountain. This is Tanjiro's home. Hearing footsteps outside, a woman rushed out of the house in a hurry. Kamado Aoi, Tanjiro's mother, is a beauty just like her daughter. Tanjiro. She called her son's name softly with tears in her eyes. After all, he didn't come back so late, and she was very afraid that something might happen to her eldest son. Seeing him come back safely, the heavy stone in my heart finally fell. Mom, I'm back. I'm sorry to have made you worry. Kamado hugged her son and noticed Kamiyama, and asked in confusion. Who is this? Kamiyama put the board down, bent down slightly, and said with a smile. Hello, my name is Tiandao Kamiyama, and I met your son by chance. Mom, brother Tiandao is a traveler. I met him in the wild. He had no place to stay, so I asked him to stay at my house for one night. So that's how it is. Advertisement. Hurry, hurry, come inside, it's cold outside. Are you hungry? I'll go make you two something to eat. As they were talking, Kamiyama was brought into the living room. Aunt Aoi first brought him a cup of hot tea and then went to heat up the meal. Soon, a meal, a dish and a soup were placed in front of Kamiyama. The Kamado family was not rich, and this was the best they could offer, even though Kamiyama was a stranger. Sorry to bother you. He stood up and bowed deeply. This family was truly kind and they shouldn't have died at Muzan's hands. Aunt Kuiji waved her hand and said kindly, it's okay, it's just an extra pair of bowls and chopsticks, eat quickly. Tanjiro, let this kid stay in your room. Tanjiro, who was eating, nodded repeatedly. This was exactly what he meant. It was late at night and Tanjiro, tired after a day's work, fell into a deep sleep. Kamiyama suddenly opened his eyes and looked down. There was a small white snake lying on his chest. He gently rubbed the head of the hornet, and the other party wrapped around his arm. I tiptoed out of the room and saw a figure standing under a tree not far away. It was Iguro Obanai. The two looked at each other. Kamiyama raised his arm and placed it on Obanai's shoulder, and Kabamaru crawled back to his master by himself. Is this the family you specifically asked to protect? Yeah, Kamiyama nodded, then asked, who's here? Except for Uncle Makijiro and the two kids guarding the headquarters, everyone is here. The two children that Obanai mentioned are naturally the Tokido brothers. After he finished speaking, there seemed to be a raging fire in his eyes, and the fire seemed to burn everything up. He even felt excited and asked. Idiot, you said you might meet Kibutsuji Muzan, is that true? Xiao Banei's words pierced the cold night. He didn't expect that he would have a clash with the Ghost King right away. By Mu, you remember, he told me. Kamiyama now puts a lot of blame on Beimei. It must be said that the guy is really useful. After all the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps know that Hyakome is a demon who targets their Dao pillar, and is also a demon that has escaped Muzan's control just like Miss Tamayo. The most important thing is that Kamiyama had recently met Hyakume once, and after a fight, Hyakume told him the information casually. Otherwise, the Demon Slayer Corps would not have been able to mobilize all the pillars to provide support. Chapter 136 Nezuko's fate. The next morning, Kamiyama and Tanjiro dealt with the wild boar. It was a rare occasion for the Kamado family to have a meal of meat, and he really couldn't think of any reason to ask the family to move away, so they had to take their time. At night, it started snowing again. At 4 in the morning, the snow stopped and a small figure pushed open the door. Kamado got up at night and vaguely noticed a figure in the distance, so he shouted at that person. May I ask who you are? What responded to him was a bloody whip, which seemed to be made of blood and flashed with strange light. It came through the air with a whoosh, and at the end of the whip was a bone spur as sharp as a scimitar. Kamado had no idea what was happening. He only saw a shadow rushing out from behind him, followed by a ding sound, and Kamiyama's voice rang out. Mao, quickly wake everyone up and run out of the windows, don't come towards the main entrance. As soon as he finished speaking, the house behind Kamado Shigeru turned into wood chips all over the sky, and everyone woke up instantly. He was so frightened that he dared not move and burst into tears immediately. The red sword is activated. The amplified sword skills are activated in the full moon. Stripe on. In an instant, a dazzling silver light suddenly rose from the ground and rushed straight into the sky like a giant silver dragon. The light cut through the dark night sky, illuminating the entire hillside as bright as day. The crimson ponytail swayed in the wind like a burning flame, and the sun earrings hung quietly under Kamiyama's earlobes. His eyes were filled with anger, staring at Muzan closely, as if he wanted to devour Muzan, and roared. Muzan, what do you take your life for? In this situation, a hint of subtle fear flashed across Muzan's eyes, and he even had the thought of running away. But it quickly gave up the idea, stared at Kamiyama, and said jokingly. What do you care about me? Do you think you can stop me? Advertisement. Muzan emphasized in his heart. He is not Tsugaru Yoriichi. No one can threaten me. I am the most perfect creature in the world. I am God. Thinking of this, it was so angry that it was about to explode. It was actually afraid of an insignificant guy. While Kamiyama and Muzan were confronting each other, Kamado Aoi, Tanjiro and Nezuko all quickly came to their senses and put cotton clothes on the little ones at home, otherwise they would freeze to death. Tanjiro caught a glimpse of Muzan from the corner of his eye, and an indescribable pungent smell rushed into his nostrils, almost suffocating him. How many people has that monster killed? How filthy is its soul? It was definitely coming for our family. Tanjiro couldn't imagine what would have happened today if he hadn't met brother Kamiyama. The result is that everyone will die. He picked up the axe beside him. He wanted to help his elder brother Kamiyama. He wanted to protect his family in place of his father. Just as Tanjiro took a step forward, a suffocating pressure accompanied by a biting cold wind suddenly pressed down, and his body was instantly suppressed by this powerful force, unable to move. Fear and despair surged in his heart, and reason told him that if he took one more step forward, he would surely die, and he wouldn't even know how he died. At this moment, he was deeply aware of his own weakness. "Brother, what's wrong?" Nezuko held his shoulders and shook him, her pink eyes full of worry. "No one is hurt, are you hurt?" Tanjiro took a quick breath, as if he was drowning in the evil smell. "I'm fine, but we can't cause trouble for Brother Kamiyama, let's go." When they first met, Tanjiro was curious about what the other party had killed to accumulate so much murderous aura, but now he understood. Brother Kamiyama has been fighting those monsters all the time. Run. The farther the better. Kamiyama heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that the Kamado family had escaped safely, but his tense nerves did not relax. If he fought with Muzan, he would die if he made a mistake. What is truly fatal is not its attack but its blood. Once hit, all cells will be destroyed. He is not sure if his blood can withstand Muzan's blood. After nearly 100 exchanges, Muzan became a little more serious and used a powerful attack to knock Kamiyama away. Advertisement. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backwards like a silver meteor, crashed into several trees as thick as bowls, and finally fell heavily to the ground. The ground shook violently under his impact, raising a cloud of dust and wood chips. He still underestimated the power of the demon ancestor. Without the transparent state and the human transformation potion, it would be basically impossible to kill it. The crash site was right next to Nezuko and Tanjiro, who ignored the danger and hurriedly helped Kamiyama up. He was the benefactor of their family. If they abandoned his benefactor, they would be unworthy of the teachings of their deceased father. Cough cough cough. Kamiyama kept coughing up blood, and before he could say anything, he pushed the brother and sister away, and the ground where they were standing was pierced by 9 pipe whips. Muzan stood between the 3 people like an insurmountable barrier, and 8 more whips emerged from its legs. This is Muzan's real killer weapon, the whip, the fastest means of attack in Muzan's entire body. Its speed is far faster than the 9 whips in the upper body and the thorn whips on both arms. 8 whips swept through the air, causing bursts of sharp sonic booms. Kamiyama was forced to retreat again and again by this powerful force. In just a few breaths, the ground between him and Muzan was broken into pieces, forming huge gullies, like a torn canvas. It reached out to grab Tanjiro, who also had the sun earrings on his ears, which made Muzan feel disgusted. Even though he was about to die, his eyes were still fixed on his sister, but before Tanjiro could move to push his sister away, Nezuko saved him first. Muzan grabbed Nezuko's neck and lifted her up like a chicken. At this moment, it is still the Ghost King who does whatever he wants. Seeing how much love the brother and sister had for each other, an interesting idea came to its mind. What would happen if the brother watched his sister eat the whole family? Thinking of this, Muzan laughed out loud. His laughter was so arrogant and perverted. It even turned its head to take a look, and it didn't matter that it turned its head to take a look, because the golden crow had already started. The silver light on Kamiyama's body shrank rapidly, and within a breath's time, an incandescent light began to appear on his body. This light was like the sun in the dark night, and Muzan's 17 whips stopped for a moment. Of course, this was not a pause in time. This is the ghost's fear of sunlight. Even the king of ghosts cannot overcome the sunlight. Chapter 137. All members. Marks. Kamiyama swung his sword fiercely, and the white blade wind wrapped in red gold lightning surged, crushing all the pipe whips like a tornado. He took a step forward, and the heaven and earth seemed to tremble. He instantly moved close to Muzan and chopped down at the arm that was strangling Nezuko. The burning sensation spread along the cut to Muzan's entire body. After more than 400 years, it was injured again and once again experienced the pain brought by the burning blade. Not only his arm hurt, his chest hurt even more. That was the knife wound left by Sugaku and Yoriichi. It had been more than 400 years, but it still hadn't healed. Kamiyama, who snatched Nezuko away, had a solemn expression on his face, because there was a bloody hole on Nezuko's neck. The blood vessels all over her body bulged, like little green snakes, moving under her fair skin. Nezuko began to turn into a ghost. This was her fate. However, Kamiyama is not pessimistic. Since it is her fate to transform into a demon, it is also her fate to transform back. Nezuko. Tanjiro took his sister tremblingly. He was full of self-blame. He was the eldest son. How could he let his sister get hurt? Tanjiro, what on earth are you doing? He questioned himself in his heart. There was no time to be sad. Kamiyama picked up the 2 and threw them far away, while shouting, "Tanjiro, your sister has become a ghost. Take good care of her. Remember, don't let her hurt anyone." He didn't have much time to explain. Muzan's broken arm had already recovered. The red sword that could hold its arm for several minutes was only effective for a few seconds for it. Tendo Kamiyama, you should run away. You have no chance now. The flesh on Muzan's arms quickly melted and deformed, and 2 huge whips covered with bone spurs took shape, which could be considered tube whips, a total of 19 deadly weapons. If any of the whip spikes hit his body once, Kamiyama would be in an irretrievable situation, which means that even the slightest negligence or mistake would kill him. But he had no regrets. Being able to save the Kamado family was enough. The war is about to break out. At this moment, as the dark wings of the holy blade swept across the night sky, the voices of other pillars sounded behind Muzan. Kibutsuji Muzan, Muzan, go to hell. Go to hell, evil ghost. Really, we're here, you're no longer alone. Advertisement. A row of people, led by Himeji Makiyome, rushed forward quickly in a V formation. They raised their right hands together and bit off the pill on the bracelet. All stripes, open. All the headaos, rise. In an instant, 11 fiery red blades seemed to be burning with flames, carrying a hot breath, instantly dispersing the wind and snow in the sky. They danced in the air, leaving beautiful trails, like a group of dancing fire elves. The light emitted by the red sword illuminated the entire night sky, making the originally dark and cold world bright and warm. Kamiyama raised the corners of his mouth, laughed loudly, and then rushed towards Muzan without hesitation. Faced with the siege of 11 pillar-level swordsmen, the ancestor of demons simply smiled contemptuously. It thought that today would be the end after killing all the descendants of the sun-breathing, but it didn't expect that it could also wipe out the strongest force of the Demon Slayer Corps. But to his surprise, this generation of the Demon Slayer Corps seemed to have become a little stronger. Otherwise, the game is boring. Xingming exerted force with his feet, he jumped into the air waving the meteor hammer and the axe. The place where his feet stepped was deeply sunken, and he swung out the breathing of rock form 4 Rhyolite speed conquest. The strength of the striped rock pillar was close to 70% of Kamiyama's. The two of them were one in front and one behind, and they didn't even dodge, letting the pipe whip fly past them. Because their comrades were right there was no need to dodge, and they had to fight with the belief that they would kill Muzan. Just when the pipe whip was about to surround and touch the two, a hurricane and a flaming tiger attacked from both sides. They were Shia and Kyojuru. Giyu stood under Guillaume, who jumped into the air and activated water-breathing 11th form Niji. A clear lake appeared under his feet, and he himself entered a state of tranquility and stillness, and all spells within the attack range of the blade were invalidated. Giyu's move was not to sneak attack Muzan, he was to assist Kamiyama. These people are the best in the Demon Slayer Corps. They are gifted, so they came to a conclusion the moment they came into contact with Muzan. Even if 11 people gathered together, they might not be able to kill it. All they had to do was to assist Kamiyama and Xingming with all their strength. This battle is the best opportunity to hone one's skills, as long as it is delayed until the beginning of the sun. After all, Kamiyama had already told everyone the battle strategy. Advertisement. Back to a few minutes ago, Tanjiro was running away madly with his sister in his arms, and he would look back from time to time. He smelled an extremely strong hatred, which even overwhelmed the stench of the monster. He knew that it was brother Kamiyama's companions who came to support him, which made him feel better. Until now, Tanjiro hoped that he was dreaming. This way, brother Kamiyama won't be in danger, and his sister won't turn into a ghost. Ah! Nezuko's screams brought Tanjiro back to his senses. She struggled frantically, and her brute force was extraordinary. Tanjiro was thrown out on the spot. She suddenly fell to the ground on all fours, her pupils instantly stood up, her eyes became fierce and sharp, and she seemed to have lost all human reason and emotions. Her teeth were clenched tightly together, revealing her sharp fangs, and saliva kept flowing out of her mouth, dripping from the corners of her mouth onto the ground. Nezuko's transformation into a ghost is complete. Tanjiro stood up despite the severe pain. He was suddenly very glad that he had decided not to take Nezuko to run towards his mother and the others. This way, even if there was danger, no one else would be hurt. Nezuko, I'm your brother, Nezuko, he yelled at his sister, trying to wake her up. But humans who become ghosts for the first time have one thing in common, that is, they will fall into a state of extreme hunger and have the urge to eat their family members. This is Muzan's evil taste. Nezuko ignored her brother's cries and rushed forward. Following her ghost instinct, she bit Tanjiro's aorta. With no other options, Tanjiro could only roll over to dodge, and took the opportunity to pick up the fallen axe. This skill was acquired from years of chopping wood in the mountains and forests. With the weapon in hand, he chopped down subconsciously, but just a second before the axe fell, he pulled it back. Nezuko is my family. She became like this because of me. How could I hurt her? Tanjiro blamed himself in his heart. But Nezuko, who had lost her mind, didn't think so. She quickly turned around and bit Tanjiro again. Unable to attack, he could only dodge. In his haste, he was tripped by a stone hidden in the snow, and his neck was exposed to Nezuko's mouth. Chapter 138. Return to the rescue. Tanjiro did not bleed to death on the spot, and Nezuko actually took the initiative to avoid him, but it was only for a moment, but it was precisely this moment that gave him hope. Ah! Nezuko howled in pain like a wounded beast. The ghosts will return, and she pounced on Tanjiro again. This time Tanjiro dodged it. He turned around and knocked his sister to the ground, stuck the axe handle into her mouth, and began to call his sister's name over and over again. Nezuko! Wake up! Nezuko! I'm your brother, Nezuko! Nezuko was still struggling. Not only her body, but her remaining human consciousness was also fighting against the demon blood. Slowly, snowflakes began to fall all around. The snow got heavier and heavier, gradually blurring the figures of the brother and sister. The clanging sound of swords colliding tore through the flying snow, creating a snow-free world, because any snow that entered this area would be melted instantly. Muzan stood proudly at the center of this world, surrounded by a dozen blazing burning blades. The pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, with Kamiyama at the center, stood breathlessly on the opposite side of the ancestor of demons. Muzan's mouth corners raised, still with that playful and joking expression. He even retracted the whips that his arms had transformed into. He looked at them with disdain, and said, "After fighting for hundreds of years, you Demon Slayer Corps are still as weak. A bunch of bugs actually want to overthrow me. Ha 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 ha." As he spoke, Muzan couldn't help but burst out laughing. He had been feeling depressed for hundreds of years, worrying every day that a guy like Sugikoku Yoshichi would appear. But now it seems that such worries were completely unnecessary. Sugikoku Yoriichi is a special case and will never appear again. From beginning to end in this battle, it only used 60 to 70% of its strength. Kamiyama's fighting spirit had begun to flicker. After the battle with Doma, as he got older, the Golden Crow was now strong enough to last for an hour. But he knew very well that Muzan had not used his full strength. After all, in that guy's eyes, humans were nothing more than ants on the roadside that could be crushed to death with one foot. Who would consider ants as opponents? It will be considered a success as long as the Kamado family is picked up by the hidden team members. Advertisement now is not the time to fight to the death with Muzan. From the corner of his eye, Kamiyama estimated that everyone has realized how powerful Muzan is. Only in this way can you carry out targeted training in the future. He took a deep breath and said calmly, "Plan A is over, Plan B is going to be implemented." As soon as he finished speaking, Kamiyama burst out with all his fighting spirit, which turned into a turbulent airflow, roaring like an angry dragon, sweeping across the heaven and earth. The tornado-like aura swept everything around it, including the snow on the ground, causing it to fly all over the sky. With the snow curtain growing larger and larger, the remaining pillars retreated, albeit reluctantly, because Muzan was more powerful than they could have imagined. This was Plan B. Kamiyama was supposed to cover the retreat, but the snow came in time, creating favorable conditions for retreat. Muzan possesses a keen perception beyond the imagination of ordinary people, which means that everyone's every move cannot escape his sight. As several whips began to spin at high speed, a strong airflow was quickly generated, blowing away the surrounding snow curtain like a gust of wind. The remaining whips pierced into the snow curtain, breaking through the air and making sonic booms. "Everyone evacuate separately. I'll cover your rear. This is an order." This was the first serious order issued by Kamiyama as the captain. He turned his head to look at Shinobu, and then rushed towards Muzan without hesitation. Countless blade winds met the pipe whip, and at the same time bought time for everyone to retreat. After running a short distance, Kochou Shinobu started crying and wanted to go back. "Really, I want to go with you." She was not sure whether she could come back alive. This time was different from usual, as the opponent was the ancestor of ghosts. It is a being that cannot be defeated even if all the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps are gathered together. "Shinobu, come back." Kanae grabbed her sister, her eyes were red. Kamiyama always called her sister Wei, and she didn't want to leave her alone. But in the current situation, he was the only one who could survive Muzan, and this was an order. "Sister, I." Kochou Shinobu tried to shake off Kanae's hand, but her hand was like a pair of pliers and could not be moved. "Believe in Shin, believe in him, he is the strongest pillar." Advertisement. Kanae's voice trembled and she didn't dare look in that direction again. He is really the person in charge of this operation. His words are the words of the Lord and his orders must be obeyed. At this moment, Shia suddenly cursed and turned to run towards Kamiyama. "Damn it, I can't let Jen cover the retreat alone." In a hurry, he turned to Shanae and shouted, "Wei, if I die, remember to find a good family to marry." "Wait for me." Xiao Bane followed closely behind. Plan C is being implemented. The male team members return to provide support, and the girls stay. Namo Amitaba. Himejima Kiyome, the big brother, spoke up, "I'm making a grand appearance." "Wait for me." Sabito looked at Mikomo affectionately, turned around and left. Giyu still looked calm, but he was the fastest one. "This is so exciting. Let's break through our limits right here and now, ha ha ha." Kyojiro laughed, his fiery fighting spirit ignited again. "Sister," Kochou Shinobu looked at Kanae with burning eyes, and the other nodded helplessly. "You guys are really being too reckless." As a result, she set off before her sister, and shouted to the front, "Shinazugawa, you be ******************, don't think about leaving me alone." Kanae, who always has the image of a gentle older sister, said, "Old lady," for the first time, making Kochou Shinobu almost not recognize her sister. "This is exciting enough. The second team battle is about to begin. Wait for me." Mikomo had an excited smile on his face. With everyone accompanying him, there was nothing to be afraid of. Mitsuri blushed. She had just been promoted a month ago, and everyone had clearly told her not to disobey orders, but these seniors turned out to be more rebellious than each other. "Even though I'll be scolded, I can't fall behind. I'm on first." Shinobu. Looking at everyone's backs as they walked away, Kochou Shinobu wiped away her tears. It turned out that she was not the only one who had this thought. Insect breathing, centipede dance, and centipede belly were activated, and she caught up with everyone at the fastest speed and rushed to the first one. This generation of Demon Slayer Corpse pillars is not only the strongest generation, but also the most united generation. At the same time, in the dense forest behind Muzan, another figure was approaching the battlefield at a very fast speed. The figure was like lightning and arrived not far from the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Chapter 139. A sidestep, that figure was faster than the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, like a dark red meteor streaking across the sky, bringing up a whistling sound in the wind. At the moment when the blade and the pipe whip clashed, Baimu fell from the sky like a giant sword, blocking Kamiyama and Muzan. The moment Muzan saw this guy, his expression darkened visibly, and he roared angrily. Baimu, do you want to die? Baimu scratched his ears nonchalantly, turned his head and rolled his eyes at Muzan, saying, I told you, Tendo Kamiyama is my prey, you have crossed the line. Muzan's back teeth were about to break. He really regarded Baimu as a knife to kill Kamiyama, but he didn't need this knife now. Kamiyama was stunned for a moment, secretly delighted in his heart, with Baimu, a fool, messing up the situation. Muzan must be P*********** D to death. Baimu, go back to your underground place. Muzan would not allow his authority to be challenged, especially in front of what he considered to be ants. His anger towards Baimu even exceeded that of Kamiyama. Without further ado, 17 whips lashed at Baimu like dumplings, this time with all their strength. Kamiyama, who was quietly retreating at the side, couldn't help swallowing. Muzan was indeed an old monster who had lived for 1,000 years. The overbearing and powerful aura made him feel a chill. Unless one has reached the transparent realm, it would be difficult to catch all attacks of such speed, let alone kill it. You two go ahead and have fun, I won't get involved. Kamiyama turned around and ran. After all, the blessing of the Golden Crow was about to reach its limit. Muzan didn't even bother to pay attention to Kamiyama. After all, it didn't take the other party seriously. At this moment, it just wanted to press Baimu into the ground. The appearance of Baimu really caught Kamiyama off guard. He thought that he would have to try his best to survive until sunrise today. It seemed that God was on his side. Not long after he ran out, he saw everyone led by Kochou Shinobu running towards him. Kamiyama didn't care about the orders or not, he waved his hands and shouted. Run, run! Why are you back again? Have you forgotten my orders? Really, you succeeded. Kochou Shinobu was surprised and happy, and said with a smile, as long as Kamiyama was okay, she would be relieved. The 100-eyed demon is coming. I don't think it will last long, let's go. Retreat in separate groups and meet up at the foot of the mountain after sunrise. Hearing this, everyone. Yi_Yi, advertisement. However, they had no choice but to change direction and ran in different directions, but no one knew who made a complaint. Really, Baimu really loves you. Soon, everyone dispersed into the mountains and forests, and the darkness began to fade away, and daybreak was approaching. Muzan, who was still beating Baimu, glanced at Yuanshin with a frown on his face. He was in a terrible mood. Not only Kamiyama, Muzan also did not expect this traitor to appear. Baimu, if you do it again, I will cut you into pieces and bury you 10,000 meters underground, so that you will never see the light of day again. These words came out of Muzan's mouth almost word by word. Baimu, who had been broken into more than 100 pieces, was still stubborn and cursed. If you didn't want to use me, you would have done it long ago. And it's already daybreak, ha 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 ha. Muzan was so angry that he was shaking all over. He didn't even look at it and turned and ran away. At the same time, the sunlight has covered 1/5 of the mountain and it will soon reach the halfway point. After Muzan left, the pieces of meat in the snow were pieced together in the blink of an eye, and Baimu began to bombard the ground wildly. After a while, it buried itself more than 20 meters underground. At dawn, Nezuko calmed down, and Tanjiro, exhausted, lay beside his sister, breathing heavily. At this moment, the sunlight was only 100 meters away from Nezuko and was moving forward rapidly. The situation was urgent when Muzan attacked, and Kamiyama forgot to tell Tanjiro that ghosts will die in the sunlight, so he didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. Time passed by minute, and the golden light gradually engulfed the earth. 50 meters, 40 meters, 10 meters, 9 meters. The Grim Reaper was getting closer and closer to Nezuko. Her ghost instinct made her want to escape, but she was extremely hungry and had been fighting against that wolf for too long. She was exhausted and couldn't even get up. At this moment, the holy blade rushed out from the sunlight, opened its throat, and shouted at Tanjiro. Advertisement, you little brat. Ghosts will die if exposed to sunlight, do something quickly. Hearing this, Tanjiro didn't care why the crow was talking and hurriedly took off his coat and covered his sister, but just one coat was not enough as a large part of Nezuko's body would still be exposed to the sun. He tried to get up from the ground, but his body was like an old machine that had been out of repair and could not function. Tanjiro stayed in the ice and snow for several hours in human form, and it was a miracle that he did not freeze to death. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. Even though his legs were shaking violently, he still walked towards his sister step by step. Every step seemed so difficult, as if it was exhausting all the strength in the body. As the sunlight got closer, he finally reached his sister. Without hesitation, he opened his arms and held his sister tightly in his arms, using his weak body to block the approaching sunlight for her. What to do? What to do? I can't protect it, I can't protect it. Nezuko will die, think of a way. Think of a solution, Tanjiro. He shouted in his heart. He was in a hurry. If he blocked one side, the other side would be exposed, so he took off almost all his clothes without hesitation. After a moment, he was left with only a pair of shorts, and then he quickly wrapped Nezuko in his cotton coat. It snowed all night last night, and even though the sun was out, the temperature was still very low. Tanjiro was shivering with cold, but even so, he still opened his arms to block Nezuko. Just then, the sunlight passed by and completely enveloped the two of them. Nezuko, who was afraid of light, curled up in the cotton coat that smelled of her brother, and she was shivering. Nezuko, don't be afraid, I'm here. Tanjiro was shivering from the cold, his skin turned red and his lips turned purple, but his voice was still gentle. Nezuko, you must hide well or you will die. Gradually, Tanjiro's vision began to blur, but he continued to mutter his sister's name. Nezuko, hide well, hide well. Finally, he collapsed completely due to exhaustion. While he was half conscious, he felt someone caught him, so he subconsciously reached out to grab the other person. Until he fainted, Tanjiro had only one thought in his mind, which was to help his sister block the sunlight. Chapter 140. I guess he's dead. You're a man, Kamiyama said with relief, looking pale. He quickly took off his coat and put it on Tanjiro, even though he was still in an extremely weak state. Let me do it. Giyu put down the bamboo basket. His voice was cold but his eyes were gentle. Not long after they separated, the two met unexpectedly. Giyu knew that he would enter a weak state after using that move, so he followed him all the way out of concern. As for the bamboo basket, it was found in the ruins of Kamado's house, so if he really needed it, he would take it with him. At this moment, a pair of big, blinking pink eyes appeared from the pile of cotton coats nearby. Nezuko bared her teeth at the two of them like a puppy protecting its master. She thought they were going to hurt her brother. It's a ghost. Giyu subconsciously grasped the hilt of the knife, but he paused and then let go. If it was a ghost, why was the boy still alive? Could it be that it had escaped Muzan's control like Miss Tamayo and was suppressing its instincts? Giyu, it's just like you imagined. This brother and sister are miracle child. Kamiyama sat slumped in the snow, holding Tanjiro in his arms, and his weak voice sounded. Nezuko must have gotten smaller, put her in the bamboo basket quickly. Giyu believed Kamiyama 100%, so he walked over with the bamboo basket. He squatted down, put the basket flat, and the emotionless voice rang out. Come into the basket. As soon as she finished speaking, Nezuko immediately shrank back and let out a low growl similar to that of a cat with its fur standing on end. Obviously, Giyu's passive was triggered. He turned his head to look at Kamiyama, with a blank expression on his face, and said, what if she doesn't come in? Kamiyama almost vomited blood and said angrily, brother, can you please take back your murderous intent? If it were me, I would not go in either. Oh, I'm used to it. After all, this is an unknown ghost. Giyu nodded. He realized that his murderous aura was outward and he did this accidentally. Putting away his murderous intent, he gently opened a small gap in his cotton coat, first pointed at the sun, then crossed his hands and pointed at the backpack, explaining. Come inside, where the sun can't shine on you, dear. Giyu remembered that this was the case when he was teasing the puppy raised by Sudako, but he was bitten in the end. Without the murderous intent and making sure that the two had not harmed her brother, Nezuko let down her guard. She seemed to understand Giyu's explanation and began to lean her head out. He immediately took off his haori and created a shaded area between the backpack and the pile of cotton clothes. After Nezuko climbed in, he covered the backpack with the haori. After hesitating for a moment, he took off his coat and wrapped the bamboo basket, fearing that the sunlight would hurt the ghost inside. Advertisement after all, this was the ghost that the young man was willing to freeze to death to protect, so he had to give him an explanation. I'll get him dressed, and you put on your coat. I'll be fine for now. Yes. Kamiyama was not at all pretentious. After putting on his coat, he handed over the haori and added, cover yourself with one more layer to prevent Nezuko from getting exposed to the sun. A moment later, Giyu was carrying a bamboo basket on his back, holding Tanjiro in his arms, and Kamiyama was holding his neck, using him as a walking stick. In this way, he went down the mountain alone with the old, weak, sick and disabled. At the foot of the mountain, the other pillars were waiting anxiously, and when they saw Giyu, some of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. Because Kamiyama fainted halfway through the journey, he had to move the bamboo baskets to the front, carrying one on his back and holding one on his head. Giyu, thank you for your hard work. Sabito, as a good brother, was holding back his laughter, while Mikomo, as a senior sister, was already laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha. Little Giyu looks so weird, I really want Suda to see it, ha ha ha. Kochou Shinobu ran over to take Kamiyama, while Sabito took over his future junior apprentice, and Giyu carried Nezuko on his back without saying anything. He really didn't know how to explain it. As for that ghost, only Jen can explain it to everyone. After all, she is not Miss Tamayo, and she cannot be sure of everyone's thoughts. After arriving at the nearest Fuji house, except for Giyu, Kochou Shinobu and the fainted Kamiyama, the rest of the pillars left. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps still had to operate, and they couldn't stay together all the time. The rest of the Kamado family was also placed here, and Kamiyama should be in charge of their family's follow-up affairs. Kamado was frightened the whole night. After coaxing the other children to sleep, she tiptoed out of the room. Her eyes were red, and she looked very haggard after the night. She is now particularly worried about her eldest son and daughter. After all, they have not returned yet, and she has not been able to see the child Kamiyama, so she is unsure. She was wandering aimlessly in the corridor and happened to see Giyu carrying a bamboo basket. Noticing that he was wearing similar clothes to Kamiyama, she hurriedly chased after him. Hello. I want to ask you something. Hearing someone calling him, Giyu turned around and said coldly, what's the matter? This aura that kept people at a distance really scared Kamado all. Advertisement, excuse me, have you ever met Kamiyama? He fainted, but he's fine, Giyu explained. Then, have you ever seen a child with a scar on his forehead? That's my eldest son, Kamado Tanjiro, and... Before Kamado Oi could finish, he answered, I have seen him. Hearing this, Kamado Kuiji was overjoyed and asked hurriedly, so how is he? I'm dizzy and have frostbite, but I won't die. Giyu's words were like a sharp knife piercing the old mother's heart. Her voice trembled as she asked, what about the other girl? This really puzzled Giyu. After all, the girl was in the bamboo basket behind him, but he didn't know how to explain it, so he answered. Unfortunately, she turned into a ghost. Kamado Kuiji had no idea what a ghost was. She continued to ask, what does that mean? What happened to my daughter? Giyu scratched the back of his head and said emotionlessly, that situation should be considered death. In his opinion, if one becomes a ghost, he can no longer be considered a human being, which is equivalent to the human being himself dying. What? Kamado Oi's face was pale, and she looked like she had lost her soul, with tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Nezuko. Mommy is sorry. Nezuko. Giyu. _. Isn't this statement quite right? Strictly speaking, the person is dead, but not completely dead. Realizing the flaw in his statement, he hurriedly explained. Madam, please don't cry yet. Strictly speaking, your daughter's death was not complete. She is still alive. Giyu's expressionless face coupled with this explanation is even more powerful than the soul catcher in hell. As expected, Mrs. Kuiji fainted. Chapter 141. Let's have one too. In the bright room, Kochou Shinobu held his forehead with a helpless look on his face, as one more person fainted. Is there something wrong with my explanation? Giyu looked at Kochou Shinobu seriously, thought for a moment, put down the bamboo basket, and begged, Kochou, I'll leave this ghost to you. Wait until he really wakes up. Kochou Shinobu. An airy summation, DLLL. You. What did you say? There. Is a ghost in there? She exclaimed, completely stunned. What was in Giyu's head? Giyu nodded nonchalantly and said, I don't think you're such a nuisance. After all, I have a mission to perform and can't stay for long. Shinobu waved his hand and said, leave it to me. I'll wait for Jen to explain it to me. Grandma Moon kicked Grandpa Sun off the bed, and a black veil hung from the distant sky. Shinobu was sitting under the eaves, swinging her little feet back and forth. Suddenly, there was a slight sound behind her, and the door was pushed open a crack by something. When she looked back, she saw a pair of big watery eyes peeking through the crack of the door, looking at her curiously. Are you the ghost in the bamboo basket? Shinobu opened her cherry lips and blinked her beautiful big eyes, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. The ghost in front of her was different from any she had seen before. There was not a trace of evil on it and it was so clean that it didn't even look like a ghost. After suppressing her devil instincts, Nezuko now looked a bit like a 2-year-old child. She clapped her chubby little hands, tilted her head and made baby-like sounds to Kochou Shinobu. Kochou Shinobu opened her arms subconsciously and said with a smile, come here, little one, let your sister hold you. After making sure that the guy in front of her was not a threat, she staggered over to him. Since she was not very skilled, she fell down halfway. Fortunately, Kochou Shinobu caught her in time and held her high up to the moonlight. After becoming a ghost, he no longer ate his family, had no desire to hurt people, and became like a child. It's so miserable. Even Shinobu didn't react to the fact that he actually felt pity for a ghost. Or perhaps, the little girl in front of him was also a victim, and the most pitiful one. Advertisement, tolerate. Kamiyama held onto the doorframe and softly called Kochou Shinobu's name. He looked at the warm scene with an Andy smile on his face. It seemed that Shinobu was not opposed to Nezuko. One word fell, another word followed, gentleness mixed with a hint of surprise. Really, you finally woke up. Kochou Shinobu came over with little Nezuko in his arms, but he had just woken up and was still very weak, so he only came to see that the door was open. At this moment, Kamiyama lost his balance and fell forward. Kochou Shinobu hurriedly used her small body to support him, but she overestimated herself. Her body leaned backward uncontrollably, and Kamiyama hurriedly stretched out a foot to support her foot, then turned around and cushioned it, lifting Nezuko and throwing her into his arms. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed a few times and muttered softly, I've gained some weight recently. This muttering was heard by Shinobu, who instantly turned into an angry version and bit Kamiyama's face, but it was a light bite, which would probably only leave a shallow tooth mark. What did you say? She asked knowingly, staring at Kamiyama fiercely. Sensing a bad aura, Nezuko struggled to jump off the ninja's hand and trotted into the room, not even forgetting to close the door. She stretched and fell asleep leaning against her mother. Now Nezuko needs sleep to recover her strength. I said Nezuko is very cute. Do you want a baby like this? We can have one? Hearing this, Kochou Shinobu curled his lips, took another bite of Kamiyama, turned his head away proudly, and said, you haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already thinking about having a baby. Who's going to give birth to one for you? Humph. Oh my, it hurts so much, why do my ribs suddenly feel like they're broken, ah. Kamiyama began to scream in agony, in more pain than a pig during Huxia New Year. Shinobu looked at him suspiciously, dismantled it immediately, and said, just install it. I've checked it and there's no problem. Don't forget, I'm a doctor. He did not respond, his facial expression was distorted, and he was breathing heavily. This frightened Kochou Shinobu, and he hurriedly climbed off Shin and helped him up. Really, are you okay? As soon as she moved closer, Kamiyama grinned as if he had succeeded in his evil plan, and then kissed her. Damn it, I got fooled again. How come this guy's acting skills are getting better and better? Why don't you become an actor? Advertisement Shinobu complained in his mind, but his arms consciously wrapped around Shin's waist. After a moment of tenderness, the two sat shoulder to shoulder under the eaves. In the quiet courtyard, a wisteria tree stands tall, its branches swaying gently in the breeze like an elegant dancer. Under the moonlight, a few lavender petals fell from the tree, like light kochou dancing in the air. If you want to kiss me, just kiss me. Why are you trying to fool me? I'm not stopping you. Ren rolled his eyes at Jen and said unhappily. That's more exciting, Kamiyama said happily with a smirk on his face. Kochou Shinobu. Equals, really, you're not a pervert, are you? You like to play that. As she spoke, Shinobu slowly lowered her head. Her face became redder and redder, like a ripe apple. Steam kept coming out of her head. She told herself that she was shy. What kind? Kamiyama looked confused and firmly emphasized, I'm not that kind of person. You're overthinking it. Forget it, just tell me what's going on with that little guy. Shinobu began to change the subject. Just give me a kiss and tell me, don't make me kick you. Tell me. Nezuko's situation is very special. In short, she escaped from Muzan's control with her own will. She is also the first ghost in history who has never eaten a human and won't even get her blood dirty. Also, she turned into a ghost to protect her brother. Kamiyama said a lot of things and Kochou Shinobu nodded frequently. She didn't expect that the girl was more miserable than she imagined. What should we do then? Turn her back into a human, of course. Shinobu was not surprised to hear Kamiyama's answer, because this theory was proposed by Miss Tamayo, and she also helped with the research, but there has been no breakthrough so far, and it can even be said that there is no hope at all. It's not possible to turn a ghost back into a human at the moment, but Nezuko's situation is different from all ghosts. Her blood may be a new breakthrough. Shinobu analyzed seriously, and then sighed. There is hope, but it's not great. I hope God can look after this poor child. As soon as she finished speaking, Kamiyama smiled with great certainty and said, Nezuko will definitely be able to turn back into a human. After all, she is a brave and kind child. Chapter 142. Nezuko's Disposal. As soon as Kamiyama finished speaking, the door behind him was pushed open. Tanjiro, who had just woken up, had tears in his eyes. When he learned that his sister had a chance to turn back into a human, he seemed to have grasped hope. Brother Kamiyama, Nezuko, can she change back? His voice trembled. The scene of Nezuko pushing him away was still vivid in his mind. She shouldn't have been the one to become like that. As the eldest son in the family, as a brother, and as a man, he blamed himself extremely. Kamiyama slowly stood up. He stood face to face with Tanjiro, patted him on the shoulder, and said solemnly. Tanjiro, don't give up. Even if there is little hope, there is still hope. Also, don't be too hard on yourself. You've done a great job. You want to protect your sister, and she wants to protect you too. Kamiyama. Brother, Tanjiro could no longer stop crying. After all, he was just a 12-year-old boy who had to shoulder the responsibility of helping his mother support the family at such a young age. It's okay. It's not your fault. I will help you. Everyone will help you. Kamiyama opened his arms, hugged the little boy, and comforted him softly. Kochou Shinobu, who was standing by, tilted his head, looked at the scene in front of him, raised the corner of his mouth, and said in his heart. My family is such a good man, the best man in the world, ha ha ha. Nezuko woke up at some point, perhaps sensing her brother's sadness, and walked over to hold his hand. A month later, HQ. A house was built not far from Kamiyama's residence, which is now the home of the Kamado family. Currently, only Giyu, Shinobu, the lord and himself know about Nezuko's affairs. At least a Hashira council meeting must be held to decide whether Nezuko should stay or go. After all, she is not Tamayo, just a normal ghost. Boom boom boom. After a knock on the door, Tanjiro's voice sounded, with a hint of uneasiness in it. Brother Kamiyama, can everyone accept Nezuko like that? Yes, I can guarantee you that. Kamiyama opened the door and assured with a smile. Thank you. Tanjiro bowed 90 degrees without hesitation. If Kamiyama hadn't stopped him, he would have knelt down again. He always said things like the favor was too great and he was afraid he could never repay it in his lifetime, which made Kamiyama very troubled. Don't play that trick on me, kid. I've already told you that we are destined to be together, and I'm helping you voluntarily. Advertisement? No, a favor is a favor. Tanjiro was as stubborn as a donkey, with a determined look on his face, so Kamiyama had to block his mouth with the tricolor dumplings. Let's go, it's time for the meeting. He left quickly, not giving Tanjiro a chance to speak. Also, everyone is actually quite kind, don't worry. A moment later, at the Yubayashiki residence, Kagaya sat in the main seat. Thanks to saving your life, he was not disfigured, but his body became weaker every year. However, he was much stronger than in the original plot. At least there is no problem in holding a meeting. Except for Kamiyama, the rest of the pillars have arrived, and the three newcomers, the Tokido brothers and Mitsuri, are at the last seat. The Demon Slayer Corps today has 14 pillar-level swordsmen, crushing any generation in history. Everyone, here I come. Kamiyama walked into the gate, and Tanjiro followed behind with his head down. For some reason, he suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Everyone was said to be very friendly. Really, this can't be your long-lost cousin? Activist Sabito suddenly complained. After all, the vast majority of the people present had never seen Tanjiro. That's right, you two are at least 50% alike. Makomo stroked his chin and followed his husband's lead. Isn't he an orphan? Xiao Bane said doubtfully. Giyu seemed to want to say something but hesitated and finally chose to remain silent. Tanjiro immediately broke out in a sweat, thinking that he would not cause trouble to brother Kamiyama, and hurriedly stepped forward to clarify. He first put down the bamboo basket, then suddenly bowed 90 degrees, and said in a somewhat flustered tone. Hello everyone, my name is Kamado Tanjiro, not brother Kamiyama's cousin. Also, thank you all for saving my family, I will never forget your kindness. Thank you very much, ouch. Kyojuro appeared beside Tanjiro without him noticing, picked him up, and said cheerfully, young man, it is our duty to slay demons and save people, but I like your politeness, hurry up and get up. Ahem. Seeing the atmosphere become tense, Kamiyama winked at Kagaya, who smiled and nodded. He said, well, actually, I brought back another ghost. Hearing this, the pillars. After a few seconds of silence, he scratched his head and said awkwardly. Well, give me some advice. Forget it, let me show you first, advertisement. After saying that, Kamiyama carried a bamboo basket and walked to the eaves facing everyone. He took Nezuko out and put her on the ground. Many pillars subconsciously grasped the hilt of their swords. They had no ill intentions, after all, they had gone through the Tamayo incident, it was just a simple instinctive reaction. Boss, don't mind if I dirty your floor. No problem, Kagaya waved his hand, signaling him to come as he pleases. Kamiyama rolled up his sleeves and cut a gash on his arm with a knife. Fresh blood dripped down the blade. Nezuko's blood vessels bulged around her eyes when she smelled the blood. He used the same method that Tsuneya used in the plot, but it was not as rough, and he discussed it with Tanjiro in advance. And for the Oni, his thin blood is more attractive than Sane's, so if Nezuko can hold back, it will be more convincing. After all, Nezuko is a ghost. Even if everyone trusts her, some people will inevitably feel dissatisfied. Even if that emotion will account for a very small proportion, Kamiyama does not want that emotion to rise. Nezuko's ghost nature is awakening, and her human will is struggling. Tanjiro below clenched his fists so tightly that his nails were about to dig into his flesh, and he kept shouting in his heart. Nezuko, you can't hurt brother Kamiyama, you absolutely can't. You can't hurt others. In the blink of an eye, his forehead was covered with a layer of fine sweat and his heart was pounding. All the pillars' eyes were focused on the eaves. No one held a knife, and there was no murderous intent at all. They believed in Kamiyama, and believed even more that he would make the right judgment. Kamiyama gripped the hilt of the knife tightly. He was more nervous than anyone else. After all, this was happening in real time and he was in charge of it himself. Whether Nezuko will hurt anyone other than her family, whether she can withstand the temptation of thin blood, everything is unknown. If so, everyone will be happy. If not, he must kill the other person with his own hands. Tick. Tick. The whole place was eerily quiet, with only the incessant ticking sound. Chapter 143. The Birth of a Swordsman with a Ghost. The thin blood was like a bewitching devil, flashing before Nezuko's eyes drop by drop. Saliva kept seeping through the bamboo tube, and her eyes were bloodshot. Time flows quietly in silence, and every minute and every second seems particularly long. Suddenly, a crisp click broke the silence around. The sound was like a thunder, instantly waking people up from their calm thoughts. Everyone's eyes were focused on Nezuko, and they saw that the bamboo tube stuck in her mouth actually broke into pieces. As the bamboo tube broke, Nezuko's face gradually changed, and the hideous face of the evil spirit gradually emerged. Her eyes turned blood red, the fangs in her mouth flashed coldly, and her breathing became rapid and heavy, exuding a greedy breath. The evil spirit's instincts completely took over her body. She began to lose her mind and was on the verge of madness. Nezuko. No, Tanjiro yelled like crazy. He hadn't turned his sister back into a human yet, but this was what he had promised, and now he could only watch. Calm down, Nezuko. You're not a monster, you're a human, you're my sister. Nezuko. Tanjiro shouted loudly. No one noticed that Kamiyama's hand was shaking as he held the knife. He wondered if Nezuko would not have revealed her true nature if there had not been this test. Nezuko's body was shaking wildly. She wanted to bite it and eat it so much. However, at this moment, a strong will suddenly surged from deep within Nezuko's heart. This will comes from her deep attachment to her family. She knows that if she loses her mind, she will become a terrible monster and hurt those she loves most. This will is fighting. Everyone held their breath, and gradually, the blood stopped dripping and Kamiyama's wound scabbed over. Nezuko stood in the shadow like a statue, and she didn't bite. Kamiyama let out a long sigh, and he was like a deflated ball. He excitedly hugged Nezuko and shouted, Nezuko, good job. Exhausted, Nezuko fell asleep on his shoulder, her body shrinking again. Small and cute. Kamiyama held him and faced everyone, saying, everyone, how is it? All those present did not come to their senses, turned into ghosts, did not hurt anyone, and were even able to resist the temptation of rare blood. Is this still a ghost? At least from this perspective, she is an extremely pitiful victim and completely worthy of sympathy. She can stay, no objection, this scene is incredible. Advertisement, this is the most gorgeous ghost I've ever seen. No comment. The pillars spoke one by one in agreement, and Yubayashiki Kagaya slowly stood up, turned to look at Kamiyama, and said with a smile. I've heard the story of this child. Even though she turned into a ghost, she was still brave. I agreed to let her stay. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Tanjiro and said softly, Tanjiro, can you promise? I can. His red eyes sparkled and his tone was so firm that he didn't even know what his lord asked him to promise. Well, I give you this order as the lord of the Demon Slayer Corps. If Nezuko hurts anyone in the future, you must kill her with your own hands and apologize. Tanjiro nodded without hesitation and answered loudly. I will never let Nezuko hurt others, otherwise I will kill her with my own hands and then commit suicide. In this way, the Kamado siblings received unanimous recognition from the top management of the Demon Slayer Corps. It is unheard of that a ghost can escape Muzan's control without harming anyone. After the meeting, Kamiyama took Tanjiro to find the three Mizuo siblings. Compared to other breathing techniques, water breathing is the softest and easiest to practice, and it is the perfect transition to sun breathing. Once Tanjiro has perfected the water breathing, Kamiyama will teach him the technique of switching breathing techniques. In order to deal with Muzan, the fire god Kagura dance passed down from generation to generation by the Kamado family is indispensable. What's the matter? Sabito asked. Of course. Kamiyama pushed Tanjiro in front of the three people and said, let him learn water breathing from Mr. Urokodaki. You can recommend him. Saturday's sad face, hollow diamond, Giyu. Mikomo. The Shuihu trio were confused. When it came to training swordsmen, Kamiyama had already trained 2 pillar-level swordsmen. Why don't you teach it yourself? He is suitable for you. It is due to his fate with Mr. Urokodaki. Mikomo spread his hands and complained. Really? You always do these mysterious things. Why don't you just become a monk? Give me a definite answer. Okay, I agree. I was thinking of having more junior apprentice brothers. Well, I'll leave Tanjiro to you. I'm leaving now. You brothers can take your time with him. Kamiyama disappeared without giving Tanjiro a chance to speak. Only he and 3 people he was not very familiar with were left at the scene. No, they were his future seniors. Advertisement. The air froze for 2 or 3 seconds, and Tanjiro was the first to break it, bowing 90 degrees and saying seriously. My name is Kamado Tanjiro, and there are 7 people in my family. Please take good care of me in the future. Thank you for saving my family. Hey, don't be so reserved. Mikomo helped Tanjiro up, his eyes full of kindness, and said with a smile, from now on, I will be your senior sister, Mikomo. Tanjiro bowed 90 degrees again and said, hello, senior sister. Sabito corrected hastily, Tanjiro, don't listen to her nonsense, I'm the senior brother. By the way, my name is Sabito, please take care of me in the future. He bowed 90 degrees again and said politely, hello, senior brother. It's the second brother, Mikomo emphasized. Brother, we can't give in on this, Sabito retorted. Second brother, big brother, brothers and sisters, no, don't quarrel, that's not good. Tanjiro was a little flustered for a moment. At this moment, Giyu walked between the 2 people who were arguing. He looked expressionless and said coldly. Tomioka Gyu. Tanjiro remembered brother Giyu, and heard that it was he who carried him out of the mountain, so he was polite again and said. Brother Giyu, thank you for bringing me and Nezuko out here. Giyu turned and left, but after a few steps, he turned his head and looked at Tanjiro and said, let's go. Say goodbye to your family and you can leave tomorrow. What about the elder sister and elder brother? Tanjiro asked worriedly as he looked at the 2 people who were still arguing. Fine, they always do this, you'll get used to it. Oh, Tanjiro nodded, but still a little worried, and said, really don't worry about it. Need not, oh well. Just like that, Tanjiro followed Giyu with a bamboo basket on his back, followed by the elder sister and elder brother who were having a quarrel. The swordsman with the ghost took a crucial step in his life. Chapter 144. Visiting relatives in Taoshan Town. Peach blossoms are blooming again. The flowers and people remain the same. Old man Kuwashima was carrying a basket of vegetables and walking slowly on the street. When he passed by Rice Shop, Uncle Yamamoto greeted him warmly. Good evening, old man. Yeah. The old man smiled and nodded. He always had an urge to carry a bag of rice home. When he calmed down, he found that the edible guy in his house was not there. Uncle Yamamoto, who was standing by, was even more moved. He sighed and said nostalgically. That brat hasn't come back this year. If I remember correctly, he should be 18 now. Back then, he was so small, not even as tall as a bag of rice, Uncle Yamamoto said as he gestured. When he got here, I held onto the bag of rice and wouldn't let go. The uncle only knew that Kamiyama had gone out to do business and only came home once or twice a year. Sometimes he missed the days when that guy was around. Only the old man knew how dangerous the job his apprentice was doing, and how he had experienced life and death time and time again. He knew that brat best. He always put others first and never considered his own safety. According to the date, he should be back soon. Then ask him to come to your place to buy rice. The old man waved his hand, walked towards the sunset, past the peach forest, sat under the eaves of a small house halfway up the mountain, staring at the path in the distance. At this moment, a small black dot appeared on the distant horizon. It was getting closer and closer. When he could see it clearly, the old man was so excited that he almost fell off his chair. Because that was his disciple's exclusive crow, the holy blade. Master, there is a letter. The holy blade fell on the old man's shoulder. Facing the old man, it couldn't help but speak softly despite its cold personality. There was even a hint of shame in its black gemstone-like eyes. The old man couldn't wait to open the letter. It was written in the handwriting of his apprentice. Grandpa, how are you? I know you're fine without your reply. After all, you have Grandma Shizuko. Seeing this, the old man's mouth twitched, thinking that he was really old. It had been a long time since he used thunder breath to spank that traitor's butt. After calming down, he continued reading the letter. Now the Demon Slayer Corps has 14 pillar-level swordsmen, 2 of whom are your apprentices, including the 2 I brought back last time. Also, we have found the successor of the legendary initial breathing method. I am not bragging, you know that I rarely brag about my apprentice. With me here, I will definitely let you see the day when there are no ghosts in the world. Close black lens bracket. Seeing this, the old man raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said lovingly, just blow it, ha ha ha. Advertisement, however, there have been too many incidents involving 12 Kazuki recently, and even the 14 pillars are too busy to handle it, so he may not be able to come back this year. Please take care of yourself. Your most handsome, powerful and strongest disciple, Kamiyama. Close black lens bracket. The moment he finished reading the letter, the smile on the old man's face seemed to be wiped away by an invisible hand and disappeared without a trace in an instant. His eyes became dull and his originally straight body seemed to have lost its support and he slowly slumped down in the chair. His lips trembled slightly and he let out a low sigh. His wrinkles became more obvious, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Although the old man was usually very strict, in his eyes, Kamiyama was never just an apprentice, but rather like his own grandson. He is old and sees his son less and less, but he knows his son better than ever what he does. It would be too selfish to always ask him to go home and be with him. With another sigh, the old man turned around and said, Saint Blade, help me bring a reply to that brat. The table was empty, with nothing but a bowl of rice and a bowl of water, not even a bird feather. Be busy, so that you can save more people and kill more ghosts. But please be careful and safe. The old man stood up and limped towards the cabin. His short back looked a little lonely. At this moment, a voice that was very familiar to him sounded, and it seemed to be not far behind him. Old man, I'm back. Are you surprised? Unexpected? Exciting? This was followed by a gentle and well-behaved female voice. Grandpa, we too are back to see you. Hearing the voice, the old man's body trembled suddenly. He looked back and felt a breeze blowing by, which was particularly gentle. Peach blossoms are running in the sunset. Kamiyama is standing in the sunset holding Shinobu's little hand. One has a sly smile on his face as if he has succeeded in his evil plan, and the other is so well behaved that it makes people happy. The letter? We worked hard to complete the task. After all, we agreed to come back at least twice every year, in March and at the end of the year. Kamiyama scratched his head and said with a smile. Then why did you send me the letter? You did it on purpose. The old man reacted instantly and realized that he had been deceived by this traitor. Oops. Advertisement. This way I can give you a big surprise. Kamiyama drew a circle with his arms. Old man. Not. I really want to hit him, but it's not good to do it in front of my apprentice's wife. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. The old man waved his hands, stared at his apprentice unhappily, and said unhappily, hurry up and go to the town to buy rice. With a foodie like you here, there's not enough rice at home. Kamiyama. I just came back from a long journey, can't I sit down? I'm lucky I didn't beat you to death. That kind of joke is not good for an old man like me. Go now. The old man was almost cursing. Okay, I'll be back soon. When Kamiyama left, the old man immediately turned into a kind grandfather and said in a gentle tone. Ninja, there are fruits in the room that Grandpa just bought today, you can eat whatever you like. I'm going to cook you a big meal, ha ha ha. Shinobu smiled slightly, ran up quickly to support the old man, and said, I'll help you. You're obviously very happy, why don't you smile more at Jen? Hearing this, the old man turned his head away proudly and snorted, that brat has loved playing tricks on people since he was a child. Now he has played tricks on an old widower like me. It's good enough if I don't beat him up. Forget it, let's cook. When Kamiyama came back carrying a large bag of rice, he found the old man and Shinobu waiting by the dining table. There was no shortage of rice at home. Don't stand there like an idiot. Come and have your meal. The old man glanced at him and urged. He was stunned for a moment, then realized that from childhood to adulthood, no matter whether he was at home or not, he had never lacked rice. Kamiyama smiled and sat down at the table, which was filled with his favorite dishes. This is the old man's unique love. He always curses, but he always prepares enough food for himself to eat in a year. A peach mountain, a house, a table of food, from an old man at the beginning, to an old and a young later, and now to a family of 3. This is where Kamiyama's dream began, and it is his home. Chapter 145. Agatsuma Zenitsu, Extraordinary Hearing. Please, don't leave me. I'm going to die if no one marries me. I'm only 14 years old and I don't have a wife yet. Marry me, please. The young man hugged a girl's thighs in the street, crying for his parents and saying that he was going to die. The girl looked at him in bewilderment and said speechlessly, I don't even know you. If you continue like this, I will call the police. Also, Who would want to marry a wimp like you when you're a grown man crying? Woo woo woo, no, please marry me, I don't know when I will die. This proposal was just wishful thinking on the part of the crying boy. People really did their best by not calling the police to arrest him. This young man who wanted nothing more than to find a girl to marry was called Agatsuma Zenitsu. He was abandoned by his parents at birth and lived alone for 14 years, leading a wandering life. Because of his tragic and lonely past, Zenitsu always thinks he is going to die. Therefore, he had an additional obsession in his heart, which was to find a girl he liked and then marry her. Seeing this inexplicable rascal pestering her, the girl slapped him and yelled, "Anyone who wants to marry a weird wimp like you, stay away from me." After knocking Zenitsu unconscious, the girl ran away in panic, and passers-by stayed away from him. When he came to his senses, he rolled on the ground in grief, a madman who didn't care about others. As an orphan with no one to rely on, Zenitsu often relies on this madness to survive. He got up from the ground and gradually disappeared into the crowd. A moment later, in front of a Karuta hall, Zenitsu walked in penniless. Of course, anyone who enters this gray industry will definitely lose everything. Zenitsu is the exception. He only plays a few rounds of flower cards to earn some living expenses when he is in a bad mood. I randomly found a card table with 4 people missing one and sat down. The gamblers all looked at me strangely, some even looked down on me and snickered at me. Having been hanging around in places like this for many years, they could roughly guess Zenitsu's identity at a glance. After all, such orphans were very common, and there were quite a few who had acquired this habit. So they naturally treated him as a little fat sheep. After all, a kid doesn't know shit. Hey, little brats are not welcome here. A scarred man was about to assert his authority fiercely, but his words got stuck in the middle of his lips. Zenitsu just moved his hands casually on the card table, and a pile of flower cards was already arranged. It was as magical as a magic trick. He could be called the real-life version of the gambling king. He changed his timid attitude when chasing girls, glanced at the man as if he was looking at garbage, and said, "What are you looking at? Hurry up, are you still going to play?" Advertisement. He lowered his head and raised it again, looking at the man on the left and said, "Uncle, take out all your 10,000 yuan, I'll give you double it." After that, he looked at the bald man on the right and said calmly, "Uncle, you can come up with 10,000 yuan, right? I'll double it." As soon as he finished speaking, Zenitsu, who didn't even have a single strand of wool, looked at the uncle who was trying to use him to gain authority, and said, "You have 9,166 yuan in your pocket, so I'll give you 10,000 yuan. 3 big men. Underscore. They seriously suspected that Zenitsu was the kind of young master who was hiding his true abilities and was here just to fry fish today. The most panicked one among them was the scar-faced guy, because the amount he guessed was exactly right. That was all the money he had on him. The other two thought that he was just playing tricks. After all, he was just a little devil. Just like that, the card game began. The scarred man became the banker. He threw out a card and said, "1 card." Zenitsu's ears twitched slightly, and all of Hilt-Face's cards were already memorized. In addition to the 13 on his table, there were 2 hidden in his sleeves. The man on his left had 3 cards hidden in his shirt pocket, and the man on his right had 4 cards hidden in his sleeves. Snort. An old-fashioned way of cheating, rubbish. Zenitsu snorted. "I have been playing cards since I was 8 years old and have never lost a game. How can you mortals cheat me?" He never had to cheat when playing mahjong, because he had a talent that cheaters could not match. Zenitsu's talent is his extraordinary hearing, which is the absolute pitch of absolute pitch. In addition to the sound of breathing and heartbeat, he can even hear the sound of blood flowing. As long as he listens carefully, it is easy to understand people's inner thoughts. Otherwise, how could he, an orphan who was abandoned since childhood, survive to this day? Hearing is the courage God gave him to live. After a few games, all the money on the 3 people belonged to Zenitsu, and he still owed a lot. Sensing anger and murderous intent in the last sentence, he picked up a stack of money and threw it into the air, shouting, "3 weaklings, I don't want the money you owe me, bye." While the 3 were still distracted by the money in the sky, Zenitsu picked up the remaining money and ran out of the karaoke hall in the chaos. Damn it, catch that brat, he's definitely cheating. That's right, don't lose a single game, Shigo. FK him. The 3 big men reached an agreement, ignored the few coins on the ground, and started chasing after him. It turns out that Qian Go is no match for the cheater. With his familiarity with the terrain, Zenitsu quickly left the 3 behind. At the same time, the domineering aura he had at the table disappeared, replaced by the aura of a loser. Advertisement. I'm going to die. I'm absolutely going to die. No, I'm not married yet, it would be such a shame to die like this. As he turned a corner, a girl suddenly appeared in Zenitsu's path and the two bumped into each other. When he raised his eyes, his little heart was beating non-stop and his eyes turned into the shape of hearts. We confirmed it through eye contact, it was love at first sight. Mom, I'm in love again. Without waiting for the girl on the other side to react, Zenitsu decisively used the techniques of clinging to her and pestering her. Miss, please marry me, I'm being hunted, if you don't marry me, I'm going to die. Please, marry me. The girl suddenly hugged Zenitsu, making his face blush, and said softly. Hey handsome guy, I think I've fallen in love with you too. Let's talk somewhere else. Woo woo woo, you really are my destined one. Hearing told Zenitsu that there was something wrong with this woman. He slapped the listener in the face. After all, The girl smelled so good, what could be wrong? I sprained my ankle, can you carry me away? The girl blew into Zenitsu's ear and said in a delicate voice. He exhaled hot air from his nostrils like a cow, and said excitedly, of course. At this moment, Zenitsu was being played around like Tom. As soon as he left with the girl in his arms, a swordsman with a knife rushed into the alley. A destined encounter is about to happen. Perhaps fate is just so dramatic. P.S. The first volume is finished, ending with Zenitsu, this funny guy. I wish you all happiness. Welcome to read the last volume, A Tomorrow Without Ghosts. Thank you to everyone who has been with us till now. Grateful. Hollow down pointing triangle. A good person lives in peace. Chapter 146 Kaigaku, you still haven't changed. Damn it, I lost him. It's all the fault of that damn trainer. He couldn't even teach me how to breathe. What a waste of my time. Kaigaku spat, frowning and cursing. After being rejected by old man Kuwashima, he relied on his hypocrisy and talent to become a disciple of another thunder-breathing trainer. But the interesting thing is that he still couldn't learn the first form of the breathing method. Ah, there's a monster, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Someone come save me. Suddenly, a pig-slaughtering scream came from the alley next door, instantly attracting Kaigaku's attention. Hateful. Which idiot was captured by a ghost and still needs me to save him? He just wanted to complete the mission and get paid. He never cared about the life or death of the hostages. It's so troublesome to save another idiot. Kaigaku glanced up into the air and saw his crow there. Unlike other swordsmen, his crow also played a supervisory role. Master, hurry up and save them. No. Kaigaku replied impatiently, jumped over the high wall in a few steps, and jumped into another alley. He followed the direction of the scream. Compared to the ghost, he wanted to kill the person who caused him trouble more. But he couldn't break the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps openly, he could only think about it in his heart. At the end of the alley, Zenitsu leaned against the cold wall, his body trembling, tears and snot flowing uncontrollably. His face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were full of fear and despair. The person standing in front of him was no longer the graceful and sweet-talking young lady, but an evil ghost with horns on his head and a mouth split on both sides. You, don't come over here, don't eat me. I haven't showered in half a year, but I stink worse than a sewer. It's super disgusting. Woo. Seeing Zenitsu's frightened look, the female ghost looked very proud. After all, she was just being chased and hacked by a human swordsman. It was frustrating just thinking about it. It posed charmingly and said with a smile, little brother, you just called me little sweetie. Advertisement, why, am I not beautiful now? As soon as the words left its mouth, it was in front of Zenitsu, and its cold, pale hand stroked his chin. Ghost. In extreme panic, Zenitsu began to foam at the mouth, then his eyes turned white and he fainted. What a wimp, he can't even enjoy his meal without screaming. The female ghost rolled her eyes at Zenitsu, then opened her mouth. Her head split right in the middle, and the crack was filled with inverted triangle-shaped fangs, enough to bite off his head with one bite. Just as it was about to bite her, Zenitsu swiftly dodged to the side, causing her to eat a mouthful of wall paint. Female demon. No, but it failed the next dozen times, and Zenitsu's operation confused the female ghost. It seriously suspected that this guy was pretending to be dead, otherwise how could his skills suddenly become so good? It was like he was a completely different person. You little b***************, D, you better treat me well. The female ghost cursed and held his head down. She didn't believe that this guy could hide. It bit down tentatively at first, and only bit down confidently when it saw that Zenitsu showed no sign of moving away. Otherwise, if it can't even handle an ordinary human child, it has no face to live. So you're here, you weakling. Have you thought about how to die? Kaigaku's sarcastic words came from behind the female ghost. It was frightened and immediately grabbed Zenitsu's neck and turned around to be alert. Damn swordsman, don't come over here, or I will kill him immediately. Kill him if you want, you're going to die anyway. Kaigaku had an indifferent look on his face, and his arrogant eyes were like looking at two ants on the roadside. He didn't care whether Zenitsu would die or not, he just wanted performance. Madman. The female ghost cursed, saying that anyone who dared to say that either had absolute power to save people, or was a cold-blooded and heartless person. It had fought with the swordsman in front of it, and that guy was obviously the latter. However, in order to survive, it immediately threw Zenitsu over, turned around, smashed the wall and tried to escape. At this moment, Zenitsu and the ghost are on the same killing line. Right now, Kaigaku can only choose between saving people and slaying demons. There was no need to hesitate. After all, he only needed this one ghost to be promoted to a Class A swordsman. He unleashed thunder-breathing form 4 distant thunder without hesitation. Advertisement. I saw dazzling golden arcs beginning to flash around his body. These arcs surrounded his body like jumping flames, flashing and jumping continuously. His muscles tensed, his bones crackled, and a powerful force was surging in his body. With the explosion of this power, Kaigaku's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving only a golden lightning. This flash of lightning was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of dozens of meters and flew into the distance. With this blow, Zenitsu would be crippled if not killed. The ghost glanced back and was dumbfounded. The hostage was completely useless. This guy has no humanity at all. It's a pity that he is not a ghost. Just as the lightning was about to engulf Zenitsu, a figure rescued him at a speed that no one present could react to. Kaigaku didn't care what happened and chased after the evil spirit. With one strike, he beheaded him successfully and was promoted and given a raise. He shook off the blood on the blade, sheathed the knife as he turned around, and a guy he hated so much came into his sight. In an instant, endless inferiority and intense anger were like a surging torrent, raging wildly in his heart. These two emotions intertwined together to form an indescribable pain. Daoju, Tiandao Kamiyama, B************************************ D. B*****************************************************. Damn it, hate it. Kaigaku was expressing his thoughts crazily in his mind, but he didn't even have the courage to look Kamiyama in the eye. Because the man standing in front of him was so dazzling, he beheaded upper rank 2 and upper rank 4 at a young age. He was the undisputed strongest pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps and the idol of many swordsmen. Kaigaku, after all these years, you still don't understand why the old man rejected you. You still haven't changed. The first rule of the Demon Slayer Corps is not to kill ordinary people. At that moment just now, you could have chosen not to draw your knife. Did you want to kill the child? Have you forgotten the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps? Facing Kamiyama's questioning, he said coldly, he won't die, at most he will become disabled, but I can behead a ghost to prevent it from hurting more people. I think you are afraid that this guy will run away. It will take some time to upgrade, and your salary is not enough for gambling. Kamiyama sneered that he knew what kind of person Kaigaku was better than anyone else, but he just didn't expect to meet him by chance today. Not only did he meet him, but he also saved Zenitsu. This may be another kind of bad fate for the Lei Hu lineage. Chapter 147. I can get power, so what if I become a ghost? Haha, is that so? Kaigaku sneered, didn't you save him, Master Tiandao? His face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it, but he kept his head down so no one could see it. With a strong man like you in the Demon Slayer Corps, how can I not work hard to kill demons? He is just an ordinary person who doesn't matter, and he may not die. And so what if ordinary people died? They should feel honored for their sacrifice in the cause of slaying demons. Kaigaku didn't dare to say the second half of the sentence in front of Kamiyama, he just said it in his heart to satisfy himself. I think my decision. Before he could finish, an angry fist had already hit his stomach. Kamiyama glared at Kaigaku and asked, what do you think of life? You are no different from a ghost, you selfish guy. I will report this to the Lord and have you removed from the Demon Slayer Corps. Kamiyama sighed and walked out of the alley holding Zenitsu. He didn't want to see this guy again. As for the future, just let him fend for himself. After all, there is no legitimate reason to kill this guy now. Cough cough cough. Kaigaku covered his stomach, coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of water. He didn't dare to raise his head and look forward until Kamiyama disappeared. Bullying the weak is a cowardly nature etched into his bones, even if the powerful party is someone he hates extremely. Tiandao Kamiyama, I'm going to kill you, kill you. Kill you, ah. He raised his head to the sky, opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. His eyes were wide open with bloodshot eyes, his hands were clenched into fists, and the blue veins bulged like little snakes, as if they would burst at any time. At this moment, he could no longer control his emotions, and the anger in his heart burned to the extreme. He knelt on the ground like that, and gradually, cold rain began to fall, and the hazy rain curtain gradually engulfed him. After a while, Kaigaku's body recovered from the impact of the punch. He stood up and staggered in the opposite direction of Kamiyama. It's just the Demon Slayer Corps, I don't care about it. He was filled with hatred at the thought of losing his high-paying job. Advertisement. After an unknown amount of time, the drunk Kaigaku left the city, carrying a bottle of wine, cursing as he walked, feeling much better. A blurry figure emerged at the end of the rain curtain, and he saw an extremely strange scene in a daze. It was raining heavily, but the man did not hold an umbrella. The raindrops bounced off 3 inches away from his body, as if there was a transparent barrier around him that completely kept the rain out. At this moment, 6 red gold pupils shot out light at the same time, like 6 sharp swords, piercing straight through the rain curtain and piercing into Kaigaku's heart. Just one look and he felt like he was suffocating. In an instant, he sobered up, the world became clear, and the figure in the rain was extremely detailed. Its slender body was wrapped in a kimono with purple snake patterns and black spots, and it was wearing a black riding hakama on the lower body. Her long dark red hair was tied up into a high ponytail, which was still swaying even in the rain. There were red stripes on the left forehead and the right side of her neck, giving her an evil and charming feeling. Especially the numbers in his eyes, which made Kaigaku lose the confidence to resist instantly. The waxing one. How could I meet upper rank 1? How is this possible? Oh my god, are you kidding me? It must be like this, right? His mind went blank and he had no idea how to survive. At this moment, he actually missed Kamiyama a little, because only the person he hated the most could save him, and only he could compete with the upper rank 1. All the blood in Kaigaku's body seemed to freeze. Every drop of rain was like a knife, piercing his skin. Endless fear enveloped him. Kokushibu didn't even bother to look at him, let alone draw his sword. So far, it still believed that there was only one human who was worthy of it drawing its sword, and that was Kamiyama. However, seeing that the other party was a swordsman, he wanted to give him a chance. If he had the courage to draw his sword, he could give him a quick death. Kaigaku noticed the look in its eyes, which was full of disgust. since he was going to die anyway, he didn't care about anything anymore and just started cursing. Who do you think you are? The upper one. I hate that look in your eyes, it's exactly the same as that B*********** D Tendo Kamiyama's. Kill me, kill me. Why, you don't bother to do it? Why are you pretending? Come and kill me. Advertisement. He was almost insane, like a wild beast that had been locked in a cage for a long time, with crazy light flashing in his eyes, as if he had completely lost his mind. His breathing became rapid and disordered, his chest heaving violently, and his nails dug deeply into his palms with his clenched fists. Even so, he still didn't have the courage to draw his sword against Kokushibu. However, Kokushibu did not intend to kill him because it heard a familiar name and felt a hatred deep in its bones. An idea came to its mind: if the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps were willing to become demons, how wonderful would the expressions of those guys be? Do you want to live? Kneel down, and I'll give you power? How about it? Betray the Demon Slayer Corps, betray your teachers and friends, betray your identity and become a demon. With a plop, Kaigaku knelt down without any need to think or hesitate. He kowtowed repeatedly, as if a man who was about to die of thirst in the desert had found a glass of water. My lord, I want to become stronger, sir, kneeling is nothing, I can kowtow to you. I'll do anything to kill Kamiyama. Over the past few hundred years, Kokushibu had given the Demon Slayer's swordsmen the opportunity to become demons, but the man in front of him was the only one who surrendered without hesitation. Raise your head and open your mouth, it's your fate now. It cut its left hand with its index finger, and a large amount of demon blood flowed out. Kaigaku tilted his head back with his mouth open, and rain mixed with blood fell down. I can gain power and survive, so what if I become a ghost? There is no shame in surrendering to a strong person with overwhelming strength. As long as I can survive, there will always be a way. I won't lose until I die. In a trance, he saw his past. There was no evil he had done to others, only him struggling to survive. Even if I have to beg for mercy on my knees, even if I have no home and have to drink muddy water, even if I am accused of stealing money, as long as I can survive, I will win one day, and I will win to show you. Tendo Kamiyama, Kuwajima Jigoru, Yubayashiki Kagaya, all the people of the Demon Slayer Corps. I am not wrong, I am not wrong, I am not wrong. The only real way is to survive, and that is my Kaigaku's way. Chapter 148. Junior brother in the hotel. Zenitsu suddenly woke up, backing away frantically while crying. Don't kill me, I don't have a wife yet, I don't want to die. Kamiyama leaned against the window, took a sip of hot tea, and then said calmly. You won't die. The monster is already dead. Hearing this, Zenitsu regained his composure, he took a deep breath and slowly looked around his surroundings. His eyes were full of confusion and puzzlement. What was he doing to me? Also, who is that red-haired guy? Kamiyama put down the teacup, slowly stood up and walked in front of him, smiled slightly, and introduced himself. Hello. My name is Tendo Kamiyama, I just happened to be passing by and you were passed out at that time. We are now in the inn in town. Any questions? Kamiyama acted very kind, but Zenitsu had been hanging out on the streets for years and was very sensitive to people's aura. Although he knew that the other party did not mean it, the powerful aura still scared him. He subconsciously dodged backwards, but unfortunately there was a wall behind him and he had nowhere to retreat. Soon, he heard a terrible sound, a sound of male friction. After listening carefully, he was more certain that it was a knife. He has a knife on him. Zenitsu tensed up instantly, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he began to suffer from paranoia. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. In this day and age, anyone carrying a knife is a desperado. So he decisively chose to spend money to avoid disaster. He knelt down prostrating himself and offered all the money he won from the karaoke hall with both hands. Brother, this is all the money I have, please spare my life for the sake of my unmarried status. I really don't want to die, please, let me live. Kamiyama. __ Do I look like the kind of guy who would kill without blinking an eye? He picked up Zenitsu and said seriously, I don't steal money, and I don't kill people. The knife is only used to kill monsters like you meet. He remembered that Zenitsu had extraordinary physical strength, and must have heard something in order to do that, so he had to explain it clearly to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Hearing this, Zenitsu breathed a sigh of relief, finally he could live to find a wife. He asked with a smile, Brother, if everything is okay, can I go now? Advertisement. Kamiyama shook his head. Since we have met, he would trick Momoyama no matter what. Woo woo woo, brother, I don't want to die. Zenitsu started crying again, for the third time in the few minutes since he woke up, giving Kamiyama a headache. If it weren't for the added bonus of the plot, this guy would be extremely difficult to get along with. I don't kill people, he emphasized. By the way, where's your home? I'll take you back. So as to avoid encountering such a monster again. Hearing that there was a possibility of encountering such a monster, Zenitsu was terrified. He quickly hugged Kamiyama's thighs and began to cry for protection. Brother, I am an orphan. If there are still such monsters in the world, can I hang out with you? I don't want to die young, from now on, big brother is my family. Kamiyama. Yi. He rubbed Zenitsu's head and replied with a smile, not impossible, how about I recommend you learn sword skills, then you can beat the demons. By the way, Ghost is the name of the monster you encountered. There are many of them, and they usually hide in the crowd. He paused for more than 10 seconds before suddenly raising his voice. They can eat you anytime. Woohoo, ah. I don't want to be eaten. Brother, please take me away. Ever since he learned about the existence of ghosts, Zenitsu has become even more afraid of death. It is already difficult to survive in human society, and with the addition of ghosts hiding in the dark, wouldn't he die even faster? But you need to learn how to fight against demons, which are the sword skills I mentioned. Zenitsu raised his head tremblingly, stared at Kamiyama pitifully, and asked. Then can I not learn it? Sure. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave, sighing and saying. What a shame, such a cool move would be very useful for picking up girls. I can't even imagine that when a beautiful girl is being chased by a ghost, you just happen to pass by and use your gorgeous sword skills to save her as a hero. Tisk tisk tisk. If I were that beautiful lady, I would marry her right then and there. Zenitsu gulped upon hearing that, it sounded so good. He asked, is it tiring to learn sword skills? Not tired. Can ordinary people learn it? You have talent? Advertisement. Do you charge tuition? Free food and accommodation, free training. Brother, let's go. Go and save the beauty. No, learn sword skills. After the 3 questions, Zenitsu immediately stood next to Kamiyama, looking a little impatient. Momoyama. The originally quiet mountain welcomed a noisy newcomer, Agatsuma Zenitsu. Old man Kuwashima sat in front of the wooden house, and Kamiyama stood beside him. After 3 days of assessment, the old man finally realized Zenitsu's extraordinary talent, and that this child had a good character. He plans to take Zenitsu as his apprentice, also as a closed-door disciple. Zenitsu knelt in front of the old man and cried, Is it too late for me to leave now? I always feel like I'll die if I have trouble breathing while studying. Can I stop learning? He looked at Kamiyama pitifully, only to see him spread his hands and said helplessly. Junior brother, you have to ask master about this. Either kowtow or, as he said this, he put his right hand across his neck and made a killing gesture. Zenitsu. ______. Master, please accept my disciple's greetings. He kowtowed 3 times obediently and formally joined the Taoshan thunder-breathing lineage. Yeah. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Now Taoshan won't be so deserted anymore. It's also good to have more little guys. Okay, let's go down the mountain and buy you some daily necessities. Let's go. The old man stood up and limped down the mountain. Such ordinary words touched Zenitsu's heart. He had been wandering since he was a child and had always envied other people's elders who took him shopping. From this perspective, apart from being a bit more difficult, it doesn't seem as scary as imagined. Let's go, junior brother. Kamiyama tapped the dazed Zenitsu and reminded him, don't be too happy too soon. The training with the old man is very hard. Your senior brother was beaten from the age of 5 to 10. He began to recall the past, and Zenitsu was terrified to hear it, screaming wildly inwardly. Is the master so strict, brother? What happens after the age of 10? Kamiyama's story ended here and he asked curiously. The old man can't catch up with me, so you better practice harder, young man. Woo woo woo. This is different from what Big Brother said. So far, of the 5 little ones of the new generation, only Piglet has not been seen by Kamiyama. Chapter 149. Shocking news. Narrow Mist Mountain. The thick fog covered most of the mountain like a silk skirt, which also caused the area above the halfway point of Narrow Mist Mountain to be in a low oxygen environment all year round. This environment is very conducive to the lung training of the breathing swordsman. Tanjiro deftly moved among various traps. After half a year of training, he had completely adapted to this low oxygen mountain. Every disciple of the Shui Hu lineage came this way. Just as he was about to dodge a log that was hitting him from the side, a familiar voice distracted him. Tanjiro, long time no see. Did you miss me? Really, big brother? Tanjiro turned his head excitedly, grinning. He was surprised and happy. Just as the log was about to hit him, Kamiyama stopped the log with one hand and appeared beside him. You dare to be distracted, kid, aren't you afraid of being knocked away? As long as Brother Gen is here, I definitely won't do that. Tanjiro had a look of admiration on his face, with little stars twinkling in his ruby-like eyes. At first, he did not feel the reality of the title of Daoju until he heard his story from his senior brothers and sisters. Only then did he realize how strong the person who saved him was. From then on, Tanjiro began to follow in the footsteps of Kamiyama and his seniors, so he trained like crazy every day, just to be able to use the sun breathing as mentioned by the big brother Shin one day. Kamiyama knocked on Tanjiro's forehead, but his hand was shaken and hurt. He endured the pain and reminded him, you can train, but don't push yourself too hard. You are still young, take care of yourself. Tanjiro nodded as if nothing had happened, showing a smile as bright as the sun, and said, I understand. I will pay attention to it. But why is Brother Gen here? I just finished a mission, so I came to take a look while passing by. As soon as he finished speaking, he loosened his grip and Tanjiro was knocked away by the log. Kamiyama, who appeared 10 meters away at some point, waved his hand with his back to him and said, you're not concentrating. More practice, young man. Otherwise, he didn't continue. After all, it would be bad if the effect backfired, so he decided to just proceed step by step. Of course, he also wanted Tanjiro to master the sun breathing as soon as possible. After all, he was the only one in the world who could do it. A minute later, Kamiyama arrived at the end of the mountain mechanism, and Mr. Yorokodaki wearing a red Tengu mask was waiting there. Seeing Kamiyama coming, he greeted him warmly. "Really, long time no see, come in and have a cup of tea." He cupped his hands, smiled and said, "Then I'll be honored to refuse, senior." The two of them sat opposite each other in the room, drinking hot tea and chatting, mostly about Tanjiro and Nezuko, and of course, Mr. Yorokodaki's disciples. Advertisement, by the way. Why don't I see Sutako? I heard from Giyu that she has withdrawn from the front line. She is obviously about to be promoted to a pillar. By then, your lineage will have 4 pillar-level swordsmen. Mr. Yorokodaki took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "You're talking about Sutako, she's married. I moved to the town at the foot of the mountain, but I still come to see me from time to time." Poof, upon hearing this, Kamiyama spat out all the tea he had just drunk. What a shocking and explosive piece of news. He asked unsurely, "With Giyu?" "Yes," Mr. Yorokodaki nodded. "In February this year, I was the witness at their wedding. It was just the two of them. After all, both of them like quietness." Kamiyama felt that his 3 views had collapsed. Giyu, who usually looked listless, was already planning on getting married quickly. He is 100 years ahead of his brothers, but he didn't even get to drink a sip of wedding wine. Giyu, Mr. Yorokodaki, I felt your disciple was extraordinary from the first time I met him. He has a very calm mind. Kamiyama didn't know how to complain at all. Giyu is just like that. Even Sabito and Nakomo don't know about this. As long as they are happy, that's all. I didn't get to drink at the wedding. Kamiyama sighed and complained. It doesn't matter. They will be able to drink at your wedding in the future. No one can predict what will happen in the future, but I hope it will be a tomorrow without ghosts. His expression became serious and his eyes were extremely determined. With your generation here, I believe that day won't be too far away. Your generation has 3 times as many pillars as our generation. At this point, Mr. Yorokodaki's tone became noticeably heavier. He had never expected that he would be able to see the future where the Demon Slayer Corps becomes stronger in his lifetime. Forget it, let's not talk about such a heavy topic. I want to see Nezuko, and I need to draw a tube of blood to take back. Kamiyama changed the subject. Mr. Yorokodaki stood up and came to a door. He gently opened the door and muttered like a kind old grandfather. Nezuko is a very well-behaved child. She doesn't make any noise or trouble. I gave her some hints to protect humans. She is really a good child. He paused, sighed, and said with regret, "It's unfair for a child like this to become a ghost." Advertisement to prevent any accidents, Mr. Yorokodaki sealed the windows of this room to ensure that the sunlight would not harm Nezuko. The flames from the living room shone slightly into the dim room, and Nezuko curled up under her covers, breathing steadily. There were several dolls on her pillow, all of which were brought back from the city by Sabito and his friends. One of them was a teddy bear given by Kamiyama. Girls of this age all like dolls, and our Nezuko is no exception. Kamiyama and others thought so. Only after actually spending time with this little one can you realize how cute she is. He walked into the room quietly, lifted a corner of the quilt, and took out a special syringe from his arms. Although I can't bear to do it, I have to do it in order to turn Nezuko back into a human as soon as possible. With her blood sample, Ms. Tamayo's research progressed rapidly, and she would probably be able to develop a human transformation drug and a special poison for Muzan earlier. After drawing blood, Kamiyama covered her with a blanket and left the room. I wish you success soon and save this child from suffering. Mr. Yorokodaki patted Kamiyama's shoulder, his eyes full of hope. Just then, Tanjiro's voice rang out. "Master, Brother Gen, I'm back." The moment he pushed open the door, a black crow flew in with a whoosh. It flew straight towards Kamiyama and said in an anxious tone. "Master Daoju, return to headquarters immediately. All your tasks will be taken over by other pillars, please return quickly." "No letter?" Kamiyama asked. "No," the crow shook his head and repeated, "My lord, please come back soon. Come back quickly. Mr. Tanjiro, we meet again." "Reunion," Professor Ibuki said with his hands clasped together. "Brother Gen, be careful on your journey, new." Kamiyama said goodbye in a hurry, rushed out of the cabin, and rushed out of Sagiri Mountain as fast as he could. "Come back quickly." The crow followed closely behind him, repeating the 2 words over and over, as if afraid that Kamiyama had forgotten them. Chapter 150. Risks of Exposure, Transfer Plan Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters, the Lord's Residence. Kamiyama pushed open the door and almost rushed in. He had not had much rest except for eating during the past few days of traveling. Yubayashiki Kagaya was sitting in the pavilion in the courtyard as usual. When he saw Kamiyama coming, he supported himself on the table and tried to stand up, but the other party stopped him with one word. "Boss, don't get up, just sit still. The body is the most important thing." He naturally sat opposite Kagaya and asked, "What happened? It's so urgent." Kagaya looked calm, smiled and poured a cup of tea for Kamiyama, saying, "Take a breath first, you must have had a hard time on the journey." Kamiyama picked up the teacup and drank it all, then made a refreshed sound. He was about to continue asking questions when a familiar voice came from the door. "Really, long time no see, Namo Amitaba." It was Himejima Kiyome, another strongest fighter of the Demon Slayer Corps. "Brother Ming, long time no see," Kamiyama waved and nodded with a smile. As Xingming took his seat, Kagaya said slowly, you too. The headquarters is currently at risk of being exposed. The situation is somewhat urgent. A few days ago, a dying raven flew back to headquarters, and it brought me some shocking news. The second-rank swordsman, Kaigaku, rebelled, absorbed demon blood, and turned into a demon. And the demon that transformed him was the upper-rank one, Kokushibu. Kagaya emphasized his words. After all, Kaigaku's behavior was simply outrageous. He actually abandoned his human identity and turned into a man-eating demon. He has betrayed the beliefs of many generations. The Demon Slayer Corps has never forced swordsmen to go to the front lines, and they can retire early. But Kaigaku touched the only red line. Is he already so pathetic? Xing Ming shed tears of regret on the spot. If I had known earlier, I would have let him wander the streets and fend for himself. In his early years, Guillaume lived in a temple with some homeless orphans, including Kaigaku. Every night, there would be wisteria incense burning outside the temple, until one day, Kaigaku, who was returning home late, encountered an evil ghost. In order to survive, he helped the ghost take away the incense. At this point, only Xingming and a little girl were left alive in the entire temple, and Kaigaku's whereabouts were unknown. Kamiyama was a little surprised. After all, he almost changed the trajectory of Kaigaku's life. Logically, he would never have met Kokushibu. Or maybe his intervention was not thorough and the fate of some people could not be changed. If I had known earlier, I would have killed that scum with my own hands. He clenched his fists and complained. Advertisement, this isn't your fault. After all, Kaigaku was very well behaved before. Who would have thought that he would? Alas. Now that things have come to this, I'd better discuss my future plans. You two are the strongest pillar-class swordsmen, so I would like to leave the headquarters transferred to you two. This kind of unexpected situation has always been within Yubayashiki Kagaya's expectations. Moreover, each generation of the Demon Slayer Corps has at least 3 headquarters, 2 of which are backup options specifically for dealing with such situations. No problem. Then please transfer them first, and Brother Ming will be in charge. The swordsmen's families will be the second batch to be transferred. Now issue an emergency notice. All swordsmen return to the headquarters and transfer in batches. Only some pillars and A-rank swordsmen need to be reserved to carry out the missions. We must take action today. Kamiyama immediately gave a specific plan. Who knows whether that be ********** D Kaigaku has leaked the location of the headquarters. Fortunately, only the Lord and the Pillars know about the other 2 headquarters, so there is no need to worry about being exposed. I also sincerely suggest that the Lord go first, Namo Amitabha. I will definitely execute him myself for betraying his identity, it's a sin. Kagaya shook her head and said, the swordsman's family will go first, I will follow the main force. I am with you. By the way, remember to move the cemetery, this is a sign of respect for the deceased. He smiled. If he, as the Lord, ran away first when facing danger, how could he face those sacrificed swordsmen? Kagaya, you have to go first. Kamiyama was firm and called out his name directly. My lord, I agree with your proposal. Kagaya waved her hand, still smiling. No need to say more, let's move the swordsman's family first. It's decided. I will immediately arrange for the crows to send out a notice. By the way, there needs to be a pillar specifically responsible for Ms. Tamayo and Mr. Yushiro. Seeing that they couldn't refuse, the 2 men had to agree. Brother Ming, you just stay at the Lord's house, I'll take care of the rest. No problem, Namo Amitabha. Kamiyama patted Xingming on the shoulder and turned away. Advertisement, boss, ask Zhu at the headquarters to meet up at my residence. Stop worrying about it, your health is more important. He was a little worried, so he turned around and reminded them that moving the headquarters was a laborious and time-consuming task. Considering the Lord's current physical condition, the damage is too great. After leaving the Lord's mansion, Kamiyama headed straight to Tamayo and Yushiru's residence. He pushed open the gate of the courtyard and walked straight in. After all, it was daytime now and the 2 of them must be hiding in the house. Yushiro, it's me. Kamiyama didn't wait for the other party to answer and pushed the door open. Yushiro was sitting under the light, cleaning the tea set. He rolled his eyes at Kamiyama and said unhappily. What? You come to disturb Master Tamayo in broad daylight, don't ghosts need to rest? Yushiro, pack your things and prepare to move. We could be exposed at any time here. Huh? The teacup in Yushiro's hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces. He was a little surprised. After all, the confidentiality of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was much stronger than that of his original base. A swordsman turned into a ghost, and he took the initiative to surrender. Kamiyama's words directly shattered Yushiro's 3 views, which did not match the impression of a swordsman in his mind. Well, you, accept my condolences. He didn't know how to respond to Kamiyama, so he just said this. You're not dead. Pack your things quickly. Take away the research materials that are easy to carry first. Destroy the instruments and other equipment directly. We will purchase new ones later. You're such a spendthrift. Yushiro rolled his eyes at Kamiyama, but he knew there was nothing he could do. Also, this is Nezuko's blood sample. Kamiyama took out a test tube and handed it to Yushiro. He almost forgot about this. If it weren't for the extremely long shelf life of demon blood, he probably wouldn't have been able to bring the blood from Sagiri Mountain. Just give it to me, we will clean it up as soon as possible, thank you for your hard work. Tamayo walked out of the laboratory wearing a lavender kimono. with her hair casually grasped behind her head, looking like a mad scientist obsessed with research. Good. Please be careful, both of you. Tell me when you are ready, and one of the pillars will escort you to the transfer. See you later. After handing the blood sample to Tamayo and giving him some instructions, Kamiyama left in a hurry. Chapter 151 The Great Transfer begins. Daoju's residence. The door was wide open. Kamiyama was sitting in the yard, staring at the door calmly. There was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door, and Kochou Shinobu was the first to rush in. She received the notification from the crow, and since the butterfly house was the closest, she arrived first. Really, what happened? Kamiyama smiled slightly and said softly, wait a minute, let's talk about it once everyone is here. Shinobu sat directly next to Kamiyama, and the moment she sat down, she interlocked her fingers with his. She didn't know what was going on, but wanted to make him feel at ease in this way. The pillars who were still at the headquarters arrived one by one, namely Yoriichi, Kyojiro, the Tokito brothers and Giyu. The rest were still outside on missions, and it would take at least a few days for them to return. Really, what happened? Asked Yoriichi. This was the first time he received an emergency notice since he joined the Demon Slayer Corps. The others stared at Kamiyama intently. He cleared his throat and said slowly. To make a long story short, a swordsman rebelled against the Demon Slayer Corps and turned into a demon on his own initiative, so the headquarters has to be relocated. What? Brother Huali yelled, frowning and cursing. Which be asterisk 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 he dared to do such an extremely unglamorous thing. I'm going to chop him to death. This kind of person is a beast. Yuzhilong cursed with a cold face, his hand already on the hilt of the knife. The others remained silent, but the anger in their eyes was unimaginable. Next, Kamiyama explained the transfer details to everyone and began to arrange tasks. Brother Huali, you will be in charge of the first batch of family members. The members of Hidden will assist you. We will set off tonight and go to the second headquarters. I guarantee that the task will be completed in the most spectacular way, Tengen said confidently, the gems on his body sparkling. Since we are short of manpower, my wife will also help. Brother, you should take some people and hide in the number 2 headquarters now, and be ready to meet them and provide support at any time. Understood. Kyojiro laughed heartily. No matter how urgent the matter was, his smile like the warm sun could always infect others and the tense atmosphere would disappear. He turned and walked out. As soon as he took a step, he turned around and bowed. The loud sound echoed in the yard. Everyone, come on, okay, be careful, everyone said in unison. Kamiyama looked at Muichiru, who immediately tensed up, wanting to respond to his master's expectations. Muichiru, you and Shinobu are responsible for the transfer of Butterfly House, especially pay attention to the wounded. Thank you for your hard work. It's okay, I'm not tired, master. Muichiru patted his chest and responded with a smile. Advertisement, then I'll go first. There are too many things in the Butterfly House that need to be taken away. We must evacuate in small quantities and multiple times. 2 people may not be enough, Shinobu said. It's okay. I just received a notice from Sister Wei that she will be back before dark, and then she will help you too. Good. Let's go, Muichiru. Okay, master's wife. The two hurriedly left Kamiyama's house, and now there were only 4 people left. Master, what about me? Yuzhilong was a little impatient when he saw that his younger brothers all had tasks. You are responsible for the second batch of swordsmen's families to be transferred. They will leave tomorrow afternoon. Okay, I'll get ready. Yuichiro nodded. Although he was young, he understood the urgency of the situation. Everyone, I plan to divide the swordsmen's families into 5 groups and evacuate them within 3 days. As for the Butterfly House, it should take 5 days. After completing the escort mission, please return to the number 1 headquarters immediately and wait for orders. Tengen and Yuichiro left together. They had to do some preparations. Only Kamiyama and Giyu were left in the yard. Giyu, I have an important mission for you. Yeah. Giyu nodded calmly. You are responsible for delivering Miss Tamayo and Yushiro to the second headquarters safely. Be sure to protect them both. We will set off tonight. Giyu turned and left. He didn't even know where Tamayo and Yushiro lived. Kamiyama hurriedly stopped him. Stop, 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 I'll take you there. Oh. The two of them familiarized themselves with the route, and then Giyu helped Kamiyama write a plan, which was then sent to the Lord's residence, and then the crows there delivered the plan. When the inky black night slowly spread its huge and heavy wings, the bright light brought by the daytime seemed to be ruthlessly extinguished bit by an invisible giant hand. The whole world was shrouded in endless darkness. Under the bleak moonlight, even the air seemed to become heavy, making people feel inexplicably depressed. The transfer plan began and proceeded in an orderly manner. Giyu followed the route he took during the day to the foot of the mountain behind the Butterfly House. Tamayo and Yushiro were waiting at the door, each carrying 2 suitcases. Excluding the equipment, the two of them didn't actually have much stuff, just some research materials and samples. Advertisement, you too, I'm in the lower water column, Tomioka Giyu, I'll escort you. Mr. Tomioka, thank you for your trouble. Tamayo smiled and bowed to express his gratitude. Thanks, bitter face. Yushiro said mercilessly. After all, Giyu's expression as if the whole world owed him was really annoying. Giyu didn't care about Yushiro's complaints, but turned around and led the way silently. Yushiro, you have to respect others. Tamayo became serious and lectured. I was wrong, Lord Tamayo. Yushiro immediately became timid, like a person who had only done something wrong, and ran to Giyu to apologize. It's okay, I'm used to it, I'll try to slow down as much as possible, just follow me. If you travel non-stop, headquarters number 2 is about half a day's walk from headquarters number 1, but it is more hidden. Moreover, there are wisteria trees scattered on a large area of nearby hills, and there are several spots where the trees are very dense. Of course, the more densely populated the place is, the less likely it is to be the headquarters and just a cover. Otherwise, based on the density of wisteria trees, the Demon Slayer Corps would have 5 bases. After Kamiyama and Tokito patrolled the area around headquarters number 1 several times, they met at the Lord's residence. In the living room, Yubayashiki Kagaya also did not rest. Seeing the 3 people coming, he said softly, "Thank you for your hard work. No signs of ghosts have been found yet, me too." "That's me too," after the report, Kamiyama said with some concern. "You two are still young, take a rest before the mission begins." "I'm fine," Yujilong said stubbornly, "I'm also a pillar, not a child." I want to help," Muichiru added, "it's just a few rounds of inspection, it's not tiring at all." "No, we still have an escort mission, we must rest." Kamiyama looked serious. After all, these 2 little guys were only 12 years old. Muichiru, listen to your master, okay? Yubayashiki Kagaya spoke softly. He was very pleased to have such a cute little guy. "Yeah, they're right, just be obedient little brat." Just as he finished speaking, the door to the living room was suddenly pushed open. Chapter 152 moving in progress. Xiao Banei walked into the living room slowly. When he saw him, Yu Lang, who was usually very prickly, became dispirited. After all, when it comes to sharp tongue, he cannot compare to this senior. "You two go and rest. I'll be in charge of the patrol." "Okay, Zalbanei brother." Muichiru quickly covered his brother's mouth. He still remembered that his brother was scolded badly last time. Just like that, Muichiru took his brother away. "Everyone please be safe." He gave her a sweet smile and closed the door considerately. "Look at you, all you do is scare kids every day," Kamiyama teased with a smile. Then he changed the subject and asked, "You were able to come back so soon, why didn't you let the crow inform me?" Xiao Banei crossed his arms, rolled his eyes at Kamiyama, and said, "I can come back anyway, why waste the time to inform you?" "Good for nothing, stop talking about these useless things, what happened?" This was the first time he had heard of an emergency recall order in all the years he had been a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. "Here's what's happening." Kamiyama simply explained the current situation. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong murderous aura spread from Xiao Banei's body. He said word by word, "I'm going to kill that B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** proudly, and at the same time used his own fighting spirit to offset Obanai's fighting spirit. After all, Kagaya was right next to him, and his small body couldn't withstand it. "My lord, I'm sorry, I lost my composure." Xiao Banei came to his senses and bowed deeply. "No problem, Xiao Banei, did you encounter any ghosts on your way back?" He shook his head and said, "No, then I'm going on patrol." After walking a few steps, he turned back, looked at Kagaya with puzzled eyes, and asked, "My lord, why are you still here? Shouldn't you be the first to evacuate?" Kagaya smiled, looked at the other party with an extremely firm gaze, and said, "Let the others go first, I will be with you." "I understand. Take care." Xiao Banei bowed again and left the living room without looking back. Walking out of the courtyard, he looked up at the night sky. Although the moon was out, the moonlight was a little dim. Advertisement, the pale light fell, and Giyu, who was on his way, looked up at the moon, then turned his head and said in a voice as light as water, "You too, do you need me to slow down?" "No need, it's okay even if it's faster," Tamayo replied. Although she was not good at fighting, she had no problem traveling. Yushiro seemed to be hesitant to speak. He knew very well that his blood demon art was very suitable for the current situation, but he didn't want to leave Lord Tamayo. After thinking it over, it stopped Giyu and said, "I need to go back to help. You must protect Master Tamayo, or I will never forgive you." After saying that, it left without looking back. Looking at Yushiro's receding back, Tamayo's lips curled up. Although he was harsh in words, he actually remembered the kindness of the Demon Slayer Corps in his heart. After all, it was the Demon Slayer Corps that allowed the two of them to settle down and no longer have to live a life of hiding and fear. "Ms. Tamayo, let's continue on our way." The transfer plan did not stop because of this incident and continued in an orderly manner. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. During this period, with Yushiro returning to headquarters number 1, his blood vampire magic of shared vision combined with the flexible mobility of the crows greatly reduced the burden of reconnaissance and patrol. In the past 2 days, 90% of the Demon Slayer Corps have completed the evacuation, leaving only the cemetery and the Lord. This went much more smoothly than Kamiyama had imagined. Perhaps Muzan's side did not intend to use this opportunity to launch an attack. At sunset on the 3rd day, dozens of hidden team members were doing the transfer work in the cemetery. In fact, nearly 90% of the tombs were cenotaphs. When a swordsman dies against an evil spirit, it is difficult to preserve his body, so most of the time he uses a sword guard instead. Yubayashiki Kagaya stood at the entrance of the cemetery, his eyes swept across the tombstones, and his eyes instantly became red. He remembered every swordsman who had died since he took office. How many people have selflessly contributed their lives for a tomorrow without ghosts? How could I have the face to leave before them? Kagaya, it's getting cold. Kamiyama took a thick haori and put it on him, saying, you should evacuate. Headquarter number 2 can't do without you. Their sacrifice is worth it. One day, there will be no more evil spirits harming people in this world. Kagaya knew it was impossible for him to stay, so he turned to look at Kamiyama and said solemnly, I'll go with everyone. Good, I'll arrange it right away. Advertisement. The mountains in the distance gradually became blurred until they were swallowed by the darkness, and the world fell into silence again. At the entrance of headquarter number 1, Yubayashiki Kagaya and the Hidden Ones are ready to set off. The ones responsible for the escort mission are Giyu, the Tokito brothers, Kyojuru and Huali brother. After all, since it concerns the safety of the Lord, the security level is directly raised to a higher level. Take care, everyone. I'll be waiting for you at another home. Kagaya said reluctantly. If possible, he would like to stay with them. Boss, let's go. Kamiyama patted his shoulder and said with a smile, are you still worried about us? My lord, what the lazy guy said is right. We are very strong, Xiao Bane added. My lord, be careful on the road, Namo Amitaba. The farewells were over and the convoy left. There are still some swordsmen who have not returned to the headquarters, and they are ordinary team members who don't know where the number 2 headquarters is, so someone should stay to lead the way for them. Kamiyama and the other 2 were the leaders. Daoju's residence. Yushiro sat cross-legged in the yard, his eyes closed, his forehead and around his eyes covered with bulging blood vessels. At this moment, he used blood magic to share the vision of nearly 100 crows. Suddenly, a red dot appeared in the field of vision of one of the crows. The red dot broke through the darkness, becoming brighter and brighter, and it was rapidly approaching the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The evacuation convoy's route is next to the location where the red dot appears, and the 2 locations are about 100 meters apart. If it was an upper rank being coming, it would be easy to sense a large number of moving people. Yushiro controlled the crow to approach the red dot. Just when he was about to see it clearly, a beam of light like a rocket engulfed the crow and the connection was cut off. He screamed in the yard, then suddenly opened his eyes. Sweat had soaked his clothes and his heartbeat quickened. Upper string. Definitely upper string. It hurriedly took out a flare from its arms and blew it towards the sky. Red light exploded in the night sky, indicating the highest level of alert. Whether it was the 3 Kamiyamas still at the entrance, or the convoy traveling far away, everyone was nervous. Why come at this time, at any other time? Chapter 153 Cat and Mouse. After the flare was sounded, Yushiro collapsed to the ground. Although he had not personally experienced the attack, it still shook his heart. For the first time, he realized what kind of monster Kamiyama and his group were fighting against, and his heart was filled with emotion. Taking a deep breath, it sat down cross-legged, intending to continue investigating. Perhaps there were other ghosts coming in. The lights in every household at headquarters number 1 were on, creating the illusion that there were a lot of people. An exquisite white porcelain pot quietly rolled into the Lord's mansion. It seemed as if it had eyes and rolled into the house along the shadows. Gyoko jumped out of the pot with a whoosh, trying to scare whoever lived here, but embarrassingly, there was no response to his scream. It was cold and quiet all around, and it felt terrible and very disappointed. In this way, it visited many houses one after another, and without exception, there was no one inside. Ah! Gyoko held his head with his 4 little hands and cried out in despair. Why is there no one welcoming me? Damn it! At this moment, it sensed a familiar breath, its eyes lit up, and it felt puzzled. There is no one in the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, but there are ghosts. Weird, weird? Gyoko followed the scent and slapped the door open. It raised its head and shouted. Nameless little devil, welcome the arrival of Master Gyoko. Yushiro suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't expect that the upper rank would come in so quickly, but he was sure that the upper rank in front of him was not the one in the suburbs. It turned and ran away. After all, no matter which upper rank it was no match for it. While running away, it sounded a green flare into the sky, which meant it was asking for help. Gyoko tilted his head, trying to search his mind for information about the ghost in front of him, but unfortunately there was no information about him in his mind. But it was very familiar with his breath. Suddenly, it clapped its hands and said with sudden enlightenment. I remember now. It was the aura of that traitor Tamayo. Killing the traitor is also a great achievement. The Lord will definitely praise me, ha 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 ha. Advertisement. Just because of Gyoko's memories and the fart, Yushiro would have already climbed over the wall and ran 100 meters away. Just when he thought he was safe, he saw a white shadow smashing the wall of Daoju's residence, and the distance of 100 meters was rapidly shortened in just a few seconds. Gyoko didn't even bother to use blood demon magic. After all, it had never seen such a weak ghost before. With a swipe of his little hand, Yushiro's right arm flew out, and blood gushed out immediately. He had always drunk a small amount of human blood and had never hurt anyone, let alone eat anyone, so his recovery ability was far inferior to those evil spirits who had eaten humans. He hurriedly threw out a few pieces of paper with vampire magic attached to them, and in an instant, a maze appeared, temporarily trapping Gyoko. Yushiro didn't even dare to turn his head and ran desperately towards the butterfly house. He remembered that there was still the poisonous wisteria flowers there that he hadn't taken away. Gyoko looked around in confusion, thinking that the guy was not weak either. He could create a wall with just a wave of his hand. Could it be that he was like Nakim, whose blood demon arts were not suitable for combat. But it didn't care about that and used brute force to hit the fake wall. When it came to its senses, the ghost had already come out of the maze. It was not until this moment that it realized it had been tricked and instantly became angry and humiliated. How dare you, you despicable B****************, D, to tease me. After cursing, it looked around and a disgusting smell rushed into its nose. It was the scent of wisteria. Where is it hidden? Where on earth did you hide, you traitor? Gyoko looked around. Since there were too many buildings, finding a hidden ghost was like looking for a needle in a haystack. So he decided to destroy all the buildings. Blood demon art. Octopus hell is activated. I saw it throwing out a dark spotted pot, and I heard a creepy and strange sound coming from the pot, as if some unknown creature was slowly crawling in it. I saw countless huge octopus tentacles gushing out from the originally narrow mouth of the pot like a flood. These tentacles are extremely thick, each one is as thick as an adult's waist, and are covered with suction cups of various sizes. From a distance, this dark cloud, made up of giant octopus tentacles, covered the sky. The moment the tentacle landed on the ground, the houses near it were instantly shattered into pieces, and Gyoko threw out 5 octopus pots in succession. After a moment, all the buildings around it were razed to the ground, and there was no place to hide. Advertisement. Gyoko showed a smug smile and said loudly, "Traitor, how are you going to run next? A game of cat and mouse is over before it even begins." Time goes back to when Gyoko had just sneaked into the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The red ghost outside the suburbs stopped moving after dealing with the surveillance crow. Baimu looked at the brightly lit headquarters not far away and said excitedly, "Kamiyama, you will definitely not be able to escape this time. After all, this is the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps." Ha 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 ha. It rushed over frantically as soon as it got the news. After all, when it saw Kamiyama in the past, the other party would run away quickly. Of course, this news was revealed to Baimu by Muzan on purpose. No matter which one of him or Kamiyama died, it would be a happy thing for Muzan. Just as Baimu was about to move forward, a deafening whistle was heard from the sky. Looking up, I saw a towering figure like a mountain falling down like a divine soldier from heaven, wielding a scarlet meteor hammer and a broad axe. "This body is amazing," Baimu exclaimed. This was the first time he expressed admiration for a human other than Kamiyama. Its 50 eyes were fully opened, and scarlet light enveloped the wilderness. The ultimate collision between flesh and flesh began. There was a loud bang, the earth trembled, and billowing smoke and dust rose up. The momentum was as surging as a tidal wave. However, the attack did not end there. A winding, silver thread like white giant snake suddenly swooped down from the side, whistling. It was Xiao Banei. There is a special magnetic field between the strong. Even though they are 100 meters apart, Kamiyama and the other two still locked onto this place. It's just that he went to rescue Yushiro himself, and he was an indispensable member in the subsequent battle in Infinite Castle. Therefore, the important task of buying time for the Lord to evacuate fell on Xiao Banai and Xing Ming. The giant snake was strangled, and the blazing red knife slashed down. With a ding, the sharp red light tore the giant snake into pieces, and Xiao Banei flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, the 100 eyes had reached 70 in number. It had no patience to fight anyone other than Kamiyama, and always preferred a quick victory. It was simply Himejima Kiyome's near-perfect body that piqued its interest a little. Chapter 154. My pod is broken. The bleak moonlight fell, and a giant octopus tentacle stood above the ruins. Yushiro hid under a pile of broken wood, covering his mouth tightly. He didn't dare to breathe. He wanted to find some poisonous wisteria flowers, but the enemy just pushed him away without giving him any chance. His visual vampire magic is good for bluffing people, but once it is discovered once, it is basically useless. Gyoko spoke in a low voice, as excited as a child playing hide and seek. It was sure that the traitor must be under the ruins. He looked around, provoked others with words, and a ghostly voice sounded. "Traitor, I know where you are, don't let me catch you or I'll cut you into pieces." As soon as the voice fell, it swung out a blade wind in one direction, and sawdust exploded all over the sky, but unfortunately it did not trick Yushiro into showing up. However, less than 2 meters away from the attack point, Yushiro's heartbeat suddenly stopped. It was just a little bit away. If it was a little more off, it would be exposed. Suddenly, there was no sound outside the ruins, and the world fell silent. Yushiro wanted to stick his head out to see what was going on, but he didn't dare to, as he was afraid that the upper 5 were trying to trick him again. Suddenly, a white porcelain pot rolled in, and Gyoko's strange face pressed against it. Its 2 small mouths curved into crescents, and a shrill laugh rang out. "Traitor, I found you." Yushiro's face turned black and he was frightened out of his wits. He suddenly jumped out of the ruins. He heard 2 whooshing sounds and felt a chill on his shoulders. He lost his balance and fell down. Ah! Having lost both arms, he let out a heart-wrenching scream, lost his balance, and fell down. Gyoko crawled out from under the rubble. How could it not be aware of Yushiro's presence? It was just being playful. It's like a cat, which has fun by teasing a mouse to death after catching it, but now it has had enough of that fun. His flesh and blood began to wriggle, and a black porcelain pot with a fish pattern appeared in his hand, with the mouth of the pot facing Yushiro. Blood Demon Art. 10,000 slippery fish is activated. In an instant, white and sticky fish swarmed out from the mouth of the pot, their sharp teeth flashing coldly like small daggers. The fish bit towards him and could gnaw him to the bone in an instant. Yushiro wanted to run, but he couldn't stand up without his arms. Today's patrol had already exhausted his physical strength, so it would be extremely difficult to recover from a broken arm. Mr. Tamayo, I'm sorry. At this moment, the only figure of Tamayo was in his mind. Looking at the white school of fish, he smiled and closed his eyes. His life should have ended decades ago, and he has no regrets at being able to accompany Master Tamayo. Advertisement. Suddenly, a red gold light appeared in the ruins nearby, a flash of lightning spread across the earth, and the Kilin cut off the school of fish. With a crisp sound, the pot in Gyoko's hand broke, and his heart broke with it. My pot is broken. A hole. As we all know, the pot is the soul of Gyoko, and breaking its pot is no less than killing its parents. It's okay. Wouldn't it be better if such an ugly thing was broken into pieces? While mocking Gyoko, Kamiyama did not forget to throw out a blade wind, which flew away along Gyoko's head and accurately hit the octopus pot behind it. The sound of the pot breaking kept stimulating its heart. Its face was distorted and it roared madly. Tiandao Kamiyama, you be asterisk 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 D who deserves to go to hell. My lord's pot, blood demon art, 1000 needlefish killing is activated. Blood demon art. Water hell bowl is activated. Blood demon art. Octopus hell is activated. Blood demon art. 10,000 slippery fish is activated. In a breath, 4 pots appeared in its hands, and it simultaneously launched all the blood demon arts it could at Kamiyama. Before the small seafood could rush out of the pot, 4 chained lightning blade winds fell one after another, and the 4 pots shattered almost at the same time. With Kamiyama's current strength, only the top 3 upper ranks can compete with him. How many of these broken things do you bring out? I'll chop them into pieces. He did this not for any other reason but just to vent his anger on Yushiru's behalf, because it had really helped a lot during the 3 days of transfer and now it was almost sacrificed. Gyoko's heart was completely broken, the kind that couldn't be put back together. In the blink of an eye, it shrank back into the pot and began to shed its skin. It's not that he doesn't want to play anymore, but that he can't afford to play. Kamiyama chopped off its pride with a few blows. The molding took only a moment, and an arm covered with green fish scales stretched out from the mouth of the pot, at least 20 times faster than before. Kamiyama had to decisively increase the distance, and the complete Gyoko emerged. The lower part of its body was no longer connected to the pot, but had turned into a snake tail covered with green fish scales. Except for the arms which were also green, the rest of its body was covered with white fish scales. Advertisement. These fish scales are refined in the pot and their hardness is far greater than that of diamond. At this time, not only is its body flexible, but it also has strong jumping ability. Its hands will turn anything it touches into fresh fish. This move is called God's Hand. Ehole, have you thought about how to die? I plan to break you into pieces and then make a pot out of you. Why don't you use the pot anymore? Are you afraid that I will smash them all for you? Kamiyama said jokingly. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow of a bright moon slowly emerged, and the silver light enveloped his entire body. Breathing of Dao, shape of earth, full moon is activated. He took a step forward, and at the same time, several silver shadows appeared on the straight line between him and Gyoko, and the red color dyed the blade like a dye. By the time the red sword took shape, he had already arrived in front of Gyoko. It tore towards Kamiyama in anger, and when its palm fell, Kamiyama in front of it turned into bubble. A deep blue pool emerged from under Gyoko's feet, and a dragon with wings on its back was swimming in it. The moment Kamiyama approached it, he activated the swamp form, Yinglong. After a set of combined sword skills, Gyoko was stunned. It didn't see what happened at all. When it came to its senses, the hot blade was already against the skin of its neck. Done, done, done. How could I die in such a miserable way? Impossible, impossible, impossible. Gyoko screamed wildly in his heart, wanting to do something, but it was too late. The thought of being beheaded by the B*********** D who mocked its pot was like the sky falling. The scales, which were as hard as diamonds, collided with the blade, making crackling sounds and sparks flying everywhere. These scales bought it a few tenths of a second, which was useless to Gyoko, but enough for Langkong, who had been hiding in the dark, to save his companions. The lazy sky was really good at hiding, and Kamiyama didn't sense its presence until it activated its blood demon technique. Not far away, a dark purple quagmire appeared out of nowhere, and its target was Yushiro. The inertia calculation was clear. If Kamiyama was determined to kill Gyoko, it could kill the traitor. But if Kamiyama chooses to save people, it saves Gyoko. Anyway, no matter which side it goes on, it won't lose. Chapter 155. Life and Death. Yushiru's arm has only grown back 1/3, and his upper arm has not recovered completely. However, even if his body is complete, it is useless, because Yushiru's blood demon art relies on space to be activated. The dark purple quagmire was full of suction, making him unable to move. He looked up at the night sky, a wry smile appearing on his face. If that guy really showed up, I thought I could survive. Yushiro laughed at himself. Time seemed to stand still. He suddenly recalled the day they first met. Kamiyama threatened him with a knife, making him think he was going to die that day. But he didn't know that the other party was joking. Thinking of this, he cursed. Kamiyama, you're an A**hole, but you're the best A-hole I've ever met. The bitter smile on his lips disappeared, and even the moon in the sky turned into Tamayo. he raised 1/3 of his hand to grab the moon. Compared to saving himself, it is obviously more cost-effective to behead an upper rank. Yushiro thought so, and he also hoped that Kamiyama would do the same. If you round it off, wouldn't it mean that he and an upper rank would die together? Just as the dark purple mud was about to submerge his face, a red-gold lightning flashed before his eyes, and then the mud that enveloped him began to recede. Kamiyama grabbed him by the collar and said, "Don't die, you haven't caught up with Miss Tamayo yet, you coward." Yushiro stood there like a stone statue, his eyes filled with gratitude and joy of surviving a disaster. His eyes unconsciously became red. After a moment, he slowly uttered a few words and said, "Thank you." Gyoko ran away without looking back, cursing as he ran. "Tiandao Kamiyama, you were waiting for me, I will never let you go." Damn it, unable to win, it could only rage helplessly. After all, it was almost taken down by a combo. Gyoko vowed never to fight with that B*************** D again. "Let's leave this matter to Hyakumeki." Yushiro pointed at the fleeing Gyoko and asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to chase him anymore?" Advertisement. "No." Kamiyama looked into the distance and muttered, "There's another more troublesome guy." "I know." He knew who Kamiyama was talking about, so he dragged his exhausted body to activate the blood demon technique and reconnect with the crow's vision. Cough cough cough. Yushiro suddenly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and then said, "Jen, your lord's convoy has been safely evacuated, but the situation of the other two people seems." Before he could finish, Kamiyama immediately carried him and ran towards the suburbs, saying, "Show me the way." "Oh, go straight for 100 meters, then." 20 eyeballs crawled onto Baimu's right arm. It roared angrily, and then suddenly punched out. In an instant, a blood-red beam of light rushed towards Xiaobane at an astonishing speed, like a violent laser pulse. Wherever the blood-red beam of light passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp and piercing whistling sound. His body flashed, and the snake-like patterns that spread from his arm to his left chest were squeezed together, and he narrowly avoided the blood-red light column. Although he managed to dodge the punch, the terrifying aftermath still made him feel huge pressure. He felt a strong wave of air rushing towards him, which made his breathing stagnate, and he stumbled a few times before he could barely stand firm. Obana frowned. He only opened 70 points, but he was not at all at a disadvantage in fighting 1 against 2. In fact, the rock pillar was the strongest pillar after Kamiyama. Thinking of this, he glanced behind him and saw Sheng Ming sitting next to a rock, breathing heavily. Not long ago, he was hit hard by a punch. He just managed to hold on thanks to his abnormal body. Xiaobane, who has always been full of confidence, actually began to doubt her life. Can she and her brother Xingming last long enough to save Yushiro? "Boy, you dare to be distracted when fighting me?" Baimu's voice was like a sharp gust of wind, piercing his eardrums. Another punch with 20 points of strength fell, and the heaven and earth seemed to tremble. Fortunately, Xiaobane reacted and swung out the second type of narrow-headed fangs. With a loud clang, the fighting spirit around him was dispersed and the Nichiren blades broke into several sections. The whole person flew backwards, plowing a long furrow on the ground. Advertisement Baimu appeared in an instant, ready to deal a fatal blow to Xiaobane. At this moment, Xing Ming stood up, veins popped all over his body, and rock breathing form 2 sky shattering was activated. He stepped on the chain connecting the meteor hammer and the broad axe on the ground. Under the powerful shock force, the meteor hammer was blown away, and he just raised his foot. With one hand he grabbed the chain near the broad axe and the huge guy was sent flying. When approaching the 100 eyes, circles of earth-brown fighting spirit surged out, and with the blessing of the stripes, the ultimate physical body reached a higher level. Just when the man and the ghost were about to collide, Xing Ming suddenly loosened the chains, and he lightly tapped the broad axe with his toes, raising the height further. Just like that, Xing Ming arrived above Baimu. Such a difficult operation made Baimu's eyes shine. This was simply not an action that a human could do. This big guy brought it too many surprises, otherwise this battle would not have lasted until now. Before fighting with Kamiyama, it wants to eat this appetizer happily. Xing Ming was seen flipping sideways in the air, and then smashing down with his fists clasped together. Baimu's spine broke on the spot, but instead of screaming, he burst into laughter. Just when Xing Ming thought he could force Baimu to stop, the opponent folded himself 90 degrees like a piece of paper, and quickly twisted his spine to face Xing Ming, who was suspended in the air. Only ghosts can do this fatal move. No matter how they fold their bodies, there is no harm except for the pain. Especially for a demon like Baimu who pursues an opponent of equal strength, different people can always make him realize different physical skills. It clasped its hands together and slapped Xingming. A gurgling sound came from under its flesh and blood. It was its eyeballs moving. In less than a breath, 20 eyeballs had moved to each arm. At that moment, 2 scarlet lights suddenly lit up, and then 2 huge and ferocious hand shadows slowly emerged. These 2 palms seemed to come from the abyss of hell, emitting a terrifying aura that made people's hearts tremble. Xing Ming was right in the middle of these 2 palms, tightly clamped by the agitated aura, unable to move. This game is a dead end. No matter how he develops his body, he will always be 1 step behind. Xiaobane dragged his bloody body and rushed towards Baimu regardless of everything. The torn and blood-stained team uniform rustled as he ran quickly. Blood continued to seep out of the wounds and spilled onto the ground, forming a shocking trail of blood. But Xiaobane felt no pain at all. He clenched his teeth and veins bulged on his forehead. At this moment, he had only one belief, which was to save Xing Ming. 5 terabytes Chapter 156 Crisis resolved. Although Baimu had been folded in half and was no longer recognizable, it still had the means to deal with Xiao Banei, who was rushing towards it. It quickly turned its head and gathered its 10 eyeballs on its cheeks. In an instant, scarlet particles continued to gather towards its mouth, and the tiny particles instantly condensed into a blood-red light ball. With a buzzing sound, a beam of hot red light shot out. Xiao Banei put all his strength into accelerating. It was impossible for him to change direction at this moment, so he could only take the blow. But then it would be too late to save Xingming. At this critical moment, a huge dark green tornado fell from the sky, and the rapidly rotating wind blades split the laser in half. It was Shinizugawa Sanemi. He bit off the special medicine for the spots on his wrist, and then dark green windmill patterns spread to his face. The patterns resonated, and the scarlet-red sword followed. He didn't say a word, just left a solid back to his companions. On the other side, one saw a huge faucet that was constantly flowing, roaring and cutting through the vast sky, bringing with it a whistling sound. Sabito tightly grasped the long sword in his hand, his eyes were as sharp as torches, and he suddenly chopped off the attack concentrated by the 100 eyes. In an instant, the pair of giant scarlet palms that were gradually coming together turned into fragments all over the sky. He used the impact force to knock Xingming out of the danger zone. We provided support in time, ha ha ha. After rescuing Xingming, he did not forget to tease him. Baimu was seen holding Sabito's red sword, with steam coming out of his palm. It was his skin being burned by the red sword, but there was nothing he could do about it. His strange posture made it difficult for him to cope with such a sudden attack. Gurgle gurgle, the sound of boiling water was heard again inside Baimu's body, and then 10 scarlet eyeballs emerged from under his flesh and blood, and 80 eyes opened. In an instant, its folded body bounced open like a steel plate, and its broken limbs recovered instantly like rubber bands. A vertical chop from his thigh knocked Sabito flying, and at the same moment, he stood up quickly like a carp, whole body full of explosive power as if it was bounced by a spring. Looking back, gathering strength, and punching, 30 eyeballs crawled onto his right arm, and a dark red halo wrapped around his right arm, as if it could drip down at any time. Its eyes were as sharp as torches, fixed tightly on the direction where Shimi was, revealing a hint of determination and ruthlessness in its eyes. The next moment, all the long-accumulated strength was released, accompanied by a roar, and the surging fist wind poured towards Shimi like a flood that broke through a dam. Wherever this powerful fist wind passed, the air was stirred up violently, making bursts of piercing whistling sounds. 1 against 4, no empty talk, this is just 100 points with 80 points opened. Advertisement: its 100 eyes are always reserved for Kamiyama. It was too late for Shimi to hide, so he took a deep breath, and dark green fighting spirits soared into the sky, lighting up the wilderness, followed by blade winds flying in all directions. Breathing of Wind 9th form Waituo Tiantai Wind is activated. Since you can't avoid it, you'll just have to fight it head on. An 8-meter-high hurricane spread out with him as the center. Every step he took made the earth tremble. In the blink of an eye, a fierce hurricane met with the unstoppable punch. At the moment when the two collided with each other, it seemed as if the whole world trembled. There was a loud boom, and the earth seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and a gap several dozen meters long appeared in an instant. At the same time, an extremely powerful energy quickly spread out in circles around the impact point. Wherever the energy ripples passed, the dust and gravel on the ground were blown into the air, forming a dust fog that covered the sky and the sun. Suddenly, a silver light appeared in the dust. The figure turned around and chopped down with a knife, which happened to land on Baimu, who arrived in an instant. Ha 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 ha, Baimu laughed crazily. The dish it had always wanted to eat was finally served. The clanging sound of collision resounded through the sky, and in the blink of an eye, Kamiyama and Beimei had fought more than 100 times. However, after fighting for hundreds of moves, the man and the ghost distanced themselves from each other. Hikumu, how is it compared to before? Kamiyama raised the corner of his mouth, stood proudly and asked, his voice was like a bell. You've become stronger, I can't wait to kill you. There's no fun in killing anyone except you, and if they weren't in the way, I really wouldn't want to dirty my hands. Oh, right. It pointed at Himejima Kiyome behind it. He's not bad. His body is very strong, especially in this era. He's stronger than you. Of course, the 100 eyes refer specifically to the physical body. After all, Kamiyama's sword skills and breathing techniques make him the strongest overall strength. Water breathing 11th form Nagi. Breathing of flame, form 9, Rengoku. Breath of insects, dance of centipedes, belly of centipedes. Breathing of the clouds. Advertisement, breathing of the mist. Breath of love. Giyu, Kyojuru, Shinobu, the Tokito brothers and Mitsuri appeared on the horizon holding red swords. At this moment, all 11 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps arrived at the scene. After Yubayashiki Kagaya led the convoy to retreat to a safe distance, only Tengen was left alone. The rest, whether they arrived earlier or later, all rushed to support. He firmly believed that the pillars were more needed at headquarter number 1. Xiao Banei staggered to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a smile, and clenched the Nichiren blades. Xing Ming recovered his composure and gripped the chain tightly, also locking onto Bai Mu. Kamiyama put one hand behind his back and pointed the knife at Bai Mu with the other hand, saying, Bai Mu, 11-1, I will definitely be able to keep you this time. I don't think you will ever have the chance to fight against the strongest me in your life. With 100 eyes scanning the surroundings, it was confident that it could defeat all 9 enemies at once, as long as Kamiyama and the muscular monster were not there. But if these 2 people were present, it wouldn't be able to defeat 11 at once, even if all its eyes were open. And what it wants is a one-on-one fight to the death with Kamiyama without any people, any ghosts, or any external interference. To be honest, it is not afraid of fighting. It has nothing to do with the number of people, it only likes Kamiyama. After thinking about it, Baimu frowned and said unhappily, "There are so many people, and you don't care about your face anymore." "I've never had that thing," Kamiyama said without blushing or beating his heart. He was already dealing with a man-eating evil ghost, but he still wanted to fight alone. It must be a just group fight, with the highest principle being to weaken the fighting power of Muzan's side. Although Beimei is a fool, Kamiyama also wants to give it a one-on-one battle. But many times it is forced by the situation. Who knows that Muzan would only send it alone to attack the headquarters? After all, the other Gyoko are just here to make up the numbers. Then we'll have to fight another day. By Mu, it's obvious that Muzan wants to kill you, Kamiyama complained. Thanks for the reminder. Baimu bowed and retreated quickly. Of course, no one stopped it. The crisis of the Demon Slayer Corps was thus resolved. Chapter 157. 1 year later, the morning light of dawn pierced through the clouds, and a large piece of golden fragments fell and landed on every corner of base number 1. Under the warm sun, the last group of evacuees gathered at the headquarters entrance. Led by Kamiyama, they disappeared into the woods. A few days later at sunset, the group arrived at the entrance of headquarter number 2. Yubayashiki Kagaya was waiting there, with the Demon Slayer Corps behind him. He smiled and waved his hand. A soft voice sounded, and he opened his arms and said, "Everyone, welcome home. Thank you for your hard work along the way." Kamiyama nodded with a genuine smile on his face, and everyone answered in unison. "We're back." A year passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was the 3rd year of Teisho. There was still more than a year before Tanjiro participated in the final selection and the main storyline began. In Taoshan, peach blossoms are blooming again. The only difference from the past is that this place has become much more lively, all thanks to the extremely fearful member of the atmosphere group and the loudest person in Momoyama, Agatsuma Zenitsu. The weather was a bit gloomy today, with a few dark clouds floating in the sky. Under the dim sunlight, Zenitsu ran towards the top of the mountain crying. "Grandpa, I don't want to train anymore, it will kill me. I can't learn other katas. I can only learn Thunderbolt Flash, I really can't learn it. Can you please stop learning? Woo, I'm not a genius, I'm a fool, so can I stop learning?" He was screaming and scratching as he ran all the way, wishing he could use both his hands and feet. The old man, leaning on a cane, could hardly catch up with the boy. He said seriously, "You just want to be lazy, you little brat, go and train now. This person is just like your senior brother, who just wants to be lazy every day." When the old man got angry, he spoke without mercy, and his scolding made Zenitsu cry even harder, but her calves moved faster and faster. Because when Grandpa hits people, he really hits them, and it hurts real bad. Zenitsu is in trouble for being lazy. As we ran, there was no road ahead, but on the top of Taoshan Mountain there was a big tree that 2 people could hug together. Zenitsu stood under the tree, looked back, and saw the old man's cane very close to him, and he was very panicked. Completion. Completion. Advertisement, it's over. He held his head and screamed loudly. It was estimated that no one in Taoshan had a louder voice than his. "Where are you going, little brat? Come back with me and practice swordplay. If you can't learn other katas, it's because you're not working hard enough. Besides, even if you really can't learn it, you have to practice each kata to perfection. If you can reach the pinnacle, what's wrong with a sword skill?" Although the old man's words were a bit harsh, they were full of earnest expectations. Seeing that he was about to be beaten, Zenitsu's instinct was aroused. He hugged the tree trunk with both hands and jumped to the top of the tree in a few seconds. Even he himself didn't know how he did it. Old man. After coming to Taoshan for more than a year, this brat has developed all his skills except sword practice. "Zenitsu, come down," the old man urged, knocking hard on the tree trunk with his cane. I don't want it, if I continue training, I will die." Zenitsu shook his head frantically, then grabbed the branch tightly, and a new safe haven was formed. The old man looked up at the sky. There were more and more dark clouds, and it looked like it was going to rain. He then looked at Zenitsu hugging the tree, and he couldn't help but worry. As the saying goes, don't stand under a tree on a rainy day, let alone on top of a tree. "Zenitsu, come down quickly, it's about to rain, and it's dangerous up there in the treetops." "Obedient. Let's not train today, okay?" The old man's tone was much softer, completely different from when he fought Kamiyama, where he chased and beat him with sword skills. No, Grandpa must be trying to coax me down, then beat me up, and finally force me to train." Hearing this, the old man's mouth twitched. Am I usually so unreasonable? He sighed and was about to coax the child down with kind words, but just as he looked up, a thunderbolt fell and hit Zenitsu, who was shaking his head at the top of the tree. The criminal suspect Lei said that it was outrageous enough that he was standing under the tree, but who would have thought that the guy would dare to be on the top of the tree? He would have to hit anyone else. With the thunderbolt, the world seemed to have been muted. Advertisement Zenitsu's face was burnt black and he was falling straight down. the strangest thing was that his originally shiny black hair had turned completely yellow. At this point, there was a thunderbolt in the cloudy sky, and the yellow-haired crybaby made a brilliant appearance. The old man hurriedly caught the falling Zenitsu, first fed him a bottle of life-saving medicine, then carried him on his back and hurried down the mountain to find a doctor. Narrow Mist Mountain. Unlike the noisy scene in Taoshan Leihu lineage, it is obviously much quieter here. In an open space halfway up the mountain, a huge rock with a diameter of 3 meters has been standing there for a month. With his calloused hands, Tanjiro held the training knife and chopped at the boulder again and again. This was the final test that Mr. Yorokodaki gave to his apprentice. Cutting the boulder would mark his graduation. Tanjiro, who had been practicing for an hour straight, was so exhausted that he was gasping for breath, and even his breathing was disordered. After all, he had not yet learned how to breathe with full concentration. Changzhong is a higher state of fully concentrated breathing, which is to continue to concentrate on mastering breathing even in a sleeping state. Mastering it proficiently is the minimum requirement to approach the strength of a pillar. After all, Tanjiro is not alone now. He has 2 senior brothers and 2 senior sisters. No matter who comes home, they will give him some guidance. It can be said that this junior fellow spent his days in Narrow Mist Mountain under the love and care of his elders. After another hour of training, Tanjiro's hand holding the knife could not stop shaking. He was unwilling to give up. If he stopped because he was afraid of the hardship and fatigue, when would he be able to turn Nezuko back into a human being, and when would he be able to take revenge on Kibutsuji Muzan? He still can't forget what happened that night in his hometown. The evil ghost that wanted to kill his family will not be at peace until it gives up. What's more, it was the culprit that turned Nezuko into a ghost. Kibutsuji Muzan, I'm going to kill you, Tanjiro roared, then stood firm and chopped at the boulder with a knife. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned and the knife was bounced away again. At this moment, a big hand grasped the blade with 2 fingers and Sabito's voice sounded, and he gently persuaded. Tanjiro, sometimes, a proper rest is necessary. Hearing this, Tanjiro turned his head with a look of surprise and said, Big brother, you're back. I have completed my mission. I passed by Sagiri Mountain and came to see you, master, and that little Nezuko. After that, he put his arm around Tanjiro's neck and said mysteriously, guess who else is here? Tanjiro smiled innocently, scratched his head, and answered directly. I can't guess, big brother. Chapter 158, First Encounter. Your real big brother is here. I did this mission with him and a girl your age. Brother Jen is here too. Tanjiro smiled even more happily, and his brain automatically blocked out all thoughts about girls. Sabito walked a short distance and then stopped. He turned his head to look at his junior fellow apprentice, whose hair was disheveled and whose face was covered in dust, looking like a real beggar. After all, you have to meet strangers, especially a girl. How can you not pay attention to your image? Seeing that his senior brother was staring at him, Tanjiro tilted his head in confusion and asked, is there something on my face? No, he shook his head, then added, but your image is not very good, wipe your face. Sabito took out a silk scarf from his arms and handed it to Tanjiro. After wiping it, the dust mixed with sweat made the other person look like a little cat. He suppressed his laughter and asked, Tanjiro, do you remember the stream near here? Remember, go wash your face, it's better to be clean. Tanjiro looked away in bewilderment and asked, why? Hearing this, Sabito held his forehead helplessly, thinking that this time was different. It was okay if they were all acquaintances, but there was a girl he had never seen before. How could he leave a good impression on her if he was so dirty? Listen to my brother, it's right, yeah, Tanjiro nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and walked obediently to the other side of the woods. As I passed through the small pine forest, I heard a clear and pleasant sound. Following the sound, I saw a clear stream flowing down from the mountain stream. The falling water splashed snow-white water and made a splashing sound, as if playing a beautiful and moving piece of music. The fresh air and the original tranquility of the pine forest make this place a treasure trove for those who like to be alone. From afar, there was a girl sitting by the stream. She was wearing a Demon Slayer Corps uniform and a knee-length black pleated skirt. The girl sat by the water, gently stirring the current. Tanjiro. He remembered that few people came to this stream, but why was there a girl here? May I ask who you are? Is he from this town? The water is cold now. I suggest you don't put your feet in it, or you will catch a cold. He reminded loudly, his friendly voice drowning out the sound of splashing water. Kanao slowly stood up and turned around to see a stranger he had never seen before. Advertisement. The two looked at each other, and Tanjiro, who had been hiding in the mountains, was greatly shocked. This was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in his life, and his cheeks couldn't help but turn slightly red. Dreamy pink-purple eyes, lips as tender as newly blossomed cherry blossoms, a ponytail draped over the left chest with a pink kochou knot tied at the end of the hair. The sunlight poured down from the mountain stream and gently fell on Kanao's shoulders. Clean, simple, and a little naive, Kanao didn't like to interact with strangers. He lowered his eyes, avoiding the other person's direct gaze, and began to put on his socks hurriedly. It was only then that Tanjiro realized that he had been rude. The pebbles beside the stream were slippery to begin with, and Kanao's feet were still wet with stream water. In her panic, she slipped and sprained her right foot. There was a sharp pain and my body lost balance, not good. Seeing that something was not right, Tanjiro exerted force with his legs and activated water breathing. Form 3, Flowing Dance. A faint shadow of water flow could be vaguely seen around him. With the help of the breathing technique, Tanjiro caught Kanao before she fell to the ground. However, since it was the first time he used the breathing technique in actual combat, he lost control of his strength and flew out. He fell into the stream holding Kanao, but fortunately neither of them was injured. After taking a few sips of water, Tanjiro jumped up and almost dropped the girl in his arms. At this moment, Kanao sat in Tanjiro's arms with an expressionless face, and couldn't help but become nervous. She is extremely socially anxious and has never been so close to a stranger. At this moment, Kamiyama walked out of the woods, muttering, "Kanao, you can't keep playing." Until he looked up, he felt as if his worldview had collapsed and he couldn't speak clearly. Play with water, what are you two doing? Tanjiro. Kamiyama's tone was so high that it scared away the birds in the distance, and a feeling of sadness welled up in his heart, as if the cabbage he had carefully cared for had been taken away by a pig. He watched Kanao grow up, from an autistic little beggar to the graceful young lady she is today. Tanjiro's nose twitched slightly, and besides a pleasant fragrance, there was also a murderous smell. After being in a daze for a long time, he finally realized how indecent his actions with this strange girl were. "Miss, please get down quickly. I am sorry for being so rude. If you feel it is inappropriate, then I can commit seppuku to apologize." Advertisement. Tanjiro's face turned red and he started talking nonsense. Kanao tilted her head blankly, without moving, and then began to search her pockets, so Tanjiro silently watched the girl take out a coin. "What? I'm sorry." He hurriedly picked up Kanao, ran to the shore quickly, and then stood aside with his head down like a frightened rabbit. Men and women should not touch each other. How rude, how rude. Sabito came running when he heard the noise. He wondered how Tanjiro could have washed out the truth when he was just washing his face. "Oh my god. Why are you drawing your sword?" He quickly held Kamiyama, and then looked at his fellow apprentice and Kanao who were soaked like drowned rats. Kamiyama also calmed down. He absolutely believed in Tanjiro's character and believed that it must have been an accident that caused him to behave like that. "Tanjiro, that's my sister, Kanao. Give me an explanation. Why are you two sitting in the water hugging each other?" Hearing this, Sabito almost vomited blood and lost his composure. "If this brat really did something bad, I would break his legs." Tanjiro took a deep breath and asked weakly, "Well, this girl sprained her ankle. Can you treat her first?" The first thing he considered was not to defend his own innocence, but Kanao's injury. These words stunned Kamiyama and Sabito. There was no need to doubt it, it was definitely an accident. "Okay, let's go home first." Kamiyama walked up to Kanao, squatted down, and said, "Kanao, I'll carry you." She nodded. To her, this was an instruction, so there was no need to toss a coin and she just lay down. Tanjiro felt strange. From just now on, he always felt that there seemed to be something missing from this girl named Kanao. He couldn't smell any emotion on her, which was irrational since he could smell it on his cold-faced senior brother Giyu. On the way home, Tanjiro explained to the two of them, the misunderstanding was resolved, and he also got to know Kanao. This was their first meeting, and it was destined to happen. Chapter 159. Pig. On this moonlit night with hazy light and complete silence, the silvery moonlight sprinkled on the earth like water. In the silence, two figures were playing a game of chase in which it was either you or I would die. The tall figure running in front was particularly eye-catching. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an evil ghost with 3 long, twisted horns on its head. Its blood-red eyes revealed endless fear, its fangs were intertwined in its grinning mouth, and every cell in its body was trembling. Because the one chasing after him was none other than Tendo Kamiyama. "Brother, I can draw my sword very quickly. I guarantee you will die immediately," he smiled and sped up. Kamiyama had to admit that the guy in front of him was very fast and able to escape, and was very close to the upper ranks. If converted, this guy was only the lower rank one. Unfortunately, the lower moons no longer exist, and even the conditions for the Demon Slayer Corps to be promoted to pillars have changed. Now one can be promoted to a pillar only after killing 60 demons, and the cancellation of the lower moon by the scumbag boss has caused great trouble to the work of the Demon Slayer Corps. Many ghosts have clearly reached the lower moon level, but because there are no numbers in their eyes, it can cause great misjudgments. Compare Muzan. Kamiyama cursed. After all, there was still a long time before the final battle, and during this period, the workload of the pillars would be greatly increased. On average, we handle 10 suspected 12 Kazuki hauntings per month. His thoughts returned to the present, and he was still 1 meter away from the triangle ghost. He took a deep breath, and red gold lightning rushed up from under his feet, and the breathing of Dao Thunderform Qilin was activated. The 1 meter distance disappeared in an instant, and the blade emitting lightning was pressed against the evil ghost's neck. Just when it was about to be beheaded, its body broke in half like a spring, the killing line disappeared, and it escaped the disaster. There was a flash of surprise in Kamiyama's eyes. From the time they met till now, this ghost had used 36 methods to save his life. I have to say, he is really a talented person. While shortening its body, the triangular ghost dived into the ground, and then it sped up to full speed, it was about to collapse. Is this swordsman actually a human being? He is so powerful even when he is poisoned. After running for an unknown distance, it sensed the presence of human beings on the ground. There is a small farmyard on top of the triangle ghost head. In the yard, there is a young man in his 20s who has just gone up to go to the bathroom. He was so half asleep that he had no idea what would happen next. Just as he pulled up his pants, there was a loud bang, and the ground under the man's feet collapsed. A pale big hand grabbed out and pinched his neck like an iron clamp. Advertisement: the triangular ghost carried the man back to the ground, turned around and threatened fiercely. "Let me go, or I'll kill him." Kamiyama braked suddenly, then smiled and said, "You can go, let him go." The man's name was Xiaoji. He was in a panic, not because he was attacked by a monster, but because he was worried about his grandfather at home. Is it the end for me before I even take care of my grandfather until his death? His breathing became increasingly difficult, and at the same time, his memories kept revolving around the figure that he both loved and hated. A stinky kid wearing a wild boar mask. 10 years ago, a child wearing a wild boar mask rushed into Xiaoji's house. After successfully asking Koji's grandfather, who suffers from Alzheimer's disease, for food, Zuzu becomes a regular at the house. During this period, Xiaoji's grandfather also taught Zuzu to read Hyakunin issue and learn to read. Surprisingly, the pigs raised by wild boars not only did not fail to understand, but quickly learned human language. Koji began to worry that his grandfather might be in danger if he spent too much time with Inosuke, so he tried to drive the pig away several times, but in the end, the young Inosuke took over his home instead. This is unbelievable. At the age of 15, Xiaoji could not beat a 4-year-old child. Put down the knife immediately. The triangle ghost's eyes were red, and he urged her like crazy, pinching her tighter at the same time. It figured it out, and decided that even if it couldn't escape, it had to take someone with it to be buried with it. Okay. Kamiyama immediately let go of the Nichiren blades, and just as the blades were about to hit the ground, he instantly appeared, with emerald green wind blades wrapped around his arms. The punch was thrown out, and although it felt like hitting steel, the rapidly rotating fighting spirit still cut off the triangle ghost's arm. Xiaoji covered his lungs and greedily breathed in the air. The evil ghost was stunned, and the world seemed to collapse. Without a knife, can you cut into a ghost's body? Which of us is the ghost? It was during this moment of sluggishness that Kamiyama kicked it sideways, sending it flying out of the yard. However, the attack was not over yet. The whirlwind wrapped around his toes, and with a light tap of the ground, he caught up with the flying triangular ghost. The whole process took less than a second. He started practicing swordsmanship at the age of 8, and after 11 years of accumulation, he had mastered both sword skills and physical skills. Advertisement: the emerald green wind swept up the Nichiren blades on the ground. In an instant, lightning flashed, and surging red gold arcs spread out in all directions. Having seen all of this ghost's methods of escape, there is no way he will fail again this time. A fierce blade wind swept across the night sky, and the triangular ghost was beheaded. It was an amazing escape skill, and its strength was close to that of an upper-ranked beast, but it was a pity that it met Kamiyama. Sheathing the knife, he turned around and pulled Xiaoji up, saying apologetically, "I'm sorry for scaring you." After recovering from the shock, he quickly waved his hands, his face full of joy at having survived the disaster, and said, No, it was you who saved me, thank you." After saying this, he bowed deeply. Kamiyama took out a wisteria sachet and a few seeds from his arms and said, "These are wisteria sachets and seeds. They're the things that the monster just now hated. We will meet again if we are lucky." After giving the food, he turned and left. He wanted to leave a handsome back view behind, but his stomach growled at an inopportune time. The air seemed to freeze. After a brief silence, Xiaoji spoke. "Mr. Benefactor, if you don't mind, let's have a meal." "Well, I'm sorry, I ate a little too much." Kamiyama smiled awkwardly. He was indeed a little hungry. "It doesn't matter. I saved your life, but a meal is nothing." "Please wait a moment." Without waiting for Kamiyama to reply, Koji rushed into the kitchen. At this moment, an old grandfather opened the door and asked in a vague voice, "Is Inosuke here?" Kamiyama was stunned when he heard this. "It washes, pig, are you here?" Of the 5 young ones, only Piglet is left. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Kanao, and Genya all entered their own unique life paths. Only Inosuke lives in the mountains, which makes Kamiyama look for him very hard. Unexpectedly, fate would come to him like this, so he decided to stay for a while until Zuzu appeared. Chapter 160. Reckless charge. In the living room, the orange candlelight flickered gently. Kamiyama and Koji sat opposite each other. He took a bite of rice and asked, "Mr. Koji, I just heard the old man mention Inosuke. How can I meet him?" When it comes to Inosuke, Koji feels both love and hate for him, and since Kamiyama is his savior, he naturally starts to talk. After a while, Kamiyama got the general idea that as long as he waited in this house, he would naturally meet Zuzu. Although he ate a large bowl of rice, Xiaoji didn't feel disgusted, just a little shocked. However, Kamiyama still insisted on giving him a lot of money, one because he ate a lot, and the other as room fee for tonight. "Mr. Tiandao, what are you doing? It's just a meal and a night's lodging. Why are you paying so much? You underestimate me." "I absolutely cannot take the money. You don't have to, but consider it as my thanks to you, old man. I've been looking for Inosuke. You know that little b*************** D Inosuke." Koji's pupils dilated. He mistakenly thought that Kamiyama was Inosuke's relative and felt happy for him. Kamiyama didn't know how to explain it, so he smiled bitterly and said, "I guess so. That's great, that guy finally doesn't have to live alone in the mountains. Koji smiled brightly. He once tried to bring Inosuke to live at his home, but that guy refused to leave the cave. The most helpless thing was that he couldn't beat Inosuke, so he couldn't get the boy out of the mountains. And Mr. Tiandao is very skilled, maybe he can bring that kid out of the mountain. Mr. Tiandao, I'll prepare a room for you, wait a moment. Good. Xiaoji got up at daybreak. He planned to plant the seeds of the wisteria tree first. After all, it was not easy to meet a swordsman like Mr. Tendao who specialized in hunting ghosts. He had just filled the door when he heard a bang and someone violently broke open the door. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a shirtless teenager wearing a gray wild boar mask. He had deer hair around his waist and bare hair at his feet, and his pants were put on by Grandpa Xiaoji at his request, otherwise this kid would probably be naked. Inosuke stared at Koji, hot air gushing out of the nostrils of the wild boar mask, and shouted. Charge forward, charge forward, charge forward. He rushed towards Xiaoji with all his strength, and said with full fighting spirit, Brother Shanji, come and compete with me in strength. Xiaoji frowned and yelled with curses. You little b******************* d. My name is Xiaoji, it's Xiaoji. 10 years, a full 10 years, and Inosuke had never called his name correctly once. I get it, little brother Shuju, advertisement as expected. Zuzu knocked Xiaoji away, then put his hands on his hips to claim his sovereignty. This is my territory, I am invincible. At this moment, the door opened and Kamiyama stood under the eaves, yawning and muttering to himself. Why is it so noisy? The moment he appeared, all the muscles in Piglet's body tensed up immediately, and he felt even more oppressive than when he first encountered the giant bear. What a beast this is, 10 big bears can't beat him. Only you are worthy to be my opponent. Ha 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 ha. Zuzu raised his head and laughed, as if an invincible martial arts master had found a rival and his life would no longer be lonely as snow. Charge forward, monster, come and compete with me in strength. He rushed towards Kamiyama without saying a word, every cell in his body was exerting force and hot air was constantly gushing out. Oh, hearing those familiar 4 words, Kamiyama couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. He took a step forward slowly, pushed out with one hand, and the pig that was giving it his all was bounced away. This scared Koji, who was watching the show on the side, silly. Having been forced to compete with Inosuke in strength for many years, he knew very well how terrifying this guy was, but Mr. Tiandao just gave it a casual push and it was over. Awesome, well done. Koji clapped his hands in joy, thinking that finally someone could control Inosuke. Damn it, how could I possibly lose? You are such a stinking bear. Charge forward. The unyielding pig is determined to defend his territory to the death. After all, no matter whether his opponent is a wolf, a bear, a human, or anything else, he has never been defeated. Kamiyama walked into the courtyard, put his hand behind his back, and said with a smile, Young man, how about letting me move once and you win? Stop looking down on others. Zuzu yelled and rushed towards Kamiyama again, this time using all his strength. As expected, he was slapped away by Kamiyama again. Charge forward. Advertisement. Fly away. Charge forward. Fly away. Comma comma. After going back and forth dozens of times, Zuzu was so tired that he was gasping for breath. During this process, he sensed a special breath in Kamiyama. He grew up in the mountains, so he has excellent sense of touch and insight. After many fights, he has already sensed the fighting spirit. In the original plot, Zuzu had no one to teach him, and he had never even seen the breathing method, but it was in this way that he realized his own beast breathing. No one knows how he did it. It is a special talent that ordinary people cannot achieve. The 5 little ones of the new generation all have special talents. Kamiyama believes that Zuzu should be the most talented, otherwise how could he have created his own breathing method behind closed doors? He was now guiding Juju, and he believed that the other party had already sensed the fighting spirit, which would naturally arouse his interest. Just when Zuzu was about to launch the 56th charge, Kamiyama moved. He didn't see the other party's figure clearly at all. When he came to his senses, he had already arrived outside the yard. Kamiyama patted his shoulder, raised his voice a little, and said, Look, kid, this is real strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he shook his wrist, a cold light flashed, and the longsword was unsheathed. In an instant, it was as if an invisible force was suddenly released, and with him as the center, circle after circle of emerald green ripples spread out like water waves. Wherever the ripples passed, the air seemed to become heavy and emitted a slight buzzing sound. Breathing of the wind type 2 claws Kodo wind. In an instant, 4 emerald green claw-shaped blades flew away into the air and exploded in the distant sky. The fighting spirit unique to the breath of the wind brushed across Zuzu's body. All the pores on his body were trembling. The usually noisy Zuzu was stunned. He was extremely unwilling to admit defeat, but at this moment he was somewhat convinced by Kamiyama's sword. That's amazing. I really want to learn. Teach me now. Boss, I want to learn. Zuzu, who grew up in the mountains, follows the biological instinct of the survival of the fittest. Even though his interactions with Xiaoji's family have changed him a lot, he is still affected by that law. At this moment, in Zuzu's heart, Kamiyama is the super strong one. In the wild, such creatures are generally feared by all small animals. But in Pig's cognition, this kind of existence is called the boss. Boss. He rushed towards Kamiyama with a blazing gaze, and shouted. Charge forward. Chapter 161 Big Boss, so scary. Kamiyama made a gorgeous turn and sheathed his sword. Zuzu's breathing method was a derivative of the breathing of the wind. He had just used this breathing method to give himself some inspiration. I saw Juju hugged his thighs and shouted with great momentum. I want to learn that. Pigs never give in unless they are ridiculously strong. Kamiyama patted the pig's headgear and said with a smile, if you want to learn, follow me. Okay. Zuzu agreed without hesitation, because he was extremely sure that this guy could make him stronger, to the point of being infinitely stronger. However, if he wanted to take Inosuke away, he had to tell Koji and the others, so the two of them returned to the courtyard. Inosuke walked up to Koji, patted his head gently, and regained his bossy demeanor, saying, little brother from the mountains, I'm going to learn something from the boss, you have to protect my territory well. Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. This little B************* D was finally leaving, ha 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 ha. After giving the instructions, Inosuke took a look inside the house, where there was the old man who taught him to read and gave him food, and who was the person he had to pay special attention to when patrolling the territory. Boss, I want to go see the old man, and then go and become stronger. Zuzu looked at Kamiyama and began to seek his opinion. After all, he was the new boss. Let's say goodbye properly, Kamiyama said with a smile. Zuzu tilted his head, his eyes full of confusion. He didn't know what goodbye meant. In other words, because he lacks common sense and does not quite understand the emotions between humans, he is troubled by human warmth. After a while, Inosuke came out. He went in mainly to confirm one thing, that is, whether Koji's grandfather was injured. In the wild, as long as you are not injured, your chances of survival are very high. In Pig's perception, not getting hurt means living a good life. Seeing that Inosuke was about to leave, Koji, who had always hoped that he would leave, slowly began to feel an emotion in his heart, a feeling called reluctance. His eyes instantly turned red, and every detail of the past 10 years flashed before his eyes. He chased after her, shouting loudly. Inosuke, remember to come back often. Remember this, you little B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** turned around, scratched his head with a puzzled look, and froze for a moment, as if he had thought of something, and said, "Little brother Xiaoji, protect my territory until I become stronger." After hearing his name, Koji cried. It was the first time in 10 years that Inosuke called his name correctly. Bye now. He waved goodbye while crying. Mr. Koji, believe me, Inosuke will be happier. We'll meet again if we're lucky. Advertisement. Kamiyama bowed slightly and said with a smile. 1 month later, at Daoju's residence, Inosuke was rushing around the yard with 2 wooden swords in his hands. Ever since he came to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, he had been getting into trouble every few days. However, Zuzu's talent is indeed abnormal. In just 1 month, he has already comprehended the breadth of the beast. He felt that running in the yard was not enough, so he jumped onto the wall in 2 or 3 steps and ran out along the fence. The pigs are charging forward, ha 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 ha. It feels so good. Go, go, go. After a while, Inosuke jumped onto the wall of the butterfly house. There was no other way because this place was closest to the Dozu residence. What is the butterfly house? It's the Demon Slayer Corps hospital, where many swordsmen need to recuperate. Besides, there is a place here that specifically provides rehabilitation training for swordsmen. But Piglet was different. He kept howling from the inpatient area to other places, and then ran back. Who is this? Why are you yelling in the middle of the day? Can't you let the patient rest? Damn it, who is this B*****************? D. The complaints came down like a torrential rain, but when Piggy faced suppression, he would only fight back even harder, so he immediately raised his voice. It's your uncle Inosuke, ha ha ha. Charge forward. Ahahaha. Kanae, who was on duty, came over when she heard the noise. She knew from the voice that it was the most noisy child. Since Kamiyama had told everyone about Inosuke's tragic past, a gentle older sister like her would not normally scold Inosuke. Inosuke, stop making loud noises and be obedient. Hurry up and get down from the wall, or you'll fall. Kanae spoke in a gentle tone with a hint of sympathy in her eyes. She thought that Inosuke was just a child who lacked education. I don't want it. Charge forward. Oh, Kanae sighed, climbed up the wall in 3 or 2 steps, and chased after him, saying that she would not let this child make trouble in the butterfly house anymore. Inosuke, a naughty kid who was still improving, naturally couldn't outrun the pillar-level swordsman. When he was about to be caught, he jumped off the wall with a whoosh. Hey, Kanae exclaimed, and hurriedly reminded, be careful not to fall, kid. Advertisement. Zuzu comforted the ground, but also knocked over some medicinal herbs. Just as he was about to run away, Kochou Shinobu came towards him. Just a look from the other party scared the pig so much that he froze in place, and the world became quiet in an instant. However, every cell in Zuzu's body was trembling. Living in Daoju's mansion for a month made him realize that there are always people better than you. There is always a boss above the boss, but in Piggy's opinion, the boss of the boss is Kochou Shinobu. Kochou Shinobu glanced at the spilled herbs, twitched his mouth, frowned, raised his voice a few notches, and said, Inosuke, Get down on your knees. You bad boy, didn't I tell you not to knock over the herbs and not to shout in the butterfly house? As soon as he finished speaking, Inosuke slid down and knelt in front of Kochou Shinobu. The arrogant pig now looked weak, pitiful and helpless. Boss, I was wrong. Piglet lowered his head and began to apologize sincerely. Just at this moment Kamiyama heard the noise and rushed over. Seeing Zuzu kneeling down again, he felt something was wrong and walked over with an apologetic smile. Ninja, pig is ignorant, you. Before he could finish his words, Shinobu gave him a look, and the strongest man in the Demon Slayer Corps knelt down beside Pig. Kamiyama, you brought this child back. I know he had a bad past and is very talented, but you can't let him do whatever he wants. 10,000 words omitted. Yes, Shinobu is right. The boss is right. Zuzu hurriedly agreed, but in fact his attention had been attracted by the birds flying in the distance. Seeing that the situation was almost tense, Kanae hurried over to act as a peacemaker. Shao Shinobu, the pig is still learning, so we as elders should just educate him. Look how scared you are to the child. As she said that, she went to help Zuzu up, hurry up, put the medicine away, and apologize. But without Kochou Shinobu's order, Zuzu didn't dare to get up at all. This is the oppressive feeling of the family throne. Sister, just spoil me. I've been spoiled by you. He held his forehead with his hand helplessly and complained. Inosuke, wake up. Don't let me see you next time, or I'll spank you, you bad boy. Woo woo woo. Big boss is so scary, I want to go back to the mountains. Inosuke said in his mind. Chapter 162 Striped Stockings. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters, Cafeteria. The cafeteria is equipped with professional chefs and nutritionists to ensure the health of the frontline swordsmen. After all, not all swordsmen live with their families in the headquarters. The sun was shining brightly, and the faint woody scent filled the air among the aroma of the rice. Just sniffing it would make one's appetite wet, and one would wish to eat 10 bowls of rice in one bite. Come on, don't fall down, pig head. Master Ganlu Temple, you are the cutest and the best eater, I love you. There is only one big eater in the Demon Slayer Corps, and that is Lord Tendo. The others are all losers. The swordsmen and hermits who had just finished their meal gathered together. They surrounded a long table. On one side of the table were Kamiyama, Mitsuri, and the pig who refused to admit defeat in any aspect. There were 10 bowls lined up next to each of the 3 men, which were obviously the results of their battles. I will never admit defeat, ah. Inosuke took the 11th bowl of ramen, took a few gulps, and then fainted from the gluttony and fell into the bowl. In the eating contest, Piglet lost. The medical staff of the butterfly house hurriedly carried Piglet away, leaving only the super strong girl and Kamiyama, who had been famous for many years, on the scene. The two were evenly matched, causing cheers from the people around them. This was one of the few public activities for swordsmen besides death and blood. After all, the Dao Pillar and the Love Pillar are both very approachable pillars. Master Ganlu Temple, you look so beautiful when you eat. You are simply my idol. Mitsuri's die-hard fans were shouting loudly in the crowd, their voices drowning out everyone else's. Hearing this, Mitsuri blushed and looked a little nervous. But she always had a smile on her face that came from the bottom of her heart. She had never dared to imagine such a life before, a life where she could eat as much as she wanted without being despised by others. She believes that joining the Demon Slayer Corps is the best decision she has ever made in her life. Here, no one will despise their own supernatural powers, and they can use this power to save others. Here, you can make friends like Shinobu and Kanae, and even rivals who can eat as much as you do. Here, there is my sweetheart, a hero who saved me. Thinking of this, her smile became even brighter, and she was almost moved to tears. Master Ganlu Temple, I love. Before a die-hard fan of Mitsuri could finish his words, he felt a chill on his back, as if a thorn was stabbing him, and he was filled with murderous intent. Xiaobanai floated into the crowd like a ghost, committed to attacking everyone who spoke too much to Mitsuri. He grabbed the swordsman, threw him out of the cafeteria, and turned to give him a cold look that said he would kill him. Advertisement. Instead of training properly, you're here to join in the fun. Ah, Mom, I'm so scared. The team member ran away crying, and all the team members who supported Mitsuri kept their mouths shut, fearing that they would be thrown out of the cafeteria by the difficult Snake Pillar Lord. The eating contest ended quietly. Kamiyama ate 64 bowls of ramen and Mitsuri ate 30 bowls of ramen. The winner was not in doubt. People dispersed one after another, and no one dared to look at Xiaobane. You're so sharp-tongued. Could you please not be so mean? Kamiyama complained after wiping his mouth. None of your business, idiot. What are you doing in the cafeteria? Let's eat. Why are you asking such nonsense? Are you a garbage can? He rolled his eyes at Kamiyama, still speaking sarcastically. When he looked at Mitsuri, his temperament became visibly gentle, his sharp tongue attribute automatically returned to 0, and he said with a smile. Mitsuri, you're amazing. Thank you, but, it's not that great. Mitsuri lowered her head slightly, and her cheeks, which were originally as pink as peach blossoms, were now as red as ripe apples, so adorable. Kamiyama. D. You be asterisk 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 D Xiaobane, the weather changes even faster than you. He cursed in his mind. Xiaobane gave him a look, meaning that he should leave quickly. Kamiyama naturally had no habit of eating dog food, so he walked away tactfully. When he passed by Xiaobane, he murmured. You son of ABCH, you forgot about your brothers when you saw your wife. After cursing, he felt relieved and went to find Shinobu humming a little tune. Obane walked towards the food window, and soon he sat down next to Mitsuri with a bowl of ramen and a bowl of soup. He pushed the hawthorn juice in front of Mi and said softly, be careful of indigestion if you eat so much. Drink a bowl of hawthorn juice. Mitsuri nodded like a chick pecking at rice, like a frightened little rabbit. Even if Xiaobane didn't get her soup, she was ready to get another bowl of ramen herself. Even though she was a little full, she still wanted to eat with Xiaobane. It felt comfortable and she liked it very much. Outside the cafeteria, cicadas chirped crisply, and the breeze blew gently, causing the leaves to rustle. Inside the cafeteria, the two of them sat quietly in a corner, feeling very quiet and comfortable. Advertisement. In front of Mitsuri, Obanai had the courage to take off her bandages and eat her ramen gracefully. Mi sipped the hawthorn juice absent-mindedly, her eyes always stealing glances towards Xiaoban, then shyly looking away. The cafeteria was very quiet, just like the clouds in the sky. Xiaobane ate very slowly. Like Mitsuri, he just wanted to stay with each other for a while longer. Mi, he suddenly called out, his voice very softly. I'm here, Banai-chan. Mitsuri responded, what's up? Xiaobane's eyes moved down, and a pair of white thighs came into view, making him blush. He was unable to speak for a long time, but Mitsuri was not in a hurry at all, she just smiled and waited. Well, I have something for you. Really? Mitsuri was filled with surprise, her voice tone rose several degrees, and she was even a little excited. When Xiaobane thought about the gift she was going to give, she felt embarrassed and had to turn her slightly red face away. After preparing himself mentally, he took out a translucent gift box from behind his haori and handed it to Mitsuri, explaining. I heard that you are troubled by your revealing clothes. Here is a pair of long socks for you. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Mi carefully took the gift box, smiling with a pair of cute little canine teeth, and said. Thank you, I'll try it right away. After a while, she said excitedly, Xiaobane, how about helping me take a look? Xiaobane turned her head and saw Mitsuri with one leg on the bench. Her light green striped stocking slid from her rosy little feet to her calves and finally stopped at her thighs. He saw the whole process of Mitsuri putting on her socks, and he felt his blood boiling, with 2 streams of blood rushing out of his nose. Mi hurriedly took out a handkerchief from her arms. She learned from Wali Ji's 3 wives how to put on socks in front of the person she liked. Today, she deliberately played a little trick. I called Xiaobane to come and see before I finished putting on the clothes, but I didn't expect her to be so energetic. Xiaobane, are you okay? She asked with an apologetic and worried look on her face. No. It's okay. Do you like this gift? I like it, I love it very much. I like everything Xiaobane sends me. Mitsuri replied with her most innocent smile. Chapter 163. Growth of the Mind. Narrow Mist Mountain. The boulder stood still, the sound of swords and spears echoed through the mountains. Tanjiro still tried hard to cut the boulder, but only traces were left. Why can't I split it? He shouted at the stone, his tone filled with anger at his own incompetence. Unlike the original plot, Tanjiro knew too many things in advance and had more people to personally guide him, and accordingly, the burden on his shoulders became heavier. His face looked solemn, his hands tightly gripping the training knife, veins bulging on his arms. He chopped at the boulder, and the fighting spirit around him was faintly visible. However, at this critical moment, there was an imperceptible flaw in his breathing. Then, the originally steady and powerful breath began to become rapid and chaotic, and the disorder became more and more serious, so that before he actually touched the boulder, his breathing had completely lost its rhythm and regularity. The training knife hit the boulder. If used incorrectly, the Nichiren blades would easily break. There was a crisp sound and the knife broke. The front half of the blade flew along Tanjiro's cheek, just an inch away from scratching him. At this moment, he was stunned. If this were the case, how could he live up to the expectations of his master and fellow seniors, and how could he live up to the praise of Big Brother Kamiyama? Tanjiro seemed to be frozen at this moment, his whole body like a stone sculpture, standing quietly in the same place, not moving at all. After a moment, half of the broken knife fell out of his hand, and he leaned against the boulder in a daze. Master, I am sorry for your teachings. Everyone, I can't meet your expectations. I'm too weak. Tanjiro confessed loudly, his tone full of self-blame. He clearly remembered that Big Brother Gen said that to kill Muzan he had to rely on his family's ancestral sword skills, but now he couldn't even meet the last condition to participate in the final selection, let alone kill Muzan. Suddenly, a shadow fell on the boulder, and Kamiyama's concerned voice rang out. Tanjiro, what's wrong? Tanjiro quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, forced a smile, looked up, and said, I'm just a little tired, let me take a rest. He was the eldest son of the Kamado family and had the responsibility of supporting the family, so he learned to be patient and to digest his inner distress alone early on. Kamiyama shook his head, narrowed his eyes, and smiled, Tanjiro, you are not good at lying at all. It's not your fault that you can't cut the boulder. In fact, you are already very good. Advertisement. He jumped down from the boulder and squatted in front of Tanjiro to comfort him. As for the hardness of this boulder, it is much stronger than previous generations. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Tanjiro's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He knew that it was really Big Brother who was coaxing him, and in fact he was just too weak. Wait me a moment. Kamiyama patted Tanjiro's shoulder, turned and left, and a moment later, he returned holding an identical boulder. The two huge rocks stand side by side. They look the same on the outside, but they are actually of different hardness. He leaned against the boulder he had just moved and said, "You can smell it, it's really different." Tanjiro glanced at the two boulders doubtfully, and there was indeed a difference. The real Big Brother did not lie to him. Kamiyama sighed and said with some guilt, "Tanjiro, it's my fault, I was too impatient. The breathing of the sun requires an extremely strong physique to perform. I discussed with Mr. Yoriichi about replacing the giant stone in order to make you stronger. I didn't expect to cause you trouble, I'm sorry." He bowed deeply. After all, he heard everything Tanjiro said just now. As someone who knows the general direction of the plot, it is indeed a bit premature. "Brother Gen, please don't be like this, it's not your fault." After hearing Kamiyama's explanation, Tanjiro's mind suddenly became clear, and he realized the ulterior motives of his elders. "I forgot to tell you, it's my fault. I have to apologize sincerely if I'm wrong. Then I forgive you, real brother." Seeing the other party was so serious, Tanjiro responded with a serious face. Hearing this, Kamiyama picked up the half-broken sword and handed it to Tanjiro, pointing to the boulder on the right and said, "Try it." Tanjiro frowned slightly, with a hint of hesitation and uneasiness in his eyes. He stared at the broken sword quietly, as if the damaged weapon was carrying an endless weight. Time passed by minute, and the air around him seemed to solidify. Soon, his eyes became firm, and he slowly stretched out his right hand and tightly grasped the handle of the broken knife. Taking a few steps back, he took a deep breath, and his breathing became steady again. In an instant, a layer of azure blue fighting spirit quietly emerged. It was vague at first, but as time passed, it gradually became solid, like a dazzling sapphire emitting brilliance. After more than a year of training, Tanjiro's fighting spirit has become more stable as his state of mind has improved. The people around him were so talented. He listened to their stories and shouldered their expectations, so he slowly forgot his own talents. Advertisement. Taking a step forward, he quickly approached the boulder and slashed out with water-breathing Form 1 water surface slash. When the broken knife flashed past, the boulder was split in two, and the cut was smooth. He did it. I finally cut through the boulder, great. Tanjiro cheered loudly with excitement, but he soon calmed down and looked at the reinforced boulder that he had been unable to cut, while secretly making up his mind. I must cut it off. Yes, that's great progress indeed. You are qualified to participate in the final selection. Kamiyama responded affirmatively. No, I'm going to cut it off. Tanjiro raised the half-broken knife and pointed it at the boulder. Good. Kamiyama walked over and patted Tanjiro on the shoulder, reminding him, next, you should also pay attention to the operation of your sense of smell, smell the weaknesses of things and take advantage of them. He knew that Tanjiro's sense of smell could be trained to detect the gap line that contained the smell of the opponent's weak point during battle. It's just that he figured it out himself later, and I was just giving him a reminder. Tanjiro, keep up the good work. You are very strong, keep going. I understand, real big brother. Tanjiro said in a high-spirited tone, as if his little universe was burning. In the woods not far away, Mr. Yoriichi nodded with satisfaction and murmured. It seems that there is no need for me to participate. With the personal instruction of the strongest generation of the Demon Slayer Corps, how could Tanjiro be weak? The future of the new generation. As soon as he finished speaking, Kamiyama suddenly jumped out from the side, which scared Mr. Yoriichi. Really, can you not be so sudden next time? It's scary. Will you not look at it for a while? No need, the knot in my heart has been untied, just keep working hard. Come for a cup of tea. Okay. Chapter 164. Current status of the Five Little Ones Part 1. Spring of the fourth year of Taisho period. Narrow Mist Mountain. Tanjiro performed his daily morning exercises as usual. He had grown from a naive child into a determined teenager, and the reinforced boulder that had been bothering him was cut off 3 months ago. Now, he has set himself a new goal, which is to use breathing techniques to perfectly perform the first move of the fire god Kagura dance inherited from his family. The god of fire Kagura. Round dance. Tanjiro's body suddenly turned, and the gentle breath of water dissipated, replaced by a powerful energy. This power is like the sun hanging high in the sky, making it impossible to look directly at it. At this moment, it seemed as if a mysterious power was awakened, and sporadic flames suddenly burst out from the extremely sharp blade. But in that instant, a tearing pain spread from his lungs, and Tanjiro threw himself out and crashed into a big tree nearby. Cough, cough, cough. His originally handsome face was now distorted due to extreme pain, and his facial muscles were tightly squeezed together. He covered his chest with one hand and held on to the tree with the other. Every breath was so difficult and accompanied by heavy gasps, as if a storm was brewing in his chest. Is it still not possible? Tanjiro was confused. He remembered that his father would not feel tired but feel refreshed when dancing Kagura dance, not to mention that his father was in a terminally ill body. Am I not even as good as a patient? He couldn't help but feel doubtful, and became even more certain of how strong his father was. If he were in good health, he could probably compete with the real big brother. Tanjiro thought so. This failure did not make him feel discouraged, but instead boosted his fighting spirit. Tanjiro, take a break. You have already qualified. That kind of power is not something you can pursue right now. If you're too strong, you'll break. Did you learn water breathing in vain? Mr. Yorokodaki, wearing a red Great Tengu mask, quietly appeared behind Tanjiro. He helped the little apprentice up and taught him a lesson, his serious voice mixed with a hint of tenderness. I was wrong, master. Tanjiro bowed quickly, speaking with sincerity in his eyes. Mr. Yorokodaki rubbed his head and said, if you want to continue to grow, you have to practice combat. The test between life and death is the cruelest, but also the most useful. Advertisement. Your senior brothers and sisters, your real big brothers, each of them has gone through this. If you have great ambitions, stop dwelling in the mountains, go participate in the final selection, and then go slay the demons. I understand, master. Tanjiro nodded, his voice strong and powerful. Good. This year's final selection notice has been released. It will be held in early February. You still have 1 month to prepare. With the advice from his master, Tanjiro decided to practice water breathing more diligently. Demon Slayer Core, Rock Pillar Training Ground. The waterfall hits the rocks, and driftwood falls down from time to time. A young man with a rooster comb hair sat under the waterfall, motionless, his firm muscles revealed in the strong water curtain. It is Shinazugawa Genya who has trained with Himahima Kume for many years and is also the only demon eater successor of the Demon Slayer Corps. Next to the river bank, 3 figures were hidden in the woods. They were Kamiyama, Shia and Shingmei. They stared at the waterfall intently, and Shia said angrily, that idiot, why did he have to suffer like this? Can't he just stay at home with his mother? Everyone has the right to choose their own path, right, Shia? Kamiyama smiled slightly and looked at Shia, and you have changed a lot. Different environments create different people. In this life, Shigeya's family is still alive and he is influenced by Kanae. Although he still has a bad temper, he can control it most of the time. Just like when it comes to the issue of Genya, he was much more relaxed, and although he didn't support it, he didn't belittle it either. What's changing? I'm still the same. Shimi turned his head away proudly and said unhappily. I agree with what Gen said, Namo Amitabha. Xingming clasped his hands together and complained. He paused, then continued, but this time speaking as Genya's master. Genya is a very talented and hardworking kid. It's just that I don't know how to teach him. I'm glad I didn't hold him back. Namo Amitabha. Kamiyama stood on tiptoe and hugged Xingming's shoulders. Yes, he had to lift his feet to be level with the ladder despite his height of 1.88 meters. He smiled and said. Brother, don't be discouraged. It's actually been taught very well. Don't comfort me. Genya is one of the few children who can endure my training method. Namo Amitabha. Advertisement. At this point, Kamiyama and Shia's mouths twitched, and they thought back to Xingming's training. Waterfall Shockwave, Horizontal Beam Training Method, Boulder Push. It's also thanks to Genya's strong physique as a ghost eater. While the 3 of them were chatting, Genya had come out from under the waterfall and was stretching his muscles with a crackling sound. Suddenly, he looked towards the shadows of the woods, but found nothing. He scratched his head helplessly and muttered. I always feel like something is wrong, as if I'm being stared at by countless pairs of eyes. Could it be that I've gone too far in my training recently? No, I can't rest yet. The final selection is coming soon. I have to work harder and harder. At this moment, it seemed as if a voice came from all directions, echoing in Genya's ears. Charge forward, charge forward, charge forward. Beauty pageant brother, here I am, ha 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 ha. A young man wearing a wild boar mask fell from the sky above the waterfall several meters high. He jumped down with his upper body naked, looking so lithe. Oh my god. Genya's eyes widened, showing not only shock but also disgust. Ah, he sighed, why is this guy here again? He's making so much noise and is so annoying. However, Inosuke is one of the few people who often comes to play with Genya. Well, he can be considered a playmate. After a few interactions, the two became familiar with each other, although Zuzu still couldn't remember his name. Seeing that the pig was about to fall, Genya took a deep breath and jumped high. He held Inosuke and the two of them rushed towards the deeper pool together. After all, there were whole logs standing upright near the bottom of the waterfall for people to stand on. Coming down from such a high place, without the cushion of water, it is very easy to get injured, and one might even die. Zuzu dared to jump down purely out of intuition, he knew that someone would be there to save him. There was a loud, plop, sound, like a huge rock falling into a calm lake, and the originally calm surface of the pond was instantly broken. In an instant, water splashed up, forming a huge and gorgeous white mist, as if a blooming lotus was blooming in the air. Ahahaha, you are here after all, brother Schwanmi. The wild boar head surfaced and then immediately dived under the water. Inosuke seemed to see something terrible. Chapter 165. Current status of the 5 little ones Part 2. Hashibira Inosuke, you little b***************. D. That was the cherry cake Mitsuri gave me. How dare you eat it all? I'm going to chop you to death today. The voice of Xiao Beinei cursing was heard from the waterfall, and then there was a loud boom, and a huge column of water shot up into the sky. The water column exploded, and the water drops fell down densely like a downpour, making crackling sounds. The shadow of a giant white snake slowly emerged. It was huge and winding, like a moving hill. Kamiyama. Bathroom. Shia. Is your poisonous tongue exploding? Xingming. Namo Amitabha. Genya just emerged from the water. I saw Xiao Beinei falling from the sky. Fortunately, he was still very generous. He was holding a wooden sword in his hand, but his sword skills were not fake. A suffocating feeling of oppression fell from the air, and Genya swallowed hard. Is this the real feeling of oppression from pillar-level combat power? So strong. The pig who had dived into the water had already doggy paddled towards the shore. He climbed ashore and ran into the woods without looking back, because he sensed the boss's presence over there. Boss, I can't beat that snake charmer, help me. The moment Xiao Beinei fell into the water, he just paused on the water surface for a moment, then he chased after him with his light kung fu and started slashing with his sword. Equally and randomly provoking a pillar in the headquarters is the key to Zuzu's rapid strength improvement. After all, he is either being beaten or on the way to being beaten every day. Kamiyama held his forehead helplessly, and the fighting spirit in his body burst out. The two powerful forces collided, causing a strong wind to blow, making the trees whistle. Poisonous tongue, accompany me for a while. I think that boy is itching for trouble recently. I'll stop you for a minute. Feeling that he had not made himself clear, he added, don't be too harsh, just give him a beating. You want to beat him 800 times every day. Xiao Beinei rolled his eyes at Kamiyama and said unhappily, it's all because of you. A big B asterisk 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 D tot A little B asterisk 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 D. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, very insightful. Shimi on the side couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Kamiyama sad face underscore. Inosuke ran a long way away and was still shouting, not realizing the seriousness of the situation at all. Ha 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 ha, I am the strongest. No one can beat that snake charmer. Charge forward. Hearing this, Xiao Beinei's mouth twitched, and he immediately broke free from his restraints and ran away. Advertisement. Hearing Inosuke's words, Kamiyama held his forehead and sighed. Piggy, your boss can't protect you now. Pig shuttled through the paths of the Demon Slayer core like a fish in water. He passed by Rengoku's house, and saw Uncle Makijiro sweeping the yard. He smiled and greeted him with a kind face. Inosuke, you're in trouble again. Uncle, don't bother, or he will become lawless. Xiao Beinei whizzed over and reminded. Ruhuo, who was standing by, covered her mouth with her hands and said with an anti-smile, they have such a good relationship. Bain-chan will also teach the younger generation. After a while, Inosuke jumped into Tokuto's house again. Muichiro was chatting with her mother. Fortunately, Ichiro was not there, otherwise he would definitely be scolded. Inosuke, why are you running so fast? Before he could finish, Xiao Beinei ran past the wall, cursing. He smiled and murmured. Inosuke is causing trouble again. Not far from Tokuto's house is Shinazugawa's house. Mrs. Shinazugawa is hanging clothes. A group of little kids are looking at Inosuke running past the door with eager eyes and cheering. It's Inosuke Ni-san. Yes, I can ride a horse again. Pigs are sometimes particularly tolerant towards children and are loved by them. Inosuke, be careful not to fall, kid. Mrs. Shinazugawa said worriedly. When Xiao Beinei passed by Shinazugawa's house, he greeted them politely. Hello Aunt Shizu. He turned and continued to chase. It was not that he could not catch up, but he was waiting for the pig to get tired so that he could give him a good beating. When Zuzu passed by Kamado's house, he almost bumped into Kamado Aoi who had just left the house. She brushed the dust off Zuzu's clothes and said softly. You kid, why are you making so much noise every day? It would be bad if you bump into someone. Come in and sit down. Auntie will pour you a glass of water and some fruit. Because Tanjiro comes back to visit from time to time, and he has the care and tenderness that belongs to the eldest son, Zuzu is relatively dependent on him, and he stays at Kamado's house most of the time. Just at this moment, Xiao Beinei came after him and saw Kamado Aoi feeding the pigs, so he braked from a distance. He was determined to beat up Zuzu today and let this guy know who was the boss, but he couldn't do it by force now. After a while, the piglet was full and sated. He jumped onto the fence and shouted into the distance. You can't catch me, you idiot with a sharp tongue. Advertisement. Charge forward. Ahahahahaha. He naturally learned the nickname, Poisonous Tongue, from Kamiyama. Obanai. Filled down pointing triangle plate filled down pointing triangle. Little b asterisk 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 d. I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'm definitely going to break your legs. In the blink of an eye, the butterfly house was right in front of us. Kochou Shinobu strolled outside the wall of the butterfly house and saw the pigs running wildly on the wall in the distance. What's this guy doing today? It washes. No need to say much, 3 words are enough. Hearing this, Inosuke was terrified, slid to his knees in front of Shinobu, lowered his head, and said pitifully. Boss, what do you want me to do? I'm here. You got into trouble again. No, I just ate the stupid snake's Sakuramochi. Stupid snake. Who is that? Shinobu knew the answer the moment he asked the question, because Obanai had appeared in his sight. Kochou, you have nothing to do here, get out of the way. I still have to go teach Kanao, you two just have fun. Kochou Shinobu didn't say much, after all, she was busy recently and had no time to educate Inosuke. When passing by Xiaobane, she gently warned, be gentle, Piglet is just a little naughty. You are the elder, so please bear with me. Although she usually teaches Zuzu a lesson every day, she actually treats him as her younger brother. I know, after all, it's the final selection. Let the boy adapt in advance. You two, each of you dotes on him more than the other, tisk. After complaining, Xiaobane continued to chase the pig that was running away. Hearing this, Shinobu curled up the corners of his mouth and smiled with curved eyebrows. As you walk into the butterfly house, a gentle breeze blows slowly towards you, as if a pair of soft hands are gently caressing your face. The lavender petals fluttered down from the branches like light kocho. Under the lush wisteria tree, a young girl stood gracefully, staring at the coin in her hand with her head down, as calm as still water, blending perfectly with the environment, as if all the noise from the outside world had nothing to do with her. Tsuyuri Kanawo, the quietest of the five. Chapter 166. Current status of the five little ones, Part 2. Kanao. Shinobu called Kanao's name softly and came to her side quietly. Kanao didn't flip the coin. After all, she usually lives in the butterfly house and would be more emotional when facing acquaintances. She looked up at Kochou Shinobu and nodded seriously, indicating that she was ready. Then let's still do speed and endurance training today. Shinobu rubbed Kanao's head and said with a smile. There was a mischievous gleam in her eyes, as if she remembered something interesting. Do you still remember Tanjiro? She asked. This question was too sudden. The figure in Kanao's mind flashed by and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Yeah. Kanao nodded 3 times in a row, wondering why his sister asked this. Hearing this, Shinobu turned his head away and smiled secretly. There are not many people that Kanao can remember. Maybe the child's half-closed heart will have a chance to open up. I have met Tanjiro a few times. He is warm, gentle and responsible, but he is a little stubborn sometimes. Unable to bear the urge to speak, Kanao just stared at the ground blankly, without saying a word, like a machine waiting for the next command. Kanao, what do you think of Tanjiro? She's very caring and gentle. Surprisingly, Kanao answered very straightforwardly. After all, she had been to Sagiri Mountain many times with Kamiyama and had been with Tanjiro. Oh, Shinobu nodded. She finally understood why Shin liked to take Kanao to Sagiri Mountain. It was all because of the kid Tanjiro. I have to admit that Kanao is much more cheerful than before she met Tanjiro. Of course, this change is very small and cannot be noticed unless you are familiar with her. Let's go. We are going to train to prepare for the final selection. You must pay attention to safety. Shinobu took a step forward and appeared a few meters away in the blink of an eye. Kanao immediately got into the state and quickly chased after him. The training content is very simple, which is to catch people, except that Kanao catches Kochou Shinobu. This is very useful for training reaction and speed. After all, Shinobu is one of the fastest pillars in the Demon Slayer Corps. A breeze blew gently, sweeping down a field of wisteria flowers. The lavender petals fell like snow, forming a dreamy purple flower rain. In this sea of flowers, there are 2 nimble and pretty figures, like 2 dancing kocho, shuttling back and forth among the rain of flowers, appearing and disappearing. The graceful figure and the colorful wisteria flowers around it set off each other, forming a pleasing and beautiful picture. Outside the scroll, the shadows can hear shouts like, pigs rush forward. Mamoyama. Advertisement. Today the peach forest lacks the bustle of the past, and there is no Zenitsu screaming and howling. In a secluded mountain valley, a hammock hangs over a stream, and Zenitsu's face is covered with a book, The Complete Guide to Picking Up Girls. In order to avoid training, he deliberately found this treasure land that Kamiyama couldn't find back then. Girl, you are so beautiful, marry me. Hey. Immersed in the beautiful dream, the kindness was drooling, and the smile on the corners of his mouth never faded. The afternoon sun is just right and warm, which is more conducive to a deep sleep. A gentle breeze blew through the peach grove, and a few green leaves fell. They floated in the air, helpless but also free. Suddenly, a green leaf fell on Shawnee's nose, and he sneezed violently. Then, he grasped the hilt of the knife strangely, and a golden arc of electricity rose quietly. He lowered his body and exhaled a few breaths of hot air. Thunder breathing Type 1 Thunderbolt flashed 6 consecutive times. Zenitsu turned into a lightning bolt with several shapes connected end to end, stepped on the fallen leaves and climbed up. Wherever the lightning passed, the fallen leaves were split in 2. Finally, he got stuck between the branches of the peach tree, snoring one after another, as if nothing had happened just now. Just then, the old man's stern voice sounded. Zenitsu, where are you slacking off again? The final selection is about to begin, and you still dare to be lazy. Don't let me catch you, or I will break your legs. The bad-tempered old man kept saying harsh words every day, and Zenitsu, who was stuck in the tree, suddenly woke up. When he looked down, he burst into tears. Because at this moment, he was at least 5 meters above the hammock. How could he fall into the air after sleeping? Zenitsu seriously suspected that he had seen a ghost. Woo. Grandfather. Grandpa. Save me, there is a ghost. There's definitely a ghost. This is how the training of sleeping pillars was spent, so simple and unpretentious. There is no hard work of swinging the knife, no pain of crashing into the waterfall, no excitement of chasing each other, only unexpected fear. Advertisement. As the sun sets, the red glow dyes the distant sky red, and strips of red gold silk hang down. Piglet was still running, and he ran all over the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Obanai's initial rage turned into curiosity. Is Inosuke even human? Why is his endurance so ridiculous? This is the most confusing part. Ahahaha. Charge forward. Zuzu's wild and unrestrained laughter echoed under the sunset glow. His destination was the cafeteria. He was starving after running all day. As luck would have it, Mitsuri was eating in the cafeteria, and she greeted Zuzu with a smile, her eyes full of the kindness of an older sister. It's Pig. What did you do today that makes you so happy? Obana saw everything, and the pain of all her Sakuramochi being stolen came back to her mind. I can't stand it. I can't stand it at all. Inosuke, you little b****************, d, damn it. There was a whoosh sound, and before Mitsuri could even see clearly, Inosuke disappeared at the entrance of the cafeteria. A moment later, Obanai appeared in the cafeteria looking refreshed. Holding a bowl of ramen with kelp shreds, he sat down opposite Mitsuri. As soon as Xiaobane appeared, Mitsuri forgot why Zuzu suddenly disappeared. After all, the child usually came and went without a trace. At the same time, Inosuke, tied up like a caterpillar, was hanging on the big locust tree next to the cafeteria. Kamiyama and Shinobu walked out from a side path hand in hand and saw Zuzu right in front of them. After a brief silence, the two burst into laughter. Inosuke twisted his body frantically, but he couldn't break free. Xiaobane knew that pigs were very flexible, so she tied dozens of knots on purpose. After laughing, Kamiyama slashed a few times with his knife, and Inosuke was free again. You damned venomous tongue, I won't accept it. All right. Kochou Shinobu gave Pig a slap, muted the sound, and said, let's eat. Okay, big boss. Zuzu left with a depressed look on his face, but before he ran a few steps, the heartless man came back. Charge forward. Chapter 167. It's time for another year of selection. Momoyama. The peach trees in February have already sprouted flower buds, and by March and April, thousands of peach trees are in bloom. This is also the most beautiful time of the year in Taoshan. Grandpa, I don't want to participate in the final selection. There are ghosts there. I will definitely die. Grandpa, I don't want to go. Zenitsu threw away his Nichiren blades and baggage, rolled on the ground, and simply didn't want to participate in the final selection. The old man, who should have been in sadness of farewell, twitched his mouth and wondered how he could have taught such a thing, alas. I'm not married yet, I don't want to die. Zenitsu, you are already able to deal with ghosts, believe in yourself. The old man suddenly raised his voice and gave a rare compliment. Hearing this, Zenitsu was stunned for a moment, and then continued to roll on the ground. Agatsuma Zenitsu. The old man's eyes widened, and he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, you must go. This is the fate of every ghost hunter. I don't know since when, the old man started to believe in this stuff. But what kind of person are we, the sleeping pillar? We are immune to all poisons and all the ups and downs of life are of no use to us. A moment later, Zenitsu, who was beaten black and blue, knelt in front of the old man and cried, Grandpa, I'm going to participate in the selection. I'm going to die. Let me take care of you until the end of your life. Old man. Why do you look like you're going to send me away early? Hurry up and go participate in the selection. Seeing that the old man was about to raise his sword again, Zenitsu greased his feet and ran more than 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. Not long after Zenitsu left, Kamiyama came out from behind the cabin, holding her stomach. Ha. Master, Zenitsu is still filial. At least I am thinking about taking care of you in your old age. The old man has never been speechless in his life. The eldest disciple is heartless and the second disciple is crying. They must have committed sins in their previous life. Why don't you see your junior brother off? The old man suddenly asked. Hearing this, Kamiyama stopped laughing. He slowly stood up and said, if I show up, that guy probably won't be able to leave today. How many days will you stay this time? 3 days. After hearing this answer, the old man was obviously much happier. After all, Taoshan had lost a funny guy. Main photo. Shinazugawa residence. Genya is getting ready to go and is saying goodbye to her mother and brothers and sisters. Genya, since you have chosen the same path as your big brother, then work hard on it. Advertisement. Mom will always support you. Shinazugawa straightened her son's collar and encouraged him. She knew what her son was going to do next, and as a mother how could she not feel distressed, but when the words came to her lips, only firm support remained. Brother, come on, second brother is the best. Yes. The little kids in the Shinazugawa family shouted at the top of their lungs. Genya took one last look at his home and settled on his own path, but the person he wanted to see most was his eldest brother, but unfortunately he didn't come. In an inconspicuous corner, Shia held a knife and watched his brother's back disappear on the horizon. Daoju's residence. Since Kamiyama was not there, the Tokido brothers sent their younger apprentice away on behalf of their master. Inosuke, be sure to keep it safe and save your life. Also, Don't drink raw water in the wild, don't rush around, don't be too impulsive. Muichiro was like an old mother, giving earnest instructions to her junior fellow apprentice, even though he was 1 year younger than Zuzu. At the side, Ichiro was holding down the piglet that was trying to rush out of the house like a small electric motor, and he complained helplessly. Look, they don't want to pay attention to you at all. After saying that, he tied the bundle his brother had brought to Inosuke and then let go. Juju was like an arrow shot from a bow, and his passionate voice echoed between heaven and earth. Final selection, here I am, ha 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 ha. Charge forward. Be careful. Muichiro leaned against the door and shouted loudly. Yuzhelong crossed his arms and watched the piglet quietly run away until it disappeared, with a hint of imperceptible tenderness in his eyes. Butterfly house. The three little ones with big eyes kept stuffing things like medicine, dry food, bandages, etc. into Kanao's bag. Shinchikui earnestly reminded people of the precautions, wishing she had repeated them 100 times. When the Kochou sisters were on a mission outside, the 4 older sisters who were also Kanao were responsible for seeing them off. They were also the most afraid that something might happen to their younger sister. Okay. Go ahead. Sister Wei and Sister Shinobu said that your strength has already reached the standard. Miraculous Aoi gave the final order. She knew that Kanao was much stronger than her, but worry was just worry, and it had nothing to do with strength. Hearing this, the 3 little kids with big eyes hurriedly handed over the bags. Their worries were tangible, and their eyes were red from crying. I'm leaving. Advertisement. Sisters, take care. Kanao said it with difficulty, but this was the first time she showed her true feelings. These words surprised the 4 of them so much that they were speechless for a long time. When they came to their senses, Kanao had already set off. Narrow mountain, hut. The mushroom and fish soup in the pot was bubbling with steam, and on the side was a plate of cold mixed tune sprouts, both of which were Tanjiro's favorite dishes. He ate with big mouthfuls, and Yorokodaki Sakanji just looked at him with kind eyes. Master, don't you want to eat? I made this for you. The Huxia tune sprouts were sent by Tiaozi this morning. You really don't want to eat something? No. Mr. Yorokotaki shook his head. Oh, soon Tanjiro was full, and then began to check the equipment, including the sword that senior brother Sabito wore when he participated in the selection, the new clothes made by his mother, and the haori woven by senior sister Makomo. The measurements and fabrics were all done by Giyu. Finally, there is the $3,000 to save your life that Kamiyama personally handed to Tanjiro. Tanjiro grew up surrounded by love, so naturally she is the gentle and sensible little angel. How do you feel? Nervous? Yorokodaki Sakanji suddenly asked. No, I'm fine. As soon as Tanjiro finished speaking, Yorokodaki Sakanji turned around, took out a fox mask to ward off disasters, and hung it on the side of his apprentice's face, and said softly. The mask to ward off disasters will ensure a smooth selection. Let's go check on Nezuko. Thank you, Master. Tanjiro stood up and bowed, then walked into the room behind him. Nezuko was still dormant, but when he saw the smile on his sister's face, Tanjiro smiled as well, turning around and gently closing the door. Nezuko, wait for me, I will definitely turn you back into a human. Tanjiro packed his things and walked out of the cabin with firm steps. Yorokodaki Sakanji leaned against the door and shouted in the direction where his young apprentice disappeared. Tanjiro, Nezuko, I'll take care of you. Master will be waiting for you to come home. Different paths, same care and exhortations, 5 boys and girls took their own steps with different dreams. The wind blew, blowing the wisteria flowers on Tengshi Mountain. It's time for the selection again. Chapter 168. You look quite handsome like this. Under the hazy moonlight, a man and a ghost were running wildly on the hillside. Don't eat me, I haven't taken a shower in a year, I'm so dirty. Help, woo woo woo. I'm not married yet. The ghost chasing Zenitsu from behind looked like he had lost all hope in life, and cursed viciously. Damn it, it's so annoying. If it wasn't for a bite of food, he would rather die than hear the howling of this human kid. At this moment, a ghost suddenly jumped out from the bushes in front of Zenitsu. Now, with one in front and one behind him, he had no way to escape. Because the ghost in front of him appeared right next to him, his hideous appearance frightened Zenitsu so much that he foamed at the mouth and then fainted. Just as the 2 ghosts were about to share Zenitsu, a mocking voice full of disdain came from the sky. Weaklings, here comes the master. Under the full moon, Juju fell from the sky, holding 2 saw-like knives in his hands, and his eyes were filled with the desire to kill ghosts. Inosuke was surrounded by a light gray fighting spirit, and he swung out a beast's breathing 2 fangs chop, and his crossed double sword slashed down, instantly killing the demon that had been chasing Zenitsu at the beginning. The other ghost saw this and turned and ran away, cursing. Why is it this lunatic? Damn it. When he found that his prey had escaped, Pigsy became even more excited. Hot air kept coming out of his wild boar mask and he chased after it with a roar. He completely ignored Zenitsu who had fallen to the ground and even stepped on the man's face. Not long after Inosuke left, a figure appeared on the distant horizon. It was Tanjiro. After all, Zuzu's loud voice was like a trumpet and could be heard from far away. Tanjiro sniffed his nose, the faint smell of evil spirits mixed with the smell of blood and Zenitsu made him frown. Oh no, Zenitsu is injured. He quickly quickened his pace, and when he got closer, he found Zenitsu was fast asleep. The smell of blood was because the pig's kick had scratched his face. Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Zenitsu was okay, but he was terribly scared. He took out his handkerchief and gently wiped the dust and shoe marks off Zenitsu's face, then carried him on his back. After a while, Tanjiro found an open space near the stream, built a bonfire, and roasted the cold dry food while looking around vigilantly. Suddenly, the sound of a large fish splashing in the water was heard, and an alien ghost covered with fish scales jumped out of the water, targeting the sleeping Zenitsu. As the incident happened suddenly, Tanjiro had no time to react. Just as the evil ghost was about to succeed, there was a loud bang, suddenly. In an instant, a dark green light tore through the dark night sky like lightning. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a 1-meter-long dark green wooden dragon. Advertisement. The wooden dragon collided with the sneak-attacking evil ghost, and half of its body was instantly shattered. Tanjiro immediately drew his sword and slashed it down. The azure blade wind swept past, and the evil ghost turned into ashes. Zenitsu simply rolled over and scratched his butt, then continued to snot and bubble. A hint of doubt flashed in Tanjiro's eyes, and he looked into the bushes in the distance, holding the knife tightly. He smelled an unusual scent. It was a ghost but also a human, and the ghost was not an ordinary ghost, at least it was what the elders usually called 12 Kazuki. But how could 12 Kazuki be present at the final selection? Are you Genya? Tanjiro asked. After all, he was very familiar with the smell of humans. Yes. A cold response came from the shadows of the trees. Then come over and eat. Tanjiro smiled like a little son and extended a warm invitation. Are you sure? So you've eaten? Tanjiro thought so after hearing Genya's answer. My appearance might scare you. Genya said truthfully. Is there? I remember you had a rooster comb. What's so scary about that? Tanjiro subconsciously thought that Genya smelled like a ghost because he had just fought a ghost, so he didn't think much about it. Let's wait a while. I'll stand here for a while. Genya sighed imperceptibly. He didn't want others to see him transformed into a ghost. Oops. It's not like we haven't seen each other before, why are you being so polite? Tanjiro walked over with a smile, and in desperation, Genya took the initiative to come out. The whites of his eyes turned black, his pupils were golden, 2 fangs protruded from his mouth, his nails were pointed, and he looked half human and half ghost. Tanjiro was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly took out the 3,000 life-saving pills from his arms and said, No, take the medicine quickly. You can still be saved. Otherwise, you will become a ghost like my sister. Genya could only see worry in the other person's eyes, without even a hint of discrimination. He stopped Tanjiro and explained about the ghost eater's physique. I see. Tanjiro's mouth opened into a big, shape, and he couldn't help but exclaim, how amazing. But you look pretty handsome like this. You, what are you talking about? Genya turned his head away embarrassedly. It was the first time he saw someone praising his appearance. Advertisement. After exchanging pleasantries, the two sat down around the campfire. Zenitsu sat up dazedly, reaching out to grab the dry food roasting by the campfire, and happened to see Genya who had transformed into a demon. Don't eat me, don't. That's the good thing about young people, they fall asleep as soon as they lie down. Zenitsu fainted again. Genya, is he really the younger brother of Big Brother Gen? I was taught by the same master. That's for sure. Perhaps Zenitsu's talent has not yet been revealed. Tanjiro said with a smile. Maybe. Genya was skeptical. After all, he had met Zenitsu at least 5 times in the 3 days before the final selection, and he had saved him every time. It can be said that Zenitsu was able to pass the final selection thanks to his strong teammates. With 4 of them carrying 1, he couldn't lose even if he wanted to. In the second half of the night, Tanjiro was in charge of keeping watch. However, just as Genya fell asleep, a deafening sound pierced the sky. I'm here, brothers, cheer. Ahahaha. I saw Zuzu rushing out of the bushes, and I didn't know how he found the 2 of them. Tan was I, Wangmao, Guro. I looked at them one by one, and as usual, I called all the names wrong. He stretched lazily, grabbed Zenitsu's haori, covered himself with it, and fell asleep in seconds. Genya sat up with red eyes, and she was about to collapse, cursing and shouting. Inosuke, you be asterisk 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 D. But Piglet couldn't hear anything at all because he was snoring. Well, it must be a sin in my previous life to meet this guy. Genya held his forehead with his hand, muttering to himself. As Genya fell asleep, Tanjiro looked at the moon in the sky and said to himself. I don't know where Kanao is either. What if I'm not with you and encounter danger? Chapter 169 If it is positive, please follow your heart. Tanjiro turned his head and looked at the darkness beside him. He always felt that a pair of eyes were staring at him, and he felt inexplicably uneasy. He stared at the darkness in front of him. Time passed by minute, and there was nothing else except the branches swaying in the wind. With a slight tremor in his nose, Tanjiro immediately rushed over with Nichiren blades in hand. The place smelled of evil spirits, and it was a guy who had eaten many people. He took a deep breath, and all the cells in his body were exerting strength, and the water-breathing pickup form life flowing was swung out. The faint azure fighting spirit seemed to be given life, and it leapt flexibly with the twisting of Tanjiro's body. After twisting it 10 times, a faucet took shape. He shouted and chopped it off with a knife. Tanjiro wasn't bluffing. His instinct was warning him that if he didn't use his full strength, he might die. There was a rustling sound in the bushes, and countless branches fell down. There was nothing there, not even any trace of human beings. At this moment, Kanao rushed out from the other side. She and Tanjiro looked at each other and the air suddenly became quiet. It was obvious that she was also chasing that breath. Kanao, Tanjiro exclaimed, his tone showing both joy and confusion. He was sure that the smell just now could not be Kanao. Kanao took out a coin and tossed it high up. As the coin fell, facing up, she spoke with some difficulty. Follow, that thing, what are you doing here? Tanjiro smiled slightly and explained how he met Zenitsu, Genya, and Pig. Yeah, Kanao nodded. She felt that the thing had deliberately lured her here. Come here, let's do it together, it's safer that way. Tanjiro made an invitation. After what happened, he didn't want the other party to act alone. He always had a bad feeling in his heart. The coin was tossed high again, and Tanjiro's eyes followed the coin. He didn't like the way Kanao decided things. At least that was what he thought when he first met her, but after hearing about Kanao's miserable childhood from his elder brother Shin, Tanjiro felt ashamed of his original thoughts. Not everyone can have a happy childhood like him, with parents by his side, brothers and sisters around him. Kanao certainly didn't want this to happen, but her heart had long been closed. It was those who loved her who finally opened up a small gap. Just as the coin was about to fall, without waiting for Kanao to make a move, Tanjiro took the lead in grabbing the coin with both hands. He showed the result and said happily, "It's positive, stay." Advertisement. Okay. Since the coin gave a solution, Kanao naturally would not refuse. She walked towards the campfire without looking back. At this moment, Tanjiro spoke up and asked, "Kanao, is staying here what you want to do now?" Being asked a question again, Kanao subconsciously reached for the coin, but it was not there. For a moment, she froze, with sweat constantly flowing out of her hair and sliding down her forehead. This is Kanao's self-protection mechanism. Once he is asked about his thoughts, he will panic, then sweat all over and freeze. There was visible panic in her pink-purple eyes, but she couldn't even decide whether to ask for the coin back. Seeing this, Tanjiro realized that he was being rude and quickly returned the coin. Kanao felt like she had regained her soul after getting the coin back. She tossed it high up and it landed on the front side again. She said with a trembling voice. It was my idea. Charcoal. Looking at the man's mechanical behavior, Tanjiro actually felt heartbroken. Over the years of getting along with Kanao, the impulse in his heart became stronger and stronger. Just today, just at that moment, this impulse reached its peak. If a person lives like a machine all the time, she will not be happy because such a person has no heart. Kanao, can you make a bet with me? The other party did not answer him, but tossed the coin again. Perhaps the goddess of fate was on Tanjiro's side and it landed on the front side. Good. Tanjiro stared at the coin and said seriously, let's toss the coin again. If it comes up heads, I hope. He paused, and then seemed to have made up his mind, raising his voice a few notches, I hope you can follow your heart and do things. Happy is happy, sad is sad, do what you want to do, don't do what you don't want to do. Follow your heart and do what you want. But if it's the other way around, I can promise to do anything for you and just pretend I didn't say anything. Advertisement. Tanjiro was very excited, a side of him that Kanao had never seen before. In her impression, this person had always been a warm and steady flame. But today, the flame burned violently. She smiled, very softly, and then tossed the coin high up again. The tiny coin flew high into the air, flipping rapidly in the air, the light flickering as it continued to rise. At that brief and wonderful moment, the coin and the bright moon hanging high in the sky miraculously overlapped. The moonlight fell on the coin like water, causing a layer of silvery glow on its surface, just like a miniature moon descending to the earth. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and two pairs of eyes were fixed on the coin. Flying high into the sky and then falling down, this is the fate of a coin, but not the fate of a living person. Tanjiro caught the coin, and then he slowly raised his right hand that was holding the coin, and the answer was revealed. It is face up. At this moment, he showed the brightest smile, like a rising sun. Kanao, please follow your heart and live freely. That's not what the coin tells you, is it? Tanjiro tossed the coin again, and the small coin tumbled into Kanao's palm, making a crisp sound. You didn't use this coin to decide whether to accept my bet before you flipped it, did you? As soon as the words came out, Kanao's delicate body trembled, and her floating heart seemed to fall to the ground, and the mist wrapped around her dissipated. She was moved. Because Tanjiro was right, the bet was not made because of the coin, it was her agreement. Of course, she didn't know why, but every time she saw the boy's smile, she always felt at ease. Kanao, do you want some candy? Tanjiro suddenly took out a candy from his arms. It was Nezuko's favorite fruit candy. He asked a question. Kanao was stunned at first. Although she still felt nervous, she put away the coin and replied a little awkwardly. Okay. Chapter 170 Final Trial. The clear stream reflected the stars in the sky, the bonfire danced in the wind, and Tanjiro and Kanao sat around the orange flames and chatted. Of course, it was only Tanjiro who was speaking. After all, Kanao couldn't speak fluently yet, and she needed time to adapt to the new self who didn't rely on coins. The stars flickered, the darkness receded like the tide, and the other three gradually woke up. Tanjiro, I'm so hungry. Zenitsu's coquettish voice sounded, and he always subconsciously relied on Tanjiro. The dry food is ready. Come and eat if you're hungry. Go wash your hands in the river first. Tanjiro's gentle and considerate voice sounded, but it was of no use to Zuzu, so he started eating directly. After a while, everyone finished eating. Today was also the last day of the selection. For those participating in the final selection, the days are always so short and the deadly night seems to return in the blink of an eye. For evil spirits, this is a hunting carnival, and for some swordsmen, it is also a hunting carnival. You weak ghost, just wait for me to die, ha 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 ha. Charge forward. It was obvious that Zuzu was the fanatical fighter. His loud voice echoing in the mountains was completely a warning to the evil spirits. Inosuke, wait for us. Tanjiro and the other three were chasing after him, while Zenitsu looked like he had lost all hope in life, and he was shouting. Inosuke, why are you shouting so loudly? It'll attract ghosts. Really? Zuzu looked at Zenitsu with a puzzled look, and immediately raised his voice. I'm here, ghosts, come and eat me. Come eat me. Ahahaha. This suicidal behavior shocked Zenitsu. A moment later, more than a dozen ghosts came from all directions and surrounded the five people. I'm dying. I'm dying. I don't want to die, it's all Inosuke's fault, you idiot. Zenitsu first scolded Zuzu, then foamed at the mouth and fainted. Genya. Advertisement. This kind of guy is actually the younger brother of the real big brother. He looked at the fainted Zenitsu with disdain, confused. But the five little ones nowadays are not the weaklings they were in the past. An evil ghost like Tang Chishin who doesn't even have blood ghost magic is no match for them at all. After only 10 minutes, the battle ended in a crushing victory. Zenitsu won again without any effort. Zenitsu, wake up, the battle is over. Tanjiro grabbed Zenitsu's shoulders and shook him gently. Who knew that this guy actually started snoring? Seeing this, Genya was speechless. He unscrewed the water bottle and poured half of the water directly on Zenitsu's face, and the latter suddenly woke up. First there was the deafening high pitch, then the daily negative comments of crying and shouting, which the others had already gotten used to. Suddenly, his crying stopped and pointed to the dark wilderness in the distance. There's a noise over there, it's not a ghost, it's a human. A very strong human. As long as it wasn't a ghost, Zenitsu was unusually calm. The others looked in the direction he pointed, but saw nothing but darkness. Of course, Zenitsu heard it because of his super hearing, so the other four naturally didn't know. But he was telling the truth. 300 meters away, a black shadow was seen rushing past like lightning. Looking closely, I saw that it was actually a man wearing a black cloak. He seemed to be carrying a rectangular object on his back, but it was covered by the cloak and the details could not be seen clearly. The bright moonlight poured down, but it could only barely illuminate a faint shadow he left behind, which flashed by like a ghost. It's coming, getting closer. Zenitsu widened his eyes and felt terrible. Now the strongest guys in the whole seat were right next to him, and he couldn't imagine that anyone could be so fast. Coincidentally, at this moment, Tanjiro also smelled a smell, which was the smell left in the bushes last night, an extremely rich scent of wisteria mixed with a pungent stench. Kanao, it's the guy who led you here. Tanjiro yelled. As soon as he finished speaking, Genya looked at Tanjiro in disbelief and added, I was also chasing someone at the time, and then I met you guys. What, could it be the enemy of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Night Hunter? Advertisement. It's over, I'm dead. Zenitsu started talking nonsense again, something that no one could understand. Except for Zenitsu who was screaming, the expressions of the other four people became solemn, and they stared into the distance intently. Finally, the figure appeared. Under the bright silver light, a pair of golden eyes suddenly lit up. Who are you? Tanjiro stood in front of the five little ones and asked politely. Just as he finished speaking, the mysterious cloaked man flashed and came closer in an instant. Its speed is so fast that it is beyond the limit of what the human eye can capture, as if it has crossed the distance of space. Before everyone could react, the cloaked man's fist had already blasted out with the force of thunder. The power contained in this punch was like a huge mountain falling from the sky, crushing the five people fiercely. In an instant, the incomparable powerful force pressed down like a surging wave, directly enveloping the five people. Faced with such an attack, the five men felt that breathing became difficult, as if their chests were being pressed down by a huge rock. Even breathing became a luxury. Their faces instantly turned red, veins popped out on their foreheads, and beads of sweat rolled down their cheeks, but they were unable to move at all and could only watch the deadly fist getting closer and closer. Unexpectedly, the fist stopped in front of Tanjiro's forehead, and the terrifying pressure disappeared, followed by a hearty laugh. Young man, you still need to practice. It seems that Tang Chishin's selection is of no use to you at all. Hearing the familiar voice, several people smiled brightly and said almost in unison. Really, big brother? That's right, it's me, Kamiyama, the most awesome and handsome man in the universe. Kamiyama lifted his cloak with a smile. He also had a special mission. He swung his arm and a 2-meter-tall wooden box flew out from under the cloak. He grabbed the black straps, met the curious and puzzled looks of several people, and said loudly. Want to take part in the final trial? A challenge unique to the five of you. Of course, it's okay to give up. After all, the final selection will be over at dawn. After saying this, Zenitsu waved his hands wildly without any hesitation and shouted. Brother, I refuse. I absolutely disagree. As expected of you, my junior brother. Kamiyama was not surprised at all. Instead, he looked at the others and waited for their answers. Chapter 171 Snow Demon. Because of Kamiyama, the path for the 5 little ones was too smooth, so smooth that they had no chance to temper their will. They had the best teachers, the guidance of countless excellent predecessors, and their training was very hard. Of course, Zenitsu only worked hard in his dreams. But sometimes, great power is born out of death. Along the way, almost every current pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps has grown in this way. The only Tioni that posed a threat to Fujishiyama had been dead for many years. For the 5 little ones, this 7-day survival challenge is no different from an outing, and they are the indispensable protagonists in beheading Muzan. Since there was no threat, Kamiyama could only create threats with his team, so he specially caught a ghost, which had been secretly observing them these days, and intentionally brought them together. Brother Gen, whatever the final challenge is, just come on. Yes, if possible, I would like to participate. These past few days have been too boring. What challenge? Come on, I'm not afraid of it. I agree. Surprisingly, except for the timid Zenitsu, the other 4 people had a burning desire for war in their eyes. Kamiyama was not the only one who thought so. They also thought that this final selection was a waste of time. At least it shouldn't be so easy. No one could even withstand a single move from one of them. In that case, do you dare to challenge 12 Kazuki? Kamiyama's words were like hammers hitting one after another, and the 4 little ones fell silent. In the eyes of several people, 12 Kazuki is the most powerful demon standing at the top of the evil demons. The beginning is hell, it's exciting just thinking about it. After a brief silence, except for Zenitsu who had already started running, the other 3 people looked at Tanjiro at the same time. Unconsciously, he had become the leader recognized by several people. Not bad, very impressive. Kamiyama nodded with satisfaction, then punched a wooden box beside him. In the blink of an eye, the silver fighting spirit shattered the wooden box, and countless debris floated to one side, and a pool of purple liquid fell with a splash. The so-called 12 Kazuki inside was revealed to be a mummy as thin as a bamboo pole. After this ghost was drained of his strength and bled by Kamiyama, it was sealed in a special potion made from wisteria flowers. Now that the potion has dissipated, invisible ripples spread out and the temperature dropped sharply. Kamiyama looked at them seriously and asked one last time. Advertisement. Are you sure? It's not too late to regret now. Even if this ghost is not in its prime, its strength is still enough to rival the former Lower Moon 5. We're sure. Several people said in unison. Good. Kamiyama pulled out a syringe filled with his own blood from his bosom and inserted it into the demon's mouth. He threw away his cloak and turned into a streak of red gold lightning, passing by the 4 people and bringing up a gust of wind. How could his junior fellow apprentice be missing from such a stimulating and growth-enhancing activity? Zenitsu, who had used several thunderbolt flashes to escape from a few dozen meters away, was gasping for breath. Just as he was taking a breath, Kamiyama was already standing beside him. Zenitsu, which way are we going? Brother, I don't want to participate. I will die. I will definitely die. That's 12 Kazuki. Brother. Zenitsu hugged Kamiyama's thighs tightly, crying and snotting. He didn't want to play with those lunatics even if he was beaten to death. Zenitsu, you are very talented. I've even learned the full concentration breathing technique, Changjong, and I have 4 reliable companions. What's there to be afraid of? Fight like a man. No, I don't want it, I'm scared. Zenitsu shook his head frantically. Seeing this, Kamiyama sighed imperceptibly, thought for a moment, and spoke crisply. Well, behave yourself and I'll introduce you to a wife. A cute one. As soon as these words came out, Zenitsu stood up handsomely with his eyes shining like a hungry wolf, put one hand on the hilt of the sword, and walked towards the direction of the evil spirit without looking back. Even his voice became mature and steady. Brother, keep your word. What a loser 12 Kazuki is. Let that jerk see how powerful the Leihu lineage is. As soon as he finished speaking, a shrill howl tore through the night sky. The sound seemed to come from the underworld. Kamiyama's blood was completely absorbed by the evil spirit. It woke up. The 4 little ones drew out their Nichiren blades one after another and quickly stepped back. Genya swallowed the only remaining demon blood capsule on his body, which was 3 drops of upper string 4's blood. Advertisement. Call. Damn you, Kamiyama, do you really think these brats can kill me? Even if they're not at their peak, it doesn't matter. You must be underestimating me. The snow demon spat out a few mouthfuls of wisteria flower medicine, and its body was like a sponge absorbing water. It collided at high speed, and its shriveled limbs gradually returned to their original state. The strong muscles crushed the bandages, turning them into fragments that flew away with the wind. The ice-blue ghost pattern was like a twinkling cold star in the night sky, flickering frequently in the darkness, emitting a heart-pounding light. At the same time, a pair of bloodthirsty eyes slowly opened from the darkness, filled with endless murderous intent and greed, staring closely at the 4 little ones in the distance. Being locked in such a gaze, the 4 men felt a chill running down their spines, instantly spreading throughout their bodies, making them tremble involuntarily. This is the pressure of 12 Kazuki, even if it is not in its prime. How dare you yell in front of your uncle Inosuke, you bandaged idiot, go to hell. Inosuke didn't say anything, he just gripped his two swords tightly and started to do it. Tanjiro and Kanao formed a triangle encirclement with Inosuke, one on the left and one on the right. Genya raised his short gun covered with red veins and provided long-range support. With a gunshot, the dark green wooden dragon instantly caught up with the three little ones and arrived at the battlefield first. Human. Blood vampire magic. Hee hee. The snow demon smiled playfully, and then threw a punch casually. The fist wind wrapped in snow and wind collided with the wooden dragon. The wooden dragon was frozen and then turned into debris all over the sky. The snow demon is one of the few ghosts that possesses two types of blood and ghost arts, but he is a carefully selected punching bag by Kamiyama. So strong. Genya's eyes widened, realizing for the first time how powerful the ghost was, and he immediately fired 3 shots. The bullets hiding the blood magic followed the other 3 besiegers and arrived close to the snow demon. Suddenly, the ground surged and more than 10 thick spikes suddenly sprang out. The bullets shot by Genya were detonated by the ground spikes, and the 3 little ones were forced to separate. At the same time, the snow demon's right arm instantly became thicker, and it aimed at Kanao, who it thought was the weakest, and punched him. The ice blue ghost pattern suddenly lit up, flashing in the eyes of the 3 people like a flash bomb. They lost their vision for a moment, like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Chapter 172 Second Form. In the crisis, Genya pulled out the Nichiren blades. The blade was shining brightly. It was the only blade that could not change color. He took a big step forward, and the ground beneath his feet immediately sank into a pit. He leapt out like a cannonball and chopped down with his sword. There was no skill, just violence. The sword and fist collided, and with a crisp sound, the Nichiren blades broke into 2 pieces. Genya simply threw away his weapon and met the attack with his body. The snow demon didn't move at all, but Kanao and the other 2 were saved. They quickly retreated and were able to catch their breath. Genya's fist bombarded like a torrential rain, and with the blessing of the upper string's blood, the fist shadow was almost visible. On the other hand, the snow demon took every punch calmly, and even had a smile on its face. After a few seconds, perhaps because it was tired of playing, it gathered its strength and threw a heavy punch accompanied by a blizzard. The heavy snow instantly engulfed Genya, and ice crystals spread all over his body. In the blink of an eye, a fresh ice sculpture appeared. However, the ice only imprisoned Genya and did not invade his body. After all, the snow demon was not Doma, and it was far from having the blood demon art of controlling ice crystals like the upper rank ones. However, for the current 5 little ones, this is a severe test. Genya. Tanjiro roared as his eyes finally recovered. He clenched the Nichiren blades tightly and used water-breathing Type 3, flowing dance. He turned into a moving stream, constantly changing direction and approaching the snow demon, with Piglet following closely behind him, while Kanao stood still and observed the enemy's every move. It turned out that it was the right choice to have someone stay behind to prevent the snow demon from using its ability to limit everyone's vision again. As he got closer, Tanjiro swung horizontally, and the semicircular water blade that burst out from the Nichiren blades was crushed by the snow demon. When it caught Tanjiro's attack, it turned around and kicked Piglet away so quickly that the latter had no time to react. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The pig flew a few meters and let out an unwilling cry. Tanjiro took the opportunity to transform his sword skills into Type 4, striking wave, and slashed down with multiple waves of blade wind without any gap. The snow demon put one hand behind its back and blocked all the attacks with one hand. The reason why it did not use its full strength was because Kamiyama was watching not far away. Seeing that the 4 of them were unable to defeat the snow demon, Zenitsu, who was approaching the battlefield, decisively changed direction and cried out. How can we possibly defeat a monster like that? You will die, absolutely. I don't want to fight it. At this moment, Kamiyama spoke up, and he said seriously. Advertisement. Snow demon, kill them and I'll let you go. Otherwise, do you think you can deal with me if you save some strength? If I wanted to kill you, do you think you could survive? Don't be naive. You only have 2 choices. Go all out to deal with these kids. Otherwise, die. Kamiyama gradually raised his voice, and every word was like a knife, piercing into the snow demon's heart. Tisk, it frowned, feeling extremely unhappy, but helpless. In extreme rage, it could only vent its anger on Tanjiro and the others. Its aura burst out instantly, and a powerful impact force directly interrupted Tanjiro's attack, forcing him to retreat. However, before being knocked away, he hugged the ice sculpture and used the power to successfully break the ice and rescue Genya. Roar, roar, roar. Accompanied by a deafening roar, countless ice crystals fell from the sky, and the snow demon's muscles grew wildly, and finally turned into a big meatball. After the ground shook for a while, a circle of earth walls emerged from the ground like bamboo shoots after spring rain, and reached 5 meters high in just a few breaths. Looking down from a high altitude, the rising earth wall encloses a space of more than 20 square meters, just like a large boxing ring. Blood demon art. Earththorn prison is activated. At the same time, the surface of the snow demon's body, which had turned into a big meatball, began to be covered with a layer of light blue ice crystals, and outside the ice crystals there was a layer of barbs like sharp knives. Its head was embedded in the ball of flesh, and its neck was very narrow. This is its second form, an ice spike ball that combines offense and defense. Of course, it had been soaked in the wisteria flower potion for too long, so the technique it performed had major flaws and was much slower than at its peak. As the high earth wall appeared, Zenitsu, who was not covered by it, slumped to the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Great, I'm not in there, ha 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 ha. No need to die, finally no need to die. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong hand grabbed his collar, and Kamiyama said with a smile. Zenitsu, you can't be lazy. Advertisement. He picked up the Zenitsu and threw it into the earth wall with great precision. Brother, I'm about to die, remember to find me a wife, woo 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 woo. Zenitsu, who fell from the sky, and the snow demon looked at each other affectionately face to face. Ah, ghost, it's so scary. Looking at that distorted face, Zenitsu immediately foamed at the mouth and fainted in midair. Not good. Tanjiro jumped up hurriedly and caught Zenitsu. At this moment, the snow demon moved. Although it looked bloated, it was surprisingly fast. The snow thorn ball was spinning rapidly, as if it was going to tear apart the surrounding air. A powerful and cold energy burst out instantly, and the blood demon technique, Storm Ice Blade, was activated. In an instant, countless ice cones several inches long shot out like a rainstorm. At this moment, Kanao touched the ground on her toes and then jumped high. She was as light as Kochou, and the Nichiren blades turned with her sideways. Instantly, a pink vortex of blade wind enveloped Tanjiro and Zenitsu. Breathing of flowers land-shaped vortex peach. Charge forward. Inosuke roared, and used beast breathing. Type 8. Explosive charge and Fang 5, frenzy ripping at the same time. He ignored all attacks and moved forward straight, swinging his two swords in all directions. Countless light gray blade winds surged towards the snow demon like a tide, and the clanging sounds of collisions echoed in the night sky. The moment Inosuke got close to the snow thorn ball, he clamped his two swords together again, and activated the breath of the beast land Fang jagged bite. The jagged Nichiren blades were like the teeth of a beast, breaking most of the snow demon's ice crystal defense. Inosuke, who had used many sword skills in succession, was breathing heavily. His breathing was a little disordered. After all, the five little ones lacked practical experience. The snow demon's ice crystal armor quickly recovered and it slammed into Inosuke. Although the distance was short, the speed of the impact was as fast as a bullet. With a loud bang, Inosuke was embedded in the earth wall, with bloody holes all over his body. If he hadn't relied on his extreme flexibility to contract his muscles, it would have been his internal organs that were pierced instead of his skin. Genya, give Inosuke the medicine quickly. Tanjiro put Zenitsu down and immediately coordinated with Kanao to attack. Chapter 173, A Flash of Thunder. Okay, you two be careful. Genya hurriedly took out the $3,000 to save your life from his arms, and fed it to the nearly fainted Inosuke. As soon as he pulled Inosuke out of the wall, a loud bang rang in his ears, and in an instant, dust flew everywhere. It seemed as if something crashed into the wall, and then a violent coughing sound came from the dust. As a strong wind blew, Tanjiro and Kanao appeared on the wall. However, Tanjiro used himself as a cushion to protect Kanao in front of him, so he was injured more seriously, and the blood he vomited dyed the latter's hoary red. At this moment, a buzzing sound came from behind Genya. His face darkened and he immediately picked up the broken knife to block it. With a clang, the broken knife was knocked away, but the high-speed spinning ice hockey puck was still moving. In desperation, Genya opened his arms and hugged the ice hockey puck. The tiny ice spikes continuously scraped off his flesh like a razor, and then quickly recovered under the effect of the ghost blood. In the blink of an eye, Genya had become a bloody man, and the front of his body was a mess of flesh and blood. Ah, he raised his head and roared, not taking a single step back. After all, his friends were behind him and he couldn't retreat. Suddenly, Zenitsu, foaming at the mouth, actually got up. His zombie-like behavior really scared Tanjiro and Kanao. He half bent over, wiped the foam from the corners of his mouth, and then exhaled a few breaths of hot air. Even his voice became mature, and he murmured. Thunder breathing first form thunderbolt flash. As soon as he finished speaking, a jaw-dropping scene happened. Dense golden arcs gushed out from under Zenitsu's feet like a volcanic eruption. These dazzling arcs intertwined and entangled with each other, and quickly gathered together to form a lightning that lingered around Zenitsu. When the power reached a certain critical point, Zenitsu's head, which had been lowered, suddenly raised up. As the man moved with the knife, thunder tore through the air, making bursts of roars. In an instant, the ground beneath Zenitsu's feet cracked into pieces, and even the snow demon couldn't fully see the dazzling sword light. At this moment, the night is as bright as day. The most surprised person was Genya, because the slash actually avoided him, as if it could turn a corner. By the time everyone came to their senses, Zenitsu had already arrived behind the ice ball, and the complete cut surface was reflecting the silver moonlight. Advertisement. The snow demon's neck was near the cut surface. It looked at Shawnee in disbelief, with 1,000 question marks in its mind. Why can a guy who fainted and foamed at the mouth be so powerful? What the hell just happened? Is this yellow-haired guy a pervert? However, the gap in the ice ball was quickly filled with flesh and blood, and the layer of ice crystals returned to its original state. The snow demon jumped up quickly and then attached itself to the circular earth wall. It didn't believe that the yellow-haired man could still draw his knife on such a curved ground. As soon as this thought came to its mind, Zenitsu moved. He closed his eyes and locked onto the snow demon with his agility, which made the latter feel a chill down his spine. Suddenly, Zenitsu opened his eyes, and his next move caused the snow demon to almost fall off the earth wall. Ah! My legs hurt. Was it bitten by a ghost? Tanjiro, save me. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. He rolled on the ground holding his calves, and both the humans and the demon stared at Zenitsu's performance with wide eyes. Ahem. Tanjiro coughed a few times and said seriously, Zenitsu, you were amazing just now. You saved everyone. Zenitsu. Backquote underscore. After a brief silence, his crying became louder. Tanjiro, don't lie to me, I'm obviously going to die. Woo woo woo, I don't have a wife yet, and I don't know if what senior brother says is true or not. Because of Zenitsu's weird operation, the battle seemed to have entered half-time. A minute later, the snow demon frowned, leapt into the air, and smashed straight towards Zenitsu. It no longer cared whether the yellow-haired boy was pretending or real, it just wanted to kill him. As the fatal blow was about to strike, Zenitsu froze, and lay down with foam at the mouth. Advertisement. Charge forward. At this critical moment, Zuzu appeared above the ice ball like a gray fighter plane, and activated the breath of the beast four fangs shattering slash, with several gray blade winds slashing down. At the same time, Tanjiro rolled out of the snow demon's attack range holding the unconscious Zenitsu. Zuzu's full-strength attack broke through the evil ghost's defense, and at the same time, like a human electric drill, he drilled downwards madly, and he didn't even care about the ice cones shot out from the snow demon. Because the snow demon had just knocked the piggy away, he was very angry and would not be able to appease it unless he cut off its neck. While Pigsy was trying to hold the blood demon back, Genya took his last breath and poured all his strength into the shotgun. With a loud bang, Genya fell down. However, dozens of bullets were shot into the ground and into the blood demon's body. These bullets seemed to have life and grew wildly. Then, dark green vines emerged from the ground or from flesh and blood like bamboo shoots after rain. They stretched out like snakes and instantly wrapped around the snow demon. Kanao, who had been waiting for the opportunity, burst out with all her strength, and pink fighting spirit burst out from her petite body. In terms of the order in which they learned the breathing method, she was the one who took the longest to learn it. In the blink of an eye, she came close and activated the sword skill flower breathing type 5 fruitless peony. 9 consecutive slashes were swung out almost at the same time, and the 9 slashes merged into one, stabbing towards the snow demon's neck. If you look from the side at this time, you will find that the trajectory of Kanao's slash is like a blooming peony, a beautiful and elegant sword technique. The combined attack power of several people made the snow demon feel an unprecedented threat of death. It let out a deafening roar, and its already creepy face became even more hideous and distorted, with scarlet light flashing in its eyes and fangs exposed. The ice crystals on the surface of the ice ball gathered towards the point where Kanao slashed, but it was all in vain because there was still Zuzu, the guy who kept swinging his knife. All the ice crystals that gathered together were shattered. At the same time, the surrounding earth walls shook violently, and then 4 huge earth spikes grew out. 4 earth spikes stabbed towards Kanao at the same time, but she now had only 2 choices, either kill the demon or dodge. But this was an opportunity created by the other partners working together, so how could she give it up? She took a deep breath, and then activated flower breathing type 4 red flower dress. Unfortunately, her knife swinging speed seemed to be a little slower than the earth spike. Chapter 174 Selection ends. Just as the earth spikes were about to crush Kanao's body, a figure dropped from the sky, and then Tanjiro's warm and steady voice reached her ears. Leave the back to me. Just as he finished speaking, his body spun rapidly in the moment he was in the air, and the water-breathing, land-form, and twisting vortex were activated. The blade, flashing with azure light, quickly passed through the air, bringing up an extremely sharp blade wind. In an instant, the blade wind and Tanjiro's movements merged perfectly and turned into a sharp water tornado. When it came into contact with the rapidly rotating water, there was a hiss sound, and the originally hard and sharp earth spikes instantly disappeared without a trace in an instant, just like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun, without even a trace left. At the same time, Kanao's 2 consecutive pink slashes from bottom to top all landed on the snow demon's neck. If it were in its prime, it might still have a chance to dodge, but it couldn't do it now. It let out an unwilling roar. It was bad enough being used as a punching bag, but it couldn't even beat a bunch of little brats. It was such a shame. Kanao, come on, charge forward. Damn, you. Hearing the encouragement from the other 3, Kanao laughed. Her eyes were bright and for the first time she realized how happy it was to be needed by others. As she shouted, gorgeous petals fluttered in the sky like snowflakes, and the pink fighting spirit was like a nimble lightning, drawing an incomparably graceful arc in the air. Her shouts drowned out the snow demon. Whether it was the fear from childhood trauma or the nervousness of interacting with strangers, all of it disappeared with this one knife. Boom. In an instant, the surrounding earth walls collapsed and the snow demon's body turned into ashes. Kanao smiled from the bottom of her heart, her eyebrows curved and she turned and ran towards Tanjiro. It was the first time she dared to shout in front of others. Tanjiro, I did it, thank you. A refreshing fragrance rushed into his nose. Tanjiro, who was hugged tightly by Kanao, was stunned for a moment, and then blushed. Not far away, Kamiyama leaned against the top of a 5-meter high tree and nodded with satisfaction. So, These 5 little guys are considered to have completed their apprenticeship. I'm so tired. In order to find such a ghost who could serve as a sparring partner, he put in a lot of effort, asked Miss Tamayo to prepare potions, and ran around everywhere. The 5 little ones were exhausted after the battle. Advertisement. Zenitsu and Genya fainted, and Zuzu even broke a rib. Tanjiro and Kanao also collapsed to the ground with weak legs. Tanjiro looked at the night sky and was deeply aware of his own weakness. After all, the 5 of them were working together to deal with a lower-ranked demon that was weakened by the wisteria flower potion. Even so, it still took a lot of effort. He raised his hands to the night sky and murmured, "If I were alone, could I win? I'm going to die for sure." Just then, a big warm hand held Tanjiro's hand, and Kamiyama's soft voice sounded, encouraging. "You've done a great job. I also put in a lot of effort when I beheaded the lower string for the first time, and it was done together with your senior brother Giyu. The power of an individual is limited. After all, our Demon Slayer Corps is a whole. We have a common goal, and that is Kibutsuji Muzan. One day, we'll kill it. I know, big brother." The last bit of worry in Tanjiro's heart disappeared, and at this moment, his heart was stronger than ever. In this battle, the 5 little ones gained a lot, and the actual combat made them realize their own shortcomings. In this way, they can move to the next level. When the first ray of sunlight at dawn shone through the clouds, the final selection was over. After the swordsmen who participated in the selection chose their own crows and sword forging iron ore, they returned to the trainer, waiting to embark on a new journey. 15 days later, narrow MT. Ding ling, ding ling. The clear and melodious sound of wind chimes echoed in the mist, and a tall man wearing a bamboo hat and holding a knife was walking on the mountain path. Hearing the sound of wind chimes, Tanjiro, who was swinging his sword, looked back. He knew that it was the swordsmith who brought him Nichiren blades, so he went forward to greet him enthusiastically. "Hello, I'm Kamado Tanjiro." He extended his hand politely, but Hotaru Tetsuzuka just glanced at Tanjiro with disdain and said unhappily, "Take your stinky sweaty hands away and don't dirty my knife." Tanjiro. _. "But I am the swordsman waiting for the sword. I'll use it sooner or later." Advertisement. Hearing this, Ying frowned under the mask and yelled, "Then go wash your hands right away, otherwise I won't give you the knife." Okay. Tanjiro nodded quickly, made a gesture of invitation, and said, "Sir, please come in and have a seat and have a cup of tea. I'll go wash my hands right away." HMPH, don't touch my knife without washing your hands. Tetsuzuka Hotaru rolled his eyes at him and walked straight towards the wooden house. I didn't expect that Mr. Kautsuka's preference for knives is even deeper than what Brother Shin described. Fortunately, he didn't take out a kitchen knife from his pocket to chop me, huh? Tanjiro murmured. Through the facial decoration and personality, he had guessed the other party's identity. After washing his hands very carefully, he returned to the cabin. As soon as he opened the door, Hotaru Katsuzuka came over and said, "Show me your hands." Oh, although it was a bit strange for a grown man to want to see another grown man's hands, Tanjiro had no choice but to accept it, because his swordsmith was Mr. Kotetsuka. "I washed it clean, really," he emphasized. The other party stared at Tanjiro's hand for a full minute before giving up and reluctantly handed over the Nichiren blades. Tanjiro reached out to take it, but failed to take it because Hotaru Tetsuzuka was still holding the scabbard tightly. "Well, Mr. Tetsuzuka, please hold me for a while. I'm not in a hurry." No, I give it to you." Okay. Tanjiro tried to pull it again, but found that he still couldn't pull it open. After going back and forth for more than 10 times, he finally got the knife. Tanjiro already knew that Nichiren blades were called color-changing blades, and that each swordsman's blade would change to the color of his own breathing method. In fact, he had always been looking forward to it. Unexpectedly, just as he grasped the hilt of the knife, he was pushed back by Hotaru Katsuzuka, who said very seriously, "Kid, you have to promise me that you won't break the knife like that B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** B asterisk 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 D. But Mr. Tetsuzuka, I will try my best not to break the sword. After all, the enemies he will face in the future may be ordinary demons or upper-rank demons, so he really can't guarantee it. Do you also want to break my sword like that B asterisk 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 D Tendo Kamiyama? Hotaru Tetsuzuka said very unhappily. Chapter 175 Black Knife, Departure. Achoo. Kamiyama sneezed twice in a row. He frowned and said to himself. Which B asterisk 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 D is scolding me? Tisk. He stretched himself, pushed open the door of the wooden house, and before he could see who was inside, he smiled and said, Tanjiro, I'm here to see you. Are you surprised or not? Tanjiro. Hollow bullet, hollow down pointing triangle, hollow bullet. Really big brother. Steel Tuka Hotaru. Filled down pointing triangle min hash. He didn't care whether Tanjiro promised or not, he quickly took out 2 kitchen knives from his pocket and roared. Kamiyama, you dare to appear in front of me. I will kill you. Ah, FK. Kamiyama turned and ran. He sighed helplessly and wondered why Mr. Tetsuzuka was there too. Brother, didn't you agree to forgive me last time? Besides, I don't know how many years ago the knife was broken, it shouldn't be that serious. UB asterisk 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 D. Last time was last time, this time I must chop you to death. As soon as he finished speaking, a rapidly spinning kitchen knife slashed past Kamiyama's face. Fortunately, the latter was skilled enough, otherwise he would have died young. Tanjiro sat in the living room blankly, looking at the two people's backs gradually going away. He swallowed hard. Now there is one more reason to become stronger, and that is to avoid being chopped to death by Mr. Kautsuka. A moment later, Hotaru Tetsutsuka returned to the cabin with a large bag of mitarashi dumplings, and Kamiyama had a kitchen knife stuck on his shoulder. Brother Gen, are you okay? Tanjiro asked, stammering in fear. Kamiyama waved his hand and pulled out a kitchen knife expressionlessly. A stream of blood spurted out. He replied, small problem. After chopping it off this time, he won't be able to chop it off next time. He pressed the blood column back as if nothing had happened and said, Tanjiro, draw your sword and see. Oh, I'll pull it out right now. Advertisement. The moment he grasped the hilt, Hotaru Tetsutsuka's fiery gaze stared at him, and as the bright blade gradually came out of the sheath, Nichiren blades began to change color. I saw a layer of thick black ripples like ink slowly spreading out from the cold and shining blade. The black ripples seemed to have their own life. They first began to emerge from the place where the blade and the handle were closely connected, and then like a nimble black snake, they meandered along the blade, spreading rapidly to the tip of the blade without any hindrance. A long sword that was completely black was clearly visible. What's going on here? Shouldn't our Shui Huyi clan's sword be blue? Tanjiro's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't understand why his knife turned black. What the hell is this? It's so ugly. Hotaru Tetsutsuka was disappointed for a moment. He stared at Tanjiro and his hand unconsciously reached for his chest. Brother, don't be so quick to draw your sword. Kamiyama held his hand and explained, according to the ancient books I read, the founder of the breathing method would have had a black blade for the Nichiren blades if he didn't use his marking ability. This is probably related to the fire god Kagura dance that has been passed down from generation to generation in your Kamado family. As that's so, Tanjiro looked at Kamiyama eagerly, as if he had suddenly realized something. Then I have to work harder and use the Kagura dance as soon as possible. Brother Shin, I heard that you know all the Kokyu, so what color was your sword originally? Before he could answer, Hotaru Sachiya was the first to answer. The colorful ones are 10,000 times uglier than your black sword. I really don't know what sin I committed in my previous life to have met two abominable guys like you. Damn it. Hotaru Tetsutsuka cursed, but finally put the kitchen knife back. After a series of stern warnings and threats, he left Sagiri Mountain. Kamiyama was just passing by after completing a mission, so he didn't stay long. He left after giving a few simple instructions. At sunset, Yoriichi Sakanji walked across the red horizon carrying a wooden box on his back. Tanjiro greeted him with a smile. He couldn't wait to share what happened today with his master. Master, my knife has arrived, and Brother Gen has been here too. Also, what were you doing out there? Yoriichi Sakanji handed the box behind him to Tanjiro and said softly, try it and see if it fits. Advertisement. Although he didn't know why his master made the box, he still did as his master asked, and it fit the size perfectly, without any error. Let's go. Let's talk in the room. Good. The master and the apprentice sat facing each other by the fire. Yoriichi Sakanji pointed to the box and explained, this box is for Nezuko. It is made of mist spruce. This wood is very light, and after being coated with rock varnish, the outside becomes hard and the strength is improved. I have your uniform and Nichiren blades. I guess you will start the mission tomorrow. Nezuko can't live without you. This box is a departure gift from the master. After listening to the master's explanation, Tanjiro's eyes were red. He was about to stand up and bow when he was stopped by Mr. Yoriichi, who said, you don't have to be like this all the time. I'm your master, and this is what I should do. If you want to repay me, then take Nezuko with you and work hard together. Yes, master. Tanjiro's tone was extremely firm. Suddenly, the door behind him opened, a chubby little hand stretched out, and then tiny Nezuko jumped out. She was like an exquisite porcelain doll, petite and delicate, and looked to be only the size of a 3 or 4-year-old child. The pair of light pink eyes are like the bright stars in the night sky, clear and pure. The long eyelashes are like 2 small fans, gently fluttering, adding a bit of agility and playfulness. Nezuko, come and try out the box that master prepared for you. She tilted her head and blinked curiously. Soon, she responded to her brother and jumped into the wooden box, which was very suitable. Not bad, not bad. Seeing that Nezuko liked it very much, Yoriichi Sakanji's voice seemed to be a little bit clamped. At dawn the next day, a crow flew into the wooden house in Saguriyama. It was Tanjiro's crow, named Tennoji Matsuman. Of course, this name was chosen by Yumon himself. It landed steadily on the chest of the sleeping Tanjiro, pecked his forehead a few times, and then shouted at the top of its voice. Nanandong, Nanandong, there's a ghost, there's a ghost. Tanjiro, don't sleep, it's time to set off. Mission, hurry up and do the mission, how long are you going to sleep? After a verbal bombardment, Tanjiro sat up abruptly, quickly put on his clothes, sorted out his equipment, said goodbye to his master, and embarked on a new journey with his box on his back. The first ray of morning light shone down, casting a golden glow on the running boy. The road is right under your feet. Chapter 176. Ghost House. The sky is blue, white clouds are floating, and as far as the eye can see, there are green fields. On a small path between the fields, a yellow-haired man was shamelessly hugging a young girl's thigh. You let me go, or I'm going to call the police. Besides, I don't even know you. Getting married is just hooliganism. Although the girl was furious, she didn't dare to do anything because she caught a glimpse of the yellow-haired psychopath with a knife on his waist. Please, marry me, because I could die at any time, it's true. They ask me to kill demons every day, those man-eating monsters. I'm really going to die. Hearing this, the girl frowned. She seriously suspected that the yellow-haired man was mentally ill. Let me go, or I'll call for help. But, you promised to marry me. Zenitsu cried with tears and snot. I just saw you squatting on the side of the road and felt a little pitiful. I never mentioned the word marriage. Let me go. No, I don't want it unless you marry me. Just then, a sparrow flew out from the distant horizon. It was Zenitsu's liaison, named Chutaro, a bird as spiritual as a crow. Following behind Chutaro was a young man wearing a pine green plaid haori. It was Tanjiro who happened to pass by after completing his previous mission. Zenitsu, stop harassing me, let me go. Seeing Zenitsu's every move, Tanjiro immediately shouted a warning and quickly pulled him away. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry that my friend has caused you trouble. He pulled Zenitsu to apologize to the girl non-stop, and the girl was relieved to see that Tanjiro was sincere and a normal person. She waved her hands and said helplessly, then you have to take good care of your friend in the future, otherwise he will definitely go to jail. After saying that, she trotted away. Zenitsu could only cry his heart out and watch the person he thought of as his wife run away. It was not until the girl's figure completely disappeared that he shouted at Tanjiro viciously, Tanjiro, you stay with my wife. We are almost getting married. I want to challenge you in a duel. Tanjiro. Yi_Yi. Hey, what's with that expression on your face? Do you think I can't beat you? Advertisement. I tell you, I. Before Zenitsu could finish, a figure as fast as the wind passed by on the path in the field, and the man directly knocked Zenitsu away. Then, loud shouting was heard from afar. Charge forward. Knock down all the dogs that get in the way. Zenitsu rubbed his butt and stood up, pointing at Inosuke in the distance, cursing and shouting. Inosuke, you be **************, I want to challenge you in a duel. Do it if you dare. Inosuke turned his head suddenly, hot air gushing out of the nostrils of the wild boar mask, and his eyes were shining. He loved to fight with others one-on-one the most. However, Zenitsu was just talking nonsense, because who would have thought that Pigsy would pull out his two swords and turn back? Tanjiro, save me. So, Tanjiro once again used his authority as the eldest son to stop the two noisy companions. This was the umpteenth time he had tried to stop a fight. Every time they met, Zenitsu and Inosuke would quarrel. Next, the three of them traveled together. After all, they had just completed the previous mission and were preparing to rest at the nearest Tang house. After entering a forest, an old and dilapidated two-story wooden building can be vaguely seen through the sparse branches and leaves. As we got closer, the full view of the wooden building came into view. Its outer walls were covered with moss, and it was obvious that it had been abandoned for a long time. We could even see dark red markings on the windows on the second floor. Something's wrong. Tanjiro suddenly stopped Inosuke and Zenitsu. He took a deep breath, and an extremely pungent smell rushed into his nose. There are ghosts in that wooden building, and there is more than one. There is a ghost. Zenitsu was so scared that he stuttered and began to back away little by little. Let's take another way, let's go. When Inosuke heard there was a ghost, he stamped his feet excitedly. He decisively drew his two swords and ran straight towards the wooden building, laughing heartily at the same time. Garbage ghost, here I come, clean your neck and wait, ha 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 ha. Charge forward. Inosuke, wait for us, don't you? Before Tanjiro could finish his words, Inosuke had already disappeared at the entrance of the wooden building, and all that responded to him was endless darkness. He held his forehead helplessly and sighed. Just as he was about to follow, he heard Zenitsu scream again. Advertisement. Ghost. He quickly jumped out of the bushes, hugged Tanjiro's thighs, and then pointed tremblingly at the shadows behind him. Tanjiro, there's definitely a ghost there. Tanjiro sniffed in that direction, and the smell of blood was mixed with fear and tension, but there was not a trace of the stench of ghosts. In the final analysis, Zenitsu is seeing enemies everywhere. Zenitsu, you're a human. You're a swordsman after all. Don't be so jumpy. Although Tanjiro said this, he still rubbed Zenitsu's head to comfort him. All right, if it's a human, then it's fine. The two walked a few steps into the woods, and after pulling aside the bushes, they found two children covered in blood, who appeared to be a pair of siblings. Don't eat my sister, eat me first. The boy tightly protected the little girl under him and shouted with a trembling voice. He closed his eyes tightly and subconsciously thought that it was the monster from last night who discovered the two of them. No one will eat you. We two are the ones who deal with the monsters you mentioned. Don't be afraid. Tell me what happened, okay? Tanjiro's tone was extremely gentle, and he used the same method to coax his younger brothers and sisters at home. The boy slowly opened his eyes, and when he realized it was really a human, he started crying. My brother took my sister and I out to play last night. When we were about to go home in the evening, a monster came out of the house over there and took my brother away. My sister and I have been hiding here until dawn, but my brother, he still hasn't come out. Can you really save him? The boy's tone became more and more urgent. Of course you can. You guys just hide here. I'll go save your brother right away. I promise. So much time had passed that Tanjiro couldn't be sure whether the other child was dead or alive, but this was the only way he could comfort the two frightened children. Zenitsu, let's go and save someone. Well, I'd better stay outside and protect them both, and not go in. Zenitsu said righteously, I'm definitely not afraid or anything. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of dong 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 drums came from the dark wooden building in the distance. Ah, there's a ghost. Run. Zenitsu, who was so serious just now, immediately showed his true colors. The two children next to them. Not. Chapter 177 Kyugai. Oh well. Tanjiro quickly took the box and handed it to Zenitsu, and said earnestly. Zenitsu, the things in this box are more important than my life, protect her for me. I'm going to kill the ghosts and save people. After giving his instructions, he turned and left, then quickly rushed into the wooden building. Meanwhile, in the dim wooden building, Inosuke was running wildly in the corridor. Where is the ghost? Where exactly is it? Come out and fight. Apart from the strange drum sound just now, there was nothing at all, but Inosuke was convinced that Tanjiro would not lie to him. Of course Tanjiro did not lie to him. If he walked around the corner of the corridor in front, he would naturally see a huge evil ghost. It was a chubby ghost, and it noticed Inosuke, but the latter's attention was not on it. At this moment, Inosuke was staring at an open room in the corridor. There was also a tall figure standing in the shadows. With the faint light of the fire, he could vaguely see the word, Lu. There are inscriptions, it is the lower half of the moon. Ha 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 ha, am I going to be promoted to a pillar? Inosuke snorted with excitement, but just as he was about to step into the room, a clear drumbeat echoed throughout the wooden building. In an instant, the room in front of him disappeared, and was replaced by an empty room. Ah, which B*********** D did this? I'm the lower rank idiot. Inosuke cursed loudly and continued to run forward. Coincidentally, the fat evil spirit came out at this moment. The moment it showed up, two light gray blade lights flashed by, and it was killed in an instant, a completely instinctive action by Inosuke. Inosuke turned his head and glanced, and asked in confusion, what just fell down? Forget it, never mind. I'm going to chase that lower string. Ahahaha, the road to promotion is right before our eyes. Charge forward. Advertisement. Tanjiro looked around warily. He had just stepped into the wooden building and was teleported to this strange room. Is it the blood vampire magic that controls space? He began to analyze the ghost's abilities, and at that moment, the corridor outside the room began to shake, as if a huge monster was approaching. The trembling sound became clearer and clearer, and Tanjiro frowned because the stench seemed to be enveloping the entire wooden building. Then the person in the corridor is most likely the owner of this mansion. Gradually, a figure appeared at the door. It was a sturdy evil ghost with drums embedded in his body. Its eyes were red and it looked extremely angry, and it kept repeating the same sentence. Why did you break into my home without permission? Is it the waning moon? No, that's not right. Its taste is even worse than that of the snow demon. Maybe it was once a lower moon, or maybe its strength is close to that of a lower moon. But I can beat it. Tanjiro roughly analyzed Kyugai's strength based on the taste. He did it right away. He took a big step forward, and then a stream of azure water slowly emerged from the Nichiren blades, and the water gradually merged with his body movements. It is water breathing, Form 3, flowing dance. In the blink of an eye, Tanjiro approached Kyugai, and at the same time, a thin red line appeared on the latter's neck. This is the gap line he developed by strengthening his sense of smell. When the line appears, it means that the evil spirit can be beheaded. But the next moment, something happened to Tanjiro's shock. The gap disappeared, and with the sound of drums, the floor under his feet turned sideways. As the fulcrum disappeared, he lost his balance. At this moment, another drum sounded, and three claw-shaped shock waves came towards his face. With no foothold left, Tanjiro quickly used land form, twisting vortex. In an instant, a water tornado appeared along with his twisting body, and the shock wave that was enough to cut him into pieces was also crushed. Seeing that this couldn't kill the demon hunter in front of him, Kyugai decisively activated the blood demon technique, Shengsu drum beating. He bent down slightly, and his hands turned into drumsticks, and began to beat the drums all over his body at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In an instant, the room Tanjiro was in turned into a drum washing machine, and it could rotate forwards, backwards, left and right. And the initial 3 claw-shaped shock waves increased from 3 to 5. However, he himself did not feel dizzy. Thinking back to the flip training that Big Brother Gen had given him, the current situation seemed insignificant. Tanjiro stepped on the cabinet that was rolling around like him, and as he exerted force with his legs, the cabinet was shattered by the powerful force. Advertisement. He himself burst out like a cannonball, and swung out the first form, water surface slash, shattering the shock wave blocking his way. In the blink of an eye, he approached Kyugai again, took a deep breath, and used the second form, water wheel slash. After Tanjiro did a somersault, a blue ring that looked like a water wheel fell down. Just as the knife was about to hit Kyugai, the sound of drums was heard again in the wooden building. In an instant, the door that was originally open closed, and Tanjiro's slash only split the wooden door. He quickly stood up, and the smell of the evil spirit disappeared. He was quite sure that he had been transferred again. Just as he was about to turn around and go back to the room, the familiar drum beats appeared again, and he watched the room in front of him change. It moves so frequently, is that ghost looking for something? So, thinking of this, Tanjiro suddenly laughed. If the ghost was looking for something, wouldn't it mean that the brother of the two children was not dead, but was hiding in a room in the wooden building? Ha ha ha, it can save people. As soon as he finished speaking, the drumbeats from the transfer room appeared again. Boom, boom, boom boom. Tanjiro watched as the room in front of him changed its appearance 6 times, with the door switching between opening and closing like crazy. No, time is running out. He stopped thinking and quickly opened the door in front of him. In the empty hall, a child holding a drum sat on the floor with despair in his eyes. Are you Ching? Tanjiro asked happily. Seeing someone, the little boy cried and dropped the bloody drum in his hand. When the drum hit the ground, the familiar knocking sound appeared again. Tanjiro finally understood that the person who kept changing rooms was not a ghost, but the person he had been looking for. The sound of the drums caused the room to teleport, and this time, a door opened underneath the little boy. He fell before he could even open his mouth. Don't want. Tanjiro shouted anxiously and chased after him at the fastest speed. But the drum was elastic. After hitting the ground once, it did not stop, but hit the ground a second time. If the room changed again, Tanjiro couldn't imagine what would happen next. Chapter 178. Compassionate Heart, Sharp Blade. At this critical moment, a tall figure jumped out from under the open door, holding the boy in one hand and the screaming Agatsuma Zenitsu in the other. Boom. The crisp sound of drums echoed in the room, and the door on the floor turned into a window. The figure stood steadily, carrying the box containing Nezuko on his back. He looked at Tanjiro with a smile in his eyes. When he saw the figure clearly, Tanjiro was very surprised and shouted with a smile. Really big brother. Hey, long time no see. Kamiyama put down Zenitsu and muttered, Zenitsu, go kill the demons. No, I don't want it. I'll die, brother. He hugged Kamiyama's thighs tightly and shook his head reluctantly. Kamiyama gently put Ching, who was still in a daze, down and squatted with a gentle look in his eyes, smiling and saying. Okay, if you don't want to kill me, then let me go first. Really? You really won't let me slay demons? Zenitsu looked at Kamiyama doubtfully and asked weakly. Certainly. Hearing this, Zenitsu loosened his hand, and Kamiyama's expression changed instantly. Of course not. He quickly picked up Zenitsu and threw him out of the room, then kicked the drum next to him. Boom. The rapid and narrow drumbeats disappeared, leaving Zenitsu alone in the messy corridor. Looking around the half-lit and half-dark corridor, his thighs began to tremble. He pushed open the door in front of him while crying and shouting, saying, Brother, Tanjiro. The moment he pushed open the door opposite also opened, and an evil ghost with 2 horns on its head crawled at the door like a wild beast. The man and the ghost looked at each other, and the ghost's mouth curled up. It was so wonderful that food was delivered to the door just when he was hungry. Ghost. Zenitsu let out a piercing scream, and then a slippery tongue licked his face. The ghost was still lying there, but his tongue had grown so long that it spanned the entire room. Advertisement. He foamed at the mouth and fainted immediately, and the CD of his ultimate skill began counting down. Tanjiro turned his head to look and asked worriedly, is Zenitsu okay? You've seen how powerful that guy was when he fainted. Kamiyama replied with a faint smile. Then I'm fine. After being reminded by Kamiyama, Tanjiro immediately recalled what happened in the final selection, when Zenitsu almost killed the snow demon by himself. Then do your best. Kamiyama casually slashed with his sword, and the drum controlling the space transfer turned into ashes. He looked at Tanjiro and said. Leave Nezuko to me, and leave the ghosts here to you. I'll wait outside. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the little boy and turned around to stand still. In an instant, red gold arcs of electricity suddenly spurted out from under his feet like the surging lava fountains during a volcanic eruption. The entire space was illuminated by this dazzling light, making it impossible to look directly at it. With a loud bang, a phantom of a Qilin penetrated all obstacles in its way. Tanjiro opened his mouth in shock as he looked at the gap in front of him that had pierced through half of the wooden building. So strong. His worries gone, he drew his knife and turned to search for the ghost. Meanwhile, the unconscious Zenitsu has started snoring. The ghost opposite him had a gloomy face and suddenly felt a sense of humiliation of being looked down upon. Damn little brat, not only did you sleep in front of me, you even snored. I'm going to chop you into pieces. The long-tongued demon was furious, but Zenitsu's snoring became louder and louder, which was naked contempt for it. It took a deep breath, and its chest instantly swelled up like a frog. In the blink of an eye, it swelled up into a big balloon. There was a loud bang, and the originally soft long tongue shot out like a sword, reaching Zenitsu's head. Just when the long tongue was about to pierce through the head, a thunderous sound resounded through the sky and the tongue broke off. Zenitsu half bent over, made a sword flower, and sheathed the Nichiren blades. He murmured. Thunder breathing first form thunderbolt flash. You're playing tricks. The demon roared, then jumped up and opened its bloody mouth to bite Zenitsu. In an instant, thunder rumbled and golden light burst out. As the light faded, the decapitated demon fell to the ground with a puzzled look on his face, and his body began to disintegrate. Advertisement. The strong wind ruffled Zenitsu's golden hair. He turned his back to the evil spirit and sheathed his sword silently. The clanging sound of golden swords was actually quite handsome. But then a terrified scream rang out as Zenitsu suddenly woke up. Ah, I'm dying, someone please save me. He ran away without looking back. The evil ghost who was about to disappear completely felt as powerless as if he was choked by eating shit. How could he be killed in 1 second by such a thing? Tanjiro followed the smell all the way and finally stopped in front of a house. He pushed open the door and looked around. It was probably a study. He walked quickly to the desk, where there was a blood-stained manuscript. Out of curiosity, he flipped through it casually. The manuscript was probably an autobiography. After a moment, Tanjiro's eyes showed a little more sympathy, and he murmured, a writer who is not recognized by others. What a pity. You shouldn't have turned into a demon, and you shouldn't have killed anyone. Let me free you. He gently put down the manuscript, and the moment he turned around, the ghost he had been looking for was standing at the door. Are you here to humiliate me too? Go to hell. Kyugai only saw Tanjiro put down the manuscript, and everyone who saw it would always ridicule it, so all that was left in his heart was hatred. I intend to kill you. Tanjiro clenched the Nichiren blades, his figure flashed, and turned into a compassionate and sharp stream of water. The azure blue blade danced, and he came in front of Kyugai in the blink of an eye. He will not stop his sword because of what happened to Kyugai in his life. He may feel compassion for you, but that doesn't mean he won't kill you. No matter what, the sins committed must be paid for. This knife was obviously much faster, but Kyugai, whose anger had reached its peak, also fought desperately. Its inward-turned eyes returned to their original positions, with a cross drawn on the Huxia character, Lu, which symbolizes its lower half position. Whether as a human or a ghost, Kyugai is not recognized by others. The dense drumbeats echoed through the wooden building for the last time. The room turned faster and countless book leaves fell. Each one that fell was a story of Kyugai's sad past. Unfortunately, the moment he became a ghost, he had no future. Although Tanjiro missed his step again, with the experience from the first battle, he quickly used his sword skills to regain his balance. A horizontal slash was made towards Kyugai's neck. Chapter 179. Your blood demon art is very powerful. Before the blade touched Kyugai's neck, 5 claw-shaped shock waves with endless murderous intent shot out and attacked him closely. Tanjiro swung his sword hastily, sparks flew out, and shockwaves shattered everything, but the room flipped back and forth, allowing Kyugai to escape. After flipping around, Tanjiro landed steadily on a bookshelf floating in the air. He looked at the enemy in front of him. The previous move was a little faster than the first one, but it was not to be feared. He moved back and forth in the spinning room, dodging wave after wave of shock waves while looking for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Finally, he found his opportunity, and a chair was about to float to the center of the room, facing Kyugai. Tanjiro quickly adjusted his breathing, and the moment the chair reached the expected position, he jumped up, dodged a shock wave by turning sideways, and stepped onto the chair. Then, he poured all his strength into his legs, and the moment he stepped down, thunder could be faintly heard. In an instant, time seemed to freeze, and Tanjiro was enveloped by a layer of dazzling blue light, and the whole person was like a blue lightning that cut through the dark night sky. He crossed the long distance in the blink of an eye and appeared in front of Kyugai. At the same time, the blade in Tanjiro's hand also shone with a brilliant azure light, and a horizontal slash whizzed out. The light in Kyugai's eyes froze, and his blood demon technique suddenly stopped. The beheading was successful. Former Lower Moon 6, Kyugai, dies. This attack was a spontaneous breath attack that Tanjiro had come up with. It was a combination of a thunderbolt flash and a water slash. The water surface flashed. As Kyugai's vitality gradually faded, the room stopped spinning, and at this moment the autobiography fell between the man and the ghost. Tanjiro took the autobiography and said with a smile, "Your blood ghost art is quite powerful." As soon as the words fell, Kyugai's eyes lit up, and a gentle thank you came out faintly from the dissipating ashes. "Sir, I thank you very much." "You're welcome," Tanjiro answered to the air, and then put away the autobiography. He planned to read it carefully. Fujino's house. The 3 kids and Kamiyama sat together for dinner. Tanjiro excitedly shared the sword skills he learned in the ghost house. He smiled and said, "This is all thanks to Zenitsu who taught me the trick of thunderbolt flash and my breathing training." He. Zenitsu immediately became proud. He patted Tanjiro's shoulder and said arrogantly, "Tanjiro, you must learn from me in the future. I am very strong." The pig, who was frantically eating rice, was triggered by the keyword and was about to draw his sword, shouting, "Who said he was strong? Let's show him." Advertisement. "It's not me." Zenitsu immediately hid behind Tanjiro and said guiltily. Seeing that Inosuke was about to smash the table with a knife, Kamiyama twitched his mouth and gave the pig a slap. After a while, Zuzu continued to eat as if nothing had happened with a big bump on his head. After dinner, I took a hot bath and prepared to go to bed comfortably. Hee. Hehehehe. Kamiyama sat on the windowsill, leaning against the window frame, a silly smile on his face that never stopped. In his hand was the handwritten letter written by Shinobu, which he read no less than a dozen times. Tanjiro held the bloody autobiography in his hands, flipping through it expressionlessly, while Inosuke had already started snoring. Only Zenitsu sat in front of the wooden box blankly, staring at it with curiosity. Tanjiro said it was something more important than his life. What is that? I really want to see it. After repeated psychological preparation, Zenitsu looked around like a thief. Everyone was doing their own thing and no one paid attention to him. So he decisively opened the wooden box, and a pair of big pink eyes came into view. Zenitsu was stunned and shouted in his heart. So cute. Nezuko stared at Zenitsu with a confused look on her face. After all, the person in front of her was not her brother, and the facial recognition failed. She slowly climbed out of the wooden box and stood before Zenitsu, as Yorokodaki Sakanji had hinted that Nezuko had an affinity for humans. Or maybe it was because Zenitsu touched upon her inner memories of her younger brothers and sisters. She smiled and raised her hand to rub the other's head. At this moment, Zenitsu felt as if he had received an electric shock, and his whole body shuddered. In his eyes, Nezuko sparkled, the most beautiful girl in the world. Compared to the beauty in front of him, Zenitsu felt that all the girls he had seen before were inferior. Nezuko, why did you come out? Tanjiro, who was immersed in reading, finally noticed his sister. The voice recognition was successful, and Nezuko quickly jumped into Tanjiro's arms and rubbed against him like a cat. The scene before him caused 10,000 points of critical damage to Zenitsu's mind. Zenitsu was overwhelmed when he thought that he was on the verge of death every day, while his good brother Tanjiro was accompanied by the most beautiful girl in the world. Tanjiro, you be **********D. You have such a pretty girl, but you didn't tell your brothers. Death penalty, must be death penalty. Ah. I'm angry. Advertisement. Circles of golden arcs spread out with Zenitsu as the center. This was one of the few times when he was awake and could unleash his original strength. Tanjiro, I want to duel with you. Zenitsu drew out the Nichiren blades and walked towards Tanjiro menacingly. Calm down, Zenitsu. This is my sister, Nezuko. She was turned into a ghost by Muzan. I was afraid she would scare you. Aren't you usually most afraid of ghosts? What? How dare you call such a beautiful girl a ghost or some kind of monster? How hateful, Zenitsu yelled, his jealousy getting the better of him. Tanjiro quickly waved his hands and explained. No, that's not what I meant. Inosuke was awakened from his deep sleep. He dazedly saw someone holding a knife. His passive skill was triggered, and he decisively chose to join the battle. In an instant, the room was in chaos, and the three little ones were chasing each other and spinning around madly. Nezuko stood aside. Although she didn't understand what was happening, she still found it very interesting. She looked at the three brothers playing in a silly and cute way. Zenitsu, put the knife down. Tanjiro, go to hell. Charge forward. Ahahaha. The noisy sound shattered Kamiyama's beautiful fantasy. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he picked up a teacup beside him and threw it over. The teacup hit Zuzu right in the middle, and the latter fell right back into the bed. It's good to be young. You can fall asleep as soon as you lie down. You too, be quiet. Zenitsu's anger was extinguished. He put away his knife, stole a glance at Kamiyama, and then quietly lay back in bed, muttering. Senior brother has been staring at the letter for an hour. What's so interesting about it? Tanjiro let out a long sigh, rubbed Nezuko's little head, and said, now that everyone has seen you, you don't have to squeeze in a small box in front of them in the future. Yes, come to my bed. Zenitsu lifted a corner of the quilt with a flattering look on his face. As soon as these words came out, Tanjiro turned into a furious kitten and said viciously, kill you. Zenitsu. Chapter 180. Nation Spider Mountain. That mountain. The sunlight struggled to pass through the lush branches and fell onto the white cocoon, but the cocoon contained a person. The girl in white snuggled up to the cocoons, which were its masterpiece, a cemetery dug for the ghost hunters. Elder sister. A cold and gentle call was heard, and a deep fear flashed in Spider Sister's eyes, but it was fleeting. Tired. Is there something wrong? It turned around somewhat stiffly, and the white-haired boy came into view. You seem to have grown taller again. Spider Sister gave a fake smile and said with the caring look that an older sister should have. Yeah, Lei nodded, enjoying the concern from her sister. Another group of ghost hunters are coming, get ready. At this point, it suddenly paused, then laughed, with an extremely morbid look in its eyes, and said, Sister, you have to protect your brother. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you. At the same time, at the entrance of the mountain, Kamiyama stared at the gloomy jungle in the distance with a serious face. Suddenly, a vague figure appeared in the shadows. He and the other person looked into each other's eyes, and a sharp murderous intent exploded in the air. In an instant, red gold thunder tore the space apart, and he appeared instantly. The figure was none other than Lei. It stared at Kamiyama calmly, ignoring the oncoming knife, and said calmly. Tiandao Kamiyama, I'll be waiting for you at the top of the mountain. Reunion. As the blade passed over Rui's neck, it was decapitated, but Kamiyama had no feeling that what was in front of him should be a blood demon technique such as a clone. As expected, the fallen body turned into bloody spider silk and slowly dissolved into the air. You three stay safe, I'm going up the mountain. Kamiyama looked back at Tanjiro and the other two, gave them some instructions, and then disappeared into the woods. Since our senior is here, we don't have to go in, right? After all, he is so awesome. Zenitsu was shaking the whole time, because the sounds coming from the mountain made him feel extremely uneasy, and the presence of his senior brother here could only mean one thing. There is definitely 12 Kazuki in the mountains. Brother Shin is very powerful, but we can't fall behind, otherwise how can we become qualified swordsmen? Tanjiro immediately rejected Zenitsu's proposal. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a swordsman ran out from the end of the path in front of him. Help, help me, please. From a distance, he began to call for help, and his eyes had lost their luster, as if he had just experienced something desperate. Tanjiro drew his sword and rushed towards the swordsman at the fastest speed. The moment he approached the opponent, he smelled a strange smell. Moreover, the smell clung to the swordsman's limbs and extended towards the mountains and forests. Advertisement. A hint of doubt flashed in Tanjiro's eyes, but he did not hesitate at all and slashed at the air behind the swordsman. With the last rays of sunset, he could see clearly that it was spider silk. Thank you. The swordsman was exhausted, with knife wounds all over his body, which did not look like they were caused by ghosts. The moment before he fainted, he used up his last bit of strength to remind. Be careful of your own people. Tanjiro was confused by these words, but he still carried the man out of the forest to a safe distance. After feeding him some life-saving drugs, he decided to go into the mountains. Let's go. Tanjiro looked back, but Pig was long gone, leaving Zenitsu shivering alone. Well, he just sighed. After all, he was used to it. Tanjiro, leave Nezuko here, I'll protect her and the wounded man for you. Zenitsu, you have to believe in yourself, you are very strong. Tanjiro's words were not meant to comfort him, but to speak the truth. Tanjiro, you are lying. I am not strong at all. I will definitely die if I go in. Hearing this, Zenitsu shook his head wildly and would never go into the mountains even if he was beaten to death. Then I'm leaving. Tanjiro ignored him and went into the mountains without looking back. Tanjiro, why don't you keep Nezuko here? Tanjiro. Nezuko. As Tanjiro's figure disappeared, Zenitsu's heart fell into deep entanglement. Nezuko, my Nezuko. Damn it, I can't let the ghost hurt her. After a few words of self-encouragement, he rushed into the mountains crying and shouting. Nezuko, I'm here to protect you, woo. Inosuke, who rushed in first, ran around like a headless fly. Charge forward, charge forward, charge forward. Suddenly, a slash came from behind him, but he dodged it easily. Just as he was about to finish off the enemy with his backhand, the Nichiren blades in his hand suddenly stopped. Advertisement. Because the one who killed him was one of his own. Witness, Inosuke yelled, you idiot, didn't your boss tell you not to draw your sword against your own people? But Zuzu kept cursing and shouting for a long time, but the other party ignored him. Damn it, I'm angry. I absolutely must. Before Juju could finish his words, there was a click and a crisp sound came from the man's cervical vertebrae. He raised his head strangely. Dead, can you still kill people? Piggy finally realized that he was preaching to a dead man. At this moment, a dozen swordsmen came from all directions. Their movements were stiff, like machines. Some of them had already died, and some had their internal organs pierced by bones but were still forced to move. Run, there are ghosts here that can control people. Leave us alone. Kill me, it hurts. Someone shouted to warn Zuzu, but he ignored them and stared at his left arm, where he saw a small white spider spinning in circles, dragging its silk. The next moment, a powerful force seemed to pull him away. How dare you compete with me in strength? Zuzu frowned and started playing tug of war with the pulling force. After a brief standoff, he won. Ha ha ha, what a loser, you dare to compete with me in strength, tisk. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, his limbs were entangled by spider silk and his body was out of control. Hateful, what the hell, you're cheating because you can't win. A-hole. Zuzu started to curse and loudly protest against the unfairness of the competition system. The next moment, Tanjiro rushed out from the side, he swept his eyes over, and used water-breathing type 3 flowing dance. In an instant, a stream flowed through the moonlight, and the spider silk entangled with everyone broke one by one. He shouted to Inosuke, use your senses to find the ghost behind the scenes. Among the five, Inosuke, who grew up in the mountains, has the strongest perception. Tanjiro even cut off the spider silk to treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Chapter 181 Seal. If it were in the past, Inosuke would never have obeyed the orders of others, but he has changed in recent years, especially when facing Tanjiro, he has an instinctive trust in him. Brother Sato, just look at me, ha 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 ha. He laughed loudly, then put away his two swords, half-crouched down, and activated the breathing of the beast type 7 spatial perception. A light gray fighting spirit was seen igniting from Inosuke's body. With him as the center, the fighting spirit quickly transformed into ripples that spread out. In that invisible space, he saw the concentrated source of the white spiders. The B asterisk 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 D who lost to me in a contest of strength is on a big rock to the north. Zuzu suddenly opened his eyes and said with great confidence. I know, well done, Inosuke. Tanjiro immediately ran in the direction he mentioned. At this moment, a huge ghost shadow blocked the moonlight, and a headless ghost fell from the sky with 2 machetes in his hands. It is obvious that the person behind the scenes is getting anxious. The cold and sharp machete chopped down, and Tanjiro was forced to fight back. Just as he was about to draw his sword, Inosuke blocked in front of him, and the crossed swords forced back the headless ghost. Tanguro, leave this to me. Thank you, Inosuke. Tanjiro dodged to the side and ran past the headless ghost into the dense forest. He took a deep breath, the mist around him gradually condensed, and the strange smell in the air became stronger. The stench of ghosts only accounted for a very small part of it, and most of it was fear. He didn't know why the ghost was afraid. After passing through the dense branches, he saw the ghost who was controlling the situation behind the scenes. Under the bright moonlight, a white-haired female ghost dressed as a woman sat on a huge rock beside the stream. Tanjiro jumped up without any hesitation, and water-breathing Type 8 Takatsubo condensed on the blade. He came with an extremely fierce murderous intent. The moment the spider mother saw the other party, a relieved smile appeared on her face. She opened her arms, gave up resistance, and a trembling voice sounded faintly. Swordsman, please kill me, thank you. A hint of doubt flashed in Tanjiro's eyes, and the taste told him that the other party was not lying, so his sword skills suddenly changed to Wuji Shingon Tiancu. The murderous intent remained, but it became gentle. He lightly brushed past the ghost that was bent on death, and the blow did not cause the other party to feel pain. Thank you. Advertisement. Be careful of the master of this mountain, swordsman. In response to the enemy's mercy, the dying spider mother responded with kindness. The moment Tanjiro sheathed his sword, the sky suddenly brightened and a loud phoenix cry resounded through the sky. His body trembled, he raised his head and looked into the depths of the sky. There, a full moon as bright as snow hung high in the sky. However, what really caught his eye was not the beautiful full moon, but the shadow of a giant bird with flaming wings below it. In the reflection of the moonlight, the flames on the big bird appeared in colorful colors, dreamy and extremely gorgeous. It's really big brother. Tanjiro recognized it as Kamiyama's swordsmanship at a glance, and his face darkened as he turned back into the forest. When he returned to the original place, he found Inosuke stepping on the headless ghost's body and laughing triumphantly. Inosuke, we should head to the top of the mountain. The truly powerful enemy is out there. Meanwhile, MT. The huge octopus was torn into pieces by the burning blade wind. Kamiyama crushed the pot with dark spots on the ground with 1 foot. He smiled and shouted. Gyoko, your pot is still as bad as ever. Call Kokushibo, you 3 are not fit to ambush me. As soon as he finished speaking, a pool of dark purple mud appeared out of nowhere on the ground beneath his feet. It was the space-based vampire magic of the idle void. However, its blood magic is more auxiliary and is of no use to Kamiyama. He casually swung his knife, and the fiery red knife cut through the mud, splitting the pot hidden in it into 2. In a different space not far away, the 3 ghosts lay. Gyoko and Daikong stared at Kamiyama intently, all with helpless looks on their faces. Damn it, if I could defeat him, I would eat Kamiyama alive. This arrogant, damned B asterisk 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 D. Gyoko cursed, but only to vent his anger. After nearly being beheaded last time, he would never show up anywhere Kamiyama was. So even if its favorite pot is humiliated by Kamiyama, it will not kill it. So, which of you 2 will go up? Advertisement. I still have to control this mountain. Lei shook his head. Kamiyama had already seen the clone's ability, so it would be completely useless to use it again. My blood demon magic is biased towards escape and support, and is really not suitable for a head-on confrontation with Tendao Kamiyama. Yaikong spread his hands and said helplessly. Kamiyama is so powerful, who the hell dares to go up to him? It complained in its heart. Akong, it's your turn to go up. Although your rank is 1 level higher than mine, you can't beat me. Gyoko smiled wryly. In its opinion, the reason why Akong could take over the position of upper rank 4 was simply because it could please the adults. If the battle really happened, I would not be at a disadvantage at all. Also, among the 3 of us, you're the only one with the best chance of surviving that pervert's hands. We're just there to send them off. Yes, yes, yes. Lei nodded. Having seen how powerful Kamiyama was, he no longer dared to brag. After all, contact with that pervert was no different from committing suicide. Tisk. Jikong frowned. It had a blood magic that could ensure it avoided a fatal blow, but it could only be used once a year and it consumed a lot of energy. But given the current situation, it seems it has no choice. Give me the stuff. Okay. Lei spread out his palms, and a heart with a mouth slowly emerged. This was the task mentioned by the 3 ghosts. They have only one goal, which is to seal Kamiyama. This heart was specially prepared for Kamiyama by Muzan. Recently, the blue spider lily has shown some promise, and Muzan has no time to deal with Kamiyama. But it also wanted to kill a few more pillars of the Demon Slayer core. However, if Kamiyama was there, relying on those idiots under his command would be no different from daydreaming. In desperation, Muzan came up with this kind of sealing blood vampire technique. This would not only eliminate the Demon Slayer Corp's strongest force, but also allow him to serve as bait to attract the Demon Slayer Corps to come to the rescue. If this can't kill a few pillars, the scumbag boss will have to consider laying off some of the upper ranks. Well, Daikong took the sealed heart and sighed. How could he make Tiandao Kamiyama take the bait? After thinking about it, the only option is to go and die. Well, after I use my life-saving stunt, this space will disappear. If I fail to seal that pervert, you two will be on your own. We will definitely avenge you when the time comes. Gyoko waved his hands, but what he was actually thinking was that he must run away quickly when the time comes. Chapter 182 Target Mountain Top. The hazy moonlight flowed down, and the entire Nation Mountain was shrouded in deathly silence. Kamiyama stood on the top of the mountain, looking around vigilantly. Although the three upper-ranked deities were not as strong as himself, they were on a higher level when it came to saving their lives. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his spine, and a pair of sharp claws appeared quietly from the void. The dark purple claw marks cut through the air, making a series of explosions. Kamiyama turned around and slashed with his sword. The crisp sound of clanging echoed under the starry night, and then a bright moon slowly emerged from behind him. Breathing of Tao Earth form full moon was activated, and a silver light draped over him like a veil. The red knife flashed, and the arms that stretched out from the void flew out. It was the coward, Daikong. He immediately realized who the other person was. At the same time, a pool of dark purple mud quickly spread with Kamiyama as the center. The moment he sank, Daikong chose to attack him from behind. A third hand strangely grew out of his chest, holding a black dagger in his hand, the blood vampire magic black hand, which was also one of his few means of attack. When he found that Kamiyama was motionless, Daikong suddenly felt that he was fine again. Gyoko was just a coward. This guy was not that strong at all. Sealed? Are you kidding? I'm so powerful now that I can kill Kamiyama with just my hands? Ha 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 ha. I'm going to kill your biggest confidant. Lakong's mouth corners curled up. Promotion and salary increase are not just a dream. Just as it was daydreaming, it saw a deep blue pool covering the original dark purple mud. In the pool, Yinglong with wings on its back was staring at Daikong. As the black dagger pierced Kamiyama's heart, the afterimage quickly shattered, and the real body appeared behind Daikong. In an instant, thunder rumbled, red gold lightning tore through the sky, and the phantom of the Qilin bit down. The new upper string of the four, lazy sky, was beheaded. It made a big mistake, which is one of the three major illusions in life. I think I'm okay again. The next moment, Kamiyama smelled a conspiracy, but it was too late. Since Lakong's body did not dissipate, could it be that it has broken through the boundaries of ghosts and is no longer afraid of being beheaded? He quickly rejected the idea. Lazio did not have the extreme belief like Kokoshibu and Akaza, and it was impossible for it to break through the boundaries. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a heartbeat like a drum sounded, and the sound came from Lakong's neck. Kamiyama tried to retract the knife, but he couldn't. Looking closely, he saw a heart growing on the edge of its mouth biting the red knife. Even though the heart was constantly burning, flesh and blood were still replenishing it. Immediately afterwards, circle after circle of invisible ripples spread out from the top of the mountain, and the entire mountain seemed to have received a huge impact and shook violently. The birds in the forest flew away in fright and the beasts ran away in panic. Advertisement in the body and head of Giacom turned into small dark purple cubes and shattered. Kamiyama, who was closest to the heart, was bleeding from all 7 orifices and temporarily lost control of his body. A mouth above the heart suddenly opened, and a ventilator alone expanded to a size large enough to swallow a person. It swallowed Kamiyama in one gulp and burped. After trembling violently for a while, my heart gradually calmed down. Not moving. Not far away, Gyoko and Lei lost the protection of Lakong and their true identities were revealed. Ha 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 ha. Tiandao Kamiyama, you are finally caught in a jar. You warned me and scolded me, now you are chopping me. Come on, Gyoko danced with joy, and kept taunting his heart from a few meters away. At this moment, a dragon formed by blue fighting spirit jumped out from the heart, and endless murderous intent enveloped Gyoko like a storm. It was so scared that it instantly shrank into the pot. After all, the dragon was only an inch away from it. There was a big hole in the heart, and it was still healing slowly. Kamiyama stared at them coldly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, without any sign of panic. Seeing this, it was furious and roared, "How can you laugh like that? You are already trapped by us. Before dawn, you can only watch us kill all the people you cherish." "Oh, so what?" Kamiyama spread his hands. He had tried it just now. This heart was not aggressive. It was just a cage. That's why he took the time to mock these guys. "You trapped me, but I still have companions and excellent juniors. I still say the same thing. If you measure me, you are not qualified, you will never be qualified. I will come out first, or you will die first, just wait and see. If my guess is correct, that idiot Giacong probably can't support you two anymore." Kamiyama never looked at Lei directly during the whole process and spoke in a contemptuous tone. Advertisement. As the gap in the sealed heart slowly healed, Lei was filled with impotence and rage, and he didn't even dare to take a step forward. After all, even if he was sealed, the opponent could still swing the knife. In the endless darkness, the wings of the holy sword broke through the moonlight, and a loud sound echoed in the fields and mountains. Attention, attention, Daoju, Tiandao Kamiyama has been sealed by the evil spirit. Repeat that. Until the support of the pillars is complete, all swordsmen, please take cover. If any of the pillars have arrived, please quickly head to the top of the mountain for support. Nadayama, there is the upper 5, Gyoko. There is also a spider demon who seems to have reached the upper level, tired. Tanjiro and Inosuke, who had just climbed halfway up the mountain, stopped and looked up at the sky. Brother Gen has been sealed. How is this possible? There are 2 more upper strings. Tanjiro could hardly believe his ears. After a few seconds of silence, his eyes became firm again. He wanted to go to the top of the mountain. Only in this way can we help the real big brother. Inosuke, let's go to the top of the mountain. Upper string, ha 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 ha. I'm going to get promoted. Inosuke's wild boar mask was snorting from his nostrils. He was like a newborn calf who was not afraid of a tiger. Without staying for too long, the 2 of them would not hide, but just move forward. Target the top of the mountain. Passing through a large area of woods, a long stream comes from the direction of the top of the mountain and runs across half of the mountain. The stream is not deep, probably less than half a meter. Tanjiro and Inosuke stood on the river bank. The moment they looked at the other side, 6 scarlet and violent eyes slowly opened. A powerful aura crossed the river and enveloped the 2 of them. Tanjiro took a deep breath and frowned, because it was an evil spirit with the strength of a lower-ranked demon. It was not the weakened lower moon like the one on Fujiki Mountain, but a lower moon in its prime. It was obvious that the other party was blocking the road. After all, there was only one main road leading up the mountain. Inosuke, we're going to fight. Charge forward. Chapter 183. Bloody Battle with Spider Dad. Tanjiro, it washes away. Nezuko. Zenitsu's weak voice was so humble in the dark night, from the passion in the beginning to the timidity now. He was terrified, especially after hearing the news that Kamiyama was sealed. He wanted to dig a hole and hide immediately. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the grass in front of him, and then a spider with a human head crawled out. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, dozens of spiders emerged from the bushes, staring directly at Zenitsu. Ghost, ghost. Zenitsu's face turned pale with fear and he ran away without even turning his head back. As he ran, he came to a relatively open area. When he looked up, he saw a small and dilapidated house hanging by spider silk. A huge spider slowly descended from the broken house. Like the small spider Zenitsu had encountered before, it had a human head and a layer of light gray fluff on top. Do you want to become one of my kind? The eerie and terrifying voice rushed into Zenitsu's ears. Even though it was several meters away, it seemed as if it was right next to his ear. Once you are bitten by those little spiders, you will be poisoned and your limbs will start to feel cold. Oh my god, why do my hands and feet feel cold? As soon as the other party finished speaking, Zenitsu felt it coming. Then I started losing my hair. Zenitsu immediately grabbed a handful of hair, and because he was panicking, he used a lot of force, so he grabbed a large handful. Ah, I don't want to turn into a monster. Finally, the limbs withered and spider legs emerged from the ribs. Hearing this, Zenitsu felt his ribs again, mistaking bones for bulges. In extreme panic, he foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Spider Brother's mouth twitched. He was clearly just talking and hadn't started any action yet. What's wrong with this guy? A scammer. Advertisement. Regardless of that, it took a deep breath and then spit out a thick spider silk to stick to Zenitsu. How can I let go of the delicious food that is right in my mouth? The moment the spider silk touched Zenitsu, countless golden lightning burst out. The golden blade flashed, the spider silk broke. Zenitsu half bent over, holding the hilt with one hand, exhaled a few hot breaths, and murmured. Thunder breathing first form thunderbolt flash 6 consecutive strike. Instantly, surging golden arcs engulfed Zenitsu, and the ground beneath his feet was full of cracks. There was a loud rumbling sound, and in the blink of an eye, Zenitsu came in front of Spider Brother. Under his feet were several long golden lines frozen in the night sky. How is this possible? You came from Earth to heaven? Spider Brother was dumbfounded, staring at Zenitsu in confusion, but the lightning seemed to fall. As a golden blade wind lit up the world, the remains of Spider Brother and Zenitsu fell together, but the latter landed on the broken wooden house hanging in the air. Looking out from the wooden house, a stream running across the mountains can be seen in the distance. In the stream, 3 figures, 1 tall and 2 short, are colliding violently. All I heard was a loud bang, which resounded throughout the mountains like the collapse of the sky and the splitting of the earth. Then, an extremely terrifying impact force suddenly erupted, like a ferocious beast breaking free from its restraints and roaring wildly. In an instant, a huge water column several meters high shot up into the sky, splashing water everywhere, dancing in the air like a silver thread. Tanjiro and Inosuke, who were in the middle of it, had no time to react before they were violently knocked away by this terrifying force. Their bodies drew an arc in the air like kites with broken strings, then fell heavily on the river bank, raising a cloud of dust. As the water curtain dissipated, a ghost figure with a spider head and a human body appeared, his whole body covered with a layer of armor woven from blood-red spider silk. The armor and flesh are fused together, and there are pulsating blood vessels on the surface. Spider Dad is the strongest toy underlay, and his strength has reached the lower ranks. Especially with the help of the spider silk armor, Tanjiro and Zuzu couldn't break each other's defense at all, let alone decapitate them. Coupled with the opponent's desperate attack methods, the two were very troubled. Damn it, what kind of turtle shell is that? It's so hard. Inosuke stood up slowly, his hands holding the knife were shaking. After all, every blow felt like cutting on a block of iron. Advertisement. Tanjiro took a deep breath, his face looking painful. After all, he had broken 2 ribs and it was extremely painful. Inosuke, buy me some time. We must use that move, otherwise we won't be able to break the opponent's defense. I'm leaving. Inosuke didn't ask any questions, but rushed forward. The light gray fighting spirit on his body surged, squeezing the water in his path to both sides. He forged a path through the half-meter deep water, but even so, he still couldn't break the Spider Dad's defense. Because that set of blood thread armor is a masterpiece of an upper-rank master and is Lei's most satisfying weapon. Turtle shell, go to hell. Inosuke roared, and all his fighting spirit was concentrated on the blade. A gray wild boar shadow slowly emerged behind him, and its 2 fangs were like huge sabers. Spider Dad also roared, but his voice was like a mad beast that had lost its mind, with only killing and brutality in his eyes. Zuzu chopped down with all his strength, and the opponent punched him. The two collided violently in the air, making a series of clanging sounds and sparks flying. The powerful forces collided and entangled with each other, and actually cut off the originally gurgling stream. Blood kept oozing out of the wild boar mask, and Inosuke began to cough violently. Even with the endless blade wind passing by, it could only leave cracks on the blood-colored armor. Cracks alone are useless, the armor will automatically repair itself in the blink of an eye. After all, it is made of the flesh and blood of Spider Dad. If Inosuke could hold on until his opponent was drained, he might have a chance of winning, but that would be too difficult. Although they had defeated the Lower Moon once, it was ultimately a group of 5 people, but now there are only 2 of them. Charcoal grilled milk, my lord, cough cough cough. Inosuke couldn't hold on any longer. Given his personality, he wouldn't admit it, but that was the fact. On the other hand, on the shore, Tanjiro was still trying his best to regulate his breathing. The azure fighting spirit around him gradually burned up, and a layer of white water vapor surrounded him. He practiced the fire god Kagura dance passed down in his family over and over in his mind. At this moment, the stream in the distance began to flow again, and the sound of the water and Inosuke's shouts echoed throughout the mountains. The evil ghost's full-strength punch directly broke one of his arms, and even his knife was broken. Inosuke flew past Tanjiro and headed straight for the jungle behind him, before crashing into a large tree. The next moment, Spider Dad leapt into the air and pressed down like a mountain. At this moment, a pair of red eyes suddenly opened, shining brightly like the rising sun. Chapter 184. Fire God Music, Exploding Blood Flame. The fighting spirit that originally lingered around Tanjiro completely dissipated without a trace. However, the next moment, an even more powerful and fiery force quietly surged out of his body and ignited rapidly. In an instant, a dazzling light suddenly burst out, as bright as a rising sun. As the light gradually faded, a layer of red fighting spirit that was dancing like flames appeared on the surface of Tanjiro's body. Tanjiro saw his father dancing in his childhood. He twisted his body and the fire god Kagura round dance moved with his sword. I saw a burning golden ring slashing at Spider Dad's body. With a crisp clang, a small crack appeared on the blood-colored armor. Immediately afterwards, countless large cracks spread along the gap. Crack. The spider silk armor turned into flying fragments, but Tanjiro did not stop dancing. He endured the pain from his broken ribs and suddenly swung out the next attack. The god of fire Kagura, Biro no 10. A full golden ring fell from top to bottom in the reflection of the flames, and a thick arm flew out. Even if it wasn't the red blade, Spider Dad's broken arm stopped regenerating. This is the power of sun breathing. Tanjiro swung out 2 swords in succession while gasping for breath. This set of sword skills consumed 10 times the energy of water breathing, and he was already beginning to lose strength. But Spider Dad is a fighting machine that never stops and is not afraid of pain. He doesn't care about any pain and only has killing in his eyes. The muscles in its only remaining arm were tense and veins bulged, and an unparalleled force instantly gathered on it. With a roar, a thunderous punch suddenly blasted out. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a series of deafening sonic booms, and the target was Tanjiro's head. No, I can't fall here. Big brother Gen is still waiting for me to save him. Tanjiro roared, his previously dim eyes lit up again, his hands tightly grasped the Nichiren blades, raging flames ignited from the blades. Yuenwu swung his sword, and the red-gold crescent collided with the violent fist wind. The energy was surging, and he finally blocked the attack, but he could only block this attack. Spider Dad's attack did not stop, and the armor on his body was slowly healing. He raised his right leg and chopped down vertically. Tanjiro was already having difficulty breathing, with a strong feeling of suffocation enveloping him, and he couldn't even lift the knife. At this critical moment, a petite figure stood between Spider Dad and Tanjiro. Advertisement. It was Nezuko, whose body grew rapidly, reaching the size of a teenager in the blink of an eye. However, the terrifying force pressed half of her body into the ground. The surface of her body cracked and many small wounds were bleeding. Soon, Nezuko turned into a bloody man. Spider Dad swung his right arm and punched down again and again, and the spider silk armor was completely restored. Nezuko, leave me alone, you'll die. Tanjiro shouted anxiously, but his limbs were so weak that he couldn't move. In just 3 minutes, Spider Dad had already thrown more than 100 punches, and Nezuko was beaten to a bloody mess, with blood splattered all over him. Even so, she still stubbornly stood in front of Tanjiro with her ghost's recovery ability. Ah! A painful groan resounded through the air, and Spider Dad grabbed Nezuko's head, wanting to completely destroy this troublesome fellow. As it continued to press, Nezuko struggled in pain. After a short rest, Tanjiro staggered to his feet. He raised his knife and weakly chopped at Spider Dad's arm. Ding! 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 Again and again, blood mixed with sweat fell. Spider Dad glanced at Tanjiro and slashed with another murderous vertical blow. Sensing the murderous intent towards her brother, Nezuko struggled even more frantically. She bit the bamboo tube in her mouth and broke it into pieces, letting out a shrill roar. In an instant, her blood burst into flames, and the rosy flames covered the spider father and herself. Blood demon art. Blood explosion. At the same moment, a dazzling golden sword light suddenly broke out of the darkness, like a bright meteor across the sky. It contrasted with the rosy flames, and for a moment, the stream was shining brightly as day. When all the light faded, Princess Zenitsu hugged Nezuko and landed on the ground, dragging her almost exhausted brother with her. He closed his eyes tightly, and a strong murderous intent pressed towards Spider Dad. Bullying Nezuko is an unforgivable crime. Kill her. Zenitsu released Tanjiro, then gently laid Nezuko flat, half bent over, lightning flashed, and a voice filled with endless murderous intent and anger rang out. Thunder breathing first form Thunderbolt Flash Super Speed. Advertisement. This knife is the ultimate Thunder Flash, the fastest flash. As soon as the words fell, the lightning returned to calm but bloomed again in an instant. Under the night sky, a thin golden thread cut through the stream and blocked the earth. It was invisible and unstoppable. When Tanjiro came to his senses, Zenitsu had appeared on the other side of the stream. The Haori behind him was burned, leaving flickering sparks. At this moment, everything is silent. It wasn't until the spider's head fell from its tall body that the world regained its sound. After being severely injured by Inosuke, Tanjiro and Nezuko, Spider Daddy had no chance of blocking this swift sword. The three little ones tried their best and truly broke through their own limits, beheading a lower-ranked demon in its prime. Charge forward. I'm awake again. Piglet ran out of the woods yelling, and when he looked closely, he found that the target was already dead. Charcoal Bun, did you kill it? He looked at Tanjiro with a puzzled look. Inosuke, it's not me, it's Zenitsu, his sword is really fast. Damn it, my prey. Hearing this, Pigsy stamped his feet in anger and crossed the stream to challenge Zenitsu in a duel. At this moment, Zenitsu suddenly woke up. The severe pain in his leg made him cry on the spot, and then he began to roll on the ground holding his leg. My legs are going to break. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much. Ah, Tanjiro. Yi. He reminded loudly. If it hurts, drink some of the 3000 lifesavers, it can relieve the pain. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice that made people's hair stand on end rang out, you killed my family. He didn't even know when the other person appeared in front of him, and he couldn't detect it at all. Looking up, he saw a white-haired boy in a white kimono. The strong wind in the mountains blew away his bangs that had been covering his left eye. In his pale pupils, 2 words pierced Tanjiro's heart like a knife. Wind up. Chapter 185. The tiredness of breaking defense. Lei stood quietly, staring at Tanjiro coldly, and asked. Why did you kill my mother, father and brother? You are sinners. Tanjiro's pupils contracted, and he remembered that the guy in front of him should be the owner of this mountain. He should also be the child of that ghost who was seeking death, right? But how can I be afraid when facing my family? How can a ghost have a family? Thinking of this, everything became clear, and Tanjiro retorted calmly. Those ghosts we killed, they are not your family, they are afraid of you. They are just fake family members who surrendered to your violence. He used the Nichiren blades to support himself on the ground and staggered to his feet, staring at Lei intently. You are talking nonsense, you just want to absolve yourself. He was so angry that his voice was shaking, and he roared back, my father loves me, he fought to his death to stop you. As soon as these words came out, Tanjiro smelled a strong emotional fluctuation. There was anger, there were lies, but there was no sadness. The ghost in front of him was not sad about the death of his family members. You are lying. You just lost your tools. Maybe it won't be long before your fake home comes back and you continue to play your house game. Tanjiro's words were like a knife. He would not allow the evil spirit in front of him to insult the warm word of family. Don't waste time talking to this monster, just kill him. Inosuke quickly crossed the stream, jumped into the air, and used the breathing of the beast, the second fang, to chop. Although one of the swords was broken, it did not affect Zuzu's dual sword style at all. 2 intertwined gray blade winds swept over. Lei still stared at Tanjiro with a look of venom in his eyes. He waved his hand backwards and countless blood-colored threads condensed into shape in an instant. The bloody fist blasted out, and both the gray blade wind and the other complete Nichiren blades in Pig's hand were turned into pieces. Just when Inosuke was on the verge of death, Zenitsu suddenly appeared. He hugged Piglet and rolled to the side. The two were knocked unconscious by the residual force of the punch. Noisy. Lei just threw a punch. He didn't care about the life or death of the 2 men. He was so confident that he didn't even try to finish them off. This is the upper string, and it is just an upper string without any numbers in its eyes. Tanjiro's hands couldn't stop shaking, and it seemed as if every cell in his body was screaming and his blood was about to freeze. That kind of fear comes from the instinctive reaction of living things. Rui just glanced at Nezuko expressionlessly. He sensed a blood connection. The two in front of him were siblings. No wonder the ghost would fight so hard to protect this human. Advertisement. It saw the entire process of the battle between several people and Spider Dad, and now jealousy was ignited in its anger. Not only verbally, but in reality it also lost to Tanjiro, lost to its real family. Lei waved his hand casually, and countless blood-colored threads separated Tanjiro and Nezuko, and then hung the two in midair. It raised its open right hand, stared at Tanjiro with a playful look, and murmured. Human, only one of you and your family can survive. Come on, make your choice. In the face of death, what does it matter if it is a relative? He doesn't believe that a human being would give up his life for a family member who has become a ghost. Fear of death is the instinct of every living thing and is a knife that is powerful enough to crush any belief. Tanjiro replied without hesitation. Release Nezuko and let me die. Nezuko struggled frantically, the bloodline having cut through her skin, blood splattering everywhere. The next moment, a rose-colored flame lit up and burned the spider silk that was entangled with Tanjiro. Both the brother and sister made their choice. Even if he became a ghost, Nezuko wanted her brother to live. Tisk. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lei clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh. He was burning with jealousy. Suddenly, it laughed, and its laughter was crazy. The choice made by the brother and sister made him sick, or perhaps it was their choice that touched the most vulnerable part of his heart. After the laughter, Lei's face darkened, and his cold voice seemed to freeze the air. I changed my mind, both of you will die. It bit the last word so hard that even the teeth in its mouth broke. Blood demon art. Carving lines rotates. Countless blood-colored threads emerged from its body. In the blink of an eye, these threads, so sharp that they made the air buzz, condensed into a spiral cocoon. The cocoon filled with murderous intent enveloped the Kamado siblings from all angles. Nezuko. There was no fear of death in Tanjiro's eyes. Instead, he used his body to protect his sister at the first moment. Suddenly, a cold voice, along with the mountain breeze, penetrated into the endless murderous intent. Water breathing form 11 Nagi. Instantly, a clear and calm lake covered the world, and the blood demon magic surrounding the Kamado brothers and sisters dissipated. By the time Lei came to his senses, it had already been beheaded. Gyu's eyes showed no emotion at all, and he said calmly, it's a clone. He turned around and squatted in front of his junior brother, holding his shoulders and comforting him softly. Tanjiro, it's okay, we are here. Advertisement. Brother, you finally. Before he could finish his words, he fainted. Gyu gently held Tanjiro's head to prevent it from hitting the ground and getting hurt. The shrunken Nezuko poked her head out of her brother's arms and rubbed Gyu's hand. Nezuko, you've tried your best to protect them. Gyu carried Pig and Zenitsu to Tanjiro's side, then glanced toward the top of the mountain and muttered. Really, here we come. A petite figure shuttled between the giant white cocoons hanging in the air, slashing and sweeping silently, causing the cocoons to fall to the ground one after another. The spider sister who was entrenched in it suddenly opened her eyes, and what came into her sight was a cute figure with a smile on her face. Although his face was full of smiles, there was undisguised anger in his eyes. You, who are you? Spider sister's face darkened and she shouted angrily. Kill your people. Kochou Shinobu's light voice sounded, and then he stabbed Spider sister's neck with a blow, and then quickly took a few steps back. That's all. Sister Spider stood up with a look of disgust, showing a confident smile and sneered, you can't cut off my neck, weakling. I don't need to do that. Shinobu smiled slightly and began to count down. 3, 2, 1. What on earth are you doing? Sister Spider was completely furious. She hated the feeling of being teased, so she decided to cut off one of the woman's arms. Just after she took a step, her body swelled rapidly, and her pale skin turned purple visibly. It's poisonous, hateful. She looked around, but Kochou Shinobu was nowhere to be seen, and a heart-wrenching pain began to spread. A loud noise echoed in the quiet forest. At this point, only Lei was left in the spider family. Fake family will eventually come to nothing. Chapter 186 Blood Spider Field. 5 figures approached the top of Nation Mountain at a rapid speed, and they arrived almost at the same time. The moment Shinazugawa Sanemi saw the heart, he immediately flew into a rage, roared and leapt up, activating wind-breathing 9th form Waiduo Tiantai wind. At that moment, a dark green beam of light shot up into the sky. Along with the appearance of this beam of light, countless crescent-shaped blade winds suddenly burst out like a group of disturbed birds. Then, the beam of light began to twist rapidly. As it turned, the surrounding air currents seemed to be attracted by some powerful force, surging and converging crazily. A hurricane formed, and it all happened in a moment. The hurricane landed on the heart with a mouth, and the deafening heartbeat resounded through the sky. Real, are you there? Shia shouted. I'm always here. Kamiyama's voice floated out from the heart. Don't attack it, it's useless. Wait until the sun rises, and this blood magic that imprisons me will naturally disappear. He was right. Even after Shimi's violent attack, the heart was still intact. Listen to him, we just need to wait until sunrise. Kochou Shinobu stepped forward, her words extremely calm, but in fact she was more panicked than anyone else, because the one sealed in that heart was her lover. Where is the upper rank? Kyujuro asked, looking around vigilantly. I didn't meet him when I went up the mountain. Xiao Beine had a cold face and wished he could cut Gita into pieces. I met the clone, Giyu said expressionlessly. Suddenly, the heart suspended in the air began to ooze out scarlet blood. In just a few breaths, the sticky blood quickly gathered into a large pool under the heart. The pool of blood quickly spread around and in the blink of an eye it reached everyone's feet. Boom, boom, boom. The long and low heartbeat sounded like thunder in the sky. At the same time, countless blood-colored spider silks surged in from all directions like a tide, and they gathered above the top of the mountain at an astonishing speed. These spider silks were as thin as hair, but they flashed a strange blood-red light, like winding and twisting poisonous snakes, intertwining and entwining in the air. In the end, all the spider silk was connected to the heart. If you look from outside the mountain at this time, Tianshan looks like a pyramid, with a huge blood-red sphere inserted at the tip of the pyramid. You are all going to die. Why are you breaking into my house? Advertisement. Why did you kill my family? Die. I want you to die. Lei's resentful voice echoed throughout the mountain. He had been consumed by the twisted obsession in his heart, especially after seeing the bond between the Kamado brothers and sisters, the obsession became even deeper. This is the final song of Not a Spider Mountain. Blood Spider Domain. That heart is not only a bait, it also contains part of Muzan's power. This is why Muzan prefers tiredness. After all, it is very much like the scumbag boss it once was. Outside the barrier, Gyoko knelt down uncontrollably. It was not because it wanted to kneel down, but the power made it, an old senior who had been an upper-rank celestial being for hundreds of years, feel palpitations. With such a powerful move, why didn't that idiot use it earlier? Tisk. It seems that there is no need for me to go up or not. It now experienced firsthand what favoritism meant, and felt a pang in its heart. Inside the barrier, 5 people stood side by side, their faces gloomy at the same time. Only when you are in it can you feel the suffocating feeling of oppression. Looks like we have to fight for our lives again. Shia said excitedly. He tightly grasped the Nichiren blades and swung the red sword. I like this feeling, Xiao Beine murmured, staring at the blood-red sky with excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood under his feet began to make a gurgling sound, as if it was boiling. In an instant, one after another, members of the spider family made of blood were created. Every blood puppet exudes the fluctuations of the lower string. Above the dome, a strange and thick shadow slowly condensed. The next second, an extremely huge blood spider emerged quietly without any warning, clinging firmly to the dome. 8 pale eyeballs stared at the 5 people standing in the pool of blood as if they were looking at 4 people. Leave the things in the sky to me, Giyu and Xiao Beine, and leave the blood puppets on the ground to the remaining 2. Shimizu spoke slowly. Good, no problem. At this moment, the blood spider fell down with a bang, and dozens of blood puppets swarmed over. Advertisement. Kyujuro took a deep breath, and orange-red flames burned all over his body. He took a step forward and rushed in front of the 4 people, activating flame-breathing 5-type flame tiger. The shadow of a gigantic flaming tiger emerged, and as it moved, blazing flames instantly engulfed the dozen or so blood puppets standing in the front. Then, 3 figures rushed out from the flames. They moved in unison and bit the beads on their wrists at the same time. Dark green windmills, winding little snakes, azure waves. All 3 of them have their stripes fully revealed. Breathing of the wind 9 form Waiduo Tiantai wind. Water breathing, pick up form, flowing. Snake breath, form 5, long winding snake. In an instant, the dark green, azure blue and white fighting spirits suddenly intertwined together. They collided and entangled with each other, as if 3 torrents from different worlds converged at this moment into a destructive force. Along with the explosion of this power, a deafening roar sounded, and a powerful and violent air wave swept around with an overwhelming force. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, forming ripples visible to the naked eye. The thick blood that originally filled the feet of the 3 people was completely cleared away in the blink of an eye under the impact of this terrifying air wave. In an instant, heaven and earth were divided into 2. Sensing the danger, the blood spider roared and the blood puppets swarmed over. Kochou Shinobu and Kyujuro were on the left and right, and the flying Kochou and blazing flames opened a clear path for their teammates. As the 3 pillars attacked with all their strength at the same time, the 5-meter-tall blood spider instantly fell apart. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a rapid heartbeat sounded, and the blood spider's recovery speed even surpassed the speed at which it was destroyed. At the same time, arrogant roars echoed between heaven and earth. As long as the domain is here, I can't be killed. You guys will be worn out by me sooner or later, and you will be buried with my family. Ha 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 ha. Just as it finished its words, 3 attacks that were even more violent than before came crashing down again like a violent storm. Boom. The battle between the pillars and Rui caused the entire Nada mountain to tremble. Chapter 187. I was just sealed, I'm not dead yet. The sky and the earth were all blood red, blood puppets were generated in waves, and the blood spiders, which were the core of the domain, had an outrageous ability to recover. If Lei cannot be killed before the stripe effect ends, the 5 people will definitely be put in a passive position, and their lives may be in danger. The heart was suspended on top of the blood-colored sphere, and the sound of its strong and powerful heartbeat was heard continuously. Inside the heart, Kamiyama sat cross-legged on top of the flesh, Nichiren blades across his chest, motionless. He could feel what was happening in the area, but he couldn't do anything, especially after the blood magic was activated. He slowly opened his eyes, and saw a thick spider thread in his sight, which connected Lei and his heart. The heart is just a battery, and what can really drive this battery is tired, but it is wrapped by blood spiders with an outrageous regeneration speed, and even the red sword cannot slow down its regeneration speed. Kamiyama took a deep breath and swung his sword. The dazzling sword light broke through the air, but the silk thread dodged perfectly, as if it had life. He glanced into the distance and saw that the cave wall was intact, and the activated heart seemed to have become more defensive. Blood has no form, so physical attacks have little effect, and sounds don't seem to be able to be transmitted. But he did not stop attacking, and slashed at the wall of the cave again and again. Time passed by minute by minute. The 5 people had been exhausted for an hour and their physical strength had obviously declined. But the field still continuously produced blood puppets, and the blood spider, which had been beaten to a pulp by Xiao Beine and the other 2, was gradually able to tie with the 3. Kochou, leave your side to me too. Your poison is limited after all. Kyujiro warned as he slashed down with his sword. I can still behead people without poison. Kochou Shinobu's eyes were full of stubbornness. He tore off the beads on his severed wrist and swallowed them. I will never hold you back. The next moment, lavender Kochou lines appeared on her face and the markings were activated. She sheathed the knife in her hand and deftly pulled out another complete Nichiren blades. A lavender light flashed by, and a blood puppet exploded. I can still fight, Kochou Shinobu said weakly but firmly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised in a faint smile. Good job. Ha ha ha. The lavender fighting spirit and the fiery red fighting spirit were like an insurmountable natural barrier, blocking the blood puppet out. That guy's real body is in the blood spider, let's find a way to deal with it. Xiao Beine shouted with a cold face. No, it recovers too fast. Shimi was gasping for breath, his body covered in blood. Advertisement. Let me block the front. Giyu suddenly appeared in front of the 2 of them and blocked all the attacks by himself. Look for an opportunity. The blood spider waved its 2 huge front legs frantically, and the huge blood blades were like the wind, one after another. Giyu tried his best to catch every blow. The clanging sound echoed and sparks flew. Unable to withstand the attack, he simply blocked it with his body, and the blood blade left a blood mark. He's not so annoying sometimes, is he? Xia teased, glancing at the panting Xiao Beine. Well, this guy is pretty handsome now, Xiao Beine admitted reluctantly. Come on, I'll be the forward. Shimi roared, and his originally dim fighting spirit suddenly lit up, and the dark green gale instantly tore apart most of the blood spider's body. Lei, who was hiding in the innermost part, was wrapped in a diamond-shaped blood-red crystal, with his eyes closed, as if he was dead. Xiao Beine also tried his best. The shadow of a giant white snake appeared in an instant and opened its huge mouth to bite the crystal. The moment the blade collided with the crystal, a rapid heartbeat sounded, and blood gathered at a faster rate. This was the same recovery speed as Muzan. The Ghost King's recovery speed at his peak was far beyond what anyone can catch up with today. Although they have red swords and stripes, they are not in the transparent state, let alone the peak state. Grass. Damn it. So fast, this is not the recovery speed a high-ranking rank should have. Xiao Beine cursed, and after blocking dozens of bloody slashes, he was forced to retreat. At this moment, Giyu suddenly retreated to Kochou Shinobu and Kyujiro and whispered. There's a word on the heart. Maybe it's a real hint. Hearing this, the 2 looked up and saw a vague word, poison, on the heart. Kochou Shinobu understood immediately, turned his head and glanced at the 2 of them, and said, send me up. Poison, and lots of it. Leave this line of defense to me. Giyu spat out the blood in his mouth, and the pickup-type life flow moved, and a water dragon took over the line of defense. Kyujiro bent down, crossed his hands and lowered them, all the strength of his body gathered in his arms, and said in a hearty voice. Kochou, come on, advertisement. The bloody Kochou Shinobu ran a short distance and then stepped on Kyujiro's hand. The latter lifted it up with all his strength, and Kochou Shinobu flew out like a cannonball. The moment she got close to the heart, she immediately threw out all the syringe-shaped darts on her body. She had specifically learned the essence of ninja dart throwing from Hualiji's 3 wives for a period of time, so her accuracy was naturally very good. As the wisteria poison in the 8 darts was injected, the sound of the heartbeat became faster and faster. Suddenly, a shrill roar as if it came from hell suddenly burst out from the blood spider's body. Along with this roar, an unimaginably powerful blood-colored air wave swept across the entire area like a surging tsunami with overwhelming force. All the newly generated blood puppets were destroyed by this sudden wind, and the remaining 4 lost their balance and crashed into the spider silk barrier. At the same time, dozens of spikes rushed out from the blood spider's body, and they had only one target, which was Kochou Shinobu falling from the sky. She was in midair, had no defensive sword skills, and all her teammates were knocked away. There was only one outcome waiting for her, and that was die. Facing this fatal blow, Kochou Shinobu looked up at the heart in the sky reluctantly and murmured. Really, I love you, please remember me. The people below just got up, but it was too late to stop this scene. At the critical moment, a brilliant silver light broke through the blood-filled sky. The blade wind flew past Kochou Shinobu like a silver bird. Immediately afterwards, a series of explosions sounded, and the blood-red spikes exploded into light spots all over the sky. Kamiyama's furious voice rang out, making the air around them buzz. I'm tired. I'm just sealed, not dead yet. If you dare to hurt my wife, I will asterisk asterisk asterisk. Brothers, it's time to end this. Of course. You idiot, you're not dead, why didn't you say something earlier? I've been enduring it for so long. Kill it. Chapter 188. Nadashin, the end. Kochou Shinobu flipped twice in the air, and the lavender fighting spirit was like soft and smooth silk, following her figure closely. Just before landing, a set of sword skills was swung out, and the blade wind crisscrossed, weaving into an airtight net, stirring up the surrounding air violently. This powerful force successfully cushioned the huge impact of the fall, allowing Kochou Shinobu to land steadily on the ground. However, her physical strength was almost exhausted, and she fell down within a few seconds of landing. Kamiyama's previous blow not only saved Kochou Shinobu, but also severed the connection between Rui and his heart. The blood spider was paralyzed on the ground like a machine that had lost power. At this moment, Giyu staggered to his feet. He took a deep breath, and azure blue fighting spirit lingered around his body. Breathing of water, picking up shapes, flowing endlessly. He twisted his body very quickly, and at the same time, the marks on his face disappeared. When the marks faded to be almost invisible, he had twisted 10 times. There was a faint surge of waves, and a water dragon hovered above the body of the blood spider. The moment the dragon bit down, countless blade winds swept past. The powerful force was like a huge wave, instantly shattering half of the blood spider's body, revealing its core. Lei, who had his eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them with rage in his eyes. He mobilized his remaining energy, and in an instant, the broken blood spider changed its shape. A 10-meter-long curved blade was suspended above Giyu's head. The crystals around it suddenly shattered. It raised its arms high and controlled the blood blade to chop down. Go to hell, you be asterisk 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 D. Even if I die, I will die with you. Giyu knew very well that the markings would disappear in a few seconds, so he had to focus on attacking instead of defending. He ignored the bloody blade that was about to fall, and the flaming blade cut straight into Lei's neck. How can we waste the opportunities created by everyone's best efforts? The red knife drew a graceful arc in the air and successfully beheaded the person. Upper string, tired, killed in action. At the same time, the lines on Giyu's face extinguished, and fatigue hit him like a tide, his limbs became weak, and he could only rely on the Nichiren blades to barely support himself from falling down. But the blood blade did not dissipate because of Lei's death. After all, the heart that sealed Kamiyama was the source of its power. Just as Giyu was about to be cut in half, a dark green figure came flying through the air like a bullet. With a loud bang, dark green light and blood-red fragments fell from the sky, as if it was a heavy snow. Shia spat out a mouthful of blood and complained loudly, "As long as I am here, you don't have to die, cough cough cough. You can't die at all. You can't die. What are you trying to be cool about?" He elbowed Giyu, who staggered and fell to the ground. Advertisement. As the caster, Rui, died, the giant sphere covering the top of Mount Nada gradually dissipated. As a silver moonlight replaced the blood color, the heart floating in the air dropped to a position 1 meter above the ground. The Demon Slayer Corps won this war of attrition. Not far away, Gyoko was dumbfounded and complained helplessly. No way, he can lose, that's the power of an adult. With a recovery ability as strong as an adult's, how can you lose? Tired of this idiot, tisk. After cursing a few times, Gyoko's eyes turned and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. Although they were exhausted, the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps also lost their combat power, and Kamiyama was still sealed. Isn't this a God-given opportunity to make a contribution? Ahahaha. Victory will eventually belong to me. Look how I can defeat 5 people at once. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 pots with fish patterns appeared out of thin air around Gyoko. Blood demon art. 10,000 slippery fish. Suddenly, dense swarms of sticky fish gushed out of the pot and rushed towards the 5 exhausted people like a dark cloud covering the sky. After wasting time in team battles, Gyoko not only did not assist, but also planned to harvest kills in the end. He was really shameless. Ahahaha. Go to hell, pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Die under Gyoko-sama's exquisite pot. There is a surprise attack and there are enemies nearby. Xiao Beine shouted, alerting everyone. Looking at the endless school of sticky fish, everyone was no longer able to resist. Everyone, I'm here, don't be afraid. Kamiyama's voice suddenly sounded in his heart, his eyes closed tightly, and the silver light around him became brighter and brighter. The injection of a large amount of wisteria poison reduced the sealing effect of the heart a lot. Although he couldn't get out, he could still do it with a swing of a knife. A full moon rose from the heart, and the next moment, a terrifying energy ripple spread out with the heart as the center. Kamiyama suddenly opened his eyes, and in the silver light, arcs of electricity danced like musical notes. Breathing of Dao Thunder type Kirin Kai. Advertisement. In an instant, a silver Qilin shadow burst out, and the dazzling sword light lit up the night sky. At this moment, it was dawn. Wherever the sword passed, all the sticky fish were annihilated, and finally the 10 pots around Gyoko were shattered. Oh my god, is this even possible? Gyoko was stunned. This attack brought back bad memories and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. It recalled the night when it was nearly beheaded by Kamiyama. Gyoko, I'm out. Don't let me find you, or I guarantee you won't survive for a minute. Kamiyama's voice came faintly, like a sharp sword piercing Gyoko's heart. It looked up and saw that a big gap had appeared on the sealed heart and Kamiyama had already taken a step forward. Without any hesitation, Gyoko turned and ran, disappearing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. The other 5 looked at Kamiyama excitedly, and Kochou Shinobu even shouted out happily. Really, you can come out. Very good. As soon as she finished speaking, Kamiyama silently retracted his leg. There was an invisible barrier in front of him, and being able to take one step forward was already his limit. Well, I was just trying to trick Gyoko. Kamiyama lowered his voice. Actually, I couldn't get out. Who knew that guy was so scared of me? Hearing this, the others all looked into the distance, fearing that Gyoko would come back. Perhaps because Kamiyama left an indelible psychological shadow on it, it did not appear again until sunrise, let alone hide in the dark and launch a surprise attack. The golden morning light shines through the clouds and onto the heart. The moment it came into contact with the sunlight, the heart began to smoke and then turned into ashes bit by bit. The space seemed to be distorted, and Kamiyama walked out of the distortion with a smile. He opened his arms to the people and said with a smile. Everyone, I'm back. Thank you for your hard work. Welcome back. Kochou Shinobu struggled to stand up and ran towards Kamiyama with difficulty, and the worries in his heart disappeared at this moment. Welcome back, really. What a jerk, you're a jerk. Ha ha ha, I'm glad you're back. Welcome back. Chapter 189, Provocation. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters. Daoju's residence. The afternoon sun was shining brightly. 3 grown men were sitting around a small table in the yard. They were drinking, but they seemed to be stealing something. Xiao Beine's face was flushed. She drank a glass of sake in advance. During this rare rest time, she had to get drunk. Why are you two looking at me like that? He said unhappily as his eyes swept over Kamiyama and Shia. You're so poisonous. If you can't drink it, don't force yourself to drink it. Kamiyama complained, with a sly look in his eyes. I wonder what kind of prank he was thinking of. You're talking nonsense, it's just a few glasses of wine. Obana said angrily, glaring at Kamiyama. Shia raised his glass, gave Kamiyama a look, and said, we are all good friends, come on, have a drink. Yeah, let's do one. That's right. Xiao Beine's words were a little unclear and his vision was a little blurry. In terms of drinking capacity, he is far inferior to Kamiyama and Shia. Okay, stop drinking. Kamiyama put down the wine glass, sighed, and said, I can't help but drink more. If she finds out, I'll die. Hee. You, Bin, are such a loser. You're even afraid of your girlfriend. What a rubbish. Xiao Beine was a little drunk. He raised his thumb and said sarcastically. Shia also put down his wine glass, sighed, and said, Aya won't let me drink more. Obanai. Not. You two are showing off your affection to me, tisk. Don't spoil the fun, okay. Xiao Beine glared at the two of them, and that resentful look in his eyes was simply heartbreaking. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, Kamiyama drank his glass and said, how is that possible? In my house, I make the decisions on major matters and I listen to you on minor matters. Shimizu glanced at Kamiyama in confusion. Isn't this what the script is about? What are you doing, really? In order not to lose face, Shia decisively drank a glass and said seriously, of course I am too. By the way, venomous tongue, compared to us, you are the coward. Kamiyama complained with a smile. What? You're talking bullshit. Hearing this, Xiao Beine stood up excitedly, his face turned even redder, and said, Muzan, I'm not afraid of you, do you want to fight? Oops. Muzan is nothing, do you dare to confess your love to Ganlu Temple? Advertisement. You obviously like me, and I like you too. Wipe. Girls are all shy, and you, a grown man, are like a girl. Shimi's words stunned Xiao Beine. But Kamiyama chimed in a mean way, that's right, you venomous coward. If Shimizu's words were truly hurtful, then Kamiyama's sarcasm was a critical hit. Xiao Beine put his hands on the table, raised his voice a lot, and cursed. You two are talking nonsense. I am not afraid at all. I'm super brave. Shia stood up at the right moment, also raising his voice, and said, then go and confess to her. That's right, otherwise you'd be a coward. Kamiyama stood up immediately afterwards. Xiao Beine stood there in a daze, not saying anything for a long time. After a brief silence, he turned and left. I'll go. Why isn't he talking? Shia leaned close to Kamiyama's ear and asked worriedly. I think it should be done. Logically speaking, since Obana is drunk, provoking him will definitely work. Kamiyama touched his chin and analyzed seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Beine, who was at the door, suddenly turned around. He wrapped the bandage and asked, give me a bunch of flowers. Kamiyama and Shia smiled at each other, they were already prepared. So, with a blushing face, Xiao Beine opened the door with a bouquet of roses. Bain-chan, what's wrong with you? Kanae looked at Bain-chan blankly and asked weakly. She happened to come here to look for someone. Oh, Xiao Beine glanced at Kanae, waved her hand, and said, "Go confess." Kanae. Rho. She glanced into the yard and saw Kamiyama and Shia high-fiving and cheering. With just one glance, she understood everything. Jen gave advice and Shimi cooperated with him, tricking his good brother into confessing his love. On second thought, it's not a scam, it's a helping hand. Everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps knows that Obana likes Mitsuri and Mitsuri likes Obana. It's just that Mitsuri was shy and Xiaobane was taciturn, so they never broke the window paper. As Obanai walked away, Shimizu also saw Kanae. He immediately pointed at Kamiyama and shouted, "Hey, he made me do this. I had no choice but to drink. I was forced, you know I can't beat him." Advertisement. Kamiyama stared at Shimi with a confused look on his face, and was shocked. He muttered. "Damn, you've changed, Shimi. You are no longer the straight-talking, nice guy you used to be." Shia rolled his eyes at Kamiyama and said, "If I stay with you every day, it would be a lie to say that I won't change." Huh, why did I see little Bane staggering out of the yard? What was he going to do? Kochou Shinobu suddenly appeared at the door and asked. When she looked at the small table, she frowned, walked towards Kamiyama angrily, and said, "Okay. Not only did he drink, he also got me drunk. Tiandao Kamiyama, I think you have had too many good days." Seeing that the situation was not good, Shimi pulled Kanae's hand and ran away, closing the door behind him. Although Kochou Shinobu's personality has become much gentler over the years, he still has a hot temper at heart. After all, she and Kanae have two different personalities. Ninja, listen to my excuses. Ba, listen to my explanation. Okay. Kochou Shinobu stood on tiptoe, grabbed Kamiyama's ear, and said, "Explain." It hurts. Hiss. Kamiyama, I haven't used my full strength yet. Shinobu said helplessly. Not yet. I performed too early, hee. He scratched the back of his head, then showed an innocent expression and said. It's like this, Shimizu told me that Bane-chan can't drink much, and then he said, to help his brother, I listened to Shimizu. It was all because he wanted to drink. I am such a kind person, how could I bear to see lovers in the world not get married? Kamiyama said, raising an eyebrow at Shinobu and grinning. Shinobu tilted his head and said the truth, why do I feel like, you are the one who came up with this plan? You're the one who wants to drink, right? Okay, I was the one who came up with the idea, but it was definitely that B*********** D Shimi who wanted to drink. Forget it, you're the only one who has so many tricks up your sleeves. Kochou Shinobu let go of his hand and murmured, but you did a good job this time. Even if Mitsuri didn't tell us, we knew her little tricks. Since you helped my good friend solve his problem, I'll have a few drinks with you. Kamiyama was instantly flattered, his mouth opened into an, oh, shape, and asked, really? It's fake, okay. Kochou Shinobu spread his hands and said helplessly. Chapter 190 Confession and Heartfelt Words. Love Pillar Mansion. Mitsuri was kneading dough in the yard. When she had free time, she would make cherry cakes for herself. The breeze blew down the wisteria flowers, and the lavender petals fluttered down and finally dotted on Mitsuri's head. In order to make it easier to work, she tied her hair up. Boom boom boom. Someone knocked on the door, and when she looked up, the door creaked open. Iguro Obanai stood at the door, holding a bouquet of roses in trembling hands, his whole body red as a boiled crab. Mr. Xiaobane, why did you drink so much? Mitsuri was shocked. The moment she saw Xiaobane, her cheeks unconsciously turned red. At this moment, Xiaobane's vision became more and more blurred. He stared at Mitsuri with a dazed look, his heart beating faster. If you didn't know, you would think that the pattern was about to be activated. Mitsuri had just wiped her hands and was about to help the other person, but Xiaobane called out her full name loudly. Kanroji Mitsuri, I'm here. Mitsuri stood under the wisteria tree in a daze, an inexplicable feeling rising in her heart. When I thought about confessing my sins and my identity as the descendant of a sinner, the words I was about to say got stuck in my mouth. In the end, he still couldn't cross the threshold of inferiority complex. Sometimes, the deeper the love, the more inferior you may feel and the more you feel that you are not worthy of others. Iguro Obanai, stop right there. Mitsuri suddenly became excited. She was usually as gentle as a little rabbit and never got emotional. But today, she called out Obanai's full name for the first time. No words are needed, the rose and blush say it all. Mitsuri has always been a brave girl. When the boy she likes plucks up the courage to confess his love to her, how could she let him go home empty-handed? She ran to the door as fast as she could and hugged Xiaobane from behind. At this moment, there was no tension as before, only peace of mind. Her red lips opened and closed, and 3 words filled with passionate emotions came out of her mouth. I love you. She hugged Xiaobane's waist tightly, afraid of losing her. Mitsuri, I'm not worthy of you. No, it's impossible, that's not right. Mi Lee shook her head frantically, crying out with tears in her eyes, you are my hero, you saved me from the ghost that night. You never dislike my ability to eat, and you never dislike my strength that is too strong for a girl. If you are a sinner, then I am a freak. We are a perfect match. Mitsuri was already somewhat incoherent. Xiaobane's heart seemed to stop for a moment, and he laughed at himself. It turned out that he had been wrong all along. There is no future if we cling to the past. Advertisement. There is no conflict between atonement and not letting this good girl down. I love you too. I'm sorry, I'm dwelling too much on the past. It is a common understanding that Xiao Beinei's nickname is Poisonous Tongue. But the sharp tongue becomes the gentlest at this moment. We will definitely kill all the ghosts in the world, then open a small restaurant, then we will get married, have our own children, and then. Woo woo woo. Xiao Beinei, I've been waiting for you for a long, long time, and today I finally got you. Although I am prepared to wait a lifetime, I really don't want to wait a lifetime. I just want to be with you forever. Mitsuri became more and more excited as she spoke. She ran straight to Obanai, tore off his bandages, and kissed him. The faint scent of cherry blossoms hit her face, and Xiao Beinei was stunned. When he came to his senses, Mitsuri returned to her shy girlish appearance and whispered. Now the two of us are no longer innocent, you must take responsibility for it. Xiao Beinei smiled with relief, raised his hand and rubbed Mitsuri's little head, and said softly. Please give me your guidance for the rest of my life. I can't do it anymore, let me sleep for a while. Kamiyama and Shimizu, those two bastards, knew I couldn't drink, but they still. Xiao Beinei covered his head and fell down in a daze. Hey, Obanai. Mitsuri caught him in a panic. The moon is high in the sky and the night wind is gentle. Kochou Shinobu's cheeks were red. She raised her glass and said carelessly, really? Cheers. Tolerate. You're drunk. Kamiyama took the wine glass from Shinobu's hand and put it on the table. I'm not drunk. No, you're drunk. I'm not drunk. Shinobu started to act like a spoiled child, and Kamiyama felt numb from hearing her voice, but reason overcame desire, and he insisted. Advertisement. No more drinking. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Shinobu climbed onto the table. She lowered her front half of her body, raised her hips, and assumed the posture of a cat hunting. The lavender eyes were shining brightly, staring at Kamiyama closely. Kamiyama, Shinobu, you are. Before he could finish, Shinobu pounced on him and pinned him under her. Why don't you let me drink? I'm going to bite you to death. Meow. Shinobu bit Kamiyama's arm without saying anything. Well, his drinking habits are worrying. After taking a few bites, Kamiyama complained in his mind. At this moment, Shinobu suddenly sat up, she pressed on Kamiyama's chest, and then put her forehead against Kamiyama's forehead, looking at him with tears in her eyes. True, promise me that you won't act alone again. I know you are very strong, super strong, and I can never catch up with you no matter how hard I try. But the ghost has clearly started to target you. This time it might just be an ordinary confinement, but next time they might kill you. We were able to provide timely support this time, but what if we can't next time? I am weak, so weak, but my weak shoulders can also be used as a support for you. Even if it's just for a moment, just for a moment. As he spoke, warm tears fell on Kamiyama's face and he couldn't help crying. Maybe it's selfish to say this, but I don't want anything to happen to you. If you die, I don't want to live either. Why are you always the one rushing to the front? You always get bruised and battered. I know you have a special physique, but it must hurt. More and more tears fell. Kamiyama raised his hands, but all the words of comfort seemed so pale and powerless. He felt like he deserved to die because he made the girl who loved him so much cry. Gradually, she got tired of crying, so she lay on Kamiyama and asked. Am I being too selfish? No, it's human nature. I was wrong. No, you're right. Shinobu shook her head and said slowly, it's just that I don't want to keep these words in my heart anymore. I have to tell you. And, I love you forever. Chapter 191 Sleeping Together. The cicadas are chirping loudly, and the yard is peaceful and tranquil. Let's sleep together today, okay? Shinobu raised his head and looked at Kamiyama with his big eyes blinking. But aren't you afraid that I might do something naughty? Shinobu pouted, placed his arms across Kamiyama's chest, and said with a grin, don't be afraid. I'm going to take a shower first. Shinobu sat up and stretched. She sniffed herself and said with disgust, you reek of alcohol. It stinks. She is just that kind of person. Sometimes she needs to vent her emotions, and then she will act as if nothing happened just now. Kamiyama was tidying up the tables and chairs in the yard. Just as he finished, he heard a scream from the direction of the bathroom. Oh my god. Shinobu was still drunk. He hurried to the backyard and pushed open the bathroom door. In the foggy bathroom, Shinobu sat naked on the floor, her fair, round thighs wrapped in a bath towel with her hands stuck in it. Although he had seen it many times, Kamiyama still couldn't help but bleed from his nose. After all, the scene in front of him was more visually impactful than a normal bath. What are you looking at? Help me untie it quickly. Shinobu said fiercely, her eyes were scattered and she was obviously drunk. Well, Kamiyama wiped the blood from his nose and nodded. He was even curious about how Shinobu could tie himself up with a bath towel by himself. It was amazing. Then I'm leaving. Call me if you need anything. He turned and walked out of the bathroom. If he stayed any longer, he might have to execute Shinobu on the spot. After a while, Shinobu opened the door wearing a lavender nightgown with Kochou print. She naturally got into bed, then lifted a corner of the quilt, patted the tatami, and said, Beauty, come into my bed quickly. Hearing this, Kamiyama almost vomited blood. He would never let Shinobu get drunk again. The drunk Shinobu is completely different from usual. Uncle, I'm coming. He responded to Shinobu's words and lay down in the bed. Less than a minute after covering himself with the quilt, Shinobu fell asleep. Kamiyama breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. The night is long and everything is silent. Only a cold moon hangs high in the sky, casting a cool light. And in this silence, a train was speeding along the winding track like a giant steel dragon. The lights inside the car were projected onto the ground through the windows, forming fast-moving light and shadows. In the light of the train's headlights, the two big words were faintly visible. Advertisement. Unlimited. The name of this train is the Infinity Train. At this moment, there were more than 40 passengers on the bus, most of whom were asleep. Maybe when they wake up, they will have arrived at their destination. A passenger got up to go to the bathroom. He walked in the carriage in a daze. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. It's the flight attendant. The passenger didn't care and felt refreshed after finishing it. Just as the passenger was closing the bathroom door, he saw a pale hand stuck in the crack of the door. Then, something terrifying happened. The hand suddenly fell to the ground as if it had been cut off by a knife. The passenger woke up instantly, and if the warm blood hadn't splashed on his face, he would have thought it was a nightmare. Before the passenger could shout out, the hand suddenly jumped up, and there was a mouth in the palm. A hypnotic whisper was heard, and the passenger fell asleep instantly. His body lost control and fell to the side, where a dark shadow caught him. Next, the swallowing sound echoed in the silent car, and it was a sound like a python swallowing an antelope whole. It's dawn and the Infinity Train is pulling into the station. The crew stood in front of the door with a smile, waiting for the passengers to get off. As the car door slowly opened, after a long time, no one got out. The carriage was silent. The conductor bravely walked into the train. He walked through one carriage after another, and the result was always the same. Empty. Whether it was the train conductor, staff or passengers, they all seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. It's haunted. The conductor ran off the train screaming. He probably would never dare to take a train again in his life. The warm sun shone through the curtains onto Kochou Shinobu's face. She slowly sat up and looked around with a dull gaze. She had forgotten most of what she had been doing last night. The door opened and Kamiyama came in with breakfast. He looked at Shinobu with a smile and said, "Wake up. I tell you, you were drunk last night. At first I climbed onto the table like a cat, and then." Kamiyama acted as an automatic recorder and began to help Shinobu recall the good times of last night. I didn't do this. How could I have done this? Advertisement. Shinobu immediately got into bed and yelled, "I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen." Kamiyama put down his plate, suppressed his laughter, and said, "It's okay, we are all family, and I won't leak any secrets. At most, it can help you recall." "Shut up." Shinobu stretched out a hand and put a sock on Kamiyama's head. "No more talking. Hurry up and get up to eat, and drink the hangover soup." Kamiyama shook his head, took the sock off his head and smelled it. Why isn't it fragrant? Tisk tisk tisk. Shinobu showed his little head, stared at Kamiyama helplessly, and complained, "Are you sick? Whose socks smell good? That doesn't make sense." "Ahem. Do you want me to help someone recall the time when they bit me?" Before Kamiyama could continue speaking, Kochou Shinobu swooped over and covered his mouth. She blushed, her fair face like a ripe apple, and said reluctantly, "Stop talking, I will never drink again." "You're not allowed to drink either." What does it have to do with me? I can drink a lot and I have excellent drinking habits." Kamiyama was still mocking Shinobu in a mean way. I will bite you to death." Ouch. Kochou Shinobu opened his mouth and bit Kamiyama's cheek. Just then, the door of the room was pushed open. Kanae stood there in a daze. After all, she couldn't imagine other people's world. At this moment, Kochou Shinobu hugged Kamiyama's neck with both hands, clamped his legs around his waist, and opened his mouth to bite him. "Sorry, I didn't see anything. I thought you two were having breakfast." She quickly closed the door and said caringly, "You guys continue. Well, come on. Also, biting is wrong, Shinobu. Sister, it's not what you think. We didn't do anything." "I know, really. Please explain it to me." "Oops. We are an old married couple, what's there to explain? It's over. I'm too embarrassed to face anyone." Chapter 192 Ramen Restaurant. Train station. Happy Ramen House. The ramen restaurant, which used to be very popular, now only has one or two customers, and the owner has become idle. Jingle. The wind chimes at the door of the noodle shop rang, and a young man with blonde hair walked in. Just by standing there, he gave people the illusion that the store was bustling with activity. "Boss, 3 bowls of ramen and a bowl of sweet potato miso soup." Kyujiro took a deep breath of the delicious aroma, his voice as loud as a bell. "Okay, please sit down." The boss greeted him warmly. After all, it was a rare occasion for a customer to come in. After a while, the dishes were served. Kyujiro slurped them up with big mouthfuls, his eyes twinkling, and praised generously, "Boss, give me 2 more bowls, ha ha ha." "Okay." After taking a few bites, he started chatting with the boss. "Uncle, your cooking skills are so good, but there aren't many customers. Don't say it. Business was good, but there have been several murders at the train station recently, and people are panicking. By the way, something even stranger happened a while ago. Perhaps because the store was too quiet, the boss started talking. He lowered his voice and said, "A few days ago, there was a train where everyone in the carriage disappeared. I heard it was a train called the Infinity. It has now been sent back for repair. It has been out of service for many days." As that's so, it does sound bizarre. Kyujiro widened his eyes with an incredible look on his face, which was a perfect response to the boss. The two chatted for a long time, and influenced by Kyujiro, the boss felt much better. Jingle. The ramen restaurant welcomed a new customer. Kyujiro turned his head and saw the red-haired boy smiling at him. "Hey, really? You're late, brother. It's not too late." Kamiyama spread his hands and responded, "You are early, okay." Ahahaha. Kyujiro scratched his head, pulled out a chair, turned to look at the boss, and congratulated him directly. "Uncle, you're going to have a big deal soon. My brother is a big eater." The boss didn't take it seriously. After all, the new guy looked tall and thin and didn't look like someone who could eat a lot. Soon, he realized how naive his idea was. Kamiyama smiled and said, "Boss, bring me 50 bowls of ramen first." Advertisement. Hearing this, the boss was stunned for a moment and stammered, "How much, how much?" 50. Can't you do it?" "No, no, I'll do it for you right away." The boss was still a little worried and said, "Young man, it's not good to show off. Come on, I can hit 108 bowls at my peak." Although the boss was still skeptical, he went ahead and served the noodles. He did business next to the railway and had seen people from all over the country, but he had never seen anyone who could eat so much. After a while, when 30 bowls of noodles were piled high next to Kamiyama, the boss was impressed and said hastily, "If 50 bowls are not enough, I'll give you 10 more." "Ha ha ha. Thank you very much," Kamiyama said with a smile. "Brother, the car has been returned to the factory." He took a big sip of ramen and whispered, "I don't think the car and the murder were done by the same person. Let's go check out that infinite column tonight. No matter what, all our swordsmen are dead there." After eating and drinking, it was already getting late. The entire station was covered with a layer of black gauze, but the dim lights along the coast could still be seen. At the station, almost all the bento shops were closed, except for one store where the light was still on. A young girl in a baseball cap was leaning against the door of the store. She was holding a lunch box, and at such a young age, she had a sad face as she sighed. "Well, we haven't sold a single copy today. Dad is injured and Mom is pregnant, so we really need money. It's all that Ripper's fault. Why did he hurt others? Why did he affect my family's business?" The girl complained in a low voice. "Xiaofu, eat something." The old lady handed red bean paste bread to her granddaughter one by one and said softly, "Grandma, I told you, I'm grown up now and can run the store by myself." Xiaofu took the bread, turned his head to look at his grandma, and said stubbornly. The old lady's eyes were full of kindness as she replied, "No, go home quickly. Ghosts will haunt us at night. Let me, an old woman, look after the store." Hearing this, Xiaofu complained, "Grandma, ghosts are just legends. How could such things exist in the world? I want to stay here. You go back and rest. Take care of yourself." The old lady didn't answer, but just recalled what happened when she was young. At the station entrance, Kamiyama and Kyujiro had just come in, and a swordsman was reporting. Advertisement. Master Daoju, Master Yenju. The swordsman bowed slightly, his eyes full of admiration. "Thanks to me for saving your life. The girl recovered well last night, but she may have been traumatized." "Got it." Kamiyama nodded with a smile. He patted the swordsman on the shoulder and said, "Thank you for your hard work. As for psychological trauma, only time can heal it, so go and get busy." "Yes." The swordsman turned around and was about to leave when Kyujiro's cheerful voice sounded, admonishing him. "Be safe. Thank you for your concern, Master Flame." The swordsman turned and bowed, then disappeared into the night. Kyujiro stretched and said with some regret, "Let the Ripper run away, otherwise they wouldn't be running around along the railway line." "Brother, don't worry, at least we saved one person." Kamiyama consoled. "There seems to be a bento shop open there. Sell some. We can go to the infinite train maintenance shop later and pretend to be delivering midnight snacks." But you should eat less." "No." The two arrived in front of the bento shop. Xiaofu, who was eating bread, immediately stood up and protected her grandmother. The rumors about the Ripper were rampant, and she couldn't help feeling scared when she saw the two guys in strange costumes. What do you want to do? Buy a bento. Don't be nervous, we are good people." Kamiyama smiled awkwardly. "That's right, we've packed all your lunch boxes, they smell so good." All included," Xiaofu exclaimed, even more shocked than seeing the Ripper. When she came to her senses, she immediately bowed and apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted the guest." "It's okay." Kamiyama waved his hands. After a while, they each walked out of the station carrying a large bag of lunch. Xiaofu ran to the station entrance, smiled and waved, saying, "Dear guests, please be safe." "Thank you, little girl. You should also be careful. Bye, ha ha ha." In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared. Under the moonlight, on the long railway, Two figures, one red and one silver, were moving rapidly. Their target was a train that was still moving not far away. Chapter 193 That's my father. Clang, clang. The train sped along the rails, and the wheels made noises as they rubbed against the rails. Two guys carrying a big bag of lunch jumped high into the air and then landed steadily at the rear of the car. Kamiyama and Kyujiro smiled at each other, then walked into the carriage in front of them, sat down in a window seat, took out their lunch boxes and started showing off. My ye! Happy shouts echoed in the carriage. Looking out the window, the lake was sparkling under the reflection of the lights on both sides, and dim ripples were rippling. Opposite the moving train, the workshop was brightly lit, with two large characters hanging high above the doorplate. Unlimited. Suddenly, the conductor opened the door of the carriage and caught Kyujiro and Kamiyama who were hitchhiking. Who are you two? The conductor took out his electric baton and stared at the two of them vigilantly. He was 100% sure that there were no passengers before the train left, so how could anyone get on the train in the middle of the journey? It's unbelievable. Brother, let's go. Oh, before the conductor could react, the two men had already opened the carriage door. A howling wind blew in, and the conductor turned pale with fright. Don't be impulsive. This is a train. You will die if you jump off. I won't arrest you too, is that okay? He tried his best to lower his voice, trying to calm the two of them. Uncle, goodbye. Kamiyama jumped down into the strong wind, and Kyujiro followed closely behind him with a big laugh. Are you crazy? The conductor hurried over to close the door, but he probably would never forget the scene he saw next. The two of them landed safely and greeted the flight attendant with a smile. Jumped off, from the train, and nothing happened. He opened his eyes wide, closed the door, and then slumped in a seat beside him in a daze, unable to calm down for a long time. Kamiyama and Kyujiro ran all the way and arrived outside the workshop in just a few minutes. In the bright and empty workshop, a pitch-black locomotive was parked quietly, surrounded by maintenance workers. The two walked into the workshop as if nothing had happened, and Kyujiro shouted, "Everyone has worked hard, come and have a midnight snack." Yes, it's a benefit given by the higher-ups. Kamiyama agreed. Hearing this, the workers all looked towards the door at the same time, and no one doubted their identities. Okay, let's take a break. Fill your stomachs, and make sure the infinite train can leave before daybreak. The workshop foreman spoke, and the workers walked towards their lunch boxes with a smile. Advertisement. Kyujiro was distributing lunch boxes while chatting with the workers. Kamiyama took out a pack of cigarettes and walked up to the team leader, saying in a friendly manner, "Uncle, have one." Thank you very much. The workers are simple and straightforward, and a cigarette can bring them closer. Uncle, I heard this car had an accident. Young man, don't believe those rumors. There is nothing wrong with the front of the car. It is very solid. The squad leader patted the car body and assured seriously. Kamiyama glanced at the dark front of the car and indeed there was no strange smell, which could only mean that Enmu was not here. There was no way that guy would show up before the car started. The workshop supervisor waved his hand at someone and said, "Where's Xiaoyu? Why didn't anyone call him to eat?" "Boss, I'll go," a worker responded and walked into the workshop. Suddenly, a scream was heard and the worker who went to call for help ran out in panic. "Ah, a monster." The squad leader frowned and said unhappily, "You must have gone crazy from repairing the car. Where did this monster come from?" As soon as he finished speaking, a green evil ghost walked out from inside, with circles of black circular ghost patterns on its body. This is the Ripper that has been going viral on the railway recently. The Ripper held Xiaoyu hostage, his sharp nails pressed against his neck, blood already flowing, because he sensed two extremely powerful auras. "We meet again, and this time I will understand you." Kyujiro drew his knife. "You too, don't." The moment the Ripper saw Kamiyama, the black ghost pattern immediately lit up, and it dropped the hostage and ran out of the workshop. "Really? I'll go after him." "Good." On the railway, the Ripper frowned and cursed. "Damn it, how did I run into that plague god?" Seeing that it was not Kamiyama who was chasing after it, it suddenly felt that it was able to do it again. It stared at Kyujiro with contempt and gave up its harsh words. "I'm going to kill someone, and you can't save anyone. Do you think you can catch up with me? My speed is beyond your imagination." After saying this, it turned into a stream of green light and disappeared at the end of the railway. Kyujiro took a deep breath, and orange flames ignited around his body. When the flames burned to the extreme, he turned into a meteor and lit up the night. The Ripper arrived at the station first. It sniffed and immediately locked onto a store. It was Xiaofu and her grandmother, who had just packed up their stall. The old lady spotted the evil ghost and immediately shouted, "Xiaofu, run." Advertisement. "Run. Where are you running to?" The Ripper's voice sounded teasingly, and he reached out to grab Xiaofu. It was not until this moment that she realized that her grandmother was not lying. "If you want to eat me and let my granddaughter go," the old lady begged. "You old woman, you are not as good as a tender child, get out of here." Just as the Ripper was about to bite off Xiaofu's neck, a disgusting smell wafted out. It was the smell of wisteria. So disgusting. It threw Xiaofu aside like throwing away garbage, and the wisteria-scented bag on the ladder fell out. "Hateful. Go to hell, you old bch." The enraged Ripper cursed as he stabbed the old woman in the heart with his knife. "Xiaofu, run." Before she died, She was still thinking about her family. You two are going to die. Blame it on those two ghost hunters. Just as the sharp nails were about to pierce the old woman, a fiery slash came down and the Ripper's arm disappeared. It looked at Kyujiro in bewilderment and said in confusion, how can you be so fast? This is impossible. Nothing is impossible. Kyujiro's eyes were cold. Anyone who trampled on life at will was unforgivable. Breathing of flame type 1 Shiranui. In an instant, the scorching flames drew a perfect arc in the air. The old lady in the store was stunned. In a trance, she returned to that rainy night decades ago. Same people, same flames, same eyes. The former savior saved me again. The Ripper was beheaded. Kyujiro sheathed his knife, reached out to pull up Xiaofu, and said apologetically. Sorry for scaring you, but it's okay, ha ha ha. You are Mr. Rengoku Shinjiro. Thank you for saving my family again. Decades have passed, and you are still so young. The old lady knelt down with tears in her eyes, but fortunately Kyujiro supported her in time. Old lady, there's no need to be like this. Saving people is our mission. Also, my name is Rengoku Kyujiro, the one you are referring to as my father. So that's how it is. Is he okay then? Very good, my father has retired, and I will take his place. Kyujiro said with a big laugh. As fate would have it, the person saved by his father was saved by him again decades later.